Chapter 1. 100,000 Years of Soul Cultivation, a Terrifying Transformation. Lu Tianyu, you are presented with two choices. First, engage in dual cultivation with me for 100,000 years. Second, in the depths of the abyss within the central forbidden zone of the Eight Desolate Star region, a strikingly beautiful woman with an ethereal aura stood suspended in midair. Her features were exquisite, her skin as smooth as cream beneath a delicate pink veil. Her alluring figure was subtly revealed. With a captivating gaze fixed on the young man clad in green, her ruby lips parted slightly, as if she yearned to consume him whole. Second, Lu Tianyu, feeling an unsettling chill as her gaze pierced through him, chose without hesitation. The woman, identifying herself as the Bone Emperor from the Celestial Realm, had suffered a decline in her cultivation after being consumed by the ancient forbidden artifact, the Eight Desolate Devouring Cauldron. Following that, she was attacked by numerous cultivators and had to shatter the void to escape into this forbidden land, where she encountered Lu Tianyu. The Bone Emperor's cultivation was unfathomable. While Lu Tianyu had lost all his powers, the thought of dual cultivating for 100,000 years was not only daunting, even a year would be unbearable for him. Moreover, he was already bound by a marriage contract and could not afford to break his promise. Suddenly, a sly smile crept upon the Bone Emperor's porcelain-like face, as if she had orchestrated a scheme. Lu Tianyu's heart sank, and a sense of impending doom surged within him. This is bad. Indeed, the woman flipped her delicate hand, revealing a pitch-black, nine-legged cauldron that materialized in her palm. Second, engage in soul dual cultivation with me for 100,000 years. Should you survive after 100,000 years, you shall become the master of this Eight Desolate Devouring Cauldron. Lu Tianyu exclaimed in horror. You are forcing me. I refuse. What do I need with the Devouring Cauldron? Let me go. In an instant, he realized he had been ensnared. Soul dual cultivation was the most profound form of dual cultivation shared between partners. It surpassed mere physical union. To undertake such a bond with someone he did not desire was far worse than a straightforward coupling. The Bone Emperor's intention in presenting him with two options was to compel him to choose the latter, turning their interaction into a cat-and-mouse game. He was merely immortal, not to mention 100,000 years. He would not even endure 100 years. Giggling, the Bone Emperor's laughter resonated like the tinkling of bells, her bosom undulating with mirth. If you refuse, I shall compel you into dual cultivation. Do you truly think you have a choice? My soul and yours will fuse within this devouring cauldron, which will not only alleviate my soul poison, but also confer immense benefits upon your own soul. Why resist? With my cultivation, I can control the devouring cauldron. One day outside equates to 1,000 years within. 100,000 years will pass in the blink of an eye. I am but a woman. What do you have to fear? Abandon your resistance. Hee. Lu Tianyu's mouth fell agape in disbelief. In the next moment, he collapsed into unconsciousness. Once the pride of the Eight Desolate Star region, the holy son of the Eastern Desolate Clan, he had basked in glory, yet now he found himself forced into dual cultivation by a woman, a fate he could hardly bear. In his haze, the Bone Emperor's mellifluous voice echoed in his mind. The Eight Desolate Devouring Cauldron is the foremost forbidden artifact of antiquity, capable of devouring all and converting it into energy as needed. It can consume everything from a myriad energies of the universe to living beings, and even the very heavens and earth, swallowing planets and the cosmos. I shall merge it with your dantian, assisting you in reconstructing your foundation. I hope you will one day ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts and lend me your strength. Lu Tianyu jolted awake. What? This devouring cauldron can consume heaven and earth, devour the cosmos? His mind buzzed. Why not keep it for yourself? Why get it to me? Cultivators adored treasures. To claim disinterest in such an extraordinary artifact would be disingenuous, and a flicker of anticipation stirred within him. The Bone Emperor scoffed. This cauldron is best suited for cultivators who have faced destruction and rebirth. Your dantian lies shattered, and you require my antidote. Take pleasure in this twist of fate. However, the process of reconstruction will be excruciating. Please endure for a moment. She formed a hand seal. With a swift motion, A pitch-black cauldron was thrust into Lu Tianyu's dantian. The cauldron's surface, adorned with swirling, wave-like patterns, radiated an aura of mystery, while strands of black silk erupted to encompass Lu Tianyu's entire being. In the next instant, his already shattered dantian exploded, followed by his meridians and bones fracturing one after another. Lu Tianyu was jolted awake by the searing pain, feeling as if he were being flayed alive, each inch of his body sliced by tiny knives. He could not suppress his cries of agony. The Bone Emperor remained unfazed. With a wave of her hand, she tossed a golden bone and a droplet of golden blood into the Devouring Cauldron, merged the divine bone, infused the golden blood. Next, countless medicinal pills were hurled into the cauldron, their potent energy flooding over Lu Tianyu like a torrential wave. The Bone Emperor commanded, devour and merge. Reconstruct the dantian. Reorganize the bones, meridians, and blood. The process of reconstruction was even more tormenting. Yet Lu Tianyu clung to his indomitable will, refusing to succumb to unconsciousness. Time slipped by second. The Bone Emperor, taken aback, remarked, I did not expect your willpower to be so formidable. The reconstruction of your dantian is proceeding seamlessly. For the next year, refrain from refining chi, focus on honing your physical body to its utmost. Then communicate with the Devouring Cauldron for advancement. It will yield tremendous benefits for you. I shall impart to you the 5-dragon divine fist once perfected. You may reopen your dantian. Then comes the joyous moment, as we engage in 100,000 years of soul dual cultivation. Giggle, here I come. As those words left her lips, Lu Tianyu fainted once more. In the holy city of the Eastern Desolate Clan, the Lu family ancestral hall was shrouded in a somber and heavy atmosphere. An elderly man with white hair and beard stepped forward. Patriarch, madam, please accept my condolences. After 100 days, the young master's soul lamp has extinguished. I urge you both to rest briefly and prepare for the memorial arrangements in the council hall. Upon finishing, he stood aside, awaiting the illustrious couple to turn. The elder was the grand elder of the Lu family from the Eastern Desolate Clan. The couple, adorned in splendid garments, were Lu Tianyu's parents, Lu Jiyuan and Luo Yunshang. According to the beliefs of this world, a soul would reincarnate after 100 days. Lu Jiyuan and his wife could not accept their son's demise and had endured the wait, unwilling to relinquish hope. Alas, Lu Jiyuan slowly turned, his expression grim. It was meant to be for Tianyu. Once I complete all matters, I shall resign from this patriarchal position and wander the world. As he spoke, he began to walk away, with Luo Yunshang, eyes red-rimmed, trailing behind in a daze. With their sons passing, the couple's hearts lay shattered. Unless unexpected events transpired, their journey in cultivation would come to a halt here. Suddenly, a clan member rushed in, urgency written on his face. Patriarch, madam, the young master's soul lamp has reignited. What? Impossible. I personally witnessed the young master's soul lamp extinguishing. I check on it daily. I would never mistake it. The Grand Elder reprimanded the frantic messenger. Grand Elder, I assure you, it is true. Please follow me to verify. Such a claim may sound absurd, but he had no reason to fabricate it. The elders of the Soul Lamp Hall had confirmed the news before he was dispatched to report. Lu Jiyuan and Luo Yunshang were equally astonished. Let us go see. At the Soul Lamp Hall, the Grand Elder gazed at the flickering, fragile soul lamp. He had never seen nor heard of such a bizarre phenomenon. A soul lamp that had extinguished could reignite? If this were to be spoken of, who would dare believe it? Yet it had indeed occurred. Luo Yunshang's eyes brimmed with tears, her body trembling gently. Heaven bless my son! Heaven bless my son! Lu Jiyuan's expression turned solemn. Grand Elder, immediately instruct everyone to investigate. Yunshang, let us explore the Forbidden Zone. While the Eastern Desolate Clan frantically searched for Lu Tianyu at the edge of the Forbidden Zone within the 8 Desolate Star region, in a shadowy forest, Lu Tianyu gazed at the abyss that seemed to be shrouded in darkness, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Rescue my life. Aid in reconstructing my dantian. yet force me into 100,000 years of dual cultivation should I admire or resent. With a soft sigh, he murmured, "Forget it, it's best to let it go. It has been 100 days my parents and clan must be anxious, I must return swiftly." Though 100,000 years had elapsed within the forbidden zone, only 100 days had passed outside. As he prepared to turn away, a melodious, ethereal voice echoed in his mind. "Husband, fate will bring us together again. You possess my invisible phoenix ring. Within it lies enough cultivation resources to elevate you to the nascent soul stage. Should we meet again, we shall engage in 100,000 years of dual cultivation, both body and soul, together." Gazing at the fiery red mark of the miniature phoenix in his palm, Lu Qianyu nearly stumbled, feeling lightheaded. It was better left unspoken, but mentioning it had filled his mind with the enchanting image of her delicate form, an image that lingered stubbornly. 100,000 years of soul, dual cultivation and agony beyond measure. Never again. Lu Tianyu whirled around and fled. Whoosh! A gust of dark energy swept past him, and Lu Tianyu shivered. Why am I unharmed by the desolation wind that sweeps over me? Ah, it must be due to the transformation wrought by the Devouring Cauldron. The winds of desolation, often blowing from the abyss, contain the power of temporal obliteration, capable of disintegrating the body. Defensive measures were imperative. Lu Tianyu inwardly examined himself, and he was taken aback. Within his dantian, the pitch-black cauldron remained motionless. He felt a profound connection to the cauldron with a mere thought. He could command it. Every bone and drop of blood in his body gleamed with a brilliant golden hue, and he was infused with a terrifying, primal power. With a single, forceful strike, Lu Qianyu shattered the heart of a towering iron tree, creating a gaping, astonishing cavity. And what of my divine soul? A resounding hum erupted, as an overwhelming force of spiritual energy, rivaling that of an imperial realm, surged forth from Lu Qianyu like a volcanic eruption. Wherever this power passed, it conjured a terrifying tempest, sending leaves and dust spiraling chaotically through the air. Amidst the withered twigs and fallen leaves on the ground, the bodies of 3 black-scaled serpents, poised to ambush Lu Tianyu, suddenly stiffened, their vitality extinguished in an instant. A 4th-tier beast, the crimson-eyed giant eagle, plummeted from the sky, its eyes bulging in shock, its body collapsing limply to the ground. Within the reach of his consciousness, every living beast trembled in fear, prostrating themselves before him. Hiss! Lu Qianyu inhaled sharply, realizing just how greatly he had benefited from that madwoman's fortune. With a bitter shake of his head, he mused, "The dual cultivation of the divine soul has bestowed such immense advantages. This karmic debt shall remain unrepayable in this lifetime. Ah, well, we shall speak again if fate allows." He was on the verge of summoning the heaven-devouring cauldron to test its devouring prowess when a furious male voice resonated from above the dense forest. "You have slain my spirit companion. Prepare to pay with your life." Chapter 2, Are You a Level 5 Beast? Whoosh! More than a dozen formidable figures clad in crimson robes descended from the heavens, encircling Lu Tianyu. Each wore a grim expression, exuding an air of murderous intent. A figure in a violet robe soared in on a sword, launching a palm strike directly at Lu Tianyu's heart. Lu Tianyu's body swayed slightly, his right shoulder advancing to collide with the incoming hand. With a resounding thud, the violet-robed figure was sent flying, tumbling several times in midair before finally halting his retreat. His face was etched with astonishment. Oh, this kid possesses remarkable physical strength. A body cultivator? But he quickly dismissed the thought. No, you are merely a martial artist yet to enter the body refinement stage, though your foundation is indeed solid. However, I am already in the open light realm. To me, you are but an ant destined to die. The realms of cultivation are categorized as chi refinement, foundation establishment, open light, fusion, heart movement. These 5 stages lay the groundwork for both body and soul. Beyond that, there are golden core, nascent soul, out-of-body, spirit division, body integration, void harmony, great ascension, and transcendence. The period before chi refinement is considered the body refinement stage, while the Great Ascension stage is referred to as the Emperor Realm, and the Transcendent stage is known as the Emperor Venerable. The violet-robed man drew his long sword, poised to strike. Yet upon recognizing Lu Tianyu's face, he was struck with disbelief. "Oh, you're Lu Tianyu? I thought you were already dead." He scrutinized Lu Tianyu from head to toe, incredulity painted across his features. The violet-robed man was Li Yuanhao, the holy son of the South Wilderness, one of the 8 desolate clans of the 8 desolate star domain. On the day of the incident, he had witnessed Lu Tianyu being knocked unconscious by a masked figure and tossed into the abyss, secretly wondering if he had been seeing things as for the incident involving Lu Tianyu killing his spirit pet. He completely overlooked it. The red-eyed eagle was indeed a level 4 spirit beast. However, with a mere thought, he could have it killed, and he subconsciously believed it was not surprising for Lu Tianyu to slay a red-eyed eagle. Lu Tianyu smiled slightly. "What is the matter? My survival surprises you, does it not? You are displeased, correct? It was you who invited me to the hunting competition. Why was I attacked while you remained unscathed?" Lu Tianyu's assault raised questions, especially since Li Yuanhao was unharmed. This discrepancy warranted contemplation, in the face of direct confrontation among the holy sons of the 8 desolate clans. Backstabbing and intrigue were commonplace. Lu Tianyu's derision towards Li Yuanhao seemed entirely justified. "You doubt me?" Li Yuanhao paused, then burst into laughter. "Though you have survived by sheer luck, you are no different from a corpse. If I were you, I would have smashed my head against the wall." That he scoffed disdainfully. "With your lack of cultivation, you can only rely on your physical body. You cannot retain your position as holy son. You are but a waste, a far cry from my status. I could crush you with a single finger. What right do you have to question me?" Li Yuanhao soared in the air, looking down upon Lu Tianyu as one would regard an insect. Once the greatest prodigy of the 8 desolate clan, he had always felt inferior in Lu Tianyu's presence. Now, he had degraded to a mere waste. How could he miss the opportunity to mock and humiliate? Lu Tianyu shook his head slightly. "I cannot discern whether you are genuinely foolish or merely feigning it. Your spirit pet, the red-eyed eagle, is a level 4 demon beast, equivalent to the open light realm, surpassing you by a significant margin. If I could kill a level 4 beast, are you truly certain you're stronger than it? Or perhaps, are you a level 5 beast?" Originally, he was the holy son of the eastern wilderness, accustomed to a grandiose demeanor. "If you respect me a foot, I will honor you a mile. But should you deceive me by a foot, I will repay you tenfold." The word compromise has never existed in his lexicon. Upon hearing this, Li Yuanhao was momentarily stunned. Indeed, demon beasts of the same tier are inherently stronger than humans. If he faced one a level higher, he would stand no chance that, if Lu Tianyu truly killed his spirit pet, he would be utterly outmatched. However, the next moment, rage replaced his rationality. "Oh, so you dare to insult me as a beast? I shall shatter your knees and force you to crawl on the ground like a beast for the rest of your life." With a swift motion, he lunged towards Lu Tianyu's knees with his sword. Being called a beast as the holy son of the South Wilderness ignited a desire to cripple Lu Tianyu and torment him like a dog. With so many of his kin present, what was there to fear? Lu Tianyu raised a hand and struck the sword's body, sending Li Yuanhao, sword and all, flying. He snorted coldly. "With such meager skills, you dare to brandish your sword against me, unaware of your own mortality. You incessantly declare me a waste, yet I can defeat you with a single slap. Does that not imply you are even more of a waste?" Before the multitude of experts, Lu Tianyu displayed no signs of retreat, for he sensed through his formidable spiritual awareness that 2 immensely familiar powerful presences were rapidly approaching from over 10 miles away. It could only be his father, Lu Jun, and his mother, Luo Yunshang, undoubtedly having sensed his aura. Otherwise, they would not have navigated with such precision. Ew. Li Yuanhao was seething with rage, his eyes burning red, ready to explode. Just then, an elderly voice emerged. "Young master, quell your fury." A figure in a red robe stepped forward to intercept Lu Yuanhao. This child has a ruined dantian and can only rely on his physical prowess. His body strength is somewhat impressive, but it is not remarkable. The young master's red-eyed eagle should not have been slain by this boy. We are at the edge of a forbidden zone, where the winds of extinction frequently sweep through, killing the beasts here. The old man pointed around. With so many beasts slain, it must be the work of the extinction winds. He lacks the capability to do so. His actions are merely an attempt to undermine your martial spirit, to confine you to the open light realm. His malice knows no bounds. If no one is around, I shall simply kill this boy and toss him into the abyss. As a guardian, he felt it was his duty to assist the young master in eliminating all threats and obstacles. Yuanhao was suddenly enlightened. I see. Thank you, Uncle Li, for clarifying. He gritted his teeth. Uncle Li, please take action and kill this boy. I do not wish to see him again. A cold sweat broke out on him, nearly leading him to madness. After 100 days apart, Lu Tianyu's tongue seemed sharper, his words more piercing. He even questioned whether Lu Tianyu had gone to gild himself. Uncle Li's icy gaze fixated on Lu Tianyu as his right hand slowly ascended. Instantly, a storm brewed, and a massive crimson hand descended from the heavens, carrying the might of thunder towards Lu Tianyu's head. Just at that moment, a voice boomed, "Dare to harm my son, die." With a whoosh, a green palm print surged from over 10 yards away, effortlessly shattering the crimson hand. Liu Jun stepped forward, directly imprinting his palm on Uncle Li's chest. Uncle Li attempted to defend himself, but the disparity in power was too great. His heart was obliterated in an instant, resulting in his demise. Before he died, his eyes widened in disbelief. You dare to kill me." And then there was silence. Liu Jun's gaze was frigid as he raised his hand to strike once more. Boom! 3 crimson-robed figures were instantly reduced to a pulp. The remaining individuals trembled in fear, paralyzed and unable to move. Liu Yuanhao was rendered utterly speechless, his mind racing that he screamed. Lu Jun, you dare to kill Uncle Li? Are you attempting to incite a war between the Eastern Wilderness and my South Wilderness? The 8 desolate star domain revolves around the abyssal forbidden zone, with the 8 largest stars surrounding it, collectively known as the 8 desolate stars. The 8 desolate stars are divided among 8 clans based on cardinal directions, with Li Yuanhao belonging to the South Wilderness. Liu Jun remained silent, unleashing a palm strike towards Li Yuanhao. His son had been missing for over 100 days, and the pent-up frustration had nowhere to go. Finally locating his son, only to witness someone attempting to kill him. How could he show mercy? No matter who it was, they would be eliminated first. Liu Yuanhao felt the impending threat of death, as if plunging into an icy abyss, unable to restrain himself from shouting, "Mother!" At that moment, Luo Yunshang arrived. "Jin, stop." Chapter 3 Underlying Currents. Lu Jun's spiritual energy hand halted just an inch from Li Yuanhao's chest, gradually dissipating. Yet he still struck Li Yuanhao across the face, sending him sprawling. "Get lost." He ignored Li Yuanhao further, turning to Lu Tianyu, his fierce gaze softening as he spoke gently. "You have returned." Given Lu Jun's usual temperament, he would have berated Lu Tianyu, yet he refrained from doing so now. The 100 days of torment and waiting had led him to countless moments of regret for chastising his son. The severe consequences of his son's fierce competitive spirit had nearly left him with lifelong remorse, and he felt it was all a result of his own pressure. Now that his son had returned safely, he was prepared to abandon his previous authoritarian methods in favor of a more peaceful and conversational approach. Lu Tianyu nodded slightly. "I have returned. I apologize for causing you worry." Their gazes locked, and everything was left unspoken. Liu Tianyu noticed the gray strands in his father's hair, the dark circles beneath his eyes, and his heart ached faintly. Just moments ago, his father's ruthless decisiveness had shocked him, filling him with profound warmth. While his father typically displayed a tempestuous temperament, he remained composed during significant matters, carefully gauging his actions. Had he killed Li Yuanhao, it would have inevitably led to the South Wilderness seeking answers, sparking a war between the Eastern Wilderness and the South Wilderness. His father, usually so restrained, had acted impulsively today without considering the potential ramifications. Luo Yunshang enveloped Lu Tianyu in a tight embrace, weeping uncontrollably. "Or, if you hadn't returned, I wouldn't know how to carry on." As the mother of Lu Tianyu, she regarded her son as the entirety of her existence. pouring all her love and devotion into him. The moment she heard the dreadful news about her son, it felt as though the very sky had collapsed upon her. Now, witnessing her son safe and sound, tears of joy streamed down her face. Liu Qianyu gently patted his mother's shoulder, his eyes slightly reddening. "Mother, I am deeply sorry. I vow that I shall never cause you worry again, in the past." He harbored resentment towards his parents, feeling that their expectations of him were excessively high, constantly critiquing his every move while failing to recognize his strengths. After enduring a profound spiritual metamorphosis over countless eons, he finally comprehended the heartfelt intentions of his parents. They yearned for their son to rise above the impoverished expanse of the Eight Desolate Star Domain, to carve out a unique path leading to a brighter future. He felt immensely grateful for such parents and silently swore to strive relentlessly, ensuring he would not disappoint their hopes. "This place is perilous. Let us discuss matters within our clan," Lu Jian remarked coolly. Luo Yunshang grasped Lu Tianyu's hand. "Come, let us return home." Liu Qianyu nodded, allowing Luo Yunshang to lead him onto the flying vessel as it ascended into the skies. He glanced back at the abyssal darkness. Memories of a pink figure flooding his mind, the scene of their shared soul cultivation resurfacing. Not far away, Li Yuanhao staggered to his feet and spat out a mouthful of blood, his face smeared with crimson. A terrifying visage. "Lu Qianyu, I will not rest until one of us is dead. I have already connected with your woman. She shall soon come to you to annul your engagement." "Ha!" he continued. "Lu Jin, everything your family possesses will ultimately belong to me. I shall devour you piece by piece." Fire blazed in Li Yuanhao's eyes, his teeth clenched in fury. Suddenly, a woman clad in a blood-red robe, her hair as crimson as her attire, appeared before him, her voice laced with anger. "Young master, what has transpired? Who is responsible?" Li Yuanhao narrowed his eyes. "It is Lu Qianyu. He never truly vanished. Lu Jian fabricated the illusion of his disappearance to lower our guard. Liu Qianyu was lying in ambush here, seeking to kill me. He pointed at Uncle Li's lifeless body. Uncle Li died to save me, along with my 3 personal guards. Ingu, you must avenge Uncle Li. Eliminate that brat." Li Yuanhao fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. "Lu Qianyu, even if it costs me my life, I will kill you." His voice rose in a hysterical crescendo, but he concealed the fact that his spiritual pet had been slain and that he had initiated the attack, leading Uncle Li to attempt to kill Lu Qianyu. He twisted the truth to portray Lu Qianyu as a cunning fiend who sought to ambush him, igniting Ingu's wrath. "Brotherly." Ingu knelt, overwhelmed with sorrow. "Brotherly, forgive me for arriving late. Lu Qianyu, I shall personally ensure your demise. I will grind your bones to dust to honor Brother Li's spirit in the heavens." With a swift motion, Ingu closed Uncle Li's eyes and retrieved an icy coffin from her storage pouch. Placing him inside, Liu Yuanhao, sensing his scheme had succeeded, revealed a cold glimmer in his eyes. If he were to disclose the truth to Ingu and her father, they would undoubtedly confront Lu Jiyuan, leading to immense pressure on him from the other families of the Eight Desolates. The ultimate outcome would likely be Lu Jiyuan providing some form of compensation to wrap things up. However, revealing the truth to Ingu and her father would not only place tremendous strain on Lu Jiyuan, but would also likely incite Ingu to covertly assassinate Lu Qianyu, plunging the Lu family into chaos once more. A masterstroke. Within the assembly hall of the Eastern Desolate Clan, a multitude of individuals stood, their gazes filled with intrigue as they focused intently on Lu Qianyu, their expressions shrouded in confusion. The Grand Elder stepped forward and politely stated, "Young Master, we apologize for our caution. Our ancestor has instructed us to verify your identity. The clan head and his wife are currently with the ancestor, and they have asked me to convey that you need not worry." Liu Qianyu offered a faint smile and clasped his fists in respect to the elders. "Please, esteemed elders, feel free to investigate without hesitation." He was the sole individual to emerge from the Eight Desolate Forbidden Zone, and it would be impossible for anyone not to harbor doubts about him. These individuals suspected he had been possessed or had undergone some extraordinary ordeal. Otherwise, he could not have survived the depths of the Forbidden Land, nor could he have fallen from the pinnacle of the Eight Desolates to a state of impotence. Just moments earlier, his parents had meticulously examined his condition, confirming their suspicions. His presence here was merely a formality, aimed at alleviating the elders' concerns and providing an explanation to the other clans of the Eight Desolates. Very well. My apologies for the inconvenience. Young master, the elders began to unleash various mystical techniques to scrutinize him. Throughout the examination, Lu Qianyu maintained an impassive facade. When his parents conducted their checks, he had concealed the essence of his divine bone, divine blood, and dantian using the Eight Desolate Swallowing Cauldron. Leaving no trace of any alterations, he had also fabricated a narrative regarding his experiences in the abyss. It was not that he intentionally concealed this from his parents. Rather, the extraordinary nature of his soul cultivation with the Thousand-Bone Empress and the acquisition of the Swallowing Cauldron was so bizarre that its revelation would only bring unnecessary trouble to the Eastern Desolate Clan. After a brief while, the examination concluded, and the elders found no irregularities, collectively exhaling in relief. Ha! Suddenly, a hearty laughter echoed. Your emergence from the depths of the Forbidden Land is nothing short of miraculous. Are you bold enough to wager with me? If you win, the Xuanchu mirror shall be yours. A deep, resonant voice emanated from the entrance. All the elders turned their attention towards the doorway, where a tall, burly elder clad in dark robes strode towards Lu Qianyu. The elder had a square face and hair as white as snow. Most notably, his long eyebrows cascaded down to his collarbone, swaying rhythmically as he walked. The expressions of the elders shifted to one of reverent solemnity, and they knelt, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the ancestor." The elder, known as the Long Eyebrow Ancestor, was the sole cultivator of the integration stage in the Eastern Desolate Clan and the foremost practitioner of the integration stage throughout the Eight Desolate Star Domain. In terms of both renown and combat prowess, the Long Eyebrow Ancestor stood second only to the venerable Dongshu Ancestor, who suppressed the Eight Desolates. He had once single-handedly faced 3 similarly ranked cultivators from foreign realms without faltering, even grievously injuring one integration stage practitioner. The Long Eyebrow Ancestor's fame resonated throughout the Eight Desolates, elevating the Eastern Desolate Clan and granting it greater access to resources. Alas, the Long Eyebrow Ancestor's lifespan was dwindling. With less than a century remaining, should he fail to break through to the Ascendant stage in his lifetime, he would perish, and the balance of power within the Eight Desolate Star Domain would inevitably shift. "Rise," he commanded, waving his robe sleeves, his piercing gaze locking onto Lu Qianyu, who met his gaze with equal intensity. Their eyes remained fixed upon one another, unblinking. The elders observed this peculiar exchange with indifference. Within the entire Eastern Desolate Clan, only Lu Qianyu dared to maintain such eye contact with the Long Eyebrow Ancestor. From the moment of Lu Qianyu's birth, he had been cherished by the Long Eyebrow Ancestor, who devoted nearly all his energy to his guidance, nurturing him like a treasured protege. Their bond resembled that of close friends across generations, devoid of any barriers of age or status. Though the Long Eyebrow Ancestor had not formally accepted Lu Qianyu as his disciple, he had practically taken Lu Qianyu under his wing, imparting all his knowledge. Upon learning of Lu Tianyu's soul lamp extinguishing, the Long Eyebrow Ancestor had displayed greater urgency than even Lu Jun and Luo Yunshan, expending considerable resources to enter the Forbidden Land in search of Lu Tianyu's corpse. The elders understood that this seemingly comical interaction was, in fact, the Long Eyebrow Ancestor employing a unique method to confirm Lu Tianyu's identity. However, despite their close relationship, the Long Eyebrow Ancestor adhered strictly to his principles. After a prolonged silence, Lu Qianyu and the Long Eyebrow Ancestor's eyes finally shifted, and they both erupted into laughter. The Long Eyebrow Ancestor placed a palm-sized ancient copper mirror into Lu Tianyu's hands. "You have lost your powers. Take this innate spiritual treasure as a means of self-defense against any nefarious assailants. I have sealed 3 strands of desolate power within the Xuanchu mirror to assist you in warding off 3 formidable attacks." The collective gasp resonated through the assembly as the words left his lips. All eyes fixated greedily on the ancient mirror in Lu Tianyu's grasp, their expressions betraying their covetous desires. Though they were aware that such display would displease the long eyebrow ancestor, they could not suppress the overwhelming urge within them. The Xuanchu mirror was the long eyebrow ancestor's renowned treasure. Not only did it possess astonishing defensive capabilities, but its uncanny ability to pierce through illusions was also unparalleled. Most notably, the mirror's terrifying replication technique allowed it to duplicate an opponent's magical attacks with absolute fidelity and return them in kind. Furthermore, it was a genuine innate spiritual treasure. The artifacts utilized by cultivators are classified into several tiers: magical tools, treasures, spiritual artifacts, spiritual treasures, immortal artifacts, and divine artifacts. Each tier is further divided into 4 sublevels. Spiritual treasures are categorized into acquired spiritual treasures, acquired supreme treasures, innate spiritual treasures, and innate supreme treasures. The innate supreme treasures are typically wielded by beings of the integration stage or even those of the Great Ascension stage, and are exceedingly precious. Among all the elders present, the finest artifact they possess is merely an innate spiritual treasure. The distinction between innate spiritual treasures and innate supreme treasures is but a single character. Yet the disparity in offensive and defensive capabilities is astronomical. The innate supreme treasures harbor a trace of the foundational power of the integration stage, while innate spiritual treasures do not. The elders were most astonished that the venerable Longmei actually bestowed such a treasure upon one devoid of cultivation. Had Lu Qianyu still possessed his powers, the gift of his Zuanyuxi would have been somewhat justifiable. However, with his complete loss of cultivation, he cannot even activate the true might of the Zuanyuxi, rendering the supreme treasure essentially wasted. Lu Qianyu himself was taken aback. He had thought his great-grandfather was merely coming to inspect him, with the Zuanyuxi serving as an excuse. He never expected that his great-grandfather genuinely intended to gift him the Zuanyuxi. Stepping forward, Lu Qianyu cradled the Zuanyuxi in his palm and said, "Grandfather, I am currently devoid of any cultivation. This Zuanyuxi is of no use to me, so it would be best if you kept it." Moments ago, he had contemplated seeking out his great-grandfather to resign from his position as the Holy Sun. This was his innermost thought. After the recent events, he had completely cast aside his previous desire for competition and conflict. Understanding that the essence of everything lies within one's own strength, that he resolved to first enhance his power over a period of time, before seeking out those who attempted to assassinate him. Upon hearing these words, the faces of the elders present registered surprise. They had intended to propose a change of the Holy Sun while the venerable ancestor was present, yet Lu Tianyu had brought it up himself. The Holy Sun seemed to have transformed, exhibiting an understanding of humility, which was a tremendous blessing. However, to their shock, the venerable Longmei immediately appeared displeased. I have taught you countless times that as long as you are alive, you must never give up. I shall embark on a journey immediately to seek a method for you to restore your foundation. I am certain it will enable you to regain your former self. As the saying goes, one must break before they can establish. The foundation I laid for you in the past was insufficiently solid, and this time I shall ensure it is enhanced several-fold. The venerable Longmei paused momentarily before coldly declaring, "The individuals who attempted to assassinate you have clearly been plotting for a long time. Their intentions are not as simple as merely killing you. They are targeting our Eastern Wilderness clan, and even the entire 8 wildernesses." His long brows quivered, and a chilling light shone from his eyes. "They will not cease after one attempt. There will surely be a second and a third. Until you are dead, I will make these scoundrels pay dearly for their actions and regret ever coming into this world." The venerable Longmei turned his gaze toward Lu Qianyu. "Until you have restored your foundation, you are not to go anywhere." Upon hearing this, nearly all the elders, save for a few, wore expressions of discontent. The second elder bravely stepped forward. "Ancestor, it may not be practical for the Eastern Wilderness Holy Sun to remain within the clan without venturing out. As the representative of our clan's younger generation, the Holy Sun must frequently participate in diplomatic activities and youth gatherings. He must also engage in competitions and explorations to showcase the strength of our Eastern Wilderness descendants. Tianyu is currently devoid of cultivation, which will present numerous inconveniences. With the second elder's lead, the third and fourth elders joined in agreement. Indeed, if outsiders learn that our eastern wilderness holy sun is without cultivation. They will mock us and bring shame upon our clan. This will adversely affect our clan's resource allocation within the 8 wildernesses. Soon, there will be a joint hunting event. It would be inappropriate for the holy sun to attend, and replacing him would be even more unsuitable. We implore you to reconsider. Ancestor, please think it over. Nearly all the elders echoed in unison. Chapter 5. The Countenance of the Elders. The day after Lu Tianyu's soul lamp extinguished, the descendants of the elders eagerly approached them to vie for the position of Holy Sun. Although they had been temporarily suppressed by the elders at that time, 3 months had since passed. The clamor among the younger generation for the Holy Sun's position had grown increasingly loud, becoming impossible to stifle. Now that Lu Tianyu had returned, despite his lost cultivation, he was no longer suited to serve as the Holy Sun. It was fortuitous that Lu Tianyu had voluntarily proposed to relinquish the Holy Sun position. If not now, when would be the right time? Yet, to their surprise, the venerable Longmei's expression darkened immediately. Do you still have the audacity to bring this matter up with me? You held the position of Holy Sun for 2 years. Which of the other Holy Sons from the 8 wildernesses dared to challenge him? In the past, who would have dared to come forward? We, the Eastern Wilderness Clan, possess 1/3 more mineral resources than before. Which of you has not reaped benefits from this? Was it not you who secured these gains for you in the Foreign Realms Arena competition? Which of your descendants could secure a spot in the top 10? Who among you could earn entry qualifications for the Chongqing Academy? Did your descendants manage to claim any of the 5 slots granted to us by the Chongqing Academy? As he spoke, an overwhelming pressure emanated from him, enveloping all present. Had it not been for the consideration of the dwindling population of the Eastern Wilderness Clan, he would have struck down these individuals on the spot. The venerable Longmei's brows trembled violently. If you had any conscience at all, you would recognize the principle of not forgetting the well digger when drinking water. Yuer has merely temporarily lost his cultivation. He will soon recover. Your actions now will only chill Yuer's heart and undermine his resolve. He then turned to Lu Tianyu. Yuer was once the brightest star in the 8 wildernesses. Though he may presently seem dim, I believe he will soon shine brilliantly once more, not only in the 8 wildernesses, but also as the most radiant star in the entire Chongqing star domain. The 8 wilderness star domain lies at the periphery of the Chongqing star domain, ranking either last or second to last in strength. The Chongqing star domain is vast and boundless, with no fewer than 800 star domains. The 8 wilderness star domain is the least spiritually enriched of them all, without exception. Upon the venerable Longmei's pronouncement, the elders fell silent. Their cheeks flushed slightly, and their bodies trembled, coupled with the venerable Longmei's oppressive aura. They could not lift their heads at that moment. Indeed, regardless of Lu Tianyu's contributions to the Eastern Wilderness Clan within the 8 wilderness star domain, he had also brought them glory in the Chongqing star domain. No one else could have achieved what he did as the Holy Sun. This was not merely a question of strength. Lu Tianyu's decisiveness in battle and his charismatic nature were qualities that none could emulate. Yet, their thoughts soon shifted. Those accomplishments were now in the past. The Eastern Wilderness Clan could not remain stagnant. The second elder gritted his teeth and said, "Ancestor, we acknowledge Tianyu's contributions, but he has chosen to give up." Sharing the same sentiment as most elders, he understood that the venerable Longmei's decision was unlikely to change, yet he wished to make a final stand. The venerable Longmei snorted softly and turned to Lu Tianyu. What are your thoughts upon witnessing their true colors? Do you truly wish to abandon your relentless efforts of the past 16 years and succumb to despair? His tone was calm, yet carried an air of undeniable authority. The Grand Elder, who had remained silent, stepped forward with resolute eyes. Tianyu, you must hold fast to your original intent and never give up, despite the dwindling numbers in the Grand Elder's lineage. They steadfastly supported Lu Jiyuan and Luo Yunshang. His only grandson was timid in nature, yet he shared the closest bond with Lu Tianyu and was also the Grand Elder's disciple. Lu Tianyu received the Zunyuxi from the venerable Longmei and stepped into the center of the elders, proclaiming loudly, "I've already decided to relinquish the position of Holy Sun and pass it on to a capable clansman." At this point, he paused. Joy flickered across the faces of the elders as they thought. "You have finally chosen to give up?" What good would it do to have the support of the Venerable Long May and the Grand Elder? Yet, the Venerable Long May remained impassive, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Tianyu. Saying nothing, if anyone here knew Lu Tianyu best, it was undoubtedly he understood that Lu Tianyu's words were laden with deeper meaning. The Grand Elder sighed heavily, his voice trembling. Tianyu, you cannot disappoint the ancestor. Like the other elders, he believed Lu Tianyu was about to give up. This was the outcome he most dreaded. The slight smile crept onto Lu Tianyu's lips as he pricked his finger, letting a drop of blood fall. Since my great-grandfather has given me the Zunyuxi, how could I refuse his kindness? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the elders shifted dramatically. The situation was becoming dire. Before they could ponder further, Lu Tianyu spoke again. You have opposed my great-grandfather's decision twice, which displeases me. I have resolved to change my mind. His gaze turned resolute and cold. Though I have lost my cultivation, my position as Holy Son is not something that can be taken lightly by anyone. I hereby declare that in 10 days' time, I will accept challenges from all. Whoever can defeat me shall claim the title of Holy Son. Conversely, if no one can best me, you shall all cease your coveting of the Holy Son position, including that of the clan leader. On the way back, Lu Tianyu noticed the worry etched on his father's brow. At that moment, he thought his father was merely concerned for him. However, the elder's behavior had enlightened him to the realization that they were not only coveting the Holy Son position, but also his father's position as clan leader. This was simply outrageous. Lu Tianyu himself could dismiss the title of Holy Son, as it bore no significance to him. However, when it involved his father, it became a matter of utmost importance. Lu Tianyu aspired to master the 5-dragon divine fist within 5 days, aiming to defeat all the young members of the Eastern Desolation Clan in the past. Such a feat would have taken him at least 5 to 6 years to achieve. Yet now, with the 8 Desolations Devouring Heaven Cauldron at his disposal, he needed only 5 days. Under the control of the 1,000 Bones Immortal Emperor, the cauldron could accelerate time, making a single day equivalent to 1,000 years in the outside world. Lu Tianyu could only utilize it for 1 day, as if it were a year outside. The second elder, third elder, and fourth elder were overjoyed upon hearing this. Tianyu, is this truly the case? In truth, there was no need to rush. A few months, or even a year or 2 would suffice. They regarded Lu Tianyu as a cripple, believing that even if he were to reconstruct his dantian, it would take him 10 to 8 years to regain his previous strength. Moreover, reconstructing the dantian was no simple task. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder immediately objected. No, Tianyu must not act impulsively. Wait until you have restored your cultivation before accepting any challenges. He incessantly winked at Lu Tianyu, signaling him to retract his earlier statement. The long-browed ancestor also shook his head repeatedly. You or no. Give your grandfather a little time, and I will ensure your cultivation is restored. He did not believe that Lu Tianyu could triumph over everyone solely relying on the Mystic Mirror. The Mystic Mirror required spiritual energy to activate, and with Lu Tianyu's spiritual roots gone, he could hardly unleash even a fraction of its power. Rest assured, grandfather, I have my own measures, Lu Tianyu replied coolly. Then let us settle on a middle ground, 1 month's time, which will afford you ample opportunity to prepare. In the next instant, his voice turned cold. However, all of you must sign a soul contract. Should you lose after 1 month, you must thereafter obey my father unconditionally. And the position of Holy Son shall no longer be coveted. Whatever my grandfather commands, you must heed. Disobedience will result in the forfeiture of all progress in your cultivation. Do you dare to take this gamble? In order to protect his grandfather and parents, Lu Tianyu sought to shatter the schemes harbored within these individuals. The Eastern Desolation Clan, already weak, was embroiled in internal strife over the position of Holy Son and clan leader. At this rate, they would inevitably be devoured by the other 7 clans. The second elder, witnessing the situation, immediately exclaimed, "What harm is there in a month?" Fearing that Lu Tianyu might change his mind, he produced a blood contract. Just in case, let us swear a blood oath right now. Yes, yes, echoed the third elder, the fourth elder, and numerous other elders in agreement. They shared the same sentiment as the second elder. They had just thoroughly examined Lu Tianyu's condition. His spiritual roots had vanished. leaving him utterly devoid of foundation. Even if Lu Tianyu were to reconstruct his dantian now, it would still take him 3 to 5 years to regain his peak battle prowess. Aside from the 3 ultimate moves of the Mystic Mirror, Lu Tianyu had no other means of defense. Should just 3 individuals manage to counter these 3 moves, the others would easily overpower him. Once Lu Tianyu relinquished the position of Holy Sun, the machinations of the others would undoubtedly destabilize Lu Jiuyuan's standing. As for the long-browed ancestor, he certainly could not take on the role of clan leader himself, given his limited years left. All right, Lu Tianyu felt a deep chill at the sight. I must add one more condition. If I win, all resources acquired through my strength will be mine to distribute as I please. The elders did not hesitate to agree. Good. The assembly promptly signed the blood contract, and the meeting concluded. Once the elders departed, the long-browed ancestor exclaimed in anger, "These people only know how to squabble amongst themselves. What other talents do they possess? Were it not for the dwindling numbers of our Eastern Desolation clan, I would have long ago dispatched them with a single slap. You have done so much. Yet the cohesion we painstakingly built is now shattered." The long-browed ancestor trembled with indignation. As long as I am alive, these individuals behave thus. Once I am gone, will the Eastern Desolation clan not collapse in an instant? Grandfather, there's no need to be angry. Such is human nature. Lu Tianyu's gaze burned with intensity. Rest assured, while I am here, such a fate will not occur. Though my spiritual roots are gone, I can still practice body refinement. Grandfather, receive my punch. With a sudden surge of formidable energy, he swung his fist toward the long-browed ancestor. The long-browed ancestor, momentarily taken aback, erupted into hearty laughter. Wonderful, wonderful. It has been ages since we last sparred. Let me see your follow-up moves. In the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. As his palm made contact with Lu Tianyu's, he felt an overwhelming force surge through him, stumbling back several steps. He gazed at Lu Tianyu in disbelief. Your punch is more powerful than that of a seasoned body refinement practitioner. A sly smile spread across his face. I knew it. My Yuer is not so simple. Speak, what support do you require? The grandfather and grandson shared an unspoken understanding. The long-browed ancestor recognized that Lu Tianyu was showcasing his strength to request something. Lu Tianyu smiled as he extended his hand. Jin Yao Stone. Qian Heart, Tiger I Xian Crystal by Shui Lioli, and Fire Flame Jadestone. Additionally, I require as many 5-element spiritual stones as possible. The long-browed ancestor chuckled. Anything you desire, I shall procure for you, even if it means shattering this old body. 3 days swiftly passed. During this time, news of Lu Tianyu's loss of cultivation spread throughout the 8 Desolation Star Domain. Naturally, it also reached the Chongqing Star Domain through various channels, aside from the Eastern Desolation Clan. The other 8 clans were abuzz with activity, rapidly formulating plans to target the Eastern Desolation Clan. While Lu Tianyu still possessed his cultivation, the younger generation had been wary of his formidable strength. And with the long-browed ancestors' deterrence, they dared not act recklessly. Now that Lu Tianyu had been rendered a cripple, internal conflicts began to arise within the Eastern Desolation Clan, an opportune moment for the other clans to encroach upon them. Unbeknownst to Lu Tianyu, he sat cross-legged within a spacious secret chamber, surrounded by a collection of 5-element spiritual stones and elemental stones. Above him hovered a massive black cauldron, spinning slowly, with a glint in his star-like eyes. Lu Tianyu declared, "Devouring Heaven Cauldron, devour and refine." The cauldron resonated with an ancient hum, its dark, archaic runes swirling incessantly. The pile of materials below was swiftly consumed, clattering as they were crushed. Vibrant hues of white, blue, black, red, and yellow burst forth from the cauldron, enveloping Lu Tianyu entirely. 8 Desolation's Devouring Heaven technique. Devour. Lu Tianyu's body gradually lifted off the ground, a multicolored vortex forming above his head, slowly rotating that a powerful devouring force emanated from his dantian, drawing in the 5 elemental energies. From an external perspective, Lu Tianyu was cloaked in a halo of 5 colors, resembling a deity. The 8 Desolations Devouring Heaven technique was the method Lu Tianyu had attained from refining the Devouring Heaven Cauldron. As he sought to cultivate the 5-dragon divine fist, the first step involved integrating the materials of the 5 elements into his body. His bones were divine bones, his blood divine blood. And his foundation and body refinement surpassed that of ordinary practitioners. As the 5 elemental energies entered his body, they would further enhance him, allowing him to absorb energies of all attributes. This was something previously impossible for him. He had once possessed only a superior golden spiritual root, limiting him to gold-based techniques. Now, having cultivated the 8 Desolations Devouring Heaven technique, he could absorb energies of any attribute. Time swiftly passed, and 2 hours slipped by. Lu Tianyu formed a hand seal and commanded, "Condense." The 5 elemental energies within his chest began to converge toward the center. A fist-sized, multicolored sphere successfully formed within his chest, adorned with strange, ancient runes that twisted and flowed. Simultaneously, a terrifying energy erupted from Lu Tianyu's body, sending debris flying. Boom! With a resounding crash, the formation restrictions of the secret chamber shattered in an instant, and the entire chamber exploded into nothingness. A vast cloud of inky blackness enveloped the sky above the Eastern Desolation Clan, transforming daylight into night almost instantaneously. In the heavens, 5 bolts of divine lightning representing the 5 elements coalesced. Spanning the horizon, Lu Tianyu, looking up at the sky, turned pale. This is bad. How could this happen? The oppressive force of the 5 elemental thunder completely immobilized Lu Tianyu, rendering him incapable of any movement. He never anticipated that integrating the 5 elemental energies into his body would invoke the descent of divine thunder. Under the shadow of the 5 elemental divine thunder, he felt as diminutive as an ant, devoid of any will to resist against such overwhelming pressure. At that moment, his palm's phoenix mark suddenly radiated with brilliance, and a melodious feminine voice echoed, "Do not panic, my dear. I foresaw that your breakthrough would summon the 5 elemental divine thunder. So I prepared the 5 elemental thunderstone for you to help you navigate this tribulation. Retrieve the thunderstone and refine it using the incantation I imparted. You will easily overcome the tribulation." 5 luminous stones shot forth from the phoenix mark on Lu Tianyu's palm, dispersing into 5 positions around him. Simultaneously, a passage of text entered his consciousness. 5 elemental refining technique. In an instant, Lu Tianyu regained control of his body. He sat cross-legged, channeling the incantation to begin the refinement. Outside, numerous figures soared into the sky, looking up in astonishment and exclaiming, "What is happening? Why has it turned dark in broad daylight? Could it be a thunder tribulation? Someone must be undergoing a tribulation. What thunder tribulation could exert such terrifying pressure? Could it be that Ancestor Changmei is advancing to the tribulation stage? The likelihood of that is exceedingly high. The last time the clan leader faced a divine separation thunder tribulation, it was nowhere near this fearsome. It must be that Ancestor Changmei is advancing to the Void Realm. Indeed, the protective formation has been activated to prevent any interference during the tribulation. Our Dongwang clan is about to rise. What no one knows is that Ancestor Changmei is not far from Lu Tianyu, staring in astonishment at the young man sitting cross-legged. "My goodness! What are you trying to do, boy? You're causing such a commotion while practicing a technique that everyone thinks I'm advancing to the Void Realm." He wears a bitter expression. Alas! Alas! Who asked you to be my cherished one? I shall bear this burden. In a flash, 2 streams of light appear before Ancestor Changmei. It was Lu Jun and his wife. They had been cultivating a secret technique when the sudden celestial phenomenon startled them. They immediately ceased their practice and notified the clan to activate the protective formation, believing that Ancestor Changmei was about to advance. However, they were perplexed as to why Ancestor Changmei hadn't informed them about the tribulation. Once they saw Ancestor Changmei hovering in midair, they realized it was not he who was undergoing the tribulation. Lu Jian exclaimed, Is it you or he is facing a tribulation? This is bad. Such a fearsome heavenly tribulation. You cannot possibly withstand it. We must help him." Luo Yunshang was equally alarmed. "This is terrible. Yuer is facing the thunder tribulation. We must act quickly. Ancestor, please assist." As they spoke, the couple prepared to intervene. They believed that Lu Tianyu lacked the capability to withstand such a dreadful thunder tribulation. As for why Lu Tianyu was facing a tribulation, they hadn't the time to ponder that. Wait, Ancestor Changmei raised his hand to stop them. Have you lost your senses? A tribulation can only be faced through one's own strength. Interference from others will only incite heavenly wrath, resulting in an even more dreadful tribulation. If you do not wish to perish, cease your actions. Only then did Lu Jiuan and his wife awaken to the reality. No, we cannot watch our son be struck down by lightning. After such difficulty in bringing him back, we cannot lose him again. Lu Jiuan and his wife were aware that shielding another from a tribulation was tantamount to undergoing the tribulation themselves. If the tribulation faced by the one undergoing it was interfered with, the heavens would unleash an even more terrifying thunderstorm, putting the tribulation bearer in greater peril. Yet with Lu Tianyu facing a life-and-death crisis, they could think of nothing else. Did you not see? There are 5 stones surrounding him. Ancestor Changmei's expression turned solemn. If I'm not mistaken, these 5 stones are the legendary 5 elements heaven supplementing stones. With these stones, Yuer should be able to overcome his crisis without issue, if absolutely necessary. We may intervene later. It is certain that Yuer has encountered a great opportunity in the Forbidden Abyss. He simply does not wish to disclose it to us. 5 elements, heaven supplementing stones. Even Lu Jiuan, well-versed in the ways of the world, was taken aback by Ancestor Changmei's words. Those are legendary artifacts. The 5 elements heaven supplementing stones do not belong to this realm. Luo Yunshang gazed at Lu Tianyu in disbelief. What technique is Yuer practicing to attract the divine thunder of tribulation? We have checked, and his spirit root has been rendered useless. How is this possible? Her mind buzzed, struggling to comprehend that Yuer possesses his own fortune. That is not for us to question. Ancestor Changmei was equally bewildered. Such a thunder tribulation indicates he has cultivated some extraordinary technique. Or perhaps a forbidden one. Let us hope it is not the latter. His expression grew grave as he looked at Lu Jiuan and his wife. We must synchronize our statements and say that I attempted to break through to the void realm but failed during the tribulation. The secret regarding Yuer must not be disclosed to anyone. Remember this well. Lu Jiuan and Luo Yunshang were momentarily stunned, then bowed deeply to Ancestor Changmei. Thank you, Ancestor. They realized that Ancestor Changmei intended to shoulder the blame to protect their son's secret. Very well. Ancestor Changmei's eyes sparkled with determination. Once Yuer has completed the thunder tribulation, I shall seek the ghost Saint Evil Physician. Regardless of the cost, I will help Yuer reconstruct his dantian. Lu Jiuan and Luo Yunshang gasped in astonishment. The ghost Saint Evil Physician, does that not mean venturing into the ghost domain? Ancestor, it is far too perilous there. However, Ancestor Changmei shook his head. That may not be the case. The ghost Saint Evil Physician is unpredictable. He is unlikely to remain in the ghost domain, often wandering through various star realms to practice medicine. He treats others based on fate and mood, making it difficult to track his whereabouts. He sighed heavily. If I cannot restore your dantian, I cannot depart this world in peace. That my mind is made up. Do not attempt to dissuade me. Ancestor Changmei, whose lifespan was less than a century, was acutely aware that he had no certainty of advancing to the void realm. His only regret was that Lu Tianyu's dantian could not be restored. This time he could conveniently take the blame for the thunder tribulation, and the outside world would believe he had been injured and was recuperating at home after a failed advancement. Ancestor Changmei could seize this opportunity to quietly leave the Eight Wastelands Star region in search of the ghost Saint Evil Physician. Whether he would find him would be left to fate. Lu Tianyu and Luo Yunshang's expressions turned sorrowful upon hearing this. They knelt on the ground, choking back tears. Ancestor, you have sacrificed everything for Yuer. We feel deeply guilty. Please, Ancestor, consider your own well-being. We will also seek ways to restore his dantian. At this moment, guilt overwhelmed them. Ancestor Changmei was willing to stake his remaining years for his son, yet they knew the dissuasion would be futile. Once Ancestor Changmei made a decision, no one could alter it. Ancestor Changmei unleashed 2 streams of true energy to lift them. You need only manage the affairs of the clan. Do not concern yourselves with anything else. I am old. Contributing to the Dongwang clan is my duty, lest I betray my ancestors from the outset. The Dongwang clan desperately needed a prodigy from the younger generation to lead their resurgence. He smiled as he gazed at Lu Qianyu. That person has now appeared. Lu Jiyuan and Luo Yunshang looked down and were immediately struck with alarm. Can he endure this? Chapter 8. Awakening the Central Dantian. The first in 10,000 ages. Lu Jiyuan and Luo Yunshang stared at the terrifying five elements divine thunder, their hearts trembling as peak-level divine separation cultivators. Lu Jiyuan had no confidence in resisting the divine thunder, let alone the untrained Lu Tianyu. Boom! The five elements divine thunder, imbued with apocalyptic fury, surged towards Lu Tianyu. Lu Tianyu felt an irresistible sense of impending death. He had no doubt that if the five elements heaven supplementing stones provided by the thousand-bone immortal emperor failed to withstand the divine thunder, he would undoubtedly be reduced to nothingness, with not a single bone remaining. Boom! The five-colored sphere in Lu Tianyu's chest suddenly erupted, forming a swirling vortex of colors that rapidly expanded. He thought to himself, "This is the end. The core I painstakingly condensed has exploded." Yet the next moment, he exclaimed in astonishment, This is another dantian." Lu Tianyu was horrified to discover that a dantian identical to the one in his abdomen had manifested within his chest. The distinction was that the central dantian was five-colored, filled with overwhelming and fierce energy. In contrast, the lower dantian, sealed by the swallowing heaven cauldron, was colorless, exuding a gentle and resilient aura, suffused with spiritual energy. The moment the central dantian appeared, five-element energy surged forth violently, flooding into the five elements heaven supplementing stones. The thunder that had already descended upon Lu Tianyu's head seemed to be drawn in, with the vast majority being absorbed by the five elements heaven supplementing stones. Crack! The five elements heaven supplementing stones shattered into fragments. The remaining thunder energy entered Lu Tianyu's body and was absorbed directly by the central dantian. At that moment, the dark clouds dispersed, and the sky regained its clarity. Lu Tianyu felt a delightful tingling sensation coursing through his body. Thousand bone, you are quite reliable. This moment, he sensed the energy within his central dantian raging violently, on the verge of overwhelming the dantian. Without hesitation, Lu Tianyu rose, assumed a stance, and began practicing the five-dragon divine fist, in conjunction with the phantom step he found within the Phoenix Ring. He initiated his fist practice. The five-dragon divine fist comprises five types of attribute punches: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Lu Tianyu began with the metal attribute divine fist. His fists radiated golden light, and a golden dragon coiled around his arm, faintly accompanied by the sound of dragon roars. Shattering gold, fracturing fields, crumbling mountains. Lu Tianyu's figure flickered unpredictably as a tempestuous and forceful golden energy circulated around him. This scene left Lu Jiyuan and Luo Yunshang utterly dumbfounded. They could not fathom what had transpired with Lu Tianyu. However, from the power emanating from his fists, they sensed an unparalleled golden energy. Its rapid and fierce nature was no less than the energy unleashed by a qi refining master casting spells. Aha! Ancestor Changmei's brows lifted with joy. Yuer has succeeded. He may have forged a path unprecedented and unrepeatable. I must find the ghost Saint Evil physician to help him reconstruct his dantian. At that time, he shall become an invincible existence. His gaze was piercing. Time swiftly passed, leading to the day of the challenge for the Holy Sun. The martial arena of the Lu family was filled to capacity. Except for the venerable Long Mei, all significant figures were present, totaling at least 500 individuals. The 88 Lu family disciples participating in the challenge stood proudly before the arena. After casting a glance at Lu Tianyu on the stage, they turned their attention to other Lu family members that a mere waste without any cultivation could hardly pique their interest in a challenge. Their sights were set on the competitors among the 88. The most formidable rivals were merely three: Lu Wenbin, the grandson of the Grand Elder Lu Dinkuan; Lu Xianin, the daughter of the second elder Lu Qingfeng; and Lu Juan, the grandson of the eighth elder Lu Yuani. These three were universally acknowledged as the strongest. However, None of the Lu family disciples were convinced. They awaited Lu Tianyu's descent from the stage to challenge the three. Lu Din appeared at the center of the arena. The contest for the position of Holy Sun begins. Allow me to reiterate the challenge rules. Falling from the stage results in defeat. Inflicting lethal harm is strictly prohibited. Otherwise, it will be treated as intentional murder, punishable by immediate execution. Let the Holy Sun step forward. Lu Jiyuan's gaze towards Lu Tianyu held a hint of concern. Although his son's body refinement technique was impressive, he was now faced with challenges from all disciples. Unlike previous contests where the remaining 10 disciples would ultimately duel. This time, it was a direct challenge. The Xianshu mirror had sealed 3 ultimate moves, which could not be employed in the arena match. If these challengers persist in their attempts, they could potentially exhaust Lu Tianyu. Standing beside Lu Tianyu, Luo Yunshang gently remarked, "Mother still insists, do not push yourself. The position of Holy Sun is not paramount. Your well-being is of utmost importance." She had conferred with Lu Jiyuan and agreed that it was inconsequential if others temporarily assumed the role of Holy Sun. At worst, Lu Jiyuan would abdicate, retreating with Luo Yunshang and Lu Tianyu to cultivate in seclusion. They believed that a healthy family was worth more than anything else. "Rest assured, Mother, I know my limits." Lu Tianyu ascended the steps with measured strides, clad in a long silk robe of azure crafted by his mother. His long hair casually tied with a cloth strip, he appeared relaxed and natural. Just as the crowd anticipated a direct challenge, Lu Tianyu reached into his sleeve and produced a bronze mirror. "To ensure fairness, I shall not employ this Xianshu mirror." His words were startling. "If any of you can defeat me, this Xianshu mirror shall belong to you." Upon uttering these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Their greatest fear was Lu Tianyu utilizing the Xianshu mirror. The competition rules restricted Lu Tianyu from employing the mirror's lethal moves. Yet one could not dismiss the possibility of the venerable Long Mei having tampered with it. Lu Tianyu was the cherished favorite of Long Mei, and it was inconceivable for him to stand idly by while Lu Tianyu lost the position of Holy Sun. It would be entirely normal for Long Mei to intervene behind the scenes. Yet now, Lu Tianyu had tossed the Xianshu mirror aside, claiming that whoever defeated him could take it. Could it be that Long Mei had arranged alternative means for Lu Tianyu? It seemed unlikely. Observing that Lu Tianyu had not even donned a storage ring, they wondered how he would confront the challenges posed by the 88 exceptional disciples. The Grand Elder's face betrayed concern. The Second Elder, Third Elder, and Fourth Elder scrutinized Lu Tianyu with puzzled expressions. Could this lad have lost his senses? They soon relaxed, realizing that this youth had undoubtedly resigned himself to fate. The expressions of Lu Jun and Luo Yunshang revealed their despair. Their faces were ashen, as if they had lost all hope. Why presenting the Xianshu mirror as a wager? He could save face for the new Holy Sun, ensuring that the new Holy Sun would not make things difficult for him in the future. Only Lu Jiyuan and Luo Yunshang understood that their son never intended to use the Xianshu mirror. He wished to face all challengers with bare hands. The Lu family disciples below began to question. "Tianyu, is this truly the case? In front of everyone, you cannot go back on your word. You must swear an oath." Lu Tianyu directly tossed the Xianshu mirror to Lu Jiyuan, addressing the excited crowd. "Now you should believe me. However, I have one condition. All of you must challenge me. Should the challengers lose, they must surrender their storage bags or present a wager that satisfies me. Otherwise, I shall not accept the challenge." Chapter 9, A Single Punch. Lu Tianyu wore a smile. Accepting a challenge comes at a cost. It cannot be without stakes. This has always been his principle. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. What on earth did this boy mean? He demands a wager to challenge. Does he believe he will win? What gives him such confidence? The only explanation is that Lu Tianyu is unwilling to relinquish the position of Holy Sun. Desperately struggling at the last moment. Instantly disdainful, contemptuous, and mocking gazes engulfed Lu Tianyu. "Let us wager. Show us if you can win all our storage bags." How absurd! Without exception, all 88 challengers agreed. Only the elder's eyes reflected confusion. This young man appeared so confident, he did not seem to be deceiving them. But what could he rely on to face the challenges of 88 disciples? Especially the second elder, Lu Qingfeng, who felt an inexplicable anxiety rising within him. Yet he could not pinpoint its source. Liu Qianyu's lips curled into a slight smile. Since you all agree, let the challenges commence. Who will be first? He fixed his gaze upon the 88 Lu family disciples, his eyes brimming with provocation. Whoosh! A graceful green figure lightly leaped onto the arena and unsheathed a long sword with a clang. I give you a chance to strike first, this young woman. Possessing a lovely visage and an alluring figure was none other than the second elder's granddaughter, Lu Xianin. She could hardly tolerate Lu Tianyu's nonchalant demeanor and was the first to step forward to challenge him. Bring it on? Bring what? Certainly your storage bag. Do you not wish to challenge? You have yet to win. Lu Tianyu smiled at Lu Xianin. I have never lost. Lu Xianin was immediately incensed to laughter. She tossed her storage bag to the ground. Strike, considering your lack of cultivation. Before she could finish her sentence, she witnessed Lu Tianyu launching a punch directly at her. Habitually, she thrust her palm forward, channeling her spiritual energy from her dantian to concentrate in her palm. She presumed Lu Tianyu was overreaching, underestimating his capabilities. Yet the next moment, her expression changed dramatically that a tremendous force surged from his palm, sending her entire body flying off the stage. A faint voice echoed. You lost. Your storage bag belongs to me. Next, Lu Xianin screamed. You ambushed me, you rogue. Anger drained the color from her face, her chest heaving violently. She considered herself the most capable contender for the position of Holy Son and had been the first to ascend the stage on account of her grandfather, the second elder. She believed few would dare challenge her, thus sparing her much trouble. This was also prearranged with her grandfather. She intended to seize the position of Holy Son with such dominance and grandeur. Her reputation would overshadow Lu Qianyu in one fell swoop. She had dismissed Lu Qianyu entirely, yet she never anticipated that Lu Qianyu would exploit her moment of inattention to unleash his full power, casting her from the stage. Overwhelmed by feelings of grievance, she struggled to contain herself. How shameless! Lu Qianyu opened his palm, calmly retorting. The rogue here is you. Everyone witnessed that it was you who first invited me to strike. Now that I have done so, and you were struck off the stage, how can you still claim I am the rogue? What sort of reasoning is this? He appeared quite innocent. This scene infuriated Lu Xianin, propelling her to leap back onto the stage, sword drawn and ready to strike. Liu Xianin could no longer contain herself. But the next second, she was halted by Lu Qingfeng. Xianin, hold on. The second elder stood up abruptly. Patriarch. Tianyu acted dishonestly, striking when unprepared. He should be challenged again. He feared Lu Xuanin's impulsiveness might harm Lu Qianyu, which would turn a justified act into an unreasonable one. The third and fourth elders also rose to rebuke Tianyu. Within the clan, disciples should engage in combat honorably. You should not resort to such despicable tactics. They all believed Lu Qianyu had taken advantage of the situation. Otherwise, he could not possibly be Lu Xuanin's opponent. Lu Xianin was among the top contenders among the 88. How could she be defeated by a single move from Lu Tianyu? Even when Lu Tianyu had still possessed cultivation, defeating Lu Xianin would have required several moves. Silence! Lu Jun's voice was frigid. With so many eyes upon us, it was Lu Xianin who first invited you to strike. I declare that Lu Xianin has failed in her challenge. The storage bag belongs to Lu Tianyu. Next, regardless of the competition rules or the patriarch's perspective, Lu Xuanin's fall from the stage constituted a loss. It was indisputable. Lu Qingfeng's countenance turned ashen. I refuse to accept this. What significance does such a challenge hold? Must the Lu family Holy Son resort to such underhanded tactics? The third and fourth elders were also incensed. Indeed, we too refuse to accept it. The Lu family disciples have always prided themselves on their integrity, disdainful of such methods. With the three elders leading, dozens of elders came forth to express their dissent. We refuse to accept this. The 80-plus challengers collectively shouted, We refuse to accept this. How shameless. The crowd was in an uproar. A tremendous force surged towards Lu Qianyu. Liu Jiyuan's expression immediately darkened. Are you questioning my judgment? I am the head of the family now, not you. A powerful aura erupted from him, meeting the collective pressure of the crowd. Boom! The two forces collided in mid-air, stirring up a violent gust that swept through the onlookers. As the situation threatened to spiral out of control, Lu Juan realized that these individuals had suppressed their emotions for 3 months, during which the second elder had also won over many supporters. However, for the sake of Lu Tianyu, he absolutely could not yield. Sighing softly, Lu Tianyu remarked, "Second elder, I am aware of your discontent. If you wish for Lu Xianyin to challenge me again, there must be a condition. Throw your storage ring up here." He continued, "And you, third elder, fourth elder, all the elders who are dissatisfied, bring forth your storage rings. If you are willing to wager them, I shall permit Lu Xianyin to challenge me again. Otherwise," his voice turned icy in the next moment, "I will activate the 3 ultimate techniques of the Xuanqu mirror. Let us see who among you can withstand it." A cold glint flickered in Lu Tianyu's starry eyes. Given their blatant disregard for decorum, it was essential to extract some interest from them. Upon hearing these words, Lu Qingfeng's expression soured immediately. He had indeed garnered considerable support, but facing the 3 ultimate techniques sealed by the Longmei ancestor, it was unlikely anyone would dare to confront them. No one wished to face death, himself included. Lu Qingfeng had not anticipated that dealing with Lu Tianyu, a seemingly powerless individual, would prove so troublesome. Everything had exceeded his expectations at this moment. He found himself in a predicament. To wager their storage rings would mean risking everything in case of defeat. Doubts began to creep into his mind regarding whether Lu Xianyin could indeed triumph. The elders and disciples who had previously shouted loudly fell silent. Their gazes evasive, unable to meet Lu Tianyu's eyes. Lu Tianyu scoffed, "If you lack courage, then refrain from boasting." Next, Chapter 10. Another punch shattered everyone's dreams. "Wait," the second elder gritted his teeth and stood up, directly tossing his storage ring onto the arena. "The storage ring is yours. However, I only speak for myself, not on behalf of anyone else." He was extremely unwilling to see Lu Xianyin withdraw from the competition. If the position of the Holy Son were to be claimed by Lu Wenbin or Lu Juan, he would lose his chance at the head of the family, in the Eight Desolations Clan. The head of the family and the Holy Son were family members, as the Holy Son was cultivated as a future head. The clan's resources would be tilted towards the Holy Son. "Very well," Lu Tianyu promptly agreed. "Since the second elder is so generous, I shall reluctantly accept it. However, do not weep if you lose." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingfeng nearly twisted his nose in anger that he huffed. "The one who will be weeping will be you. Be cautious." He called Lu Xianyin over and cautioned her. "That boy is peculiar. You must be careful." He quietly slipped a talisman into Lu Xianyin's hand. "As soon as you enter the arena, activate this defensive talisman. Do not hold back. Swiftly defeat that boy." He sensed something was amiss with Lu Tianyu today. He did not appear to be the self-destructive type. Thus, he provided Lu Xianyin with a mid-grade defensive talisman to ensure a foolproof victory. Lu Xianyin gritted her teeth and vowed, "Rest assured, grandfather, I will ensure he cannot take care of himself, whether by ambush or direct confrontation." As a practitioner in the enlightenment stage, she had indeed been sent flying by a punch from a seemingly powerless mortal. If this news were to spread, her reputation as the most favored daughter of the Eastern Desolation would be utterly tarnished. She was determined to repay this humiliation tenfold. With a graceful leap, Lu Xianyin landed on the arena. Promptly activating the defensive talisman, a golden glow enveloped her as she poured her spiritual energy in her snowflake sword, exclaiming, "Prepare to meet your end." Her first move was the snowflake sword technique, aimed directly at Lu Tianyu's heart. Lu Tianyu feigned surprise. Are the old afraid the young cannot prevail? Already encased in a turtle shell, do you think this shell will protect you? A smirk of mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth as he shouted, "Break the gold." He sidestepped into a bow stance, delivering a powerful golden dragon fist from his side towards the snowflake sword. A faint golden light shimmered from his fist, a golden dragon coiling around his arm, its roar echoing in the ears of everyone present. The crowd gasped in astonishment. What kind of martial arts is this? And with a golden dragon coiling around his arm, it appears formidable. There were no fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from him. It seemed to be a body cultivation technique, with the golden light indicative of a body refiner's aura. And no wonder he was so arrogant. It turned out he had practiced martial arts. But so what? No matter how hard his fists were, they could never surpass the snowflake's sword's sharpness. Lu Qingfeng narrowed his eyes slightly, a sense of foreboding rising within him. He sensed that the golden aura surrounding Lu Tianyu's fist was overwhelmingly powerful, exuding an unstoppable momentum. Indeed, the next moment he exclaimed in shock, "How is this possible?" Clang! At the moment of contact between the golden dragon fist and the snowflake sword. The sound of metal clashing was accompanied by a dragon's roar. Lu Xian felt an irresistible force surge from the snowflake sword, sending her entire body flying like a rag doll. Without any means of resistance, the terrifying power hurled her into the crowd, toppling 5 or 6 individuals before finally coming to a halt. Lu Xian's chest heaved with turbulent blood, her vision blurred with golden stars. And a sweet taste filled her throat as she nearly coughed up blood. She hastily drew her snowflake sword to support herself, barely managing to regain her balance. Though the talisman surrounding her had not shattered, her internal organs were severely injured by the overwhelming force. Yet the ordeal was not over. Crack, crack, crack. The snowflake sword was visibly marred by a web of cracks. Subsequently, to her utter astonishment, the sword fragmented into countless pieces. With a resounding crash, it was completely shattered. As her life-bound artifact disintegrated, Lu Xian could no longer contain the blood surging within her, spitting out several mouthfuls. She staggered, on the verge of collapse, but was caught by the swift-moving Lu Qingfeng. Lu Xian muttered, "I have lost." At that moment, she fully accepted her defeat. Although she had only utilized 80% of her strength, her treasured sword had been obliterated by his punch, leading to her utter humiliation. The second elder gazed at his granddaughter's despondent state, his eyes filled with shock. To shatter the snowflake sword with mere fists was an extraordinary feat beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. His body trembled slightly as he gritted his teeth. We have all been deceived. This boy has clearly concealed his true strength. During these 3 months of disappearance, although he lost his cultivation, he must have obtained a tremendous opportunity to practice body refinement. He was acutely aware that body refinement was far more challenging than cultivating spiritual energy, and the pain involved was unbearable for most. For Lu Tianyu to achieve such mastery in body refinement within a mere 3 months indicated that he had indeed encountered an extraordinary stroke of fortune. At that moment, the arena fell into a profound silence. Everyone stared, wide-eyed and slack-jawed, utterly dumbfounded. They had expected Lu Xian to crush Lu Tianyu, but the outcome was entirely the opposite. Among the 88 disciples who had come to challenge, Lu Xian's strength was comparable to that of the 8th elder, Lu Yuan's grandson. Lu Juan. Even with such strength and the defensive talisman bestowed by the second elder, she had still been sent flying by Lu Tianyu's punch, sustaining serious injuries, given that Lu Juan's strength was on par with Lu Xian's. Challenging Lu Tianyu would yield the same result. Lu Wenbin, slightly weaker than both Lu Xian and Lu Juan, would also not stand a chance, and the others were even less capable. Especially the elders who had bet against Lu Tianyu. Their faces turned increasingly grim. The tide was turning against them, and defeat would mean eternal subjugation under Lu Juan, leaving them unable to hold their heads high. Nothing could be more tragic than this. Yet at this moment, they could do nothing. The challengers before the arena, initially reveling in schadenfreude, fell silent after 10 seconds, their expressions turning increasingly grim as if they had swallowed a plate of flies. Lu Jiyuan's tense face finally broke into a smile. Lu Xian has failed her challenge. The storage ring belongs to Lu Tianyu, he exclaimed with delight. Next, Lu Tianyu's sharp gaze swept across the challengers before the arena. Lu Xian has failed. It seems you all fear me, he continued. If you each take turns, none of you would dare to come forward. I see that you are all unwilling to admit defeat. Therefore, I propose that all of you remaining challengers come at me together. However, if you lose, you must leave all your storage bags behind. But if I lose, I will return the Xuanchu mirror to you. What say you? Chapter 11. A mere child. Lu Tianyu cast a provocative glance at the challengers. I, a descendant of the Lu family, do not cower. If you are too fearful to face me all at once, I shall henceforth call you cowards and weaklings whenever I see you. At his words, everyone stood in stunned silence. Subsequently, Anger flickered across their faces. Was Lu Tianyu truly challenging them all at once? This boy was far too arrogant. Lu Zhiyuan's expression immediately shifted, and he scolded, "Do you think you are invincible? Everyone, join me. With each of us unleashing a single strike, we can reduce him to mere dust." Whoosh! He was the first to leap onto the arena, and with a thud, he threw his storage bag at Lu Tianyu's feet. The challengers, being young and impetuous, could hardly tolerate such provocation from Lu Tianyu. "What nonsense! We could drown you with a single spit," they shouted in unison. "Let us all attack together. He is a body refinement master, skilled in close combat. We must not give him a chance to approach. One strike from each of us will incapacitate him." "Exactly. No mercy. We will unleash our full strength and see how he defends himself." In an instant, the arena was nearly filled to capacity with challengers, each brandishing their favored weapons, poised to strike the moment Lu Zhiyuan gave the signal. Lu Tianyu shook his head slightly, a hint of regret in his demeanor. "Alas, the arena is too small. It can only accommodate half of your storage bags." Following tradition, he insisted, "First, toss your storage bags onto the ground." His provocative gaze shifted to the third elder, fourth elder, and the other elders. "Would any of you care to learn from the second elder and place a bet?" The elders, upon being met with Lu Tianyu's gaze, averted their eyes, pretending not to see or hear him. Each of them shared the same thought. No betting. It was one thing for Lu Tianyu to deceive the second elder, but he would not ensnare them. No way. They felt as if the Lu Tianyu from 100 days prior had returned, one who would not act without certainty. Lu Tianyu sighed softly. "How uninteresting. You all pale in comparison to the second elder. You lack confidence in your own junior's side. It's time to retire, for age has dulled your vigor." He shook his head gently, to his words. The elders who had turned their heads now directed their gazes back at Lu Tianyu, their faces flush with indignation, eyes glinting with anger. "What do you mean by suggesting we should retire? Our decision to retire is not for you to dictate. You are merely a holy son. What gives you the right to act so arrogantly?" Yet, Lu Tianyu's next statement completely incited their fury. A slight smirk curled at the corners of Lu Tianyu's mouth. "It seems you have willingly conceded. Soon, you shall all sign a blood contract, pledging to heed my words for all eternity. Your feeble and insecure spirits will surely leave a lasting shadow in your hearts, perhaps even halting your progress for this lifetime." He intentionally raised his voice. "As cultivators, we must contend against heaven and earth. We cannot afford to lack that sharpness. Once we lose our edge, living is no different from being dead, akin to mere walking corpses." He added, "With you leading our Eastern Wilderness clan, we are in grave peril." Having undergone soul dual cultivation with the immortal Emperor Qiangu, Lu Tianyu's spirit was akin to that of an ancient being, carrying a weighty air reminiscent of an elder reprimanding a junior. How could the elders present tolerate this? A mere youngling dared to lecture them in such a manner. The 13th elder was the first to lose his composure, springing to his feet. "You insolent brat. We are your elders. Do you not understand the virtue of respecting your seniors? Is this how your parents raised you?" The third elder soon followed suit, standing up. "Today is the arena competition. Mind your words." The fourth elder joined in. "Lu Tianyu, you are arrogant and disrespectful. Your conduct as a holy son has tarnished the younger generation of the Lu family." The elders, now incensed, seemed to be on the verge of rushing forward to strike Lu Tianyu. Only the grand elder rose slowly, casting his storage bag onto the stage. "Lu Tianyu speaks true. What our Eastern Wilderness clan lacks is precisely this fervor. We, the clan elders, and even the youth, have been deprived of that indomitable spirit to challenge the heavens and earth. The long-brow ancestor has grown old. Our clan has relied on him to hold us up. If he were to leave, our Eastern Wilderness clan would be in peril." The grand elder regarded Lu Tianyu with appreciation. Though his words may seem coarse, they hold truth. Our youth should learn from him. We are all cultivators, not mere mortals. I wager. Do you dare to wager? 87 challengers, lacking confidence and courage to challenge a single individual, could hardly speak of fervor. He continued, 87 of our juniors dare to step up. Can we not do the same? At this point, he paused. Throughout this exchange, the Grand Elder had consistently aligned himself with the long-brow ancestor and Lu Zhiyuan, particularly urging his grandson, Lu Wenbin, to learn from Lu Qianyu. Unfortunately, Lu Wenbin's character was as gentle as his name suggested, making change difficult. What is there to fear? The 13th elder immediately tossed his storage bag. Following him were the 3rd elder, the 4th elder, and then the others. They were thoroughly incited by Lu Tianyu and the Grand Elder. They firmly believed that 87 individuals could certainly defeat Lu Tianyu, and no matter how formidable he was but one person. Moreover, the body refinement technique he practiced was not a legitimate path. He could never surpass the Qi refinement masters. All eyes returned to Lu Tianyu. Lu Jiyuan's face once again displayed concern. Are you certain you wish to challenge them all? Upon seeing Lu Tianyu nod confidently, he moved an adjacent arena closer. Lu Tianyu will challenge all of you. Attack together, and do not forget to leave your storage bags behind. Lu Jin narrowed his eyes slightly. He had noticed a disciple named Lu Qingyan, whose expression seemed somewhat gloomy, sensing something amiss. However, upon closer inspection, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. He then shook his head. The emotional fluctuations of young individuals during their growth were quite normal. He did not dwell on it. Yet, Lu Tianyu had observed this too. After the soul dual cultivation, his awareness was akin to that of an imperial being, far more potent than Lu Jiyuan's. He noticed a tremendous energy hidden within Lu Qingyan, ready to explode at any moment. Instantly, he heightened his vigilance, firmly locking onto the individual with his spiritual sense. As one storage bag after another fell to the ground, Lu Jun announced, "The challenge begins." Lu Jiyuan shouted, "Attack!" He was the first to strike, directly utilizing the Lu family's ultimate technique, the mountain shattering palm. Following closely behind him were 14 to 15 of his followers, all executing the mountain shattering palm in unison. 16 massive palm prints of spiritual energy, imbued with the might of wind and thunder, slammed into Lu Tianyu's body. Lu Jun and the others were taken aback. Did this kid not know to dodge? Did he intend to withstand 16 mountain shattering palms with his body? The challengers on the stage also felt their pupils constrict. Puff! Lu Tianyu's body was crushed to nothingness like a bubble. Yet not a single drop of blood was shed. Lu Jun immediately realized they had struck only Lu Tianyu's afterimage. His true self had already relocated, suddenly feeling a gust of wind from the side. He sensed danger and hastily sidestepped. Whoosh! A fist grazed the tip of his nose, the fierce energy slicing it open, causing blood to spurt forth. Lu Jun broke into a cold sweat, quickly applying medicine to staunch the bleeding. In his ears, the sound of thuds echoed continuously, as dozens of figures were sent scattering from the arena like broken sacks. In his line of sight, a blurry golden shadow darted back and forth, relentlessly launching punches. The arena was small and crowded, yet this shadow moved like a fish swimming swiftly through water, encountering no obstacles whatsoever. Who else could it be but Lu Qianyu? Lu Jun could not help but exclaim, "What incredible speed!" "Attack!" the challengers shouted in unison. But soon, their enthusiasm waned. Lu Qianyu's shadow step was too swift. Just as they locked onto him with their spiritual sense, the target had already moved that if they were to strike, they would surely hit one another, unable to land a blow on Lu Tianyu. The challengers were suddenly filled with dread, overwhelmed by a sense of impotence. In that moment, they realized they had been duped again. Though they numbered 87, and attacking Lu Tianyu collectively seemed feasible, he was no helpless target standing still, inviting their blows. Such behavior would be foolish. Lu Tianyu would never act so naively. Regret surged as they realized their impulsiveness had overlooked this critical point. But it was too late. Not just them, but the elders who had placed bets were also left in shock. They regretted being manipulated by Lu Tianyu and the Grand Elder, having wagered most of their fortunes. Each of their aged faces turned ashen, muscles twitching in agony. The pain was unbearable. If this continues, no matter how many people there are, it will never be enough to withstand Lu Tianyu's onslaught. Merely 10 breaths have passed, and already half of the participants on the stage have been sent flying. Among those, about 10 chose to leap down voluntarily, aware that remaining would only hinder their comrades and result in an undignified expulsion. With half the numbers diminished, the remaining individuals finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope and began to take action. However, they still hesitated to unleash their full power, fearful of inadvertently harming their allies. Yet, once again, they were met with disappointment. They could not land a single blow on Lu Qianyu. The golden phantoms moved with astonishing swiftness. Bang! 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 Another 20 or so were blasted off the stage, leaving less than 10 remaining. With the space finally opened up, they could unleash their spells without restraint. They observed that Lu Qianyu's speed had notably decreased, and the force behind his punches had diminished significantly. It was evident that he was exhausting his physical stamina. In truth, Lu Qianyu had not anticipated that the phantom steps would prove so formidable. Coupled with his unmatched divine consciousness, he could effortlessly weave through the crowd. However, the energy consumed during his attacks was considerable. As all these opponents had activated their defensive shields, it appeared that the energy reserves in his dantian were nearly depleted. The elders, previously ashen-faced, began to regain some hope. Yet, in the next moment, they were collectively taken aback. Whoosh! Lu Qianyu suddenly appeared at one corner of the stage. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he uttered words that left them incredulous. "I will take a brief rest. You should also take a moment to recuperate. Oh, and Lu Wenbin, while I rest, they will likely attempt a sneak attack, so please guard me and fend them off." With that, Lu Qianyu directly sat down cross-legged, retrieving 5 stones to begin absorbing energy. Indifferent to his surroundings, what astonished everyone even more was that Lu Wenbin actually complied. He positioned himself in front of Lu Qianyu, adopting a protective stance. "Everyone, please take a moment to rest, and do not disturb Brother Qianyu." Although he was already 21, 5 years Lu Qianyu's senior, he still preferred to refer to him as brother, believing that Lu Qianyu excelled in every aspect compared to himself, making such a form of address entirely appropriate. He listened attentively to Lu Qianyu's words. This was not due to his foolishness, but rather because he found merit in Lu Qianyu's reasoning. The elders who had placed their bets turned from ashen to green with rage, wishing they could directly confront Lu Wenbin. "Whose side are you on? You are the challenger, for heaven's sake." Just as this boy seemed to falter, you suddenly switch sides to protect the champion. This is infuriating. Only the Grand Elder displayed joy upon witnessing this. His grandson was acting as he should. "You, Lu Wenbin, step aside. Get out of the way. If you don't, we will take you down." The 8 individuals led by Lu Zhuan glared fiercely, seething with anger. "After all our efforts to force Lu Qianyu off the stage, you suddenly turn against us. Do you not feel ashamed?" Anger aside, they dared not attack recklessly. Although Lu Wenbin's strength was slightly inferior to Lu Zhuan's, it was not by much. Furthermore, being the favored grandson of the Grand Elder, he had numerous treasures, making it difficult for them to overpower him in a few exchanges. If Lu Qianyu seized the opportunity to counterattack, they would be in dire straits. Unperturbed by the cold accusations from the 8, Lu Wenbin stood firm. Calmly, he retrieved a golden mace from his storage pouch. Come, if anyone is dissatisfied, face me with this golden mace. If I lose, I will step down immediately. Those without the courage should sit aside and rest, undisturbed." Channeling his spiritual energy into the golden mace, a 2 or 3 meter long illusory mace appeared in the air with a resounding hum. Lu Zhuan nearly stumbled back. Having interacted with Lu Qianyu frequently, he had absorbed some of his audacity, speaking and acting with a blend of seriousness and mischief. Moreover, this golden mace was a heavy weapon known for its brute force. Even if he were to engage, he would not be able to subdue it quickly. However, if they delayed any longer, once Lu Qianyu recovered, their fates would be sealed. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Lu Zhuan shouted, "Attack!" Altogether, his sword, imbued with a dazzling green light, unleashed a wave of sword energy towards Lu Wenbin. The other 7 followed suit, launching a barrage of spells and weapons at him. "You are truly shameless. So many against me alone." Lu Wenbin flailed helplessly, overwhelmed. "Brother, you must hurry. I cannot hold out much longer." He was confident that he could not match Lu Qianyu's prowess in facing over 80 opponents. Being able to fend off 1 or 2 would already be commendable. Buying some time for Lu Qianyu felt deeply moved. "Good brother, hold on as long as you can if you cannot endure any longer. Just say so." Yet, no sooner had he spoken than Lu Wenbin cried out, "I can't hold on any longer." Chapter 13. The Son of Heaven should be like this, Lu Qianyu admonished. even if you cannot endure. You must persist. The time of your trial has come. You are capable of defeating them solely with your invincible charm. He understood Lu Wenbin well. His initiative and self-discipline were lacking, necessitating constant encouragement. Like a donkey pulling a millstone, he needed the whip to get moving. And he was the one wielding that whip that I can do it. Lu Wenbin unleashed a powerful aura that repelled the 8 attackers. However, his body swayed, his face flushed, and the golden mace nearly slipped from his grasp. Yet with Lu Tianyu's encouragement, he regained his confidence. I will fight you all. The battle reignited. Lu Wenbin single-handedly held off the combined assaults of 8 opponents. Witnessing Lu Wenbin's desperate struggle, Lu Zhuyan felt a tinge of apprehension. However, he understood that with every passing moment, Lu Tianyu would grow stronger. He observed Lu Tianyu's terrifying recovery speed and became anxious. Lu Wenbin, you truly do not know what is good for you. Everyone hold nothing back. Unleash your ultimate moves to blast them off. The other 7 were also enraged, unleashing their strongest techniques. Kill! Boom! In the next moment, Lu Wenbin was blasted off the stage. Brother Yu, I'm sorry. I did my best. Lu Zhuyan rejoiced. Send him flying. Whoosh! Whoosh! 8 figures surged forward with the force of thunder and lightning towards Lu Tianyu. Whoosh! Lu Tianyu's dark eyes suddenly opened, and he bellowed. Golden Dragon Fist, shatter the fields. Radiant golden light enveloped him, and a resounding dragon-esque roar emanated from his dantian. With clenched fists, he thrust forward with explosive force, unleashing 2 fist-sized shockwaves that surged forth like a tidal wave of energy. Boom! 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 The deafening sounds of explosions echoed. The attacks of the 8 challengers were shattered in an instant. 6 or 7 figures were sent flying, spewing blood from their mouths. Only Lu Zhuyan remained standing. Staggering back, he retreated several steps, 1 foot perilously close to the edge of the stage. Just with words spoken from his lips, his peripheral gaze remained fixated on Lu Qingyan. As his fist connected with the individual, he sensed a softness that diffused his force. As if it had been absorbed, that it was evident that Lu Qingyan was a formidable opponent, at least possessing greater strength than himself. One could be certain that Lu Qingyan had willingly leapt into the fray, not wishing to reveal his true identity. Lu Qingyan, the grandson of the 13th elder, was a mere 22 years of age, yet exhibited such prowess. This was evidently implausible. There was only one explanation. Lu Qingyan was an impostor or had been possessed by another. Lu Qingyan was 6 years senior to Lu Tianyu, who had always remembered him well. As Lu Qingyan had maintained a low profile, as Lu Qingyan concealed his identity, Lu Tianyu would not expose him either. However, he would caution Lu Zhuyan to exercise vigilance. At that moment, Lu Zhuyan approached the arena with a beaming smile, proclaiming, "The challenge match for the Holy Sun has concluded. Lu Tianyu shall continue to represent our Dongwang clan as the Holy Sun. Let all others take the Holy Sun as their example. You may disperse now." With that, he grasped Lu Tianyu's hand, preparing to depart. Wait! Hold on! Behind them, voices of the 2nd elder, 3rd elder, and numerous other elders resonated, including those of the challengers. Each of them appeared flushed, wearing expressions of extreme embarrassment. Lu Jin, perplexed, remarked, "If there is something to say it plainly. What is with this shyness?" Upon hearing this, the pallor on many faces deepened. The 2nd elder stepped forward. I have all my possessions in my storage ring. May I retrieve a few items?" Yes. Everything we own is in there. We are now destitute," the 3rd elder added, unashamedly continuing. "Could you return my storage ring for now? I promise to repay you later with interest." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhuyan's expression darkened immediately. "What? Are you all having second thoughts? You must accept your losses. Your belongings now belong to Lu Tianyu. You have no right to reclaim them. It is unreasonable to expect to retrieve what you have lost." As these words left his mouth, the faces of the gathered turned ashen. While they received monthly stipends, their accumulated wealth had already been spent on cultivation items that would take ages to amass again, and would they even be able to cultivate in the meantime? Yet the items had already been given away. They could only look at Lu Tianyu with pleading eyes. This moment, he was their only hope. Clearing his throat, Lu Tianyu spoke up in the spirit of kinship. I shall return your storage rings and bags. However, I have held on to them for a while, so I will charge interest. Chapter 14. The arrival of the Lotus Fairy that I will take any items from your storage rings that are of use to me. Lu Qianyu added, as for the rest, I shall not touch them. He thought to himself, given how you all pressured me and my father, is it not reasonable for me to extract a toll? It is already generous of me not to confiscate your storage rings. Upon hearing this, the hearts of the crowd leapt into their throats. They were acutely aware of Lu Tianyu's vengeful nature. They coveted the positions of Holy Son and clan leader. Lu Tianyu's retaliation would surely not be mild. The second elder's face twisted in despair. Everything is at the Holy Son's discretion. I hope you might leave us a bit of leeway. The expressions of the other elders were even grimmer than that of the second elder. The 88 challengers wore the most dismal countenances. Some even flushed with embarrassment. Within their storage bags lay items of a private nature, unsuitable for public knowledge, pertaining to dual cultivation. The thought of Lu Tianyu discovering these items made them dread facing him in the future. Many of them even resorted to wishful thinking, praying that Lu Tianyu, being young, might not recognize those items or understand their purposes. Yet, when they saw Lu Tianyu inspecting their storage bags with a slightly lewd smile, they immediately realized he had uncovered their secrets. They all lowered their heads, wishing they could vanish into the ground. Especially the women, who covered their faces in sheer mortification. Lu Tianyu's consciousness swept over each storage ring. Discovering several inappropriate items, a peculiar expression crossed his face. You all present yourselves as virtuous, yet behind closed doors, you are quite lewd. However, this thought quickly dissipated. He focused on searching for the 5-element spirit stones and the materials required for the 5-dragon divine fist, leaving the other items untouched. The Phoenix ring contained many items for chi refiners, but few for body refiners. He could only rely on his own collection. After a thorough search, Lu Tianyu felt a twinge of disappointment. It was understandable. These individuals were not body refiners, so how could they possibly gather such items? Although the 5-element spirit stones and body refining materials were scarce, they were better than none. Lu Tianyu took a certain proportion of the spirit stones and then followed Lu Juan and Luo Yunshang away from the training grounds. The second elder was the first to rush onto the arena, quickly inspecting and breathing a sigh of relief. We only lost a few spirit stones. Thank goodness. Everyone swiftly checked their storage rings, their anxious expressions easing. The second elder surveyed the group. I apologize. Today's failure is on my shoulders. His expression turned grave. Our ancestor has suffered severe injuries from the tribulation. Our Dantian clan has truly reached a critical juncture, and we can no longer afford to squabble among ourselves. Tianyu is right. We must unite. The third and fourth elders nodded in agreement. That individual does not concern himself with the conflicts between our 8 clans. We can only rely on ourselves. But what do we have to fight with? Upon mentioning this issue, the elders wore expressions of bitterness. The ancestor of the 8 Desolates rarely intervened in the disputes among the clans and had not appeared for many years. If the Dantian clan were to be divided, they would either be slaughtered for refusing to submit or treated like cattle by the other 7 clans if they did surrender. They could choose to leave the 8 Desolates and wander in the outer realms. But that would mean losing their roots, leading to an even more dire fate. The Grand Elder, however, disagreed with the thoughts of the others. I believe the ancestor is not actually gravely injured. The claim of severe injury is merely a smokescreen. His eyes sparkled with intelligence. The other elders were puzzled. Why? The claim of the ancestor's injury came from the clan leader. It could not possibly be false. Could it? The Grand Elder dismissed this notion outright. Did you not notice? The tribulation was of the 5 elements divine thunder. Although the location of the tribulation was where the ancestor was in seclusion. We all know that a cultivator in the integration stage advancing to the void realm cannot possibly face the 5 elements divine thunder. Thus, I deduced that the one undergoing tribulation was not the ancestor, but someone else entirely. As these words left his lips, the faces of the assembly changed. The second elder suddenly seemed to grasp something. Are you suggesting that it was Lu Tianyu who underwent the tribulation? He recalled that the spirit stones Lu Tianyu had gathered were all 5 elements spirit stones. Typically, one would not require such stones unless cultivating a special technique. This naturally linked him to the five elements thunder tribulation. The third and fourth elders also came to a sudden realization. The fourth elder slapped his thigh. It must be Lu Qianyu. The ancestor personally visited the treasury and took some five elements materials just the day before the five elements thunder tribulation. How could I have missed this point? Alas, so our Dongwang clan has produced a super genius. The fourth elder immediately bowed respectfully to the grand elder. Lu Dingquan, I concede to you from now on. I shall heed your guidance. The other elders quickly followed suit, bowing to the grand elder. We will all listen to you from now on. At this juncture, everything became clear. The five elements thunder tribulation was triggered by Lu Tianyu's cultivation of some technique or body refinement. The five elements thunder tribulation was legendary, a divine punishment from the heavens for super genius cultivators. Lu Qianyu successfully overcame the tribulation, single-handedly defeating 88 outstanding disciples of the Dongwang clan. Such a prodigy, once fully developed, would be an invincible force. The Grand Elder nodded slightly. Thus, regarding today's arena event, we must keep this matter confidential. The second elder turned to the crowd, speaking sternly. Everyone, listen closely. If anyone dares to leak what transpired today, they shall be treated as traitors. He was the law elder of the sect, known for his impartiality and strictness. This was also why he dared to speak back to Changmei. Yet, none of them noticed that lurking within the crowd. Lu Qingyan's eyes flashed with a hint of malice as he muttered under his breath. What a clever lad. You truly have acquired great fortune from the abyss of the forbidden grounds. Too bad that fortune does not belong to you. Upon returning to his residence, Lu Qianyu immediately began to practice the Earth Dragon Fist from the Five Dragon Divine. Fist points 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. And he had brought the Earth Dragon Fist to a minor success. One morning, a clan member rushed in, breathless with urgency. The Lotus Fairy has arrived. She wishes to see you. The second elder instructed me to convey that the events of the arena must remain strictly confidential. Lu Qianyu nodded. Tell her I will be there shortly. The celestial maiden, Furong, is the betrothed of Lu Qianyu, which is precisely why he harbors such reluctance towards engaging in dual cultivation with Qiangu. For him, any agreement must be upheld, particularly a marriage contract. During the selection competition at Ling Tian Academy, Lu Qianyu began to shine, catching the attention of the celestial maiden Lu Qingyan from the turbid meteor domain. Initially, Lu Qianyu had no intention of entering into a marriage, being still quite young. However, he found himself unable to resist the allure of Lu Qingyan's beauty and sweet words. Moreover, Lu Qingyan was no ordinary woman. She was renowned as the most beautiful in the turbid meteor domain, and Lu Qianyu did not feel repulsed by her advances. When Lu Qingyan, accompanied by members of her sect, came to visit, her sincerity was palpable, leading Lu Qianyu to consent to the union. Initially, rumors spread of Lu Tianyu's disappearance, followed by news of his return after 100 days, devoid of any cultivation power. I could see that moment. Lu Qingyan appeared, her purpose unclear. In Chapter 15, is it a withdrawal of engagement? Lu Qianyu changed out of his training garb into a long blue satin robe and made his way to the reception hall. Inside, a woman dressed in a palace gown stood out prominently. She wore a light pink gown, with the hem embroidered with pale blue butterflies ready to take flight, draped with a layer of sheer white gauze. Her beauty was enchanting, her figure tall, exuding an ethereal aura with an otherworldly grace. This woman was indeed the celestial maiden, Lu Qingyan. Following her were two elderly women clad in yellow robes, their expressions cold and imposing. Celestial maiden, the Holy Sun is currently in seclusion. I have dispatched someone to inform him. He should emerge shortly, said Elder Lu Kaming, the elder in charge of external affairs, with a warm smile, presenting a cup of tea. I have prepared the unique Huangyan tea of the Eight Desolate Clan for you to savor. Lu Qingyan frowned, remaining silent, while one of the elderly women scoffed in seclusion. With his cultivation lost, what is there to seclude oneself for? It seems he simply does not wish to emerge. Another elder slapped the teacup away, exclaiming, "What a worthless tea! It pales in comparison to the chrysanthemum tea grown by the old farmers of our turbid meteor domain. Bring that boy out quickly. Our time is precious, and he cannot afford to waste it." Elder Liu Kaming's expression changed instantly, yet he restrained his anger. After all, they were the Holy Sun's fiancé, and he could not afford to create trouble for him. As he bent down to collect the shattered pieces of the cup, a familiar, cold voice rang out. What an imposing manner! Lu Qianyu strode in with purpose. He glanced at the elderly women before turning to Lu Qingyan. Are you here to withdraw from the engagement? He was direct and unreserved. The two elderly women who had once come to propose had treated him like a servant to their mistress, smiling and bowing. However, he had sensed their disdain and anger from afar. Lu Qingyan, too, had abandoned her usual sweet demeanor. Appearing aloof and indifferent, he quickly deduced that Lu Qingyan was indeed there to call off the engagement. The elder's casual act of knocking over the teacup further confirmed the situation. It was common knowledge that any woman hearing of his lost cultivation would likely end the relationship, especially someone as proud and self-serving as Lu Qingyan. Nevertheless, a tinge of regret lingered in Lu Tianyu's heart. After their engagement, they had traveled to various places within the turbid meteor domain, forging a harmonious bond and even making promises to each other. Now, 100 days later, everything had changed. Merely 16, Lu Tianyu was inexperienced in matters of the heart. Lu Qingyan's sudden appearance and pursuit had offered him a glimpse of beauty and affection. Having reached this point, it was time to let go. Lu Qingyan hesitated briefly before nodding. You have always been quite candid. Indeed, I have come to withdraw from our engagement. She scrutinized Lu Tianyu, with disappointment evident when she detected no trace of spiritual energy from him. In truth, I did not wish to withdraw. Had there been even a glimmer of hope for your recovery, I would not have given up. Alas, it seems you shall never regain your strength. Her charming face bore a hint of regret. Yet her gaze remained resolute. Lu Qianyu shook his head slightly. There is nothing to regret. Whether there is hope for recovery is no longer of concern to you. He tore the marriage contract in two and tossed it at Lu Qingyan. From this moment forth, our agreement is annulled. With that, he turned to leave. Stop right there. A sharp voice called out from behind. The dissolution of the marriage contract should be your doing. What right do you have to tear it up? Lu Qianyu slowly turned back, his gaze growing cold. What do you mean, no right? What is one in the right, then? He had intended to part amicably, not wishing to dwell on the shattered cup or the costs incurred by the Lu family. To his surprise, after tearing up the contract, the elderly woman became incensed, declaring that he had no right. This was rather excessive. The elderly woman snorted disdainfully. Apologize. Admit you are unworthy of our celestial maiden. And voluntarily relinquish your claim. Sign a written agreement. Their intent was to reclaim the marriage contract and publicly tear up both agreements in front of Lu Qianyu. However, they had not anticipated that Lu Qianyu would act so decisively, leaving them no time to intervene. This could not stand. Those unaware might think Lu Qianyu was the one who initiated the dissolution, which would be a source of ridicule. After all, the trio had come to terminate the engagement, and many onlookers had followed, sensing the unfolding drama that if word got out, it would undoubtedly tarnish the sect's reputation. Lu Qingyan opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent. The elder spoke the truth. Being publicly humiliated by Lu Tianyu tearing up the contract was akin to a slap to her face, making it appear as though she had been the one to be cast aside. Everyone knew she had actively pursued Lu Tianyu. That was the elder sister pursuing the younger brother, Lu Qianyu. Suddenly amused by the situation, retorted, Are you worried about what others might say? Now that we have ended things, does it truly matter who tears up the contract? I offer you one last chance. Leave this place immediately, or do not blame me for being ungracious. The Eastern Desolate Clan was currently facing a crisis, and he did not wish to create new enemies at this juncture. Under normal circumstances, he would have acted long ago. However, Lu Qianyu underestimated the elderly woman's determination. The elderly woman erupted in fury. You insolent brat! You are merely a fortunate boy from the desolate star domain, having gained a modicum of fame. What right do you have to speak to me in such a manner? The celestial maiden must have been blind to have favored you. Kneel and apologize, and do as I say. Otherwise, I will report to the sect and summon powerful experts to annihilate your Eastern Desolate Clan. She had already gathered intelligence on the other 7 desolate clans, which were poised to make their move soon. Even with the long eyebrow ancestor stationed in the Eastern Desolate Clan, they would be unable to withstand the combined might of the 7 clans. Destined to be devoured, I could see this moment. The Eastern Desolate Clan could not afford to provoke her, as it would only create another enemy without reason. Liu Qianyu's gaze turned icy as he smiled. Since you refuse to heed my warning, then do not expect to leave. With a swift motion, he produced the Xuanxu mirror. Elder Liu Kaming stepped in front of Liu Tianyu. Holy Son, allow me to deal with this old hag. He had long held a dislike for the elderly woman. Having faced a cold reception, he was now eager to vent his frustration. The elderly woman was momentarily taken aback. What are you planning to do? She had not anticipated Liu Tianyu's defiance, nor his refusal to yield. She believed that Liu Tianyu would kneel and apologize for the sake of the Eastern Desolate Clan, viewing it as a minor concession rather than inviting more enemies and risking his life. However, the outcome was far from what she had expected. Liu Qingyan coughed lightly a few times and stepped forward. Liu Tianyu, no need to kneel and apologize. Just sign a written agreement, and we will leave immediately. She understood that confronting them on the turf of the Eastern Desolate Clan would lead to unfavorable consequences. That it was better to establish a written agreement, allowing the onlookers to see that Liu Qianyu ultimately capitulated. In her eyes, maintaining face was of lesser importance than other matters. However, to her shock, she noticed the murderous intent flashing in Liu Tianyu's eyes. He coldly declared, "If you cannot appreciate the kindness being extended to you, do not blame me for what comes next." In Chapter 16, a medium-grade spiritual vein handed over, Liu Qianyu commanded, Elder 10, Elder 13, Elder 2, please take action and incapacitate these 2 old hags, then toss them out. He pointed at the 2 elderly women. Elder Liu Kaming was the elder in charge of external affairs, and also the 10th elder of the Eastern Desolate Clan. The commotion had drawn the attention of the 2nd and 13th elders, who arrived just in time to witness the scene unfold. Very well. The 3 elders did not hesitate and launched their attacks. The 2 elderly women, mere cultivators at the nascent soul stage, stood no chance against the 3 spirit severing stage elders. They were swiftly subdued, unable to muster any strength to resist. Liu Qingyan, witnessing this, gasped in horror and cried out, "Stop! Tianyu, make them cease this at once. We will withdraw from our engagement, and there is no need for the written agreement." She had not anticipated that Liu Qianyu would truly dare to take action, seemingly disregarding the current plight of the Eastern Desolate Clan. Even if those onlookers witnessed this, it was no longer a matter of pride. She silently vowed to have her sect send powerful experts to exact revenge after this incident. Realizing it was too late to back down, Liu Qianyu waved his hand, disable their dantians, slap each of them 10 times, and throw them out. His icy gaze turned to Liu Qingyan. "If you utter another word, you shall suffer the same fate as them." With 2 loud slaps, the confrontation escalated. 2 elderly women were directly struck. Their energy centers obliterated. The 2 women writhed on the ground, their anguished cries echoing throughout the parlor. "How dare you? Are you seeking death? Stop this at once." Yet, the 3 elders were unyielding. They lifted the women as one would a mere chick, swinging their arms to deliver harsh blows. The sound of slaps resonated, as if striking Liu Qingyan's face. She was so frightened that her complexion drained of color, trembling uncontrollably. Thud! Thud! The 2 elderly women were unceremoniously tossed at her feet like discarded dogs. Liu Qingyan shot a fierce glare at Liu Qianyu, seizing the 2 women and making her escape. She dared not linger, fearing this madman might turn his wrath upon her as well. The 2nd elder approached Liu Qianyu and inquired, "Saint Sun, has this woman also been rendered useless?" He gestured towards Liu Qingyan. Liu Qianyu waved his hand dismissively. "Not this time. Are you not concerned about attracting trouble?" He sensed the 2nd elder's rapid change in demeanor and began to surmise the events that had transpired. The 2nd elder's gaze was resolute. "Not at all. From now on, whatever the Saint Sun commands, we shall obey without hesitation." The 13th elder echoed in agreement. "Indeed, we shall heed the Saint Sun's wishes." Suddenly, Liu Tianyu recalled something. "Then I must trouble all of you to accompany me outside." Whoosh! He immediately activated his phantom steps, swiftly pursuing Lu Qingyan and blocking her path, his piercing gaze fixed upon her. Startled by the sudden approach of Lu Tianyu and his companions, Lu Qingyan exclaimed, "What do you intend to do?" She placed her hand on the storage pouch at her waist, ready to act at a moment's notice. Lu Tianyu remained calm. 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones or a mid-grade spirit vein will suffice. Should you fail to produce them, your fate will mirror theirs. Lu Qingyan fumed. You are taking advantage of a crisis. I never expected you to be such a person, unable to part ways gracefully and still demanding a severance fee. Her voice trembled as she spoke. Lu Tianyu shook his head slightly. I am not demanding a severance fee. There was never anything between us. The items your parents provided, along with those I gifted you, should far exceed this amount. I merely wish to reclaim a fraction of it. Moreover, you owe me for the tea and cup you shattered, as well as the mental anguish caused to Elder Lu, he added. As you know, our Dongwang clan is currently facing financial difficulties. A mid-grade spirit vein is of great importance to us. He extended his hand. Now, if you please. Lu Qingyan was infuriated to the point of smoke billowing from her ears. Fine, I shall provide it, but I hope you do not regret your actions today. She retrieved a mid-grade spirit vein from the storage ring of an unconscious elderly woman and tossed it to Lu Tianyu. Without hesitation, she activated her flying spirit tool and fled like the wind, fearing that Lu Tianyu might have a change of heart and act out of line. Lu Tianyu casually tossed the spirit vein to the second elder. Stock it in the inventory. The second elder was taken aback. Saint's son, we have just signed a blood contract. Henceforth, all that you acquire is your OW. Lu Tianyu waved his hand dismissively. I have no use for my spirit root any longer. Should you come across any 5-element spirit stones or materials, please keep an eye out for me. I shall compensate you with spirit stones. He truly had no need for ordinary spirit stones at this point. The second elder immediately shook his head. What spirit stones? Do not mention this to me again. I will notify all the clansmen to assist in gathering 5-element spirit stones and materials for the Saint's son. I shall take my leave now. He clasped his fists in respect and departed. Lu Tianyu smiled wryly. It seems you all have understood something. They are off to help me gather supplies. Murmuring to himself, he turned to head back. Suddenly, a figure clad in blue robes appeared before him, bowing slightly. Saint's son, what a coincidence! By the way, I have arranged a hunt in the Monghuang mountain range with Xian Yin and Zhu Yuan. Would you care to join us? This individual was none other than Lu Qingyan, the 13th elder's grandson. The Forbidden Abyss was encircled by a dark forest, and the forest's periphery was bordered by the Monghuang mountain range. Lu Tianyu feigned surprise. What a coincidence. I, too, wish to search for materials. Let us go together. Where did you arrange to meet? While speaking, he was inwardly sneering. Are you finally unable to restrain yourself from taking action? I am eager to see what sort of person you truly are. Lu Qingyan, without a hint of hesitation, replied, We agreed to meet in the Monghuang mountain range. Time is of the essence. Let's set off now. With that, he cheerfully produced his flying spirit tool, a small flying vessel. Saint's son, please board. Lu Tianyu unreservedly leaped onto the vessel. The flying vessel soared into the sky, racing toward the Monghuang mountain range at an incredible speed. A barely perceptible sinister smile crept across Lu Qingyan's lips. Observing the unsuspecting Lu Tianyu, he thought to himself, You are still far too naive. Oh, you truly believe that overwhelming 88 feeble beings makes you invincible? How laughable! As the flying vessel reached the skies above the Monghuang mountain range, Lu Tianyu was still admiring the scenery, utterly oblivious. Lu Qingyan's lip curled in disdain. Saint's son, do you not find anything unusual about this vessel? Lu Tianyu slowly turned his head. The vessel seems ordinary, but the pilot is not. Your control over the vessel is vastly superior to Lu Qingyan's. Is it not so? He fixed his gaze on Lu Qingyan, a playful smile gracing his features. Lu Qingyan was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression shifted dramatically as he stumbled back 2 steps. You must know. He chuckled coldly. When you were observing me beneath the arena, I was already aware. Was it you who attempted to assassinate me? Ha ha. Lu Qingyan burst into laughter, finally dropping his facade. I am not so bored as to attempt to kill you. Imagine my surprise. A person devoid of cultivation can actually see through this. You are quite extraordinary. So, take a guess. A correct answer brings a reward. Chapter 17. The humiliated ancestor of the Eight Desolations. Lu Qianyu exclaimed. So, you no longer see the need to conceal your intentions. Let me guess, you have employed a transformation technique, or perhaps been possessed. Initially, he had thought Lu Qingyan was the one who sought to assassinate him, only to realize he was mistaken. With the pretense lifted, there was no need for deceit. Lu Qingyan gave Lu Tianyu a thumbs up. You are indeed clever. You guessed correctly, I have indeed possessed Lu Qingyan. But who I am is of no concern to you. Just know that I wish to possess you, and that is sufficient. Ha! As he spoke, his gaze suddenly turned cold. An overwhelming pressure emanated from him, enveloping Lu Tianyu like a tidal wave. Kneel. Reveal what you witnessed in the forbidden abyss, or I shall employ the soul-searching technique on you, ensuring your existence becomes a living hell, faced with a mental pressure comparable to that of the void realm. Lu Tianyu stood resolute, casually retorting, Is that all? You think you can make me wish I were dead? I believe the one being searched should be you. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyan gasped in disbelief. Why are you unafraid of my pressure? Could it be that you were possessed by a powerful being from the abyss? He wore an expression of sudden realization, his face paling as he turned to flee. He felt no fear of his void realm pressure, suggesting he might be of the same tier of cultivation, or perhaps even a higher level, such as the Great Ascension or Tribulation stage being had possessed Lu Tianyu. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Lu Tianyu to escape from the abyss. With his soul weaker than Lu Tianyu's and unable to overpower him, fleeing was his only option. But just then, a soul pressure thrice as potent as his own descended, like a mountain crashing down upon him. Thud! Lu Qingyan crumpled to the ground, trembling in terror. You are an Emperor Realm cultivator. You are certainly not Lu Tianyu. He inwardly lamented. This is the end. I have failed miserably. Lu Tianyu stepped forward, delivering 2 sharp slaps to Lu Qingyan's face. Fool! If I am not Lu Tianyu, then who am I? Speak the truth and tell me. Who are you? Why have you possessed Lu Qingyan? He pressed his foot onto Lu Qingyan's head. If you refuse to speak, I shall immediately employ the soul-searching technique. No, please do not search my soul. Lu Qingyan was acutely aware of the immense suffering endured by those subjected to soul-searching. I will tell you, I am the ancestor of the Eight Desolations. Upon uttering these words, it was Lu Tianyu's turn to be astonished. What did you say? You are the ancestor of the Eight Desolations. This is impossible. You must be lying. Smack, smack. Lu Tianyu delivered several more resounding slaps to Lu Qingyan. If you continue to spout nonsense, I will truly search your soul. Everyone in the Eight Desolations knew that the ancestor of the Eight Desolations appeared once every decade for a meeting with the Eight Desolation star domain. The last meeting was merely a year ago, and the long-browed ancestor had shared detailed accounts of it with Lu Qianyu. How could the ancestor of the Eight Desolations possess a mere cultivator like Lu Qingyan just a year later? No one would believe such a tale. Lu Qingyan let out a series of heart-wrenching wails. I swear on the heavenly Tao that I am not lying. I am indeed the ancestor of the Eight Desolations. The last time the long-browed ancestor encountered me, it was my avatar. I went to the Zualu star domain to seek the Thunderstone in preparation for transcending the tribulation, but unfortunately, I encountered the Dark Zualu and was consumed. Leaving only my soul to escape, he attempted to explain further, but Lu Tianyu raised a hand to silence him. Wait! Lu Tianyu formed a series of intricate hand seals, casting a soul-binding restriction that penetrated Lu Qingyan's forehead. He then retrieved the Eight Desolations swallowing Heaven Cauldron, slamming it down with a resounding thud, effectively sealing Lu Qingyan within. With a thud, Lu Tianyu collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, cold sweat beading on his forehead. After all, I am not a soul of the Great Ascension stage. I cannot endure for long, but this is sufficient. He extracted a medicinal pill from his phoenix ring, settling into a meditative position on the flying vessel to recuperate. At this moment, his mind was in a state of disarray. He had never anticipated that capturing Lu Qingyan would yield such monumental intelligence. The ancestor of the Eight Desolations had been devoured, leaving behind only a remnant soul that if this news were spread, chaos would immediately engulf the entire Eight Desolations star domain, should it reach the outer star domains, namely, the Turbid Flow star domain. the Wood Jupiter star domain, the Dark Star domain, and the Xianqing star domain. It was likely that they would swiftly declare war, aiming to divide the Eight Desolations entirely. The four major star domains, including the Eight Desolations, were merely minor territories within the long star domain. Although the Eight Desolation star domain was the most desolate, no cultivator would ever complain about having an abundance of spirit stones or a vast territory. The fall of an ancestor at the Void Cave stage in the Eight Desolations would be an irresistible opportunity for the other star domains to seize. Watching Lu Qianyu, who was sitting on the ship recovering. The ancestor of the Eight Desolations felt his mind nearly short-circuit. Are you truly devoid of cultivation? Are you genuinely not a reincarnator, as a powerful being at the Void Cave stage, and a reincarnator himself? He understood that the soul power of a typical reincarnator would not wane so rapidly. Yet he could not fathom how a cultivator with no apparent power, who was not a reincarnator, could possess soul strength comparable to that of an Imperial Realm expert. It baffled him. Furthermore, the cauldron that imprisoned him was even more enigmatic. He could not decipher the patterns inscribed upon it. The ancient and weighty aura emanating from the cauldron caused his heart to race with trepidation. The ancestor of the Eight Desolations could surmise that this cauldron must have been acquired from the depths of a forbidden abyss. He regretted not acting sooner, realizing that he could have summoned a clone to seize Lu Qianyu while he was unaware and taken over his body. Now, with the soul binding in place, even summoning a clone would be too late. This seemingly simple-minded youth was, in fact, riddled with cunning. Such a person was the most formidable. The ancestor dared not provoke him. Fearing that a single thought from Lu Qianyu could send him into a state of panic, Lu Qianyu had no time to spare on the ancestor of the Eight Desolations, focusing entirely on recovering his soul power. 1 hour earlier, Lu Qingyin fled frantically from the East Desolation Star, heading towards the Turbid Flow star domain. Suddenly, she noticed a streak of light rapidly pursuing her from the direction of the Eight Desolations star domain. Lu Qingyin was instantly alarmed. Not good, someone is chasing me. She hastily urged her flying spirit artifact to its maximum speed, racing towards safety. At that moment, the communication pearl in her hand began to vibrate. Qingyin, this is Li Yuanhao from the South Desolation star domain. I have spotted your 1,000 crane spirit artifact. I am right behind you. Please halt. I have something to discuss. Upon hearing Li Yuanhao's voice, Lu Qingyin breathed a sigh of relief and promptly slowed her flying speed. Li Yuanhao was one of her most ardent admirers, and his presence at this moment could provide her with significant assistance against Lu Qianyu. Still within the confines of the Eight Desolations star domain, if Lu Qianyu intended to pursue her, he could easily use a teleportation array to intercept her on a nearby planet. Chapter 18. Lu Qingyin turns to Li Yuanhao. Lu Qingyin was now a startled bird. Any sign of movement made her heart race, and she eagerly awaited someone to come to her aid. Now that this person had appeared, she decided to cease her flight and wait for Li Yuanhao. Mere moments later, Li Yuanhao caught up with Lu Qingyin. Witnessing the beauty he had pursued for years waiting for him in a vulnerable state melted his heart. Gritting his teeth, Li Yuanhao declared, I'm aware of everything that just transpired. Lu Qianyu is utterly despicable. His eyes gleamed with cold determination. Qingyin, rest assured, I will avenge you swiftly and eliminate that scoundrel. Having just received news from his scouts, he hurried to intercept Lu Qingyin, fearful of missing the opportunity. Fortunately, he had made it in time. Without mentioning Lu Qianyu, Lu Qingyin suddenly broke into tears, overwhelmed by sorrow. She had initially believed her journey would proceed smoothly. Yet it had turned out to be the complete opposite. In front of those sycophants, Lu Qianyu had torn up the marriage contract, incapacitated her attendants, and brazenly claimed a medium-grade spirit vein. After fleeing in panic, she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Fear, tension, and grievance erupted within her, unable to be contained, and the floodgates opened. Lu Qingyin's graceful form trembled as she wept, evoking deep sympathy from Li Yuanhao. With a swift motion, Li Yuanhao leaped onto the flying vessel, embracing Lu Qingyin and gently stroking her back. Qingyin, do not cry. I am here, he suggested. Let us return to the South Desolation for a moment of respite, and then we shall devise a longer-term plan. Lu Qingyin made no objections to that moment. She craved a comforting embrace, and Li Yuanhao's arms felt warm and secure, with her fragrant and delicate form against him. Li Yuanhao's heart raced with exhilaration. Inwardly, he mused, "Ah, Lu Qianyu, you have unwittingly pushed Lu Qingyan into my arms. How foolish you are! This was the most beautiful woman in the turbid flow, star domain, sought after by countless suitors. Yet she had come to him so easily. Were it not for Lu Qingyan's presence, he would have laughed uproariously." After a moment, Lu Qingyan withdrew from Li Yuanhao's embrace, accepting a handkerchief from him to wipe her tears. "That I apologize for causing you to witness my distress. Yuanhao, you are aware of everything. That scoundrel is not human and wishes to kill me. You must support me." As she spoke, she threw herself into Li Yuanhao's arms once more, wrapping her arms around his waist. Li Yuanhao trembled with excitement, his mind consumed by thoughts of Lu Qingyan alone. With a gaze filled with murderous intent, he looked toward the east, desolation. "I knew that scoundrel was no good. I warned you before. Yet you were bewitched by him, thinking he was exceptional." Lu Qingyan nodded gently. "Now, I see clearly. Everything he did was a facade. He deceived me. Yuanhao, you are the one who truly cares for me. By the way, he could pursue us at any moment. We should head to your south desolation." "Agreed." Li Yuanhao urged the flying vessel forward, hastening towards the south desolation. Approximately a stick of incense later, Li Yuanhao's communication pearl chimed, and a voice emerged. "Holy Son, we have discovered Lu Qianyu's whereabouts. He has appeared in the Monghuang Mountains." Li Yuanhao immediately inquired, "How many people?" The response was swift, "Just him alone." "Excellent." Li Yuanhao's gaze turned frosty. "Stay close. I will arrive shortly." He quickly retrieved the communication pearl, notifying Yinggu, "Lu Qianyu is in the Monghuang forest. Deploy all eagle guards. Spare no effort to eliminate that scoundrel." He spoke without concealing his words from Lu Qingyan, who was taken aback momentarily before erupting in fury. "So it is you, Lu Qianyu. You are indeed tracking me. What do you take me for?" "Yuanhao, capture him, but do not kill him yet. I want to torment him thoroughly, making him wish for death." She gritted her teeth. Just moments ago, she had been heading towards the turbid flow star domain, but now she turned back towards the south desolation. The most direct route was to traverse the Monghuang forest diagonally, as she suspected Lu Tianyu was lying in wait there at the same time. In the residence of Lu Jiyuan, the leader of the Lu family shadow guards reported, "Master, the Holy Sun has headed towards the Monghuang forest. Several unidentified forces are tracking him." With a swift motion, Lu Jiyuan stood. "Deploy all shadow guard to the Monghuang forest. Are you finally unable to sit idle and ready to act?" His expression was grave. Beside him, Luo Yunshang also rose, saying, "Should we notify the Great Elder and the others? They may send formidable experts this time, especially since they failed in the last attempt." "I am aware of that," Lu Jiyuan replied, narrowing his eyes. "There are certainly spies within our clan. The moment the Great Elder takes action, those individuals will be alerted. The joint attack technique we have been practicing these past few days is now due for deployment. Let us not forget, Yu possesses the Xuanqu mirror. If he cannot activate it, we can. Time is of the essence. We must set off now." At the edge of the Monghuang forest, within a small depression atop a hill, Lu Qianyu had been recuperating for 2 hours. Though his complexion remained somewhat pale, he was no longer in critical condition. Just then, a sultry voice echoed in his mind. "Husband, several groups are tracking you. You must be cautious and vigilant." That Lu Qianyu immediately released his spiritual consciousness to investigate and indeed discovered 4 groups of people hiding. Additionally, another group was swiftly approaching from a distance. Among them, 2 groups utilized invisibility talismans, concealing themselves in the trees. The closest group employed an earth escape talisman to conceal themselves underground, merely a zhang away from him. The farthest group was 10 zhang away, and Lu Qianyu could discern that they were the dark guards sent by his father. "Excellent." Lu Qianyu's eyes glinted with coldness. "I was just lamenting my inability to find your whereabouts. Now that you've revealed yourselves, I need not search for each one individually." As for the number of powerful adversaries they brought, he felt no fear whatsoever. When his assailants arrived, his father's men would surely be there as well. Moreover, Even if his father were unable to handle the situation, he had other plans in reserve. Lu Tianyu reached out and yanked the ancestor of the Eight Desolations from the swallowing heaven cauldron, tossing him onto the ground. Trouble yourself to summon your avatar. I give you a quarter of an hour. If your avatar has not arrived within that time, I will ensure your soul is scattered. The ancestor of the Eight Desolations dared not utter a word of dissent. Rest assured, it will not take a quarter of an hour. He sat cross-legged, muttering incomprehensible incantations, his hands forming seals. Go. Whoosh! A phantom rune shot skyward before vanishing from sight. Holy Sun, it is done. The ancestor of the Eight Desolations spoke with reverence. My avatar is deep within the primal wilderness forest and will arrive shortly. As the patriarch who suppresses the Eight Desolations star domain, he had resided within the primal wilderness forest, though unbeknownst to anyone. Lu Tianyu snorted coldly. We shall discuss it when it arrives. I warn you, do not attempt any tricks. You know the consequences. The ancestor of the Eight Desolations looked aggrieved. How could I dare? Who would not fear a divine soul comparable to the imperial realm? Lu Tianyu nodded. Why did you seize Lu Qingyan? Is he already dead? Chapter 19. Arrogant and overbearing while my soul returned from the primal wilderness forest, I happened to encounter Lu Qingyan and his companions hunting. The ancestor of the Eight Desolations trembled. His companions fell victim to a beast attack and perished. I had no choice but to seize his body. My soul had been partially corroded by the dark, murky currents, rendering me weak. I needed to find someone to possess immediately. He feared that Lu Tianyu's bond with Lu Qingyan would lead to retribution, annihilating his soul. Lu Tianyu's brow furrowed. So, Lu Qingyan is dead. You are unwilling to possess Lu Qingyan, as his talent is lacking, and you have been searching for a new target that a few days ago I showcased my strength, and you began plotting to possess me? At this moment, he had roughly discerned the intentions of the Eight Desolation. Yes, indeed, the ancestor of the Eight Desolation stammered. I had no other options. That my soul is weak. Possessing the patriarch of the Wild Clan is not realistic. I once considered seizing the patriarch of the Eight Desolations, but the success rate is merely 50%. I dare not gamble. My foundation is not strong. I sought to possess someone of exceptional talent. I have cultivation experience, and I would grow rapidly. To this point, he paused. Later, I discovered you and never anticipated my downfall. He spoke candidly, without a hint of concealment. I implore the Holy Sun to spare my life. I can bind myself to the Holy Sun with a master-servant contract, pledging lifelong loyalty and never betraying you. The ancestor of the Eight Desolations was acutely aware that his survival was precarious. He wished to possess Lu Tianyu. Under normal circumstances, anyone else would not let him off easily. You are quite honest. Lu Tianyu's lips curled slightly. As long as you behave well, we can consider establishing a master-servant contract. However, I must observe you first. Forming a master-servant contract with the ancestor of the Eight Desolations could prove advantageous, allowing him to leverage the latter's reputation for various endeavors. Yet, he could not agree immediately. Who knew what other schemes the ancestor of the Eight Desolations might have? Having cultivated alongside the Spirit Emperor for many years, he understood that any ancient being with over a millennium of experience possessed numerous contingency plans. The ancestor of the Eight Desolations had lived for nearly 10,000 years. He could not afford to be careless. Lu Tianyu sensed something amiss and suddenly looked up. A figure clad in gray robes descended from the sky, landing before the ancestor of the Eight Desolations. This individual had hair and beard as white as snow, yet his complexion was flushed. Before Lu Tianyu could inquire, the ancestor of the Eight Desolations proactively explained, "This is my avatar. After I advanced to the spirit separation stage, I divided a portion of my soul into the body of the 10,000-year Ginseng King, crafting this avatar through secret methods. After my advancement, I sought treasures to allow my avatar to advance as well. It is currently at the void stage, though its combat power is less than 1/3 of my true self." Lu Tianyu smiled faintly. "That is more than sufficient. With your avatar, I can unify the Eight Desolations. Those individuals have arrived. I shall go out to take a look." He stood up. "You shall remain hidden here for the time being. When I signal you, act accordingly. Do you understand?" As Lu Qianyu spoke, he formed a spiritual imprint with his hands, embedding it within the spiritual sea of the ancestor of the Eight Desolations avatar. He then stepped out of the pit. I shall heed the Holy Sun's orders. The ancestor of the Eight Desolations wore a smile. Though internally he felt an unbearable bitterness, he had not anticipated Lu Qianyu to be so cautious. Considering the control of his avatar, his initial plan was to refrain from provoking Lu Qianyu until he had 100% certainty of controlling the avatar to attack Lu Qianyu. If all else failed, he would directly kill Lu Qianyu. However, Lu Qianyu had immediately placed restrictions upon the avatar's soul, and these restrictions were formidable, leaving him utterly incapable of breaking free or resisting. The thought of spending the remainder of his life serving Lu Qianyu was infuriating that I am, after all, a void stage cultivator, an ancestor of the Eight Desolation star domain, yet I've been ensnared by a mere body refiner. There is no greater tragedy in the world than an elephant being easily subdued by an ant. As soon as Lu Qianyu emerged from the pit, he immediately felt over 100 malicious, murderous spiritual presences brazenly sweeping toward him, enveloping him completely and locking him down. Among them, a dozen presences were quite formidable, evidently at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Additionally, 4 or 5 more subtle auras belonged to cultivators at the spirit separation stage. Among them, the 2 strongest exuded the aura of the pinnacle of the spirit separation stage. Clearly, these individuals regarded him as mere prey, ripe for slaughter. They harbored no fear of Lu Qianyu discovering their presence. After all, he was alone, and they were many. There was no escape. Lu Qianyu's lips curled upward slightly. He had been worried that there would not be enough adversaries arriving. Otherwise, the ancestor of the Eight Desolations avatar would be of little use. However, it seemed he could still manage. Whoosh! Lu Qianyu leaped to the top of a large tree and called out, "Since the thieves have arrived, come forth all at once. If I were you, I would summon the most powerful from your families, and it would be best to bring your ancestors as well. Otherwise, you shall all die with unfulfilled grievances, arrogant, domineering, and audacious." As he spoke, he deliberately infused his words with true energy, allowing them to reach the ears of each individual present, laced with disdainful arrogance and a heavy undertone of murderous intent. Since these people had come to take his life, how could he possibly show them mercy? As soon as his words fell, an uproar of angry shouts erupted around him. Arrogant and ignorant, unaware of the heavens and earth, still defiant in the face of death, merely struggling in vain, eager to meet the king of hell. It seems each group unleashed fierce threats, yet none took the initiative to strike first. Their objectives varied. Most sought to capture Lu Qianyu to extract the secrets of the Forbidden Abyss, while a small faction wished to slay Lu Qianyu directly. For this prodigy obscured their own brilliance. The first to act would inevitably provide an opportunity for the others. However, a sharp reprimand shattered the tense silence that a figure in purple robes appeared, controlling a flying ship, accompanied by an enchanting woman. The purple-robed figure looked down upon Lu Qianyu. "Lu Qianyu, today marks your end. Do you truly believe you have a chance for a comeback? Even if every member of the Eastern Wilderness Clan came to your aid, it would be futile. You shall die today." This individual, standing upon a flying sword with flowing garments, was none other than Li Yuanhao, the saint son of the Southern Wilderness Clan. He pointed accusatorily at Lu Qianyu. "Lu Qianyu, last time your father killed my subordinate. This debt must be settled with you. That my fiancée, he sought to break off our engagement with you. You incapacitated her subordinate and humiliated her. This too must be accounted for." At this moment, Li Yuanhao felt regret. He had intended to secretly approach and capture Lu Qianyu for some torturous fun. However, he had not expected that people from the Western Wilderness, Southwestern Wilderness, and Northern Wilderness would also arrive. He likely would not have the opportunity now. Nevertheless, the arrow was already nocked, and he had no choice but to fire. He could be the vanguard, landing a good beating on Lu Qianyu, thus avenging his subordinate. As the Li family of the Southern Wilderness ranked among the top 3 families of the 8 Desolation Clans, others would likely grant him some face. Furthermore, for the sake of Lu Qingyin's reputation, he needed to clarify matters. Lu Qianyu was momentarily taken aback. He was somewhat dazed. "I robbed your fiancé, When did this happen? Chapter 20. A sword is not meant for chopping wood. Lu Qianyu genuinely could not recall when he had taken Li Yuanhao as fiancé. Moreover, when had Li Yuanhao even had a fiancé? With a cold snort, Lu Qingyan slowly stepped out from behind Li Yuanhao, linking her arm with his. It is I. Her gaze was as frigid as ice. Yuanhao and I have cherished mutual affection for a long time, yet you shamelessly intervened, stealing me away from his side. You have lost all your cultivation, and when I came to console you, you had the audacity to tear apart our marriage contract and murder my K. It is only now that I see you for the shameless scoundrel you truly are. I was indeed blind to have believed your sweet words and agreed to marry you. This perverse twisting of truth and blurring of right and wrong was a scheme concocted by her and Li Yuanhao aboard the floating ship. Lu Qingyan had lost all dignity in front of Lu Qianyu, and while the matter had yet to spread, they conspired to fabricate such a pretext that on one hand, the Southern Wilderness Tribe would announce the engagement between Li Yuanhao and Lu Qingyan. On the other hand, the Liuli sect, to which Lu Qingyan belonged, would publicly declare that it was Lu Qianyu who unilaterally tore up the marriage contract and killed 2 individuals, rather than Lu Qingyan coming to withdraw from the engagement. Despite Lu Qianyu's impending doom, the Liuli sect's reputation had to be salvaged at a twofold gain. Upon hearing this, Lu Qianyu was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. I understand now. Oh, and how. You have fallen for the discarded shoe I cast aside, flaunting it with such arrogance. Truly impressive. You too seek revenge, do you? Come forth and attempt to slay me. Lu Qianyu was acutely aware that the two were colluding to repulse him, having already severed ties. He would only retaliate with greater ferocity against their shameless mudslinging. It hardly mattered. He preferred to let actions speak louder than words. You speak nonsense. You are the one who has donned the shoe I discarded. Li Yuanhao, incensed, retorted, You think I cannot kill you? I shall shatter every bone in your body, sever your tongue, and carve you to pieces. With a clang, he drew his sword from his waist, his aura surging. Radiating sword energy. Lu Qianyu's words had cut deeply, likening him to a discarded shoe, striking a nerve with Li Yuanhao. Indeed, he was akin to a dog licking the scraps left by Lu Qianyu. You scoundrel, Lu Qingyan gasped, her body trembling with rage. You are the unwanted shoe. With a swift motion, a long, emerald-green whip appeared in her hand. Lu Qianyu, I shall use this whip to rend your flesh. I will lash your mouth into shreds. As the most beautiful woman in the Zhuo Liuxing domain, her reputation and status had never been questioned. Yet, Lu Qianyu's insult was intolerable. Today, she vowed to execute him in a manner most torturous. Lu Qingyan had learned from Li Yuanhao about Lu Qianyu's mastery of body refinement techniques and understood the need for caution. However, she did not believe Lu Qianyu to be her equal. With no cultivation and only a month's practice in body refinement, he could hardly pose a threat. Yuanhao, let's attack together. Charge. With a whoosh, 2 figures lunged forward. Yuanhao swung his sword. Get down. A beam of sword light, a yard long, descended towards Lu Qianyu. Clang. The tree upon which Lu Qianyu stood was cleaved in half. Yet, there was no splatter of blood. Yuanhao, perplexed, queried. Where is he? Lu Qingyan shared his confusion. Where is he? They had clearly seen the sword light strike his head. What was amiss? A voice emerged from behind. Li Yuanhao, your swordplay remains as slow as ever, a mere fraction of what it once was. Did your father not tell you that a sword is meant for slaying, not for chopping wood? Turning abruptly, Li Yuanhao and Lu Qingyan were shocked to see Lu Qianyu poised atop another tree. Looking down upon them with unmistakable disdain, enraged, Li Yuanhao declared, I will slay you. He leaped to Lu Qianyu's position. Swinging his sword once more, a thunderous crash resounded. The tree beneath Lu Qianyu was again cleaved in 2. Yet, regrettably, the sword shadow failed to strike Lu Qianyu. Now, Lu Qianyu stood a yard behind Li Yuanhao, shaking his head. You have practiced swordplay for 10 years, yet regress year after year. It truly opens my eyes. A person like you is unworthy to be my opponent. You belong only with the discarded shoes I cast aside. Li Yuanhao exploded with rage. I will kill you. Just now I used only half my strength. Now I shall unleash my full power. A surge of formidable energy erupted from him, his sword humming ominously. A 3-yard-long pitch-black sword shadow once more cleaved towards Lu Qianyu. Lu Qingyan did not remain idle. Channeling her spirit energy into the whip, striking fiercely towards Lu Qianyu's back. This time, Lu Qianyu did not evade. His fist shimmered with golden light, and he unleashed a golden dragon fist directly at the center of the sword shadow. Simultaneously, his left hand transformed into a claw, grasping Lu Qingyan's whip. Li Yuanhao, witnessing this, was elated. You actually dare to meet my sword energy head-on. You are courting death. Yet the next second his expression changed dramatically. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed. Before his astonished gaze, the 3-yard-long shadow shattered into countless fragments, exploding violently. Li Yuanhao stood frozen. How is this possible? It was inconceivable that a bare-handed individual could shatter his most powerful sword technique. How immense must his explosive power be? Meanwhile, Lu Qingyan was equally stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. She had wielded her barbed whip, yet Lu Qianyu had effortlessly grasped it with his bare hands, sustaining no injury whatsoever, regardless of her efforts. She could not extricate it from his grip. In her ears, Lu Qianyu's voice rang out, attacking from behind. Do you still have any shame? With that, the whip was wrenched from her grasp, and in an instant, she was struck away like a cannonball. Lu Qingyan cried out in agony. Seeing this, Li Yuanhao's fury erupted. He thrust his sword toward Lu Qianyu's back. Dare to strike Qingyan, and I will kill you. Just as the sword tip was about to pierce Lu Qianyu's back, he deftly sidestepped, as if his back possessed eyes, evading the sword with elegance. In the same motion, his left fist struck Li Yuanhao's cheek. Li Yuanhao, taken completely off guard, felt as if a 1,000-pound hammer had struck his right cheek. His head rang from the impact. Puffed. A mouthful of blood spewed forth as he was uncontrollably hurled away, crashing down at Lu Qingyan's feet, his head lolling as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 21. The three heroes of the Eight Wastelands. All present stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before them. They had expected Li Yuanhao and Lu Qingyan to overwhelm Lu Qianyu. Yet the reverse was true. It was Li Yuanhao and Lu Qingyan who were being utterly crushed. Armed with weapons, they found themselves powerless before the unarmed Lu Qianyu. What extraordinary strength must Lu Qianyu possess? The arena fell into a hushed silence. With a leap, Lu Qianyu ascended the treetops, surveying his surroundings. Two worthless fools have fallen so quickly. Who among you shall challenge me next? Golden core, nascent soul, or even those in the out-of-body or spirit separation stages? Come forth, I shall welcome you all. His aura was overwhelming. Faced with the encirclement of over 100 individuals, he remained unfazed. Lu Qianyu's words struck like a wake-up call, snapping the crowd back to reality. However, they were perplexed as to why Lu Qianyu was so confident. Did he possess a hidden card? Otherwise, why would he stand alone yet remain so self-assured? They searched the area multiple times but found nothing. A sense of being toyed with began to rise within them. That moment, Lu Qianyu's laughter rang out. I, all alone, have frightened you old turtles to this extent. Have you not noticed that I possess no cultivation? Standing here unarmed. If you lack the courage to confront me, go home and train for 100 years, or even 1,000. Come back only when you feel confident. His disdainful gaze swept over them. Brimming with arrogance, the crowd was instantly incensed. Yet, they hesitated, each wary of the others, unwilling to act rashly. They had all witnessed Lu Qianyu's invincible body refinement technique. It was evident he had gained significant advantages from the abyss of forbidden grounds. Each person present coveted his fortune. However, the first to attack Lu Qianyu would become the target of a united counterattack from the others. It simply was not worth it that a mere body refiner, relying on sheer strength, dares to provoke us, utterly oblivious. Speak honestly. What body refinement technique did you acquire from the abyss of forbidden grounds? A voice coldly demanded. With our combined spiritual pressure, we can easily subdue him, capture him, and extract his soul. Upon these words, a tidal wave of spiritual pressure surged towards Lu Qianyu, a fierce wind sweeping through the forest, howling toward him a bunch of timid turtles. Lu Qianyu shook his head slightly. Your spiritual pressure is far too weak. It barely tickles. Whoosh! In Lu Tianyu's hand, a bronze mirror materialized with a startling presence. It was the Xuanxu mirror. The mirror emitted a resonant hum, radiating gentle halos of light, and in an instant, the fierce winds and oppressive aura vanished without a trace. The onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment. One person exclaimed, "My heavens! This is a congenital supreme treasure. Is that not the Xuanxu mirror, the prized possession of Ancestor Changmei? How did it end up in his hands?" It became clear. Ancestor Changmei had failed his tribulation and, in his dying moments, had bestowed this treasure upon his beloved grandson. The Dongwang clan was doomed. They needed to seize the Xuanxu mirror first. Yet, despite their fervent shouts and eagerness, none dared to take action. However, the patriarchs of the Beiwang clan, the peak stage spirit severing expert Ouyang Zong, and Luo Zhongshan of the Shihuang clan, as well as the elder from the southwest wilderness, gathered to discuss their strategies. After all, there was only one person and one treasure. It was hardly feasible to share, was it? Alas, Lu Tianyu sighed in resignation. How utterly dull. Well then, since you are all such cowards, none daring to make a move, I shall take my leave. I shan't indulge you further. With that, he stowed away the Xuanxu mirror and feigned to depart. Yet, inwardly, he chuckled with glee. Having thrown out the Xuanxu mirror, he doubted they could resist the temptation. Indeed, the rustling of the forest heralded the emergence of variously clad cultivators, their eyes, sharp as daggers, fixating greedily on the Xuanxu mirror in Lu Tianyu's grasp. At this juncture, further concealment was futile. Whoosh! 3 beams of radiant light surged forth from the treeline, forming a triangular encirclement around Lu Tianyu. 3 young men emerged, known as the 3 prodigies of the 8 Wastelands. The Shihuang prodigy, Luo Tianyu, wielded a serrated weapon, his small, narrow eyes narrowing slightly. Lu Tianyu, are you not quite formidable? We've agreed that each of us will take 1 shot. Whoever inflicts the most damage shall claim the Xuanxu mirror. The tall, slender Ouyang Dantian, clad in a white robe cinched with a golden belt, snorted derisively. Half a year ago, you fought us to a standstill single-handedly. Now I wonder if you have improved. A refined, fair-skinned youth clad in deep blue, Zhuo Buffon, smiled gently. With a flick of his folding fan, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Half a year ago, you barely managed to withstand the 3rd fan of my ghostly Demon 9 fans. Now, I have mastered the 4th fan. I hope you can endure. Buzzing, a powerful aura erupted from the 3 as they advanced a step closer. Crack, the rocky ground shattered, and debris flew, engulfing Lu Tianyu. Unfazed, Lu Tianyu retorted, "You truly are shameless. Half a year ago, you fled in disarray after I bested you. Some of you even lost your shoes, and for half a year, you dared not challenge me, hiding away and shedding tears. Now that I have lost my cultivation, you dare to emerge." He shook his head slightly. "You were once my defeated opponents. You are even less capable now. Among those who ambushed me 4 months ago, some must have been from your ranks, right? If that is the case, you shall meet your demise today." Lu Tianyu's eyes turned icy, a murderous intent radiating from him. He had long suspected that some individuals from the 8 Wastelands were behind his ambush, yet he remained unaware of their identities. "You think too much," Zhuo Buffon scoffed. "The 8 Wastelands are one. No matter how inept we may be, we would never resort to such despicable tactics." Luo Tianyu grunted. "Regardless, you shall not leave here alive today. But do not worry. After your death, we will assist you in investigating a thing or two. Die." Lu Tianyu chuckled. "Since you have all come to kill me today, do not blame me for being merciless. Make your move. I grant you 1 final chance to strike." Ouyang Dantian laughed heartily. "Ha! Fear not. We will merely incapacitate you. We do not wish for your swift demise. We are quite intrigued by the secrets you possess that I see you are eager to be rendered crippled. I shall not hold back." With a gentle swipe of his storage ring, a 3-foot golden blade appeared in his hand. "Last time, I failed to carve your back. This time, I shall surely do so." Buzz! The golden blade shimmered with brilliance, the blade's aura slicing through the air. Ouyang Dantian gripped the blade with both hands and swung it fiercely toward Lu Tianyu's back. Shouting, "Open!" Simultaneously, Luo Tanyu and Zhua Bufan prepare to unleash their attacks. Chapter 22, Fool. As the golden blade was poised to strike Lu Tianyu's back, he suddenly pivoted, delivering a powerful fist, breaking gold, against the blade's spine. Clash, a thunderous sound echoed, accompanied by a crisp crack. Stumbling back 5 or 6 steps, Ouyang Batian looked in horror at the golden blade, which now bore a visible crack. How is this possible? Spitting out a mouthful of blood, his complexion paled instantly. Ouyang Zong, the patriarch of the Ouyang clan, was rendered speechless. His son's golden blade was forged from rare metal, infused with stardust, and was incredibly resilient. Yet, despite this, it had been shattered by Lu Tianyu's fleshly fist. How astonishing must Lu Tianyu's body refinement technique be? His eyes widened in disbelief as he observed the golden glow flickering from Lu Tianyu's fist. Deep in thought, that moment, Luo Tanyu charged in, wielding his serrated weapon, aiming to sever Lu Tianyu's arm. I shall first take one of your limbs. The serrated edges buzzed ominously as they sliced through the air, producing a sharp, ear-piercing crackle. Lu Tianyu snorted coldly, retaliating with another breaking gold punch against the serrated weapon. Instantly, the rapidly descending serrated edges halted upon contact with his golden fist. Not only that, but several serrated teeth shattered and fell to the ground. Luo Tianyu's expression was even more exaggerated than Ouyang Batian's, his mouth agape in disbelief. How is this possible? His serrated weapon, forged from melted sharp metal and reinforced with stardust, was supposed to be even more resilient than Ouyang Batian's golden blade. Yet, it too had been crushed by Lu Tianyu's fist. How could Lu Tianyu's fist be so incredibly hard? Luo Zhongchen, the patriarch of the Luo clan, looked on in horror. However, his eyes were darting around, contemplating something. "Allow me," Zhua Bufan exclaimed, wearing a confident smile. "I admire your body refinement technique. However, your brute strength cannot counter my sonic attack." He waved his folding fan and fiercely directed it toward Lu Tianyu, the fourth fan of the Ghostly Demon 9 fans. Ghostly Domain Demon Sound. A wailing sound echoed, as a whirlpool of gray-black energy surged forth like a black trumpet, rushing toward Lu Tianyu's head. As the vortex approached Lu Tianyu's forehead, he made no move. Zhua Bufan laughed triumphantly. "The Xuanchu mirror is mine," but the next moment, his expression drastically changed. Lu Tianyu disdainfully curled his lip. "Ghostly Demon Sound? I believe it should be renamed Mosquito Wine. It merely adds a touch of noise. It seems your Ghostly Demon 9 fans could use a name change. How about Mosquito Flying 9 fans instead?" His spirit was comparable to that of an emperor. Such a feeble sonic attack could not inflict even the slightest harm. Zhua Bufan, mistaking Lu Tianyu for the same individual he had encountered half a year ago, was gravely mistaken. Zhua Bufan's mouth hung agape, large enough to fit a steamed bun. I refuse to believe it. He clasped the folding fan with both hands, channeling all his spiritual power from his dantian, unleashing 3 streams of gray energy once more. Ghostly Domain Demon Sound. Shatter his spirit. Puffed. As the gray energy surged into Lu Tianyu's forehead, Zhua Bufan's eyes widened in anticipation of a miracle. Lu Tianyu scoffed, "Fool." He struck a punch directly to Zhua Bufan's face, sending him hurtling backward. Crashing into a large tree. Puffed. Zhua Bufan's handsome visage was immediately marred, blood gushing forth, flesh mangled. Awe. He clutched his face, wailing in agony. At that moment, he could not comprehend why a sonic attack had been ineffective against Lu Tianyu. It was one thing for his fist to be hard. How could his spiritual power be so terrifying as well? The 3 prodigies of the 8 Wastelands shall henceforth be renamed the 3 insects of the 8 Wastelands. Lu Tianyu stretched his waist and beckoned with his fingers. "You insects are not even worthy to scratch my itch. Now it is time for you insect fathers and grandfathers to take action. Will you come one by one to tickle me, or shall you all come at once?" He twirled the Xuanchu mirror in his hand, continuing to provoke. "If you dare not advance, you may kneel and beg for mercy, and I shall spare you. This Xuanchu mirror has sealed the 3 ultimate moves of my ancestor. Anyone unafraid may come and test them." Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. They were all aware that Ancestor Changmei had gifted Lu Tianyu the Xuanchu mirror. They had initially thought they could quickly force Lu Tianyu to expend its power, allowing them to join forces to resolve the situation. Yet unexpectedly, Lu Tianyu had single-handedly defeated 5 of the 8 Wastelands elites, with the 3 ultimate moves of the Xuanxu mirror remaining untouched. What should they do? Sacrifice their younger generations or subordinates to defuse the situation? They themselves would never do that. It simply wasn't worth it. The head of the Luo family, the head of the Ouyang family, and others have initiated yet another round of deliberations. Lu Tianyu could hardly have anticipated that these individuals, who arrived with such fervor, would prove to be even more timid than he expected. They all rushed forward, and he found himself unable to withstand their collective pressure, necessitating the summoning of the avatar of the 8 Desolations ancestor. However, this behavior is understandable. The 8 Desolations' 8 clans are the weakest families in the Chongheng star domain, having long endured oppression from the 4 surrounding star domains, which has fostered a character as timid as a mouse. Except for their slightly bolder internal conflicts, upon encountering outsiders from different star domains, they immediately exhibit a demeanor akin to that of veneration towards their ancestors, showering them with flattery. Not far away, in the sky, Lu Jun and Luo Yunshang exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of bemusement. It seems we need not lift a finger. You alone can intimidate the multitude. Lu Jun felt a sense of relief. However, his expressions soon darkened. Our 8 Desolations clan lacks strength and unity. If this continues, the day of our extinction is not far off. Luo Yunshang nodded gently. Indeed, it is unfortunate that the 8 Desolations ancestor is solely focused on cultivation and pays no heed to these matters. Someone is approaching. They are not from the 8 Desolation star domain, but seem to be from the dark star domain. This is troubling. They are coming for you and appear poised to take action. Both Lu Jun and Luo Yunshang took notice that a towering, pitch-black 5-story ship came roaring towards them at the bow. A flagpole several zhang high stood erect, with a black flag fluttering in the wind, clearly displaying the 3 characters Yuming sect. The edges of the flag were adorned with a circle of white skulls, and at its center was a gigantic white skull with blood-red teeth, exuding a menacing aura. This is dire. It is the Yuming sect, and trouble looms. Lu Juan's expression turned grave. I investigated the scene where Yuer was ambushed and found traces of the Yuming sect, as well as those of the 8 Desolations clan. Luo Yunshang also wore a solemn expression. If the Yuming sect is indeed involved, it will spell significant trouble, and we must hurry and retrieve you. As she spoke, she prepared to rush forward. Wait. Lu Juan stopped her. The experts from the Western Desolation, Northern Desolation, and Southwestern Desolation are present. We cannot act rashly and alert them. Let us have the Dark Guard set up in advance. Hoping that no powerful figures will arrive, Luo Yunshang furrowed her brows, gazing into the sky. Their ship has halted. It seems they are waiting for something. Lu Jun shook his head slightly. We must prepare swiftly. Meanwhile, Ouyang Zong, Luo Zhongqin, and the elder from the Southwestern Desolation concluded their discussions. Lu Tianyu, we give you one final chance. Immediately surrender the cultivation methods you obtained from the abyss of forbidden grounds and bind yourself. Otherwise, do not blame us for being merciless, as we shall overwhelm you with numbers. The 3 had already agreed. Everyone would strike together. The one who first forces Lu Tianyu to reveal his ultimate technique would take the greatest risk, but would also secure more resources from him. Lu Tianyu possessed methods for body refinement, secrets of the abyss of forbidden grounds, and a considerable amount of spirit stones. Capturing him would allow for a fair distribution of rewards. Such is the way of cultivators. The greater the risk, the greater the opportunity often becomes. Bind myself? Overwhelm me with numbers? Lu Tianyu sneered. How shameless you all are, coming together to deal with a person with no cultivation. I shall extend to you one last opportunity. You may all come at me. No matter how many of you there are, I shall face you all. However, let me make one thing clear. Anyone who dares to strike me today shall be my enemy. Without exception, I will pursue an unyielding vendetta against you all. His voice resonated through the surroundings, brimming with killing intent. Suddenly, a golden light radiated from Lu Tianyu, accompanied by the sound of dragon's roar. His protective aura activated, With a swift motion, he stowed away the Xuanchu mirror and retrieved a 2-zhonglong pitch-black spear from the Phoenix Ring, slamming it into the ground with a resounding thud. This spear was a weapon Lu Tianyu had found in the Phoenix Ring. For months prior, he had used a sword. However, after refining his body, he felt the sword was ill-suited for him, so he randomly selected this spear from his storage ring for temporary use. The spear hummed in response to Lu Tianyu's aura, as if it sought to pierce the heavens. Ouyang Zong sighed. What a pity! You could easily defeat the 3 heroes of the 8 Desolations. Had you continued to grow, you would surely become a leader among the 8 Desolations. Alas, like your father, you are unyielding and straightforward, destined to meet an untimely end. Luo Zhongchen, however, coldly retorted. Do you think you are someone of significance? Or do you believe you are the 8 Desolations' ancestor, capable of subjugating all? Whoever stands against you shall perish. You, a brazen fool, are fortunate to have survived this long. Attack. Whoever can severely injure this brat shall claim the Xuanchu mirror for themselves. The elder from the southwestern desolation also shouted angrily. What are you posturing for? Strike him hard. Incapacitate him. Over 100 voices rose in unison. Kill. No sooner had the words left their mouths than 7 or 8 individuals charged forward. Weapons in hand, their blades and swords flashing as they aimed their attacks at Lu Tianyu. That moment, Lu Tianyu grasped the spear horizontally and charged like a cannonball towards an approaching swordsman. The long sword wielded by the cultivator shattered instantly upon impact with the spear. The spear continued its momentum, piercing straight through the man's heart. But that was not the end. The spear, with an unrelenting force, penetrated the neck of another cultivator who had not reacted in time. Subsequently, it also pierced through the face of yet another cultivator. 3 in one strike. Blood sprayed forth, accompanied by anguished screams. The initial attackers found their strikes landing on empty air as they witnessed Lu Tianyu's astonishing feat of piercing through 3 enemies at once, drawing gasps of astonishment from the surrounding cultivators. Such ferocity was simply beyond comprehension. Seeing this display, Ouyang Zong, Luo Zhongchen, and the elder were equally taken aback. They shouted at the dazed cultivators. What are you waiting for? Kill him! Kill! Dozens of cultivators unleashed their spells in a simultaneous attack. Upon seeing the blood, Lu Tianyu's eyes reddened, and a surge of blood energy coursed through him, dramatically enhancing his combat prowess. Kill! He shifted his body, wielding the spear to execute a sweeping strike against the army. A 2-zhonglong pitch-black spear shadow, carrying the might of a tempest, swept through the air. Bang! 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 All 4 or 5 cultivators, caught off guard, were struck down. 2 were cleaved in half, while the remaining 3 were sent flying, spewing blood as their dantians were shattered, their spiritual energy uncontrollably leaking out. Simultaneously, several spells targeting Lu Tianyu struck his back, producing muted thuds. The golden light dimmed slightly, but soon brightened again, and Lu Tianyu remained unscathed. He thrust the spear forward, piercing through the hearts of 2 more adversaries. Having slain 8 men, the energy in his dantian was reduced by half. Yet he remained unperturbed, swiftly activating the 8 Desolations' Devouring Heaven technique. A swirling vortex appeared above his head, drawing in the blood energy and spiritual energy from the air. Instantly, his aura surged back to its peak as he bellowed, Kill! With a sweeping motion of his spear, 3 more fell lifelessly. At this moment, Lu Tianyu resembled a relentless combat machine. No one could stand in his path. Attacks against him were effortlessly absorbed by his protective aura. Empowered by the 8 Desolations' Devouring Heaven technique, he felt an unending source of replenishment, tireless in his onslaught. Meanwhile, Ouyang Batian, Luo Tianyu, and Zhuo Bufan, who were recuperating at the rear, felt a chill run down their spines. Had Lu Tianyu initially sought to eliminate them, they likely would have already become corpses. This Lu Tianyu is simply monstrous. Ah, Ouyang Zong exclaimed. That is the protective aura of a body-refining cultivator. This brat has cultivated his protective aura in merely 3 months. He is truly a prodigy. Luo Zhongchen's expression shifted. This fellow must have obtained a tremendous opportunity from the abyss of forbidden grounds. Otherwise, such rapid growth in 3 months would be impossible. His body-refining cultivation is nearly at the returning to one stage, comparable to the golden core stage of chi-refining cultivators. This fellow is indeed a freak. Unlike chi-refiners, body refiners have only 10 levels of cultivation. The first 5 levels encompass mortal body, bone tempering, vein condensation, returning to organs, and yuan martial, refining one's entire physique to its utmost limit. The latter 5 levels comprise merging apertures, shattering void, qin yuan, earth sha, and killing calamity, culminating in the opening of heaven and earth. The path of a body refiner is exceedingly arduous. However, each advancement enhances the protective aura. The elder's heart trembled as he observed. I suspect this brat has cultivated an evil technique. Absorbing the blood energy of the living, if he is not eliminated, he will become a significant threat. Summon the golden core and nascent soul cultivators. The rest are not enough to fill his teeth. He waved his hand. All cultivators below the golden core stage retreat. All golden core and nascent soul cultivators attack together and hold nothing back. Kill. The cultivators at the enlightenment, fusion, and heart-moving stages scattered in disarray. Lu Tianyu, now consumed by bloodlust, swung his spear like a club, mercilessly smashing down on his foes. Once again, 5 or 6 cultivators found their skulls crushed, some losing half their bodies in the process. Blood splattered everywhere as severed limbs and dismembered arms flew through the air. The rich scent of blood filled the air, and Lu Tianyu absorbed it all, his entire being turned crimson, and his aura surged once more. Kill. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 golden core cultivators from the northern desolation formed a triangular formation above Lu Tianyu, hands weaving intricate seals. The ethereal silhouette of the golden elixir hovered a foot above their heads. Casting its ominous reflection upon Lu Tianyu, a terrifying pressure locked onto him, as 3 solidified manifestations of spiritual energy were unleashed simultaneously. Kill. The trio did not hold back, employing 80% of their power from the outset, aiming to obliterate Lu Tianyu in a single strike, denying him any chance to utilize the Xuanxu mirror. Lu Tianyu felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. However, an exhilarating glint flickered in his crimson eyes. At last, a worthy adversary had arrived. Kill. After a month of seclusion, Lu Tianyu had broken through 3 realms in his physical cultivation, reaching the first level of the pulsing vein stage, though he had yet to attain the returning to convergent stage. He yearned to test the limits of his combat prowess. Should he falter, he could summon the 8 Desolation Ancestor to deal with these assailants. A surge of qi erupted from Lu Tianyu's dantian. Amplifying his protective qi shield to its utmost, he thrust his spear forward, piercing through one of the spiritual energy palm prints with a resounding pop. The remaining 2 palm strikes slammed into his back and chest. Bang! Bang! The qi shield emitted crackling sounds, shattering under the assault. Yet Lu Tianyu remained unscathed. He sensed that he was nearing his limits. Indeed, the attacking power of the golden elixir cultivators was formidable. The 3 golden elixir warriors had not exerted their full strength. With the most powerful among them merely at the 4th level of the golden elixir stage, the trio stood in stunned disbelief. He actually withstood it. What a tortoise shell! Kill! They drew forth their respective magical treasures. Channeling their spiritual energy into intricate incantations, Lu Tianyu let out a cold snort. If you wish to kill me, then prepare to meet your demise first. A wave of terrifying soul power enveloped the 3 golden elixir cultivators before they could react. Their expressions changed dramatically, their bodies abruptly stiffening as they plummeted from the sky. With one hand gripping his spear, Lu Tianyu swiftly unleashed a punch upon the head of one golden elixir cultivator. Boom! The head of this cultivator exploded like a watermelon, resulting in immediate death. Whoosh! Lu Tianyu moved with rapidity, delivering 2 more punches that obliterated the heads of the other 2 golden elixir warriors. They sought his life, and naturally, he would not show mercy. However, after executing these actions, his complexion paled slightly. The death of 3 golden elixir cultivators had consumed 1/3 of his soul power. Boom! Lu Tianyu drove his spear into the ground. Its tip embedded 3 feet deep, as his cold voice echoed across the mountaintop. Who else dares? His overwhelming aura left 5 approaching nascent soul cultivators staggering back 10 paces, rendered speechless, moments ago. They had sensed a soul pressure that rivaled, if not surpassed, their own, causing them to recoil in shock. Ouyang Zong, Luo Zhongqin, and the elder of the Southwest Desolation were left dumbfounded. This is impossible, just now. I felt an immensely powerful soul pressure. How could his soul power be so formidable? Unbeknownst to them, Lu Tianyu had merely released a nascent soul-level soul pressure, were he to unleash the full force of his Emperor tier pressure. The three would likely faint from sheer terror. In the eastern sky, Lu Jin and Luo Yunshang wore expressions of delight. Are you, or has delivered an unexpected surprise? This is truly remarkable. You, or still has trump cards we are unaware of. It seems we need not rush to act. They had witnessed Lu Tianyu practicing the five-dragon divine fist, but never anticipated that his soul power would be this potent. Yet, their expressions soon turned grave as they glanced to the side. Above the western side, the members of the underworld sect had yet to make a move, shrouded in an air of conspiracy. Upon the ghostly ship of the underworld sect, a sinister-looking youth in black robes squinted down at the proud figure of Lu Tianyu. Last time, we failed to kill you, and I never expected you to grow to this extent. His aura was chilling, and dark glimmers flickered in his pitch-black eyes, with mysterious, eerie patterns faintly visible. This individual was the young master of the underworld skeleton sect, Ming Tianqi, who had previously sent assassins to eliminate Lu Tianyu in the dark forest. He had heard that the Eight Desolations had produced a genius holy son, overshadowing the other holy sons with his rapid ascent. Thus, he casually commanded his subordinates to eliminate Lu Tianyu as the overlord of the Dark Star domain. Competition among the three sects of the underworld was fierce. Unable to resolve internal conflicts, they sought to expand outward. Ming Tianqi had targeted what he perceived to be the weakest among the Eight Desolations, while the other two sects looked down upon this endeavor, focusing instead on expanding their influence into other star domains. With the emergence of a formidable young talent in the Eight Desolations, he could not allow such a situation to persist. Hence, he dispatched assassins to eliminate Lu Tianyu. However, Ming Tianqi never anticipated that Lu Tianyu, thrown into the abyss of forbidden grounds, not only survived, but had significantly enhanced his combat capabilities. He had come to personally eradicate Lu Tianyu, while simultaneously pressuring the Eight Desolations to yield. Young Master, although this individual is formidable, it is uncertain whether he could be a match for the young master. A nearby elder in black robes remarked coolly, the young master's ghost crying, "I has awakened," making him invincible at the same realm. There is no need for us to act hastily. The Eastern Desolation Clan has also arrived. Let them engage in mutual destruction before we intervene. Moreover, with the presence of the two elders of Anmings, it is sufficient to suppress everyone here. Ming Tianqi scoffed. While that may be true, I wish to meet this lad personally. It has been a long time since I encountered a worthy opponent. Bring that woman below to me, and kill the man beside her, his lascivious gaze fixated upon the unconscious Lu Qingyan. Scanning her repeatedly, what a beauty with such a flawless form was a rarity he had not indulged in for ages. After eliminating Lu Tianyu, he would relish the experience. As for Li Yuanhao, he was to be killed. Any man daring to be near a woman he desired could not be tolerated. Ming Tianqi had long been entrenched in the skeleton sect, having only indulged in women from within the sect, which had grown tiresome. He had not anticipated encountering a captivating beauty here. How could he let such a chance slip away? Yes, the elder in black robes responded. Subsequently, his form gradually became ethereal, transforming into a swirl of black mist that vanished without a trace. In less than 20 breaths of time, the elder in black robes reappeared, dragging the unconscious Lu Qingyan and casting her at Ming Tianqi's feet. Young master, the person has been brought. This woman has sustained severe injuries to her spine. Should we provide treatment? Ming Tianqi remained silent, using his foot to flip Lu Qingyan over, a wicked smile curling upon his lips. This woman possesses a water affinity physique, ideal for dual cultivation with a robust man. Especially a man of my caliber. Eldering, please assist with her treatment. The elder in black robes produced a jade green vial, pouring its contents onto Lu Qingyan's back before prying her mouth open to administer a pill. At that moment, Lu Qingyan suddenly opened her eyes, locking gazes with Ming Tianqi's bloodshot, sinister stare. and let out a piercing scream. "Who are you?" "I am Lu Qingyan of the Lioli sect in the turbid flow star domain. I implore you to show restraint." She felt as though she were being eyed by a beast, a chill running down her spine, especially the colorless face before her, more pallid than that of a corpse. Chapter 25. An unexplainable touch of emotion. Ming Tianqi was momentarily taken aback. "Lu Qingyan, turbid flow star domain. I see, you are that renowned beauty of the turbid flow star domain, from a sect that thrives on the sale of women." He gently lifted Lu Qingyan's chin. "And no wonder you are so sweet and fragrant. Ha ha ha. I have saved you. Do you not owe me your body in gratitude?" Eldering spoke in a deep voice. "Do not be ungrateful. The young master is the young lord of the underworld skeleton sect. Serving the young master is a privilege." His words were icy. "The healing potion I provided is a sacred remedy. Had it not been for the young master taking a liking to you, I would not have intervened to save you." Ming Tianqi. Lu Qingyan's fair face changed dramatically. "You are the one who awakened the crying eye of heaven. The young master of Tianqi, Xiuyan." As she spoke, her body trembled uncontrollably. She feared Ming Tianqi's notorious reputation, known for mastering the art of yin-yang cultivation, frequently abducting virtuous women to serve as his cauldrons. An elder from the Lioli sect, named Xiuyan, had once been ravaged by Ming Tianqi for 3 days and nights, ultimately taking her own life upon returning to the sect. Now, finding herself in the clutches of this lecher, her heart was filled with nothing but terror. Ha ha ha. Ming Tianqi laughed heartily, finally realizing his own infamy. "That I had Xiuyan drugged. After serving me, I gifted her a substantial amount of spiritual stones. And she was quite satisfied. If you can serve me without needing to be drugged, I will reward you with even more spiritual stones than Xiuyan received, and your medical expenses will be waived." His narrow eyes fixated on Lu Qingyan. "Surely, you would not refuse?" Lu Qingyan was covering goosebumps, but she forced herself to remain composed. "Well, if you help me capture Lu Tianyu, I can." She faltered, having just spotted Lu Tianyu below, standing proudly with his spear in hand. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of strength and reliability from his silhouette, wishing desperately for him to come to her rescue. However, given the circumstances, provoking Ming Tianqi to deal with Lu Tianyu appeared to be a viable strategy for her escape, especially since she had also seen Lu Jiyuan and his wife. Ming Tianqi coldly admonished, "I hope you keep your word. Otherwise, I will not even provide you with the drug." Meanwhile, in the Western Desolation, the grand spectacle of the siege against Lu Tianyu commenced. 6 nascent soul cultivators, 3 in the out-of-body stage, including Ouyang Zong, Luo Zhongqin, and the Elder of the Southwest Desolation, surrounded Lu Tianyu in a tight formation. Boom! 12 formidable forces converged, creating a tempestuous torrent that bore down upon Lu Tianyu. At the very heart of this maelstrom stood Lu Tianyu, his body seamlessly fused with his spear, steadfast and resolute. Despite the raging currents pressing upon him, his spear remained erect, his garments billowing in the wind, embodying an unyielding spirit. The dozen powerful cultivators possessed an undeniable advantage. Yet upon gazing into Lu Tianyu's gaunt, determined visage and the icy glint in his star-like eyes, an inexplicable unease surged within their hearts. This young man was truly extraordinary. Faced with such a multitude of foes far more formidable than himself, he stood unwavering, his eyes unblinking. This was no feat achievable by an ordinary individual. Any typical cultivator, even if not pleading for mercy, might well succumb to the crushing weight of such overwhelming pressure. Risking shattered knees, especially under the piercing gaze of Lu Tianyu, which could send tremors of fear through even the most seasoned warriors. And then, with a booming laugh that dripped with provocation, Lu Tianyu declared, "With such meager pressure, do you truly think you can intimidate me? I warn you, you must strike together, or you shall surely regret it." He was poised to unleash his soul's might, signaling the venerable ancestor of the 8 Desolations to prepare for action. With a trump card in hand, he felt no fear. What if they were numerous? But just then, a chilling male voice echoed from the side. "So many of you dare to bully my son. Do you not possess even an ounce of shame?" Following this was a woman's fierce reprimand. You shameless old wretches, to unite against my son. Bullying the weak, I shall not rest until you are annihilated. As these twin voices rang out, two figures descended from the heavens. Eleugen and his wife appeared above the 12 great cultivators, their cold gazes surveying the scene, an aura of murderous intent radiating from them. They had anticipated that these experts would act, but they were taken aback to find 12 great cultivators targeting their defenseless son. This was sheer audacity. Meanwhile, Lu Juan whispered to Lu Tianyu, "Hand over the Xuanxu mirror to us. We will hold them off. You must flee swiftly." Luo Yunshang also transmitted her thoughts. Do not worry about us. We have mastered the combined technique, and with your Xuanxu mirror, it will be no trouble to fend them off. The Dark Guard have already set the formation. Once we signal, you and the captain of the Dark Guards should return to the clan. Lu Qianyu was momentarily taken aback. He sensed a presence observing him from above, initially assuming it to be members of the other 7 desolations, only to realize it was his own parents. It dawned on him that they had been vigilantly monitoring his movements, ever ready to protect him. A surge of inexplicable emotion welled within him, and he understood that since they had arrived, there was no way they would leave without him. This moment, he could not abandon them. It was unthinkable to leave his parents in such peril. Seeing Lu Tianyu's silence, Lu Juan grew anxious. This is not the time for pride. Quickly give us the Xuanxu mirror. Their enemy's intentions were now revealed. They would undoubtedly become frenzied, capable of anything. Luo Yunshang, equally fervent, urged, "Hurry and leave. Every moment you linger increases the danger." With a quiet sigh, Lu Qianyu reluctantly nodded to ease his parents' worries. He could temporarily conceal himself and direct the venerable ancestor of the 8 desolations to act. He intended to use his divine sense to intimidate their encirclement, passing the Xuanxu mirror to Lu Jiyuan. But just then, Ouyang Zong's cold voice cut through the air. "Do you two think you can rescue him? Is that even possible?" Luo Zhongshan chuckled derisively. "We anticipated your arrival and are aware of your mastery of the yin-yang combined assault technique. We have deliberately prepared the 8 desolations triad formation for you. Furthermore, our 9 members have rehearsed the 8 desolations combined technique, sufficient to dismantle your Dark Guards formation." The elder from the southwest desolation snorted disdainfully, brandishing a blue, curved staff. "Since you have come, none shall leave. You possess the Xuanxu mirror, while I wield the thunder staff, a perfect counter to you." They had foreseen that Lu Jiyuan and his wife would undoubtedly take measures to protect Lu Qianyu. Lu Jiyuan's expression shifted dramatically. "You even brought the thunder staff. It seems you intend to show no mercy." Yet they resolved that regardless of the odds, they would safeguard Yuer's safety, faced with numerous powerful adversaries. They felt no fear. Chapter 26. Kill them. Leave not a single one alive. Luo Yunshang stepped forward, her voice brimming with indignation. "You truly are shameless. Do not concern yourself with us. You must leave at once." Their son had already been targeted once. They could not allow him to suffer harm again, even if it meant sacrificing their own lives for his safety. Ouyang Zong scoffed derisively. "Is that of any use? A mere death struggle. Dying would be in vain." With a flick of his sleeve, he commanded, "Those who delay shall face the consequences. Attack." No sooner had the words left his lips than a resonant hum filled the air. Ouyang Zong, Luo Zhongqin, and the elder glimmered with radiant energy, forming a triangular formation that enveloped Lu Tianyu. Lu Jiyuan roared, "Then we shall fight to the end. Even if I die, I will take one of you with me." Simultaneously, he and Luo Yunshang activated their yin-yang combined technique. Lu Qianyu sighed softly, preparing to join the fray. At this juncture, he could no longer conceal his strength. He would not allow his parents to worry. But at that moment, an unforeseen event transpired. The sky above darkened abruptly, and the spiritual energy surged violently. 2 ominous black handprints descended from the heavens, crashing down upon the triad formation of Ouyang Zong and the others. "This is bad. An ambush." Ouyang Zong and the others paled, their spiritual energy erupting. "Prepare to counter." In unison, they coalesced their power, forming a golden handprint the size of a grinding wheel to meet the 2 descending handprints. The triad formation amplified their combined strength. They believed they could withstand the sudden assault. However, the next moment, they were left dumbfounded. Boom! The golden handprint was shattered by the first black handprint with ease. The second handprint, imbued with the force of wind and thunder, crashed down upon their triad formation. Bang! A deafening explosion ensued, and the triad formation shattered into fragments. The collective scream of agony escaped their lips as they spewed blood. Plummeting from the skies, that a cold, incisive voice echoed through the air. The Eight Desolations triad formation. Is this all it amounts to? I believe it should be called the Eight Desolations insect formation. It cannot even withstand a single slap from me. Swish! Two figures clad in black robes adorned with skull motifs hovered in the air, regarding Ouyang Zong and the others with disdain, as if they were mere insects. Then, two more figures emerged. A pale, sinister-looking youth followed by a chilling old man. The crowd collectively raised their heads in astonishment. Someone gasped. It's members of the Netherworld sect. That individual appears to be the so-called young master of the Netherworld sect, named Ming Tianqi. What is he doing here? Panic ensued, for these individuals were notorious for their indiscriminate slaughter, killing without a hint of remorse. The assailants were likely the two elder Ming. It was all over. No sooner had the thought crossed their minds than four piercing screams filled the air. The four cultivators who had spoken found their skulls crushed in an instant, dying on the spot. Ouyang Zong, Luo Zhongqin, and the elder trembled in fear, their bodies shaking as they spat blood once more. Liu Juan and Luo Yunshan's expressions turned grave. The elder Ming were not to be trifled with. They were peak split-body cultivators whose combined might could withstand even early-stage, void-penetrating cultivators. The venerable ancestor of the Eight Desolations had once exchanged blows with them, but had ultimately driven them away. Refraining from killing them out of fear of retaliation from the Netherworld sect, Ming Tianqi withdrew his hand and spoke coolly. You Eight Desolations people are worthless. Your techniques are equally pathetic. He then turned to Lu Tianyu. You should be grateful. I'm allowing you to live a while longer. Someone has instructed me to capture you for interrogation. Come, I offer you a chance to strike. Unleash your full power against me. Otherwise, I shall act, and you will have no opportunity. Lu Qingyan watched from the ship above. If he could capture Lu Tianyu, she would be obliged to serve him. Ming Tianqi was known for compelling women to serve him. Those who resisted were forced to drink mind-altering concoctions. He preferred women who were more proactive, hence his keen interest in Lu Qingyan's suggestion to create a diversion to crush Lu Tianyu underfoot. Lu Tianyu narrowed his eyes. Who are you? Someone seems familiar. He felt an odd sense of recognition towards the black-robed figures, but could not recall where he had encountered them. Just then, Lu Juan's voice echoed in his mind. The ones who attempted to assassinate you last time are likely their subordinates. Seize the opportunity to escape. We will hold them off. Once back at the clan, contact the elder to activate the protective formation and inform the venerable ancestor of the Eight Desolations. Luo Yunshan conveyed a similar message. Ming Tianqi stepped closer to Lu Tianyu. There's a girl named Lu Qingyan who claims to be your fiancée. If I capture you, she will serve me perfectly for a month before marrying you. If she pleases me, I may lend assistance to your Eastern Desolation tribe. Come now, display your full strength. Do not make it too easy for me. He mockingly beckoned Lu Tianyu with his fingers. Lu Qingyan? Lu Tianyu suddenly realized that Lu Qingyan, whom he had knocked unconscious, had vanished. She had been secretly captured by Ming Tianqi. Yet he could not fathom why the venerable ancestor of the Eight Desolations had not informed him, or if he had simply failed to notice. At this moment, the voice of the elder of the Eight Desolations resonated within his mind. I apologize, Master. The concealment technique of the underworld sect is remarkably potent. In my prime, I would have surely detected it. The two elders of the profound underworld are formidable. You must exercise caution, Master. However, rest assured, my intervention will undoubtedly intimidate them. His words lack conviction. Even to himself, Liu Tianyu could discern this easily. He communicated telepathically. If I augment it with my divine sense, can we detain them? Since these individuals are our adversaries, there is no room for leniency. If we can exact vengeance, that would be ideal. That I have never allowed grudges to linger. It is certainly feasible, but such an act would offend the underworld sect, and they would obliterate our Eight Desolations. The elder of the Eight Desolations replied with frustration. Lu Qianyu coldly transmitted to the elder. Once the time comes, eliminate them, leave none alive. He was greatly displeased with the elder's timorous demeanor, which was unbecoming of an elder. The elder was taken aback, drenched in cold sweat, setting aside the formidable challenge of slaying the two elders. Killing Ming Tianqi would be tantamount to declaring war on the underworld sect. Had he not considered the consequences? However, with his life in another's hands, he could only acquiesce. Very well, I shall follow your commands. Master, I shall prepare at once. The atmosphere was suffused with an ethereal lightness, and the spirits felt sluggish. It seemed that the true form of the Eight Desolation ancestor was in dire straits. Having siphoned away a portion of your soul, their eyes glimmered with a chilling radiance. Stand aside, or we shall eliminate you as well. They instantly discerned that something was amiss with the Eight Desolation ancestor's current vessel. Yet, even in such a precarious situation, they dared not act impulsively. Should this avatar disregard all else and launch an assault, they would be unable to withstand it. A self-detonation would yield even graver consequences. To show such disrespect to the Eight Desolation ancestor, it appears that your underworld sect is poised to strike against the Eight Desolation. Lu Qianyu declared coldly. If that is the case, then you shall all perish. Buzz! Suddenly, an overwhelming imperial pressure erupted from his being, a terrifying torrent of soul power enveloping the two elder Xuanmings, swiftly radiating outward. Thud! Thud! The cultivators from the western, northern, and southwestern desolations, unable to bear the weight of this pressure, collapsed to the ground, some even fainting on the spot. The two Xianming elders were taken aback, realizing that the one who had struck was Lu Qianyu. Their expressions shifting dramatically. This is imperial pressure. Eight Desolation ancestor, have you ascended to the great ascension stage? Their souls quivered, devoid of any thought of resistance. Their first instinct was to think of the Eight Desolation ancestor, not Lu Qianyu. However, they soon sensed something was amiss, gazing at Lu Qianyu in horror. It's you. The two Xianming elders initially believed that Lu Qianyu had been possessed, for it was inconceivable that he could wield such formidable soul pressure. They wished to cry out, but it was already too late. With two dull thuds, their heads were shattered by the Eight Desolation ancestor, their bodies immobilized, unable to escape their nascent souls. The Eight Desolation ancestor seized both of them and vanished in the blink of an eye. Yet this was not the end. A thunderous explosion echoed through the air, accompanied by piercing screams and a woman's terrified shriek. All eyes turned skyward to witness a dark figure plummeting from above, prompting a hasty retreat. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as a pitch-black vessel descended from the heavens, crashing into the ground and shaking violently before coming to a standstill. First, a slender figure leaped from the vessel. Then, blood began to flow from the craft, a sight both shocking and gruesome. The overwhelming pressure abruptly dissipated, restoring tranquility to the scene. Only then did the onlookers realize, their faces ashen as they trembled with fear. Someone exclaimed in delight, "The Eight Desolation ancestor has arrived. He has slain all the members of the skeleton sect." At this proclamation, a chorus erupted. Eight Desolation ancestor, glorious! Eight Desolation ancestor, glorious! They had never before witnessed the true visage of the Eight Desolation ancestor, and were now ecstatic to behold him. However, Ouyang Zong, Luo Zhongqin, and the Grand Elder's faces turned pale with terror. Ouyang Zong sighed. The young master of the skeleton sect has been killed, and the two Xianming elders have perished. The skeleton sect is likely to erupt with fury. Given the ruthlessness of the skeleton sect, our Eight Desolation may face dire consequences, even extermination. Luo Zhongqin's countenance was ashen. It's over, it's over. The Eight Desolation is doomed. The skeleton sect will flay us and refine our souls. Sparing none, the Grand Elder of the Southwestern Desolation trembled uncontrollably, unable to utter a word. It dawned on everyone that the actions of the Eight Desolation ancestor did not herald good tidings, but instead signaled a catastrophic upheaval. The Eight Desolation star domain was the weakest among the celestial realms, surrounded by four powerful domains that had long coveted it. However, mutual apprehension had kept them at bay, allowing the Eight Desolation to merely survive. In truth, Everyone understood that there was no adequate justification for initiating an assault. But now, the Eight Desolation Ancestor had slain the heir of the Dark Domain and the two Shinming elders, providing the perfect pretext for retaliation. Although the Skeleton Sect was merely one of the three sects within the Underworld Sect, the Underworld Sect could not let this opportunity slip by, nor could the other sects of the Dark Domain. With this realization, the previously heightened spirits of the crowd plummeted, their faces turning grim and despondent. Many began to beat their chests in despair, wailing and lamenting. The thoughts of a greater number turned to how they might escape the Eight Desolation Star Domain. Just then, the Eight Desolation Ancestor returned. Everyone listen. The Dark Domain has long coveted our Eight Desolation Star Domain. A confrontation is inevitable. It is merely a matter of time. The Skeleton Sect attempted to assassinate our Eastern Desolation Holy Son and, upon failure, has sent more to kill him, further provoking me, the Eight Desolation Ancestor, which is intolerable. Should the Skeleton Sect dare to invade my Eight Desolation Star Domain, I shall ensure they return from whence they came. Never to return. Those who flee without authorization or spread rumors shall face my wrath personally. His voice rang clear and resolute. You, from the Western, Northern, and Southwestern Desolation clans, have united to oppress the Holy Son of the Eastern Desolation, seeking to instigate internal strife, thus violating the rules of the Eight Desolation Star Domain. Were it not for my consideration of the Eight Desolation as weakened state, I would have long since struck you down with a single blow. Return and inform your clan heads to apologize to the Eastern Desolation clan within 3 days, or face death. As his words faded, the Eight Desolation Ancestors' figure vanished, leaving behind a crowd in stunned silence. Their minds buzzed, struggling to comprehend the situation. What does he mean by never to return? We are hardly a match for them. Staying put is tantamount to waiting for death. What gives him such confidence? With their two great ancestors present, he must be trembling in fear. How could he possibly defend against them? Yet they could not flee, for to do so would invite the wrath of the Eight Desolation Ancestor. Faced with this dilemma, their faces turned ashen. Lu Tianyu, observing the scene, shook his head slightly. Before I change my mind, you all should leave. Remember to bring gifts as an apology, or I will report to the Eight Desolation Ancestor. These individuals, devoid of fighting spirit, mirrored the Eight Desolation Ancestor's inclination to flee in the face of danger, lamenting rather than contemplating how to respond that a war between star domains is not so easily instigated. It requires time to brew. Moreover, the Dark Domain would consider the stakes involved before declaring war. While the Eight Desolation Star Domain may be weak, a determined resistance could still inflict significant damage on the Skeleton Sect. Ouyang Zong was incensed, his chest heaving. Luo Zhongshan retorted angrily. You insolent brat! The Grand Elder from the Southwestern Desolation sighed deeply. We must depart. They were unaware of why the Eight Desolation Ancestor had suddenly aligned himself with the Eastern Desolation Clan. However, this was not the time for such contemplation. Their immediate task was to return to their clans and devise a strategy. Once the crowd had departed in disarray, Lu Juan and Luo Yunshang exchanged grave glances with Lu Tianyu. What transpired? Chapter 29. Emperor Changheng and the Soul Refining Technique, while the others remained oblivious. Lu Jiuan and his wife were keenly aware. The soul pressure just now emanated from their son, not the Eight Desolation Ancestor. At this moment, they began to suspect that their son had been possessed by a powerful entity, which would explain why Elder Changmei could not discern it. Lu Tianyu's expression grew serious. I once mentioned that I was trapped within a forbidden zone where I encountered an opportunity. Among them was a technique for soul cultivation known as the Soul Refining Technique. My dantian shattered, preventing me from training my body, so I could only cultivate the Soul Refining Technique. Within the Soul Refining Technique lies an immensely pure and vast soul energy, which I absorbed during my training. This is how my soul has come to be, as it is that he could not reveal that he had been in a dual cultivation of souls with the Empress of 1,000 Bones for 100,000 years. For such disclosure would expose all his secrets. Instead, he fabricated a title of a book, knowing that his parents would remain unaware to his astonishment. Lu Juan and Luo Yunshang exclaimed almost in unison. You have actually discovered the long-lost soul refining technique. You're you truly have turned misfortune into fortune. They stared at Lu Qianyu in disbelief. Lu Qianyu, taken aback, asked, Father, Mother, you know of the soul refining technique? Who lost it? He had not anticipated that the name he had randomly concocted would indeed exist. Lu Jian nodded with delight. Of course, he gazed towards the depths of the forbidden chasm. A prodigy once emerged from the Chang'eng star domain. He established his foundation at 6, attained the golden core stage at 8, and ascended to the great ascension stage at 12, effortlessly defeating opponents beyond his level. This individual is none other than Emperor Chang'eng. In the realm of great ascension, a cultivator is regarded as an imperial-level powerhouse. The pinnacle of the great ascension stage is honored as an emperor. Lu Qianyu was momentarily stunned. Emperor Chang'eng? Emperor Chang'eng dominated the Chang'eng star domain for many years before vanishing without a trace. Could it be? The legend of Emperor Chang'eng is known not only throughout the Chang'eng star domain, but also by those in the surrounding realms. He holds a significant place, even in the central star domain. However, he later disappeared suddenly, leaving no one aware of his whereabouts. Some say he broke through to a higher star domain, while others speculate he was beset by jealousy and perished. Of course, these are merely rumors, as no one has witnessed the events firsthand, nor can they be verified. Indeed, it is he. Lu Yuan's gaze burned with intensity as he fixed it upon Lu Qianyu. The emperor I admire most is this one. He wielded a lance as his weapon. His rise was neither coincidence nor due to extraordinary talent. It was because he obtained a book titled The Soul Refining Technique. It is said that upon his birth, the soul refining technique descended upon him, heralding extraordinary phenomena across the heavens and earth. Emperor Chang'eng ushered in an era, awakening countless cultivators to the fundamental truth that strengthening the soul is paramount. The cultivation of one's spirit should commence at a young age, rather than intensifying only upon reaching the nascent soul stage. Only with a robust spirit can the path of advancement be traversed effortlessly. A fact that had been overlooked by previous cultivators. Lu Jin turned to Lu Qianyu and remarked, It appears that Emperor Chang'eng did not shatter the void, but rather perished in the abyss of my 8 desolations. You have turned misfortune into fortune, acquiring Emperor Chang'eng's soul refining technique, as well as his spear. This matter must remain confidential. You are prohibited from disclosing it to anyone, lest it lead to dire consequences. Upon hearing this, Lu Qianyu touched his nose and nodded slightly. The soul refining technique was merely a fabrication on my part, and I randomly selected that spear. Why does it feel as though I've inherited Emperor Chang'eng's legacy? However, he could not refute the claim, for it was all lies. Luo Yunshang also displayed a joyful expression. With your powerful spirit, your cultivation speed will undoubtedly accelerate. Once our ancestor finds a way to restore your dantian with the help of the ghost saint, you shall surely soar to great heights. Realizing she had let something slip, she quickly corrected herself. Lu Qianyu's expression shifted immediately. Grandfather, has he gone to seek the ghost saint's wicked physician? When did he leave? He was well aware of his grandfather's character. Once he set his mind to something, he would act with fervor. During the arena challenge, Lu Qianyu had found it peculiar that his grandfather was absent. Little did he know that his grandfather had already ventured out in search of the ghost saint. His grandfather was risking everything to pursue this. Lu Qianyu understood that the ghost saint's whereabouts were unpredictable, often frequenting perilous locations, making it exceedingly difficult and dangerous for his grandfather to find him. Moreover, he had concealed the truth about his sealed dantian, which filled him with immense guilt. Seeing that the concealment could not hold, Luo Yunshang reluctantly revealed the truth. Our ancestor has indeed set out to seek him. He instructed us not to inform you of his departure, fearing it would cause you distress. Lu Jian advised. The news of our ancestor's departure must not be divulged to anyone, for it may incite panic. Let us return for now. Lu Qianyu fell into silence for a moment. Father, Mother, please return first. I shall follow shortly. He glanced toward a nearby figure, a woman named Lu Qingyan, his betrothed who had just come to annul their engagement. Earlier, Lu Qingyan had conveyed to him that she had something to discuss. Lu Jian and Luo Yunshang exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. What business do you have with me? Lu Qianyu's tone was frigid. You narrowly escaped with your life. Why do you linger? He had not anticipated that the Eight Desolations ancestor had not exterminated everyone aboard the ship, leaving Lu Qingyin's life intact. Lu Qingyin had sent the Ghost Saint's minion to capture Lu Tianyu, and he had assumed that the ancestor had wiped out all aboard the vessel. Clearly, the Eight Desolations ancestor must have been aware of Lu Qingyin's connection to Lu Tianyu and refrained from harming her. I apologize. I had no choice earlier. I was captured by that fiend who intended to assault me. Lu Qingyin slowly turned to face him, her voice laced with remorse. Thank you for saving me. I know you harbor feelings for me. Otherwise, you would not have persuaded the Eight Desolations ancestor to spare my life. She believed that the ancestor's decision not to kill her was due to Lu Tianyu's influence. Observing him closely, she noticed that the ancestor seemed to value Lu Tianyu greatly. Lu Tianyu coldly replied, "You are mistaken. It was solely the Eight Desolations ancestor's decision, not mine, that if your purpose in summoning me was merely to convey this, I kindly ask you to leave." With that, he turned to depart. The situation had already grown tense, and there was no need for further entanglement to avoid misunderstandings. Wait! Lu Qingyin hastened a few steps to block Lu Tianyu's path. You may not realize, but all disciples of the Liuli sect are but tools, fated to a tragic existence. Once one joins the sect, they either become instruments for amassing spirit stones or pawns in political marriages. I, too, am bound to this fate as the saintess. She wore a sorrowful expression. The day your soul lantern extinguished, my master chastised me and confined me. Upon learning of your survival, I wished to see you. But my master insisted I annul our engagement. None of this was my intention. I still wish to rekindle our bond. Can we not start anew? Chapter 30. The Eight Desolations Demon Suppression Formation. Lu Qingyin's voice carried a hint of temptation. If you desire, I can grant you that at any moment. Her pale, pink garments fluttered in the breeze, her body trembling slightly, her porcelain-like cheeks blushing like jade, exuding a pitiful charm. Were it any other man, he would undoubtedly have acquiesced immediately, embracing her, such a delicate and alluring woman offering herself. Who could resist such temptation? Lu Qingyin, I shall state this once more. Lu Tianyu spoke in a grave tone. From the moment you annulled our engagement, our paths have diverged irreparably. That I warn you. Do not seek me out again. Otherwise, I shall not be courteous. As he turned to leave, Lu Qingyin called after him, her voice raised. Are you truly so heartless? I am a woman left with nowhere to go, unable to return to my sect. And yet regardless of her pleas, Lu Tianyu did not turn back. Lu Qingyin huffed in frustration. What arrogance! Were it not for your promising future, I would not have lowered myself to pursue you. She gritted her teeth. Do you think that by slaying Ming Tianqi, you have become invincible? Ming Tianqi does not even rank among the elite in the entire Chongheng star domain. Just wait. You will surely regret this. With a stamp of her foot, she stormed off. Half an hour later, at the foot of the Menghuang mountain range, within a dense forest, the Eight Desolations ancestor trembled. Saint's son, I did not intend to let Lu Qingyin go. I merely wished for you to have the opportunity to torment her. She has wronged you, and I am certain it would not sit well with you. Before he could finish, Lu Tianyu interrupted. Stop. I did not summon you here to listen to your ramblings. If the Skull Sect launches a large-scale attack, how many rounds can your avatar withstand? Lu Tianyu's eyes glinted with concern. Having slain Ming Tianqi and the two Xianming elders, the Skull Sect would undoubtedly seek retribution. Regardless of when they choose to retaliate, preparations must be made. The Eight Desolations ancestor side, my current avatar possesses less than a third of my true power. The ancestor of the Skull Sect is stronger than I was at my peak. Should he come, I would stand no chance of resistance. The Eight Desolations are in grave danger. It is all my fault. I should not have ventured out to undergo tribulation. I should have remained in the Eight Desolations to face it. He deeply regretted his decision. Had he undergone tribulation in the Eight Desolations, he might have succeeded with the protection of his avatar. Initially, he had chosen the Turbid Flow star domain to avoid interference during his tribulation. But it had backfired, nearly leading to his demise. Lu Tianyu's expression turned serious. If the Yuming sect also comes to invade, will the Eight Desolations not be doomed? The Eastern Desolation was his home. He did not wish to abandon it and wander among the stars or seek refuge with other powers. Moreover, the situation had arisen due to his actions, and he felt compelled to find a way to avert this calamity. The Eight Desolations ancestor chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. It is futile. The disparity in strength is too great. We have no chance of victory. Unless... He then shook his head. Saint's son, the Skull Sect is ruthless and bloodthirsty. It will be wiser for us to leave while we can. They must have already deduced our involvement. Liu Qianyu caught the underlying message in the ancestor's words. Unless what? Unless we can reactivate the Eight Desolations 8-star formation. But that is an impossible feat. The core of the Eight Desolations formation lies within the abyss of sealing, which must be sealed to activate the formation. Moreover, initiating the formation requires a tremendous amount of spirit stones. Even if a powerful being in the tribulation stage were to come, there would be no guarantee of sealing it. We should abandon this plan. He was not the first ancestor of this place. Despite having lived for over 10,000 years, he had never personally sealed the abyss of sealing. However, he had witnessed the previous ancestor perform the sealing. He remembered the events vividly. The laws of the abyss of sealing had undergone a transformation, resulting in an automatic sealing. At that time, a formidable enemy had invaded the Eight Desolations, and the ancestor of the ancestors had not hesitated to activate the Eight Desolations demon suppression formation. They had managed to repel the formidable enemy, even severely injuring two experts in the cave void stage. After the enemy retreated, the Eight Desolations formation remained active for 10 days before it was deactivated, and a month later, the laws of the abyss of sealing returned to normal. Thereafter, the reputation of the Eight Desolations demon suppression formation spread, and surrounding star domains refrained from invading the Eight Desolations lightly. Now, over 3,000 years had passed, and the Eight Desolations demon suppression formation had not been activated since. The foundation of the formation remained intact, yet the Eight Desolations ancestor was uncertain if it could be activated. Liu Qianyu casually inquired about this, knowing full well that the Eight Desolations demon suppression formation was unlikely to be activated. Upon hearing this, Liu Qianyu's eyes lit up. Are you saying that if you can seal the abyss of sealing, the 8-star formation can be activated? For how long? How many spirit stones would it require? When he had undergone soul dual cultivation with the Empress of Thousand Bones, she had mentioned that the Eight Desolation Celestial Cauldron could seal the abyss of sealing, though the Empress of Thousand Bones had not yet regained her cultivation level. She could seal it for about a year with the help of the cauldron. The Eight Desolations ancestors sighed deeply. For each day of sealing, the formation could be activated for a day. Activating the Eight Desolations formation for a day requires the consumption of a mid-grade spirit vein. If I were to exhaust all the spirit veins in my possession, I could only manage to seal it for a month. Saint's son, sealing the abyss of sealing is impossible. I assure you, no one from the Changheng Star Domain can accomplish it this moment. He felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. It seemed to him that Liu Tianyu was a person who would not turn back until he hit a wall, relentlessly digging for the truth behind every matter. Yet he found himself compelled to explain. Upon hearing this, Liu Qianyu's face broke into a smile. Then let us impose a seal for a year. Let us gather all the spiritual stones from the Eight Wastelands. Sealing it for a year should pose no issue, right? During this time, we can venture out to search for more spiritual stones. That should not be a problem at this juncture. He could only turn to the Queen of the Thousand Bones for assistance. Perhaps she had already overheard his words. What? The ancestor of the Eight Wastelands leaped up. His face contorted with bitterness as he glared at Liu Qianyu. Holy son, please do not jest with me. My heart is not strong enough for such jokes. If it were anyone else here, they would have already erupted in curses. Seal the abyss of forbidden ground. Did he think it was as simple as placing a lid on a well? The laws of time within the abyss could unravel anything. No treasure could withstand it, especially given the mingling of countless other laws that he wouldn't even dare dream of sealing the abyss of forbidden ground. What a delusion! Liu Qianyu replied nonchalantly. Do you think I would jest at this moment? Just because you cannot do something does not mean others cannot. Ancestor of the Eight Wastelands, as the pillar of the Eight Wastelands, your ancestors invested immense resources and labor to cultivate you to protect the Eight Wastelands. When faced with challenges, you only think of fleeing rather than finding a solution. Do you honor your forebears in this way? He snorted coldly. This matter is settled. You shall command the 8 clans of the 8 Wastelands to surrender their spiritual veins. Those who refuse shall be cast into the abyss of forbidden ground, that if you inherit the resources of your ancestors, you must contribute to the 8 Wastelands. I give you 2 days. If you fail, you need not continue to live. By the way, during these days, you shall guard the Skeleton Sect ship. Should anyone from the Skeleton Sect arrive, kill them without question. With that, Liu Qianyu commandeered his flying vessel. Heading towards the eastern wasteland, he watched Liu Qianyu's departing figure. The ancestor of the 8 Wastelands stood in stunned silence. This youth, devoid of cultivation, claimed he could seal the abyss of forbidden ground. Was there not something amiss? His mind was a whirlwind. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wait, how could he, without any cultivation, manipulate the mysterious mirror to attack? How could he pilot a flying vessel? The ancestor felt as though Liu Qianyu was shrouded in a thick fog. Increasingly inscrutable, the ancestor of the 8 Wastelands narrowed his eyes slightly. Fine, let us proceed as he suggests that, if he truly can seal the abyss of forbidden ground, I shall no longer harbor any thoughts of resistance and will wholeheartedly assist him. Liu Qianyu remained blissfully unaware of these musings on the ship. He raised his hand towards the Phoenix Ring. You heard what I said earlier, right? No sooner had he spoken than the melodious voice of the Queen of the Thousand Bones chimed in. I did hear. Sealing the abyss for a year is acceptable, but you must assist me with one task. Liu Qianyu inquired. Oh, what task? The Queen of the Thousand Bones promptly replied, Go to the city of Earth Spirits at the junction of the Turbid Flow Star Domain and the Dark Star Domain, and locate the Ghost Saint Evil Physician. Upon your arrival, I shall inform you of what I need you to do. Liu Qianyu immediately agreed. All right, are you certain the Ghost Saint Evil Physician is in the city of Earth Spirits? My grandfather went to seek him. Perhaps he might even meet him, that if he cannot find him, he could send a message to bring him back. He is very concerned for my grandfather's safety. Yet, he could not fathom how the Queen of the Thousand Bones knew the Ghost Saint Evil Physician would be in the city of Earth Spirits. The Ghost Saint Evil Physician was notoriously elusive, exceedingly difficult to track down. Even knowing his city would not guarantee finding him, as he was adept at disguise and typically avoided revealing himself for treatment, that I know you wouldn't believe me if I said I sent him there. But you can go. Just know that I, your wife, would never deceive my husband. The Queen of the Thousand Bones giggled. Liu Qianyu cleared his throat. Could you please use a different form of address? Anyone overhearing might think we are truly a couple. I find it rather odd that a different form of address? Of course. If you do not like husband, I shall call you Lord Husband instead. She chuckled. You are truly something. As a grown man, you cannot take on some responsibility. After sharing a soul for 100,000 years, can you not address me as wife or madam? Liu Qianyu was rendered speechless. Cough. Cough, cough. After sealing the abyss of forbidden ground, I shall seek out the Ghost Saint Evil Physician. In the Dark Star Domain, within the Grand Hall of the Skeleton Sect, an enraged roar reverberated throughout. Who killed my son? Who dares? Find them immediately. At the black altar within the hall, a pale, cold man whose features bore a striking resemblance to Ming Tianqi shattered the chair beneath him with a single palm strike. This man was none other than Ming Lingye, the leader of the Skeleton Sect and one of the 3 sects of the underworld. Ming Lingye was in discussion with the elders of his clan regarding plans to invade the 8 Wastelands when an inner disciple reported that Ming Tianqi's soul lamp had extinguished. He instantly erupted in fury. While not the most gifted in cultivation, Ming Tianqi was certainly the wisest among his sons. For the long-term benefit of the Skeleton Sect, he had chosen Ming Tianqi as the Holy Son. Little did he expect that Ming Tianqi would be killed. Ming Lingye could not fathom who possessed such audacity to lay hands on his son. Did they wish to court death? The elder in charge of external matters bowed and said, Sect leader, the elder responsible for divination has already departed for the site. Results will be forthcoming shortly. The young master ventured into the wild forest of the 8 Wastelands. The people of the 8 Wastelands are timid as mice and would certainly not dare to act against him. The true culprit must be someone else. The wild forest? Ming Lingye's body flickered with dark light. What was he doing there? The elder replied, to kill a person named Liu Qianyu. is the Holy Sun of the Eastern Wasteland. 4 months ago, the Holy Sun sent someone to cast him into the abyss of forbidden ground. But unexpectedly, this person emerged from the abyss. The Holy Sun intends to capture him to interrogate what secrets he unearthed from the depths. Upon hearing this, Ming Lingye's tone darkened. It must be that old fool Chang Mei who killed my son. Chang Mei is fiercely protective of his kin. My son attacked his precious grandson, and he undoubtedly uncovered the truth. Now my son has gone to kill his grandson. The likelihood that Chang Mei killed my son in a fit of rage is very high. He spat angrily. That old fool Chang Mei is my sworn enemy. Years ago, I was defeated at your hands, but now your OLD&MY celestial skeleton has been successfully forged. It is time to reap your life. Someone, notify the third elder to assemble the forces and prepare to depart. We shall annihilate the Eastern Wasteland Clan. A chilling murderous intent radiated from Ming Tianqi. The first elder stepped forward, sect leader. This matter requires careful deliberation. Chang Mei is volatile, but he is not a fool. Let us wait for the results of the divination before making a decision. Just then, another hurried report came in. Sect leader. Grave news. The soul lamp of Elder Zhongming has extinguished. What? The first elder was taken aback. Elder Zhongming was a master of concealment and divination. He performed calculations before his departure to ensure safe passage. At that moment, he grew anxious. The heavenly secrets and the rules of the Eight Wastelands are chaotic. Divination is likely to be inaccurate. Alas. Ming Lingye sneered coldly. What use is divination? Confirm the location the Holy Sun was headed to, and annihilate the surrounding star domains. My skeleton sect will not reveal its might. No one knows the power of my skeleton sect. Even the insignificant Eight Wastelands dares to kill my son. Such audacity. This matter requires no further discussion. First Elder, you are to depart immediately. Seal all exits of the Eight Wastelands, forbidding anyone from entering or leaving. Any member of the Eight Wastelands that emerges shall be killed and turned into a skeletal puppet. All warriors of the skeleton sect, follow me to the Eight Wastelands. I shall summon the Elder of Skeleton to join me. Should we encounter Lu Tianyu, capture him alive. I wish to dissect him to uncover what he obtained from the abyss. The first elder had more to say, but opened his mouth, then fell silent, clasping his fists as he departed. I could see that moment. Another report arrived. Sect leader, a woman from the Southern Wasteland Clan, claiming to be Ingu, has come. She states she has urgent matters to discuss with you. She claims to know the circumstances surrounding the death of the young master. Ming Lingye waved his hand. Quickly. Let her in. Moments later, a silver-haired woman clad in purple robes was escorted into the hall. It was none other than Ingu from the Southern Wasteland Clan. Chapter 32. The Evil Thoughts of Li Dongsheng with a thud. Ingu knelt before Ming Lingye. I pay my respects to the sect leader. She had followed Li Yuanhao to prepare for the assassination of Lu Tianyu, seeking vengeance for her good friend, Uncle Li. Yet, upon witnessing Lu Tianyu single-handedly battling numerous foes, she had witnessed the entire process of Ming Tianqi's demise. Realizing her revenge was futile, she had come to seek Ming Lingye's allegiance, to kill Lu Tianyu, and avenge Uncle Li. Ming Lingye coldly uttered a single word. Speak. After Ingu recounted the entire ordeal, the murderous intent in Ming Lingye's eyes became almost palpable. Lu Tianyu, you shall surely die. Ingu, since you are inclined to pledge your allegiance to me, why not become my insider? If you can persuade the head of the Nanhuang clan to join my cause, I assure you that I shall spare your entire clan from annihilation and support you in becoming the new sovereign of the Eight Desolations. Upon hearing this, Ingu was instantly elated. Thank you, Sect Master. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly. For her, anything that avenges Uncle Li was worth doing. The fate of the Eight Desolations had already reached its end. Even if the skeleton sect refrained from intervening, other star realms would undoubtedly take action, which suited her intentions perfectly at the same time, within the Grand Hall of the Beiwang clan in the Eight Desolations. Elders and important figures were gathered. The clan head, Ouyang Zong, reported to the ancestor. Ancestor, the skeleton sect has surely learned of our circumstances and will soon launch an assault. Our Eight Desolations are in peril. We must promptly devise a strategy, or it will be too late. The first elder, a bald old man clad in a coarse white robe, rebuked. That senile fool of the Eight Desolations. How could he stand idly by while Lu Tianyu killed Ming Tianqi? Having offended the skeleton sect, what means does he possess to resist? How could our forebear have nurtured such a creature to lead the Eight Desolations, jeopardizing our legacy? The white-robed elder was the ancestor of the Beiwang clan, Ouyang Tiandu, whose age was comparable to that of the Changmei ancestor. Ouyang Zong's brows furrowed deeply. This old tortoise of the Eight Desolations has been enduring for so many years, acting with caution. How could he suddenly change his nature? I find this matter suspicious. From a Monghuang forest until now, he had been pondering this issue that he even suspected that the ancestor of the Eight Desolations might abandon the Eight Desolations realm altogether. Indeed, a transformation had occurred. Ouyang Tiandu snorted coldly. I just contacted the Eight Desolations, and he completely ignored me. This old fool is reclusive and has no close allies. He is as timid as a mouse. Such bizarre behavior suggests that he is likely to abandon the Eight Desolations. His potential is limited. He cannot advance beyond the mid-level of Dongshu, and his lifespan is short in his twilight years. His temperament has drastically changed, and the possibility of him throwing caution to the wind is quite high. At this point, he let out a long sigh. He may depart without a care. But what will happen to us if he does? The skeleton sect has been seeking a reason to annihilate our Eight Desolations, and now an opportunity has presented itself. If the ancestor of the Eight Desolations takes action himself, who can we blame? Ouyang Tiandu gritted his teeth. I am not like him. I cannot disregard everything that I have so many descendants to consider. I cannot abandon them. His heart was filled with anguish. The Grand Elder stepped forward, clan head, ancestor. As the saying goes, while the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. We could temporarily relocate to the Xianqing Star Realm. The Xianqing Star Realm is quite accommodating. I have a well-connected ally there, and I can speak with him to seek assistance. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Zong immediately dismissed the notion. Given that Ming Lingya's son has been slain, no matter where we escape, we shall be pursued. Those from a skeleton sect are far from human. What ally? It is highly likely he would exploit our misfortune. Ouyang Tiandu shook his head in denial. The only viable course of action now is to unite all members of the Eight Desolations clan. We must advance and retreat together. Perhaps we will discover a better solution. Time is of the essence. Ouyang Zong, contact all clan heads immediately, excluding Lu Jiyuan. At the mention of Lu Jin, his teeth clenched in resentment. Why kill anyone else when he had to incite his son to slay Ming Tianqi? It is merely one son, and he may not even be his biological child. Could he not be abandoned? In his view, Lu Tianyu's ability to kill Ming Tianqi was due to the gifts bestowed upon him by Changmei and Lu Jun. Ancestor, I believe we should first capture Lu Tianyu and interrogate him about the secrets he obtained from the Forbidden Grounds before making any further plans. Ouyang Batian said through gritted teeth. That old fool from the Eight Desolations even demanded we bring gifts to apologize. It is utterly outrageous, having been crushed and humiliated by Lu Tianyu once more. He yearned to kill Lu Tianyu immediately to vent his frustrations. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Zong's eyes brightened. Indeed, if all the families of the Eight Desolations unite to pressure Lu Tianyu, we might discover a way out. That young man must have obtained tremendous fortune in the abyss of the Forbidden Grounds. We must act swiftly, and I shall visit the Shihuang realm first. With that, he rose to depart, as for the harsh words of the Eight Desolations ancestor. He had long since cast them aside. He and Ouyang Tiandu both believed that the ancestor of the Eight Desolations was either preparing to flee or had already done so, rendering such matters irrelevant. At that moment, a clan member rushed in to report. The head of the Nanhuang clan has arrived, claiming there are urgent matters to discuss. Ouyang Zong and Ouyang Tiandu exchanged glances. Please, let him in. In a private chamber, Ouyang Zong and Ouyang Tiandu turned to the head of the Nanhuang clan, Li Dongsheng. What urgent matter do you wish to discuss with us privately? Li Dongsheng's expression was grim. You may not be aware, but my son has been killed by that young man, Lu Tianyu. Not long ago, Lu Juan murdered my son's personal guard, Uncle Li, along with several subordinates. The Donghuang clan seems intent on exterminating my Nanhuang clan. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Zong and Ouyang Tiandu were both taken aback. What? Li Yuanhao has been killed by Lu Tianyu. This young man is heartless and ruthless. He aims to turn us all into enemies. In the Monghuang forest, they had only seen Li Yuanhao unconscious, believing he would awaken without issue. However, they never anticipated that he had been murdered. While there had been friction among the Eight Desolations clans, outright killings in the open were unheard of. Restraint had always been maintained. The murder of Li Yuanhao was an entirely different matter, coupled with Lu Tianyu's prior killings in the Monghuang forest. They felt the Dongwang clan was indeed preparing to strike against the other families. Ouyang Zong, perplexed, queried, "It is rumored that the Changmei ancestor suffered a failed tribulation and is gravely injured. Why would Lu Tianyu act so ruthlessly at such a time? Does he truly wish to prolong his own life? This is utterly irrational." He could not fathom the reasoning behind Li Dongsheng. However, snorted coldly, "We were initially prepared to force the Dongwang clan to relinquish their interests. You may not understand their motives for acting this way, but I do." His eyes were bloodshot. The Changmei ancestor is not injured at all. He must have successfully transcended the tribulation. He has created a smokescreen to make us believe the Dongwang is weakened, leading us to believe they would come to divide the Dongwang clan, only to turn around and deal with us. Chapter 33. The Changmei ancestor's heart is worthy of condemnation. Ouyang Zong's expression immediately changed. "What did you say? The Changmei ancestor has successfully transcended the tribulation. That is simply impossible. A month ago, the Dongwang clan's formation was sealed, and we witnessed the terrifying tribulation lightning. The ancestor was certain Changmei would either die or be gravely injured." Ouyang Tiandu nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Although I cannot discern the specifics of the tribulation, the day of the lightning tribulation, the rules of the abyss were triggered, affecting the entire Eight Desolations realm. Even the ancestor of the Eight Desolations would not necessarily survive such a storm. Let alone him that on the day of the tribulation, the entire Eight Desolations trembled. All the ancestors of the Eight Desolations believed that Changmei might not endure. Surviving was already a miracle, but he would hardly live long thereafter. The 7 clan heads were well aware that the time to divide the Dongwang clan had arrived. Li Dongsheng shook his head repeatedly. "You are all mistaken." Saying this, he produced a crystal ball. "Just today, one of my allies in the Dilling City discovered the whereabouts of the Changmei ancestor. You may take a look." Buzz! The crystal ball was activated. The image depicted an elderly man with long eyebrows seated cross-legged in an inn. Meditating, that Li Dongsheng added, "I cannot disclose the source of this video, but I assure you, this matter is absolutely true." Upon hearing this, Ouyang Zong and Ouyang Tiandu were both dumbfounded. "How is this possible?" Li Dongsheng chuckled. "How can this not be possible? The Changmei ancestor has gambled everything to advance to Dongxiu, inciting Lu Tianyu and Lu Jiyuan to act recklessly. The events in the Mongshan forest were their conspiracy. The ancestor of the Eight Desolations must have learned of Changmei's advancement and intervened to protect Lu Tianyu. Is it not evident that Lu Tianyu's arrogance stems from Changmei's backing?" He reasoned convincingly. The Changmei ancestor's journey to Dilling City is undoubtedly to seek a way out for the Dongwang clan. He knows that even if he advances to Dongxiu, he will not stand a chance against the Dark Star Realm. His preferred escape route is the Zhuoliu Star Realm, which is fraught with peril and desolation. Dilling City is precisely located within the Zhuoliu Star Realm, is it not? Ouyang Zong and Ouyang Tiandu were both rendered speechless. This, had it not been for Li Dongsheng presenting evidence, they would never have believed that the Changmei ancestor would abandon the Dongwang clan and secretly prepare for a migration of his entire family. The Changmei ancestor was known for his familial devotion, holding the Eight Desolations in higher regard than his own life. Otherwise, he would not have confronted the 3 combined entities of the Yuming sect single-handedly, while the other 7 ancestors dared not intervene. Showcasing his formidable combat prowess by severely injuring 1 and lightly wounding 2, Li Dongsheng snorted. The Changmei ancestor harbors ulterior motives. His heart is worthy of condemnation. Now, faced with a great enemy, he contemplates escape while slaughtering our 8 Desolations descendants. He is nothing short of a monster. As a Dongxiu, he has abandoned the 8 Desolations. The ancestor of the 8 Desolations is of similar ilk, leading us toward annihilation. Ouyang Zong and Ouyang Tiandu were suddenly alarmed. "What should we do? What should we do?" Are we truly to migrate as a family? Li Dongsheng shook his head slightly. It is already too late. The skeleton sect will surely not allow us to leave. The envoy of the skeleton sect has dared to approach, engaging me in negotiations concerning certain matters. Are you interested in hearing about it? Ah, Ouyang Zong and Ouyang Tiandu were taken aback once more. I Dongsheng sighed deeply. Let us first focus on survival. The representatives of the skeleton sect proposed that they would spare my 8 desolations, provided we contribute a certain amount of spirit stones and assist them in capturing Lu Tianyu to annihilate the Dongwang clan. I've already relayed the whereabouts of that old scoundrel Chong Mei to Ming Lingya, who intends for the Yuming sect to eliminate him first. The ancestor of the skeleton sect is incapable of dealing with Chong Mei, but if the 3 elders of Yuming sect intervene, Chong Mei is undoubtedly doomed. Ouyang Zong and Ouyang Tiandu's expressions darkened significantly. Brother Dongsheng, allow us to contemplate this matter and provide you with a swift response. I Dongsheng nodded. I will persuade the other families. You must give me your answer within 2 days. With that, he turned and departed. Ouyang Zong and Ouyang Tiandu failed to notice the cold, murderous intent that flickered at the corner of Li Dongsheng's mouth. Anyone who hesitates regarding the agreement reached with the envoy of the skeleton sect is destined to perish. He would report the names to the skeleton sect, who would send someone to handle it. He had made the stakes abundantly clear. Ouyang Zong and Ouyang Tiandu's hesitation certainly indicated their inclusion on the skeleton sect's must-kill list. In Li Dongsheng's eyes, these 2 were already as good as dead. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Ouyang Zong and Ouyang Tiandu's choices would astonish him greatly. Ouyang Zong's expression turned grim. Li Dongsheng has gone too far, colluding with our enemies, the skeleton sect. The skeleton sect has a notorious habit of discarding those who have outlived their usefulness. It would be surprising if he were spared. Ouyang Tiandu's beard trembled violently. The ancestor Chong Mei has advanced to Dongshu, leading his descendants to flee, at the very least safeguarding the bottom line of our 8 desolations. Li Dongsheng is far too treacherous. We cannot collaborate with him, as that would hasten our demise. With a decisive thump on the table, he declared, I will contact ancestor Chong Mei immediately. You reach out to Lu Jian and see if he can bring us along. Ouyang Zong's expression shifted slightly. Is that feasible? Should we besiege Lu Tianyu, we would be violating ancestor Chong Mei's greatest taboo. Ouyang Tiandu shook his head slightly. I do not know if it will succeed, but I am certain that Chong Mei will not betray our 8 desolations. Let's give it a try. If it fails, we will flee separately. Once we contact the Dongwang side, promptly inform the core members of our clan to gather their belongings and prepare for evacuation. Yes. Ouyang Zong immediately took out a communication pearl to contact Lu Jian. Unfortunately, he was met with disappointment. He could not establish a connection. What to do? At that moment, a figure appeared in his mind. Lu Tianyu. Though he could not reach Lu Jian, Ouyang Batian could contact Lu Tianyu. Reaching out to Lu Tianyu was akin to reaching out to Lu Jiyuan, as the father and son shared a united front. Ouyang Zong gritted his teeth and summoned Ouyang Batian to contact Lu Tianyu. Aware of the gravity of the situation, Ouyang Batian clenched his teeth and initiated contact with Lu Tianyu. The communication pearl flickered with a blue glow, slowly rotating, while Ouyang Batian's heart raced. Buzz! The communication pearl trembled momentarily before connecting. Lu Tianyu's calm voice emerged, straightforward and direct. Ouyang Batian, what do you seek from me? At that moment, Lu Tianyu had just returned to his clan. Preparing to discuss matters regarding the procurement of spirit stones with his father, he had not anticipated that Ouyang Batian would reach out, unaware of his intentions. Humph. Cough, cough, cough. Ouyang Batian on the other end appeared somewhat embarrassed. Lu Tianyu. Today I concede defeat to you, truly. Lu Tianyu coldly interrupted. Speak plainly. He offered no courtesy to Ouyang Batian. Lu Tianyu. I shall be direct. Li Dongsheng intends to collude with the skeleton sect. Chapter 34, Ouyang Tiandu. It's a gamble. Whoosh! Upon hearing this, Lu Tianyu abruptly rose to his feet, his eyes flashing with cold light. Li Dongsheng dares to side with the skeleton sect, betraying my grandfather. This treacherous fiend. Inform Ouyang Tiandu to trust my words and swiftly gather all the spiritual veins and spirit stones from our clan. Disbelief will lead to death. With that, he severed the connection and immediately reached out to Ancestor Changmei. Regrettably, after several attempts, he could not get through to Ancestor Changmei, causing unease to settle within him. If the skeleton sect intended to target Ancestor Changmei, the situation would be dire, yet he had no means to contact him. Liu Qianyu took a deep breath, silently praying for Ancestor Changmei's safety. Just then, Lu Juan and Luo Yunshang arrived. Ouyang Zong reached out to me. Ouyang Batian must have contacted you as well. They bore expressions of concern at why Lingyun furrowed his brow. I'm already aware. I never expected Li Dongsheng to be such a traitor. Father, my greatest concern is for grandfather's safety. Can we find a way to contact him? He remained worried about Ancestor Changmei. Lugun sighed. You know your grandfather's temperament. If he does not wish to make contact, no one can reach him. That I have been trying since the day he left, but alas, to no avail. With the skeleton sect's impending invasion, what shall we do? In his mind, Ancestor Changmei was the cornerstone. Without him, Lu Juan felt a sense of unease. He did not fear confronting the skeleton sect. He could fight one if necessary, but what of the many disciples in the clan? Lu Qianyu sighed softly. Father, there is no need for concern. I have already contacted the ancestor of the Eight Desolations and plan to activate the Eight Desolations Demon Suppression Array in 2 days. Given the urgency of the situation, we must expedite our actions. The sooner, the better. Father, Mother, I implore you to take the lead in gathering all the spiritual veins and spirit stones from our Eight Desolations clan. Every piece counts. I will now seek out the ancestor of the Eight Desolations. Once you have collected the spirit stones, head to the abyss of the Forbidden Land to find me. He needed to hasten the activation of the Eight Desolations Demon Suppression Array and then set off to locate Ancestor Changmei. Lu Jiyuan and Luo Yunshang were taken aback. What? The ancestor of the Eight Desolations intends to activate the Eight Desolations Demon Suppression Array. The activation requires sealing the abyss of the Forbidden Land. Otherwise, interference would render it impossible. Can the ancestor of the Eight Desolations truly achieve this? They doubted that the ancestor could seal the abyss of the Forbidden Land. Liu Qianyu smiled slightly. I will seal it. Then you shall see. Lu Juan and Luo Yunshang's eyes widened in unison. This, very well. We trust you. We shall gather the spirit stones without delay. Please wait a moment. We will be right back. They had always supported Lu Tianyu unconditionally and harbored no doubts about his words. If the ancestor of the Eight Desolations could indeed activate the Eight Desolations Demon Suppression Array, no matter how many members of the skeleton sect came, they would not breach the defenses, thus averting the crisis facing the Eight Desolations. Whoosh! Lu Juan and Luo Yunshang swiftly departed. Meanwhile, within the secret chamber of the Bei Huang clan, Ouyang Zong, Ouyang Tiandu, and Ouyang Batian exchanged glances. Their expressions filled with uncertainty. Ouyang Tiandu narrowed his eyes slightly, as if peering through time and space towards the abyss of the Forbidden Land. Lu Qianyu remained in the abyss of the Forbidden Land for 3 months and miraculously emerged. It seems he is indeed the one to seal the abyss. This young man must have encountered great fortune, yet he remains loyal, knowing the importance of safeguarding the Eight Desolations, and has not chosen to flee. He turned to Ouyang Zong and Ouyang Batian. This is a gamble with the lives of all our Bei Huang clan members. If we win, all is well. If we lose, we face total annihilation. Shall we take the gamble? Ouyang Zong's brows furrowed into A shape. Ancestor Changmei's appearance in the Earth Spirit City is not perhaps to seek an escape for the Donghuang clan in the Menghuang Forest. He has slain many of our Ouyang clan's disciples. We are already at odds. How can I trust him? The images provided by Li Dongsheng cannot be fabricated, yet he could not fathom how Lu Tianyu would manage to seal the abyss of the Forbidden Land. Ouyang Baishan's gaze burned with intensity. Lu Qianyu harbors a formidable power within. Just now, he did not strike me with full force, or I would have been a corpse by now. Thus, despite our attempts to besiege him, he still values the bond with the Eight Desolations and refrains from delivering a fatal blow. It was we who forced him to resort to violence. Had I been in his position, I too would have fought back fiercely. Defeated by Lu Qianyu's single blow, he acknowledged his defeat. Recalling Lu Qianyu's previous rampage, he felt a lingering dread, inexplicably viewing Lu Qianyu as a benchmark to aspire to. Ouyang Tiandu gritted his teeth. Since Batian has said so, I shall take the gamble. Ouyang Zong's brows unfurled. A gamble it shall be. In truth, they were riddled with countless doubts, fearful of the gamble. Yet, with Ouyang Batian, a junior, willing to take the risk, their wavering thoughts solidified in an instant, and they resolved to gamble. At that moment, Ouyang Tiandu's communication pearl chimed. Upon inspection, it was the ancestor of the Eight Desolations. He hurriedly activated it. The cold, stern voice of the ancestor echoed. Ouyang Tiandu, you have 3 hours to gather all the spiritual veins and spirit stones from your clan to the abyss of the Forbidden Land. Should you refuse or contemplate fleeing, I shall personally send you on your way. With that, the connection was severed. Ouyang Tiandu, Ouyang Zong, and Ouyang Batian chorused. A gamble it is. Simultaneously, Li Dongsheng had finished persuading the remaining 5 clans of the 8 Desolations and received unanimous responses of contemplation. Not a single clan agreed to cooperate. Emerging from a southwestern clan, his expression was as dark as a storm cloud. Intransigent fools, you shall all find yourselves on the death list of the skeleton sect. He never anticipated that, at the brink of life and death, these families still harbored delusions. Li Dongxing exhaled a long breath of foul air. Enough, I shall wait for another hour. If they do not respond after this hour, then do not blame me, Li Dongsheng, for my ruthlessness. He boarded his flying artifact, preparing to return to the southern wilderness. Just then, the communication pearl chimed, revealing a message from the ancestor of the 8 Desolations regarding the submission of spirit stones. Humph! Li Dongsheng snorted coldly. Departing and still wishing to profit. Is that feasible? I shall contact Ming Lingye immediately and deal with you, old fool. First, but in the next moment, a cold voice resonated. Kill me? You think you can? Li Dongsheng immediately jolted. Who is it? Swish! 3 figures descended from the sky, and upon recognizing them, Li Dongxing's expression changed dramatically. You all, seeing it was the ancestor of the 8 Desolations, and Lu Qianyu. Along with an unfamiliar figure, he realized the gravity of the situation. I Dongsheng dared not hesitate, and turned to flee. But alas, it was too late. A palm imprint struck his chest, causing him to spew a mouthful of fresh blood. Immediately after, another palm imprint shattered his dantian. I Dongxing's breath faltered. Puffed. He spat out several more mouthfuls of blood, glaring fiercely. Ancestor of the 8 Desolations, Dong Wang, you have indeed conspired together. Chapter 35. The Blackbone Ancestor. You have actually crippled my cultivation. Li Dongsheng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, straightening his back. Ancestor of the 8 Desolations, do not be so ungrateful. The skeleton sect will come to massacre the 8 Desolations tomorrow. If you pledge allegiance to them now, there may still be a glimmer of hope. Should you persist in your folly, you shall surely face annihilation. He felt an overwhelming sense of panic this moment. He realized that someone must have betrayed him, yet he could not comprehend why. At such a critical juncture, the ancestor of the 8 Desolations had not fled and was instead colluding with Lu Qianyu. What was the meaning of this? The ancestor of the 8 Desolations remained silent, turning his gaze to Lu Qianyu. Just moments ago, Lu Qianyu had suddenly contacted him, stating that circumstances had changed and urging him to intercept Li Dongsheng promptly. This operation was spearheaded not by him, but by Lu Qianyu, and he was to heed Lu Qianyu's every command. Lu Qianyu coldly reprimanded. Li Dongsheng, you have betrayed the 8 Desolations, soliciting support from other families. You deserve death. Your son perished at the hands of Ming Tianqi, yet you still serve your enemy. Utterly ridiculous. I grant you a chance to live. Gather the spirit veins and spirit stones of the southern wilderness immediately, or I shall kill you on the spot. He leaped onto Li Dongsheng's flying vessel, seizing his neck. Were it not for Li Dongsheng still possessing some value, he would have already struck him down. Cough, cough, cough. You distort the truth. Li Dongsheng glared at Lu Qianyu with a fierce expression, his eyes bloodshot. Lu Qianyu, it was clearly you who killed my son. I shall grind you to dust. If there were anyone he loathed most in this world, it was Lu Qianyu. The moment he learned that his son had been slain by Lu Qianyu, he had gone utterly mad, willing to sacrifice everything for revenge. At this moment, He wished to tear Lu Qianyu apart, to consume his flesh and drink his blood. Lu Qianyu directly activated a dark orb, allowing Li Dongsheng to witness the recording within. On screen, a black light struck Li Yuanhao's forehead, and his life force subsequently vanished. Moments later, Lu Qingyan beside him also disappeared. That moment, Lu Qianyu was facing off against members of the three clans, clearly not the one who struck. This, Li Dongsheng's eyes widened in disbelief. It was the skeleton sect who killed my son. His mind buzzed, a void of thought. Yet he soon glared fiercely at Lu Qianyu. The root of my son's demise lies with you. Had you not provoked my son, he would not have been killed by Lu Jian. How could my son have come here? Had you not wounded my son, he would not have met his end. Slap, slap. Lu Qianyu delivered several resounding slaps to Li Dongsheng. Do not think I am unaware. Your Southern Wilderness clan has long colluded with the skeleton sect. It was Li Yuanhao who invited me to hunt. He sought to use the skeleton sect's blade to slay me. He had sensed something amiss during the ambush 4 months prior. Upon reflecting on the situation, he recalled that Li Yuanhao's demeanor had markedly changed during their hunting competition. Were it not for his soul's dual cultivation with the Empress of 1,000 Bones for 100,000 years, he would not have discerned this. The moment of the ambush, he had vaguely seen the smug smile on Li Yuanhao's face. I Dongsheng expressed incredulity. You knew all along. Yet he soon spat venomously. Even if my son killed you. What of it? You obstructed my son's brilliance. You deserve to die. If you have the ability, kill me now. Make your move. With my dantian crippled and having suffered such humiliation, living holds no meaning for me anymore. Crack! Li Dongsheng crushed a dark orb in his palm. I cannot live, but you shall die soon as well. I have already informed Ming Lingye. He shall act swiftly. You are still too naive. Had you killed me just now, I would have had no chance to send word. Bang! Lu Qianyu struck Li Dongsheng's forehead with a palm. You shall perish. He turned to the ancestor of the Eight Desolations, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Let your avatar take him to the southern wilderness to gather spirit veins and spirit stones. If he does not comply, kill him immediately. You shall accompany me to the abyss of forbidden lands. On the deck of a colossal skeletal warship, Ming Lingye stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression suddenly shifting as he gazed at the shattered black orb in his palm. This is bad. The matter concerning Li Dongsheng has been exposed. The Dongwang clan intends to flee. He promptly retrieved a communication pearl. Great Elder, summon the 108 skeletal generals. They must immediately enter the Dongwang Star and spare no effort to prevent the Lu clan from escaping. Ming Lingye commanded his subordinates to maximize the speed of the warship. The void before him twisted, and a figure cloaked in black mist slowly emerged, a sinister voice echoing. You intend to strike at the Eight Desolations? Ming Lingye bowed respectfully. I have come to pay my respects, ancestor. My son has been slain, and I have reason to take action. His demeanor was exceedingly deferential. Indeed, now is an opportune moment to act. I have discovered fragments of the Eight Desolations' physical body in the turbid flow star domain. It appears that the ancestor of the Eight Desolations failed to forcibly break through the tribulation period, and his soul escaped. The voice from within the swirling black mist was chilling. If I am not mistaken, the Eight Desolations are left with only an avatar. The figure shrouded in black mist was none other than one of the ancestors of the skeleton sect. The Blackbone ancestor. Ming Lingye's body trembled. What? The Eight Desolations' old man is left with only a soul. Then I can indeed contend with him. A flicker of emotion finally crossed his pale face. My heavenly extreme skeleton is comparable to a Dongshu period cultivator. I fear not his avatar. We also have the Great Elder and the Third Elder to assist. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. The Blackbone ancestor remained non-committal. While that may be the case, the ancestor of the Eight Desolations has presided over the Eight Desolations for 10,000 years. He must possess trump cards unknown to us. I must still proceed on this venture. Do not notify the other two sects for the time being. Ming Lingye rejoiced. Ancestor, you are wise. Those fools of the Eight Desolations remain unaware of their impending flight, naively believing their ancestor can save them. The skeleton sect can monopolize the Eight Desolations star domain. The other two sects surely think we will seek their aid, unaware that, The Blackbone ancestor's black mist roiled. Indeed, I shall capture the avatar of the Eight Desolations and refine him into a skeletal puppet. Kakik, I shall take the lead. You must hasten your speed. The void twisted, and the Blackbone ancestor's figure vanished. The same time, in the conference hall of the Leaf family in the southern wilderness. The room was filled with people. Whispers and murmurs filled the air. The elder of the Leaf family, Li Tiansheng, sat in the main seat, his brow furrowed in concern. For some reason, he felt an unsettling premonition. When Li Dongsheng proposed to solicit support from other families, he opposed it, fearing the ancestor of the Eight Desolations would act recklessly against the Leaf family. However, Li Dongsheng, eager to gain favor with the skeleton sect, insisted on proceeding, claiming that the ancestor of the Eight Desolations had killed the Xianming elders and would have fled long ago. Yet 3 hours had passed, and Li Dongsheng still had not returned. Li Tiansheng's unease intensified. The Eight Desolations possessed teleportation arrays. Such negotiations should not take this long. What one fears has come pass. Suddenly, someone reported, "It is terrible. The soul lamp of the family head has extinguished." Chapter 36. The ancestor of the Eight Desolations is a pauper. As soon as these words were spoken, the hall fell into a profound silence. They had all been awaiting news of Li Dongsheng's successful persuasion and triumphant return. The skeleton sect would soon arrive, and at that moment, the Southern Wilderness Clan would become the sole rulers of the Eight Desolation Star Domain. Yet unexpectedly, what they received was the news of Li Dongsheng's demise. Who did this? Who dares to strike a member of my Leaf family, unafraid of death? We must report this to the skeleton sect immediately. There are traitors here. The great elder, Li Dongshu, stepped forward and bowed to Li Tiansheng. Ancestor. We must promptly inform the skeleton sect. Li Tiansheng was taken aback, springing to his feet, his body swaying slightly. Very well, contact them at once. At that moment, a buzzing sound erupted as his communication orb activated, revealing the presence of the Eight Desolation ancestor. His hand trembled involuntarily. Gritting his teeth, he inquired, "Eight Desolation ancestor, what is it that you seek from me?" The cold voice of the Eight Desolation ancestor resonated from the other end. "Li Dongsheng has been slain by my hand. You have half an hour to gather all the spiritual veins and spirit stones from your clan and come to the abyss of the Forbidden Land, or face death. I possess Li Dongsheng's blood. I can unleash a bloodline curse upon your entire family. Do not attempt to flee." With that, the connection was severed. Thud! Li Tiansheng collapsed on the ground, exclaiming, "It's over, it's over!" Thud, thud, thud. Nearly everyone fell to the ground, echoing his despair. They were all acutely aware of the bloodline curse. It was the signature move of the Eight Desolation ancestor, by acquiring the blood of a direct descendant from a family. He could enact a curse to annihilate everyone within that clan. This was an unsolvable predicament for Li Tiansheng. After a moment, Li Tiansheng staggered to his feet, his voice weak. You all heard him. Hand over your spirit stones and spiritual veins. Empty the Leaf family treasury of its resources. Those unwilling to comply shall die. A bitter expression clouded his face. He had not anticipated that his foreboding would come to fruition. The Eight Desolation ancestor had not fled. Yet he could not fathom why they were to go to the abyss of the Forbidden Land. The thought sent a chill down his spine. Could it be that the Eight Desolation ancestor intended to kill him? The likelihood seemed alarmingly high. With his life now in the hands of the Eight Desolation ancestor, he had no choice. Simultaneously, other families in the Eight Desolation received the news and began to gather spiritual veins and spirit stones. They shared the same misconception as the deceased Li Dongsheng, believing that the Eight Desolation ancestor intended to pilfer the spirit stones and escape. In an instant, anxiety and unrest swept through all corners of the Eight Desolation. At the edge of the abyss of the Forbidden Land, the Eight Desolation ancestor stared in disbelief at Lu Qianyu. Holy Son, are you afraid of the wind of annihilation? His breath came in quick gasps. Eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, he too could enter the abyss, but required him to fully activate his protective spiritual energy and prepare defensive treasures to withstand the ferocious wind of annihilation at any moment. Yet, Lu Qianyu appeared to be a monster, standing unfazed as the howling winds whipped around him, eyes closed in apparent enjoyment. This utterly shattered the ancestor's understanding of Lu Tianyu's body-refining techniques, further solidifying his conviction that Lu Tianyu must have acquired an extraordinary opportunity within the abyss of the Forbidden Land. Lu Tianyu stood at the entrance of the Forbidden Zone, relishing the gusts of the wind of annihilation. Feeling quite comfortable, he had already made contact with the Empress of Thousand Bones, intending to seal the abyss of the Forbidden Land in half an hour. Upon hearing the Eight Desolation Ancestors' words, Lu Tianyu slowly turned. "Have your avatar stand guard outside. No one is to approach this place. Furthermore, you must swear by your soul that you will not divulge a single word of what you witnessed today, or face annihilation." His voice was soft, yet it thundered in the ears of the Eight Desolation Ancestor. "Oh!" The Eight Desolation Ancestor shivered, immediately swearing. "I Ji Qingtun, the Eight Desolation Ancestor, vow by my soul that I shall not reveal a single word of what I have seen today. Should I breach this oath, my soul shall be shattered." With his life at Lu Tianyu's mercy, he dared not disobey. Lu Tianyu extended his hand. "Present your spiritual veins to me." The Eight Desolation Ancestor paused, taken aback. "Ah, well, Holy Son, I expended nearly all my spiritual veins during my tribulation. I possess only 4 or 5 mid-tier spiritual veins remaining, sufficient for only 4 or 5 days. Perhaps we could wait for the Li family to arrive. Li Qianxing just contacted me and should be here soon." Lu Tianyu frowned slightly. "Not a single top-tier spiritual vein. What are the high-tier ones? At least 20 mid-tier spiritual veins are required to initiate the seal. In maintaining, it will demand 1 mid-tier spiritual vein daily, with the consumption of spirit stones being utterly staggering. Moreover, the 8 Desolation Demon Suppression Array will also require energy. Spiritual veins are categorized into low tier, mid-tier, high tier, and top tier, with each tier's conversion ratio being in the hundreds. At a mid-tier spiritual vein equates to 100 low-tier ones, a high-tier spiritual vein to 100 mid-tier, and a top-tier spiritual vein to 100 high-tier ones." Hearing that the Eight Desolation Ancestor possessed only 5 mid-tier spiritual veins, Lu Qianyu felt a twinge of disappointment. It was somewhat understandable for a void opening stage cultivator to lack top-tier spiritual veins. Yet to have none, even the high-tier category, was rather unacceptable. The Eight Desolation Ancestor forced a smile. "I expended a top-tier spiritual vein during my failed tribulation in the Turbid Meteor region, and I have 5 high-tier spiritual veins remaining. My mid-tier spiritual veins are nearly exhausted. I sincerely apologized." In his desperate bid to break through to the Great Ascension stage, he had indeed depleted all his spiritual veins. Now he was utterly destitute. Lu Qianyu shook his head in resignation. 5 spiritual veins will suffice. "Bring them forth." He rummaged through Li Dongxing's storage pouch and discovered 20 mid-tier spiritual veins, but not a single high-tier one. The Eight Desolation Ancestor promptly tossed his storage ring over. All for the holy... Li Tianxing had arrived, as had his father, along with Ouyang Tiandu. Lu Qianyu accepted the storage ring without hesitation. "Have my father come over." The others should return home and await further news. That a moment later, the Eight Desolation Ancestors' avatar delivered the storage ring. The Li family contributed 80 mid-tier spiritual veins. Ouyang Tiandu offered 90, and Lu Jian provided 110. The remaining families of the Eight Desolations sent over top-tier spiritual veins as well. Lu Qianyu understood that with the exception of his own family, the others were hoarding resources, but he had no time to dwell on such matters. He returned 20 mid-tier spiritual veins and scattered spirit stones. 90 from each family will be ample. Lu Jian regarded Lu Tianyu with a serious expression. Should I summon the clan elders for assistance?" Lu Tianyu gently shook his head. "No need. Father, just wait for good news at home. By the way, instruct the Eastern Desolation Clan members to remain indoors. The array is on standby for activation." No sooner had the words left his mouth than both he and Lu Qiyuan's communication orbs trembled simultaneously. Lu Qiyuan's expression shifted drastically. "This is bad. 108 skeletal generals from the Skeleton Sect are set to invade Eastern Desolation Star. The sect's array has already been activated. I must return immediately." Chapter 37. The Eight Desolation Ancestor. I saw nothing. Having spoken, Lu Jiyuan vanished in a flash. The Eastern Desolation Clan's array was currently being upheld by the Grand Elder. Yet it too required a substantial amount of spirit stones, and O1 had anticipated that the skeleton sect would dispatch 108 skeletal generals, signaling a complete annihilation of the Eastern Desolation Clan. A profound worry etched itself across Lu Tianyu's face. Please, send your avatar to Eastern Desolation Star. What? The Eight Desolation ancestor was taken aback. Holy Sun, what about here? What if the skeleton sect's people arrive? If his avatar departed, he would lose all sense of security. With 108 skeletal generals approaching, it was likely that Ming Lingya and the skeleton sect's ancestor would soon arrive as well. The forces from the skeleton sect could strike at any moment. What were he and Lu Tianyu to do? Lu Tianyu's voice turned cold. If I instruct you to go, then go. Stop dawdling. Ensure my father's safety and return to activate the Eight Desolation Demon Suppression Array. Sweat trickled down the Eight Desolation ancestor's forehead. Understood. I will dispatch my avatar at once. His expression was one of bitter resignation. Just then, a tremor shook the abyss of the Forbidden Land, and a cloud of red mist erupted from the abyss, slowly transforming into an extraordinarily beautiful woman, the Empress of Thousand Bones. She gazed at Lu Tianyu with a radiant smile. My dear, how do you like my new dress? I've missed you so much in the past month. Shall we begin? A fragrant breeze wafted in, intoxicating the senses. Her melodious voice rang like a babbling brook, each word strumming the strings of Lu Tianyu's heart. Lu Tianyu nodded coolly. Let us commence. It was time to seal the abyss of the Forbidden Land. What? I saw nothing. The Eight Desolation ancestor hurriedly turned away, covering his eyes. Should I perhaps step aside? At that moment, his mind was in a whirl that a stunning woman had suddenly appeared, gazing at Lu Tianyu with boundless affection. Even a fool could discern the implications. It was evident they intended to engage in dual cultivation. The Eight Desolation ancestor was certain that Lu Tianyu's newfound fortune was intimately tied to this woman, with Lu Tianyu's physical and spiritual prowess being so formidable. It was likely that his dual cultivation with this woman would yield immense benefits. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Tianyu's face turned shade of green. No need to avert your gaze. We are about to address serious matters. Do we need the heaven-swallowing cauldron? He realized that the Eight Desolation ancestor had misunderstood the situation. The ambiguous tone of the Empress of Thousand Bones was bound to lead to misinterpretation. However, to his surprise, upon hearing this, the Eight Desolation ancestor grew even more flustered. That simply won't do. If you are attending to serious matters, I must excuse myself. Engaging in such private affairs within the cauldron is also inappropriate. It would be best to find a more secluded location, as this place is not secure. What about the sealing of the abyss? The skeleton sect's warship has already reached the outer realm. He assumed Lu Tianyu was suggesting they conduct their affairs within the cauldron, but that was out of the question. Most importantly, the skeleton sect's warship had already arrived. It would be utterly inappropriate to engage in such activities at this moment. The matter at hand is of utmost importance. The Empress of Thousand Bones, quivered with delicate allure, her intoxicating voice capable of ensnaring souls. My dear husband, the old fool is fully aware that we intend to engage in dual cultivation. Your suggestion is splendid. Utilizing the Swallowing Heaven Cauldron for our intimate practice is indeed romantic. Let us consider the Swallowing Heaven Cauldron as our bridal chamber. With her enchanting gaze, she fixed her mesmerizing eyes upon Lu Tianyu. Ahem! Lu Tianyu nearly stumbled, exclaiming, What time is it? Please refrain from jesting. He then produced the Eight Desolations Swallowing Heaven Cauldron. Let us commence. The Empress of Thousand Bones formed a seal with her hands. Very well. Time is of the essence. We shall attend to serious matters now. Old fool, prepare yourself. The ancestor of Eight Desolations instantly realized his misunderstanding. Ah, my apologies, it was I who misinterpreted. His face flushed crimson as he turned away. Thank you, esteemed senior, for your spell. At this moment, he comprehended the gravity of his misjudgment. An O person would engage in dual cultivation while being observed. It was evident that the woman and Lu Tianyu would not partake in such an act. The ancestor of Eight Desolations widened his eyes, fixated on the actions of the Empress of Thousand Bones, fearing he might miss a single detail. However, his mind was still in a tumult, as he could not comprehend the intricacies. The more he watched, the more bewildered he became. So profound. The Empress of Thousand Bones sat cross-legged, beckoning. "Come forth, Cauldron! My dear husband, I shall borrow a few drops of your essence blood." Old fool, after a stick of incense. Activate the Eight Desolations Demon Suppression Array. Are you prepared? Simultaneously, a shadowy figure entered the high heavens of the Eight Desolation Star region, darting towards the vicinity of the abyss of Forbidden Grounds. The space warped, a figure shrouded in black mist gradually emerged, revealing the Blackbone Ancestor, who had arrived ahead of time. The aura of the Ancestor of Eight Desolations is just below. No, it is at the entrance of the abyss of Forbidden Grounds. Why is that? He must have sensed my approach and is preparing to hide within the abyss, the Blackbone Ancestor snorted coldly. Attempting to flee? Do you think you can escape? The old fool has even usurped a worthless body, his form transformed into a gust of black wind, charging directly towards the abyss, below, standing at the edge of the abyss. The Ancestor of Eight Desolations sensed something and was immediately alarmed. This is bad. The Blackbone Ancestor of the Skeleton Sect is coming. His aura was significantly more powerful than the last time they met. His avatar could only withstand 3 rounds at full strength. Holy Sun, what should we do? He was in a state of utter panic, with just a quarter of an hour remaining until the sealing process was completed. The woman was still casting spells to seal the abyss, unable to spare any effort. Not to mention a quarter of an hour, even a few breaths would suffice for the Blackbone Ancestor to annihilate his avatar and soul. At that moment, the cold voice of the Blackbone Ancestor echoed from above. "Old man of Eight Desolations, do you still think you can run at this juncture? Do not presume I am unaware. Your body is already shattered, and you are merely clinging to life." As the voice drew nearer, the Ancestor of Eight Desolations grew increasingly frantic. Holy Sun, what do we do? Lu Qianyu remained unfazed as he squeezed a few drops of blood onto the swallowing heaven cauldron. The cauldron suddenly expanded to the size of a house. Releasing an overwhelming power that enveloped the abyss of Forbidden Grounds, he calmly stated, "Why panic? You just need to hold the old fool off for a quarter of an hour, and the abyss will be completely sealed at that point. You can activate the Eight Desolations Demon Suppression Array. What is there to fear?" For some reason, with the Empress of Thousand Bones by his side, he felt a sense of security. Lu Qianyu subconsciously believed that with the Empress present, all would be well. The Ancestor of Eight Desolations wore a frustrated expression. "I cannot hold him off. I will implicate the Holy Sun. This is bad. He has already descended," he exclaimed, less than 100 yards away. "Oh no, he has made his move." Whoosh, the avatar of the Ancestor of Eight Desolations soared into the sky, forming a seal with his hands to unleash a mighty Eight Desolations palm technique. Yet this was not the end. Be cautious. He conjured another Eight Desolations palm technique following the first. Boom! The first Eight Desolations palm technique shattered in an instant, unleashing a torrent of energy and whipping up a fierce wind. The black handprint pressed down with unrelenting force, akin to Mount Tide descending. Bang! With a resounding crash, the second Eight Desolations palm technique also shattered, causing the black handprint to momentarily hesitate before slowly disintegrating. The avatar of the Ancestor of Eight Desolations swayed slightly, his aura diminished. "Ha!" The Blackbone Ancestor laughed heartily. "You coward of Eight Desolations, you needed 2 techniques to counter my casual strike. Your retreat is far from trivial. Kneel and surrender, so I may refine your avatar into a puppet. Otherwise, I shall crush you with a single slap, obliterating your soul and leaving you with no chance of reincarnation." The Ancestor of Eight Desolations exclaimed in shock. "How is your black nether palm so powerful? Have you achieved mastery?" He was in a state of panic, glancing once more at Lu Qianyu for assistance. The Empress of Thousand Bones coldly scoffed. "Useless old fool. Lead him away. Return in a quarter of an hour to activate the formation." With a flick of her fingertip, a faint blue light shot into the avatar of the Ancestor of Eight Desolations. With a hum, the avatar suddenly trembled, releasing an immense aura. The Ancestor of Eight Desolations was overjoyed. "Thank you. Esteemed senior," he bellowed. "Divert him!" Whoosh! The avatar of the ancestor of Eight Desolations darted forth like lightning, simultaneously launching a palm strike at the Blackbone ancestor in the sky. Old black man, if you dare, come after me and see if I can defeat you. The Blackbone ancestor, enraged, smashed down a staff to break the palm imprint, screeching, "How dare you attack me? I will capture you and flay your skin and refine your soul." Enraged, he pursued directly. "Huh, your aura has strengthened considerably." The Blackbone ancestor was perplexed. However, he had no time to ponder. His sole objective was to capture the ancestor of Eight Desolations. Years of experience had taught him that as long as he captured the ancestor of Eight Desolations, the Eight Desolation star region would fall under his control. Once dark cold night arrived, he would sweep everything away, claiming the entire Eight Desolation star region with thunderous might. What the Blackbone ancestor did not realize was that the Empress of Thousand Bones concealed her aura, preventing him from perceiving Lu Tianyu and herself. If he were to catch sight of Lu Tianyu, he would undoubtedly abandon the ancestor of Eight Desolations to pursue him. Lu Tianyu was the one who had slain Ming Tianqi, the only individual to emerge from the abyss of forbidden grounds, and his value far exceeded that of the destitute ancestor of Eight Desolations. The swallowing heaven cauldron hovered above the abyss of forbidden grounds. Oh, the black currents within the abyss swirled rapidly, forming a violent torrent that was absorbed by the swallowing heaven cauldron. The Empress of Thousand Bones commanded, "Bring forth 20 mid-grade spirit veins." Lu Tianyu struck his storage ring, and 20 gleaming spirit veins resembling golden dragons fell into the whirlpool. Boom, boom, boom. The spirit veins shattered into pure spiritual energy, becoming a torrent that surged into the swallowing heaven cauldron. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The gray light on the Eight Desolations bell surged forth, and a cryptic, winding symbol slowly emerged, descending at the central entrance of the abyss. The Empress of Thousand Bones swiftly executed an enigmatic incantation. Seal. The entire abyss trembled slightly as the gray-black currents rushing into the sky were inexplicably drawn in, being absorbed into the abyss. Simultaneously, the turbulent currents within the abyss calmed down. It worked. The ancestor of Eight Desolations stared wide-eyed. Is this all it takes? In his understanding, sealing the abyss of forbidden grounds would require tremendous effort and take a significant amount of time to succeed. Yet the Empress of Thousand Bones had managed to seal it using the cauldron in conjunction with a few incantations. Accomplishing it in just a stick of incense-'s time. It was utterly astonishing. The ancestor of Eight Desolations seemed to recall something, focusing his attention on the swallowing heaven cauldron, vaguely sensing that it played the most significant role in this achievement. The Empress of Thousand Bones, uninterested in the ancestor of Eight Desolations, turned to Lu Tianyu. "My dear husband, in my prime, I could seal it in an instant. Now, I am rather weakened, and it took an entire stick of incense." "Truly useless." A languorous smile adorned her face. "My dear husband, you must grow stronger quickly. Everything depends on you." With that, her figure became ethereal before vanishing without a trace. Lu Tianyu appeared somewhat dazed. The Empress of Thousand Bones exuded an irresistible allure. Every gesture, every smile, possessed boundless charm. Yet her aggressive nature and possessiveness were overwhelming, leaving him unable to fathom why she was so determined to assist him. "Holy Son, your wife is truly remarkable," the ancestor of Eight Desolations exclaimed in astonishment. "When you have the time, could you ask her how I might restore my soul, and whether I can change my cultivation method?" Having witnessed her effortlessly seal the great terror of the land, he believed her capabilities to be boundless. "It all depends on your future performance." Lu Tianyu shot a glare at the ancestor of Eight Desolations. "Recall your avatar and activate the Eight Desolations Demon Suppression Array." Quickly, the ancestor of Eight Desolations dared not hesitate. "Yes, my body can activate the core array, while my avatar can lead the Blackbone ancestor in circles, simultaneously activating the array of the 8 great star regions." He straightened his chest, deeply experiencing an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. Lu Tianyu had previously advised him. The sealing of the abyss of forbidden lands and the activation of the 8 Desolations Demon Suppression Array would all be credited to him. At that moment, he would be hailed as a hero of the 8 Desolations, garnering the admiration of all those from the surrounding 4-star regions. His reputation as the ancestor of the Eight Desolations would echo throughout the entire Chongqing star region. Basking in endless glory, outside the Eastern Desolation Star in the Eight Desolation Star region, a warship surged forward with astonishing speed. Ming Lingye's eyes gleamed with a cold, fierce light. Eastern Desolation Star. Here I come. I shall slaughter the Eight Desolations and turn it into a hell on earth. For killing my son, I demand that all of you pay with your lives. The failure of Li Dongsheng from the Southern Desolation to act as an insider had thoroughly drained Ming Lingye's patience. He resolved to wash the Eight Desolation Star in blood. Yet in the next moment, his expression drastically changed. What is that? From a distance, Ming Lingye beheld a slender, white beam of light shooting up from the dark chasm of the abyss of Forbidden Lands. It pierced through the entire Eight Desolation Star region, heading towards an unknown destination. He could distinctly sense a shift in the power of the rules governing the Eight Desolations. Not far from the Eastern Desolation Star, a layer of white enveloped the previously black-gray surface. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A dozen formidable figures appeared aboard the warship, exuberantly exclaiming, "Master, we have arrived. The moment of slaughter is upon us." Ming Lingye had previously commanded them to unleash their massacre and pillaging, transforming the Eight Desolation Star into a production base for the skeleton sect. Everything they seized would belong to them, with no need for tribute. Each of them was filled with fervent anticipation, envisioning the vast treasures and spirit stones filling their pockets. However, in the next instant, they fell silent. Following Ming Lingye's gaze, they witnessed the most unimaginable scene of their lives. In the central axis of the Eastern Desolation Star, a white beam of light shot skyward. Merging with the white beam at the heart of the Forbidden Lands, 0.7 identical beams converged from different directions towards the central pillar. Buzz! The entire Eight Desolation Star trembled violently, as a milky white light membrane materialized 50 zhang before the warship. The expressions of the skeleton sect as powerful members shifted simultaneously, a wave of ominous foreboding rising within them. Ming Lingye was struck with horror. Stop the ship. He sensed the terrifying power of the rules emanating from the white light membrane, panic gripping his heart. But it was too late. The warship was moving at an incredible speed, crashing into the light membrane in an instant. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Just as the defensive talismans on the ship activated, they shattered instantaneously. Boom! The high-speed warship collided with the solid barrier as if a fragile wooden vessel had struck a massive boulder. Splintering into countless pieces, a dozen powerful members of the skeleton sect were caught unprepared, crashing into the white membrane and emitting piercing cries of agony. Blood sprayed from their mouths as their bodies slammed against the membrane, suffering immense backlash that damaged their internal organs. Once they regained their senses, they hastily retrieved pills for healing. Only Ming Lingye reacted swiftly, summoning a pitch-black skeleton to shield himself, thus avoiding the backlash. Within the warship, over 1,000 disciples of the skeleton sect, propelled by inertia, hurtled towards the white membrane in the instant of the ship's destruction. Puff, puff, puff! Vivid crimson flowers of blood blossomed, resembling roses in full bloom, splattering a magnificent display upon the white membrane, accompanied by anguished shrieks. Not a single disciple of the skeleton sect was spared. Their bodies exploded into a mist of blood. Ming Lingye let out a pained wail, exclaiming in terror, "It possesses no offensive capabilities, yet its defense is invincible. This is the Eight Desolations Demon Suppression Array. That old wretch from the Eight Desolations lured us into this trap, activating the array to scheme against us." In that moment, he first thought of how the ancestor of the Eight Desolations had intentionally killed Ming Tianqi and Xianming, enticing him to invade the Eight Desolation Star region. As the warship sped forward, the array was activated, utilizing the defensive backlash to severely injure the skeleton sect. Ming Lingye had no inkling that the true mastermind behind all of this was Lu Tianyu, not the ancestor of the Eight Desolations. Swish! A figure with white hair suddenly appeared within the light barrier, grinning at Ming Lingye. "Oh ho! Ming's sect master, you're still alive. This is quite a surprise. Your people are dead, and your survival holds no meaning. I suggest you hasten to take your own life in apology." "Ha! The ancestor of the Eight Desolations laughed joyously, almost like a child, having lived for over 10,000 years. This was the happiest moment of his life. The Eight Desolation star had always existed in a precarious position, firmly trapped in the middle of the four major star regions, where even a cough had to be stifled. As the only ancestor in the void refinement stage, he had felt the utmost humiliation, being scorned as a useless old tortoise. Today, he could finally hold his head high. How could he not feel elated? In this moment, he regarded Lu Tianyu as his true master. You are the ancestor of the Eight Desolations. Ming Lingye trembled, gazing at the young man in a blue robe, utterly perplexed. Although he had never seen the ancestor of the Eight Desolations, he had seen portraits depicting him as a frail old man. What was happening? Just moments ago, the ancestor had mentioned that he had been reduced to mere soul fragments. Could it be that he had seized a new body? Ha ha! The ancestor of the Eight Desolations laughed heartily. This old ancestor appears youthful because I have advanced to the Mahayana stage. Otherwise, how could I have the capability to seal the abyss of forbidden lands? He cast a disdainful, sidelong glance at Ming Lingye. Immediately cripple your own cultivation and return to inform your black demon ancestor to come to the Eight Desolations and apologize. Otherwise, I shall unleash destruction upon the skeleton sect. At this moment, the ancestor of the Eight Desolations still resided in the body of Lu Qingyan. All of these words have been dictated by Lu Tianyu. Ah, have you truly advanced to the Mahayana stage? Ming Lingye's soul nearly fled in terror as he turned to flee, instantly teleporting 100 zhang away. The dozen elders of the skeleton sect followed suit, fleeing like rabbits. Ha ha! The ancestor of the Eight Desolations laughed heartily. This old ancestor finally has a moment to revel in triumph. At this moment, within the Eight Desolations demon suppression array, a figure shrouded in black mist was tightly bound by 8 white chains. No matter how desperately this figure struggled, escape was impossible. You old bastard from the Eight Desolations. How dare you set a trap to ensnare me? If you have the ability, free me for a fair fight. This figure was none other than one of the 2 ancestors of the skeleton sect, the Blackbone ancestor. Before being ensnared by the chains, he had been relentlessly pursuing the avatar of the ancestor of the Eight Desolations, relishing the chase. Only upon being captured did he realize he had been played for a fool. Old wretch, dare you not release me? If you do not, you are a cowardly turtle. Realizing that struggle was futile, the Blackbone ancestor ceased his attempts and looked to the side. There he was startled to see a flying vessel, where the ancestor of the Eight Desolations stood, expressionless, alongside a young man whose icy gaze bore into him. The intensity of that gaze made him feel a chill run down his spine. The Blackbone ancestor cursed vehemently. Who are you? Get lost. Let the ancestor of the Eight Desolations come out. I wish to speak with him. Just as he spat out a few insults, he sensed something was amiss. You? Who are you? This young man appeared utterly devoid of cultivation, yet his piercing gaze seemed capable of penetrating his very being. This individual was extraordinary. Moreover, the ancestor of the Eight Desolations seemed to hold this young man in high regard. Stepping back as if following a master, Lu Tianyu coldly declared, ancestor of the Eight Desolations. Slap this man's face 20 times. His mouth is far too filthy. At this, the Blackbone ancestor erupted in fury. Slap me. Who do you think you are? Get lost. But before he could finish, words failed him, and he let out a scream that echoed from the depths of hell. Bang! A golden pancake, radiating light, struck his face, leaving him dazed and reeling. This did not cease. The golden pancake continued to rain down blows upon his face. Puff! 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 The Blackbone ancestor spewed several mouthfuls of black blood, his rage overwhelming him to the point of unconsciousness. As one of the 2 ancestors of the skeleton sect, he had never endured such humiliation. He was being struck by the life-bound treasure of the ancestor of the Eight Desolations. While bound and utterly powerless to resist, the avatar of the ancestor of the Eight Desolations did not relent, continuing to command the golden pancake to slap the Blackbone ancestor's mist-shrouded face. The swirling black mist dissipated, revealing a grotesque, skeleton-like form. Chapter 40. The Diamond Divine Bone. The Blackbone ancestor was devoid of clothing. His body a dark, emaciated skeleton, the top of his skull adorned with a black scholar's cap. His hollow eyes glowed with eerie green irises, rolling around in a disconcerting manner. Those with weak constitutions would likely faint at the sight of the black-bone ancestor in such a state. Even the avatar of the ancestor of the Eight Desolations, possessing only a fragment of soul, trembled in fear. Liu Qianyu, witnessing this, could not help but draw in a sharp breath. The black-bone ancestor truly lived up to his name. Merely a skeletal figure of blackened bones, he found himself puzzled. How had the black-bone ancestor managed to cultivate to the void refinement stage while relying on such a skeletal frame? However, this is not the moment for contemplation. What must be done now is to extract the utmost value from the black-bone ancestor. Liu Qianyu spoke in a deep voice. Wake him up. The avatar of the Eight Desolations ancestor, upon hearing this, struck the skull of the black-bone ancestor with two iron discs. The hollow mouth of the black-bone ancestor opened and closed, and his green eyes finally stirred. Boy, who exactly are you? Since I've fallen into your hands, if you have the capability, then go ahead and dismantle my bones. His emerald gaze locked on Liu Qianyu, and a formidable force of soul energy surged forth, attempting to crush Liu Qianyu's consciousness. Yet to his dismay, the attempt was thwarted. The soul energy was repelled by an overwhelmingly potent force, leaving him utterly astonished. How can someone so young possess such formidable soul power? He had distinctly sensed that Liu Qianyu's soul was vastly superior to his own, likely at the level of a great ascension. However, he could not fathom how a mere 16-year-old could cultivate his soul to such an extent. Liu Qianyu sneered coldly. You lack the qualification to know who I am. Simply comply with me. Hand over your storage ring. If you do not cooperate, I will make you regret ever coming into this world. The black-bone ancestor trembled with anger. Suddenly, a thought struck him. I know who you are. You're the one who killed Tim. You must die. Li Dongsheng had sent Liu Tianyu's profile along with a photograph to Ming Lingye, which eventually reached the black-bone ancestor, and no wonder he found this face somewhat familiar at first. Now, it had finally dawned on him. The one who activated the Tier of Heaven by slaying those from the skeleton sect. How could he not be enraged? It seems you are unwilling to cooperate. Liu Qianyu flipped his hand, revealing a gray, ancient-looking cauldron. I hope you do not beg for mercy. As he spoke, he hurled the Eight Desolations swallowing cauldron above the black-bone ancestor's head, channeling his consciousness to activate it. Though his dantian was sealed, he could still manipulate the cauldron with his mind. Fortunately, the Eight Desolations swallowing cauldron contained ample energy, alleviating any concerns about depletion. Beg for mercy? Ha ha! The black-bone ancestor laughed heartily. Do you think I don't know? The avatar of the Eight Desolations ancestor just augmented his strength. Now that the external force has dissipated, he is rendered weak. With those useless gold discs, he cannot even breach my Vajra Divine Bone's defenses, and with your meager body refinement techniques, you stand no chance. The Eight Desolations demon suppression formation may restrain me. But killing me is utterly impossible. It cannot launch an attack. Kid, I see potential in you. Release me, and I shall not hold it against you, taking you as my disciple. If you refuse to listen, once the black demon ancestor notifies the experts of the underworld sect to come, it will be too late for your pleas. Release me obediently, and let me control you with my consciousness. Even if they do not come, your Eight Desolations demon suppression formation will not hold out for long. At most a year or two, and then you will all perish. The black-bone ancestor's words were not mere bluster. He understood the scarcity of resources in the Eight Desolations star. The formation could not sustain itself for long. Moreover, the three underworld sects were originally one entity, regardless of which of the six void ancestors emerged. The other five would come to assist. Ultimately, the Eight Desolation star would face annihilation, that he held absolute confidence in his Vajra Divine Bone. The waste of the Eight Desolations could do nothing against it. What awaited them would be endless torment. Is that so? I see now. Your bone is called the Vajra Divine Bone. But why should I break through its defenses? Liu Qianyu's lips curled into a faint smile. You still speak defiantly. Let us see if you will beg for mercy later. He commanded, swallowing cauldron, absorb. Buzz. The Eight Desolations swallowing cauldron suddenly expanded 100-fold, resembling an ancient bell. Dark runes swirled upon its surface, and a gray mist shot forth from its mouth, enveloping the Blackbone Ancestor. Instantly, an overwhelming force of suction surrounded the Blackbone Ancestor, beginning to devour and absorb him. The moment the gray mist engulfed him, the Blackbone Ancestor's soul trembled violently, a chilling sense of dread rising from the depths of his heart. Simultaneously, the energy within him was uncontrollably drawn out by the suction force, and no matter how he tried to seal it off, he could not contain it. The suction was far too powerful. He felt akin to an ant facing a colossal beast, aware that he could be crushed at any moment. His defenses crumbled in an instant. The confidence and arrogance he had vanished entirely, leaving only sheer terror. The Blackbone Ancestor screamed in horror. "What are you doing? Stop! Stop it! Boy, stop immediately! I will give you the storage ring. I will give you anything you desire. I will tell you everything you ask. I was wrong. I was wrong. Please spare me." The Blackbone Ancestor was acutely aware of the consequences of this continued assault. Once the energy within his Vajra divine bone was fully absorbed, his dantian would shatter, rendering him completely powerless. At that point, he would become mere prey upon hearing this. The Blackbone Ancestor rolled his eyes and fainted from sheer rage. He could no longer endure the torment of being treated like a lab rat, helplessly witnessing the gruesome process of blood extraction and death. These were the very acts he had once perpetrated upon others, and now the tables had turned, relegating him to the status of a mere test subject. What was even more infuriating was that he was being subjected to this by a complete novice, a worthless individual who had only practiced for a few days, the Eight Desolations Ancestor. Witnessing the scene, twitched violently at the corners of his mouth, paralyzed with fear. Moments later, a crackling sound echoed as the Blackbone Ancestor's dantian shattered, releasing dense black energy that surged into the sky-swallowing cauldron. A sudden jolt of pain at his dantian awakened the Blackbone Ancestor, who weakly glared at Lu Qianyu. "You wretched boy, your malice is unparalleled. You shall not die a good death." With a loud pop, his two emerald green eyes exploded, transforming into two green arrows that shot towards Lu Qianyu's eyes. Caught off guard, he was on the brink of being struck. The Eight Desolations Ancestor cried out in alarm. "Holy Sun, be careful," Lu Qianyu coldly remarked. "Is this your final struggle? I shall grant you a modicum of dignity." In a flash, he produced a Xuanshu mirror to block the green arrows, commanding, "Absorb." The two arrows were instantly immobilized before turning to fly towards the Eight Desolations' sky-swallowing cauldron, where they were completely absorbed. "Ah!" The Blackbone Ancestor roared in fury. "What manner of cauldron is this? It devours everything." At that moment, the energy within him was entirely consumed, rendering him a mere slab of meat on a chopping block. Yet he still had one last desperate move, to seize Lu Qianyu's body using his formidable soul. However, he dared not act just yet. He needed to entice Lu Qianyu into retracting the cauldron first, for it was far too enigmatic. Unexpectedly, Lu Qianyu smiled at him. "Are you hoping to take over my body? When I said I would spare you a shred of dignity, I meant for you to possess me. Come, seize me if you dare. If you refrain, I shall use the sky-swallowing cauldron to consume your soul, leaving you a mere void realm cultivator, devoid of any dignity." Lu Qianyu beckoned with his finger and stepped closer to the Blackbone Ancestor. Upon hearing this, the Blackbone Ancestor was momentarily stunned. "What did you say? You want me to take over your body? Have you lost your mind?" Yet, internally, he was ecstatic. "You foolish boy, voluntarily inviting me to possess you. You are indeed a Navi cub." As he watched Lu Qianyu approach, he bellowed, "I shall seize your body." With that, his soul exited, soaring towards Lu Qianyu's head. Yet in the next moment, he was immobilized by a pressure of soul energy that rivaled that of a Grand Ascendant. Rendering him powerless, the Blackbone Ancestor's soul quivered violently as he stared at Lu Qianyu in terror. "Possession is impossible. I was merely jesting." "Ah, no, no. Let me go. Release me." A force began to draw his soul towards the Eight Desolations' sky-swallowing cauldron, leaving him utterly defenseless. Lu Qianyu smiled faintly. "You may rest assured in your demise. Fear not. Your skeleton sect will surely accompany you in death." He pointed towards the cauldron, preparing to refine the diamond divine bone, when the voice of the thousand bones empress echoed in his mind. My dear, do not rush the refining process. First, refine the black bone ancestor-s soul, awaken the cauldron-s spirit, and then proceed with the refining. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianyu's eyes brightened. Thank you, Empress. However, the moment he spoke, the discontented voice of the thousand bones empress rang out. We have shared a dual cultivation of souls for 100,000 years, and you still address me as Empress? Can you not show a bit of romance? Your woman has betrayed you. I am now your woman. You may deny it, but this is the truth. Lu Qianyu staggered slightly before promptly sitting cross-legged on the ground to begin refining the black bone ancestor-s soul. To his astonishment, he discovered that he could access the black bone ancestor-s memories through the sky-swallowing cauldron. Chapter 42. The Shocking Secret. There is a devil's cave beneath the skeleton sect. Lu Qianyu was overjoyed. Let us see what wicked deeds the black bone ancestor has committed throughout his life. At the tender age of 10, he entered the devil's abyss, fortuitously acquiring the diamond divine bone. And after a decade of refinement, his cultivation soared. He slaughtered 3,000 innocents to avenge his family, joined the skeleton sect, besieged cities, and killed thousands to achieve merit, eventually becoming a direct disciple and leading the sect to prominence. As Lu Qianyu gradually accessed the black bone ancestor-s memories, he realized that this individual had lived a life steeped in bloodshed, that a single day without killing left him restless. He would slay those who displeased him on a whim, seize treasures, and experiment with crafting various undead puppets. Half of the puppets in the skeleton sect's repository were crafted from his victims, the youngest barely a few years old, while the oldest was several millennia. The stealth techniques of the skeleton sect were his own inventions, including the puppet techniques and bone refinement methods. The black bone ancestor reveled in ambushing other cultivators, roaming freely to commit murder. Those he targeted often perished before they even realized what had happened, dying without understanding their fate. It was revealed. A cold light flickered in Lu Tianyu's eyes. The frequent disappearances in the Eight Desolation Star region were orchestrated by the black bone ancestor. A century ago, during a trial in the dark forest of the Eastern Desolation Star, over 100 disciples had their heads severed, with the culprit remaining elusive, resulting in a century-long GAPIT was the black bone ancestor-s doing. 80 disciples from the Eight Desolations ventured deep into the Monghuang forest for a trial, only to vanish entirely. When discovered, their flesh had been stripped away, leaving behind only bones. This, too, was the work of the black bone ancestor. The drastic decline in population within the Eight Desolation Star region was directly linked to him. This man deserved to die. The black bone ancestor rarely sought treasures proactively. The valuables he acquired were nearly all through murder. Lu Qianyu noted that the black bone ancestor had sought treasure most frequently in the deep abyss of forbidden grounds. He ventured 150 miles into the abyss, obtaining one treasure. And 180 miles deeper, he acquired an ancient artifact. The deep abyss not only contained treasures left behind by deceased explorers, but also ancient relics, most of which had been eroded by the winds of obliteration. The deep abyss must conceal great secrets. The Eight Desolation Star region must remain under the control of the skeleton sect. As Lu Qianyu neared the conclusion of his exploration, his pupils suddenly constricted as he uncovered a shocking secret. Beneath the skeleton sect lay a devil's cave. Sealed within were numerous treasures that could be gradually accessed to strengthen the skeleton sect. In oh wonder, the skeleton sect had risen so swiftly. A significant portion of their success was attributed to the devil's cave. It was clear why the skeleton sect was eager to occupy the Eight Desolation Star. They sought to expand their territory as the ceiling of the devil's cave grew increasingly unstable. Once it erupted, the skeleton sect would be consumed by demonic forces. What a formidable skeleton sect! If I have the opportunity to infiltrate, I could incite the devil's cave to erupt. A cold glint flashed in Lu Tianyu's eyes. The ambush by the Mingtian spirit was not a mere coincidence, but a calculated move to weaken the Eastern Desolation's power and incite chaos. If you choose this path, let us see who meets their demise first. I must hasten to elevate my physical cultivation to the pinnacle of the Meridian realm. Perfect the 5 Dragon Divine Fist. and unseal my dantian that I also need to return to the Earth Spirit City to retrieve the Ancestor Point 8 Desolations, Sky-Swallowing Cauldron, devour the Blackbone Ancestor's soul. Refine. At the same time, within the Ouyang family as conference hall in the Northern Desolation, everyone was in high spirits. Ouyang Tian, seated at the head, laughed heartily for a quarter of an hour before finally calming down. My Ouyang family has never made a wrong choice, and this time is no exception. The Eight Desolations ancestor has sent word that the Eight Desolations demon controlling array can be sustained for a year. We will remain unscathed during this time. Ouyang Zong chuckled, stroking his chin. The Eight Desolations ancestor has finally proven to be reliable, having activated the Eight Desolations demon controlling array. However, he continued, his brow furrowing. A year is a short span. What then after a year? Our cultivation resources are nearly exhausted, and we cannot enhance our strength. How shall we cope? Having suffered a significant setback, the skeleton sect would surely not remain idle. Within a year, they might employ other means to break the array. As these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the hall turned tense. The truth was indeed as such. While the Eight Desolations demon controlling array boasted formidable defenses, it was not invulnerable. Should the three ghosts of the underworld expend all efforts to invite experts to breach the array, there was a substantial chance they would succeed, leading to the annihilation of the Eight Desolation star region by the skeleton sect. Ouyang Batian stepped forward. Within the year, we must find a solution. The Chongqing Academy will commence classes in half a year. If someone from the Eight Desolations can place in the top 10, we will gain the Academy's protection. At the very least, the skeleton sect will not dare to openly attack our Eight Desolation star region. I have high hopes for Lu Tianyu. His gaze was fervent. Ouyang Tian and Ouyang Zong nodded in agreement. This boy can even overcome the eye of heavenly tears. He has a strong chance of entering the top 10. However, they were aware that with 300 star regions in the Chongqing star domain, filled with prodigious talents, the competition would be fierce. Enough of such considerations. Batian, prepare the gifts. We shall visit the Eastern Desolation Clan. Ouyang Batian was momentarily taken aback. Why? We have already surrendered our family resources. Must we also bring gifts? The elder with the long eyebrows has not yet reached the Void Realm. We need not go to such lengths. He was utterly perplexed. This is something you do not understand. Ouyang Tian, stroking his beard thoughtfully, remarked, when you three heroes lost to Lu Tianyu, you agreed to pay him a visit, yet you failed to follow through. Although this matter was delayed due to the invasion of the skeleton sect, it must be rectified, as it is a command from the ancestor of the Eight Desolations. Ouyang Zong added with a smile. Moreover, the ancestor of the Eight Desolations has provided such protection for Lu Tianyu, even going so far as to slay the two elders of Xianming and wage war against the skeleton sect. But shouldn't we extend goodwill towards Lu Tianyu, since we cannot locate the ancestor? Batian, realizing the gravity of the situation, conceded, I have been remiss in my considerations. The Ouyang family resolved to present gifts during their visit, a sentiment shared by other families of the Eight Desolations, all of whom began selecting offerings in preparation for their visit. This included the Li family from Nanhuang, who had allied with the skeleton sect. Li Tiancheng, accompanied by all the members of the Li family, knelt at the entrance of the Lu residence, pleading for forgiveness. However, Lu Jian stated that he could not make decisions and that everything would have to wait until Lu Tianyu's return at Li Tiancheng. Feeling helpless, continued to kneel, fully aware that Lu Tianyu would ultimately determine the fate of the Li family, necessitating a display of utmost sincerity. Meanwhile, in the Dark Star domain, within the Grand Hall of the skeleton sect, the atmosphere was stiflingly tense, enveloped in a deathly silence. Clad in black robes, the somber-faced cultivators of the skeleton sect filled the hall. Minglia stood silently beneath the main seat, not uttering a word. On the throne sat a short-haired elder in a black robe, whose cold aura swept over the assembly. In our last battle, we lost half of the skeleton sect's elite forces, with 108 skeletal generals missing and the sixth elder severely injured. Before he could finish, a disciple of the inner sect rushed in with urgent news. Elder, the soul lamp of the Blackbone ancestor has extinguished. This announcement sent shockwaves through the hall. With a resounding crash, the seed of the black magic ancestor shattered, leaving a gaping hole in the ground. In an instant, the black magic ancestor appeared before the messenger, gripping his throat tightly. "Repeat that." The disciple's eyes bulged in terror. "I swear it's true." The black-bone ancestor's soul lamp has gone out. With a sickening pop, the disciple's head exploded into a mist of blood as he uttered the last word. "Blackbone!" The black magic ancestor roared in fury, shaking the eardrums of all the skeleton sex cultivators, their souls quaking in fear. "You cunning ancestor of the Eight Desolations, how dare you conceal your schemes and ensnare the black-bone ancestor? You have not truly suffered any loss of power. This is all part of your plot." His piercing gaze fell upon Minglingya. "The ship was destroyed, and yet you fled immediately. Why did the ancestor of the Eight Desolations not pursue you?" Minglingya trembled. "Elder, the ancestor of the Eight Desolations must have lost his physical form and now exists only as a soul. He possessed the body of a young man, whose cultivation level is merely at the illumination stage. I witnessed it with my own eyes. It cannot be false." With a resounding slap, Minglingya was sent crashing against the wall. The blackbone ancestor's voice cut through the air. "You useless wretch. If the ancestor of the Eight Desolations has indeed lost his physical form and remains only as a soul, why did you not continue to apply pressure outside the demon's subduing array? The battlefield has been squandered. Lives have been lost." He seethed with rage, ready to explode. "Your first instinct was to flee, yet you failed to consider why the ancestor of the Eight Desolations did not pursue you. Your cowardice has brought disgrace upon the skeleton sect." In that moment, he realized his misjudgment. With Minglingya and the 6 elders gravely injured under normal circumstances, the ancestor of the Eight Desolations would not pass up the opportunity to strike down a fallen enemy. This indicated that, as he suspected, the ancestor was indeed severely wounded and dared not pursue, relying solely on the power of the Eight Desolations demon subduing array. If news of Minglingya's hasty retreat were spread, outsiders would claim that the skeleton sect, once imposing, had fled like a pack of frightened dogs. Minglingya knelt on the ground. Not daring to raise his head, he understood the elder's volatile temperament, knowing all too well that he would not hesitate to kill for the slightest insubordination. Despite his status as sect leader, incurring the elder's wrath could easily lead to his demise. "Were you still standing, therefore?" The black magic ancestor bellowed. "Immediately rally the troops and seal off the exits of the Eight Desolation Star domain. As long as the Eight Desolation Star persists, the skeleton sect shall never rise again." "Yes," Minglingya responded with a swift wave of his hand, hastily departing with his men. The grand hall was left in silence, with only the black magic ancestor remaining. His dark eyes glimmered with malevolent intent. The Eight Desolation demon subduing array is as solid as a fortress. It is time to pay a visit to the Earth Spirit sect and the Heavenly Spirit sect. Alone, the ancestor of the Eight Desolations cannot eliminate Blackbone. There must be allies involved, and I must uncover who they are. Most importantly, that young man emerged unscathed from the abyss of forbidden lands and has swept through the younger generation of the Eight Desolations. He must have obtained a tremendous opportunity, and he must be captured. At that moment, Lu Qianyu, seated in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes and gazed at the Eight Desolation Devouring Cauldron, a peculiar expression crossing his face that a miniature, thumb-sized, ethereal figure darted onto his shoulder. Making oh sounds, the little figure was unclothed, its skin as pale and smooth as jade, with a cherubic face flushed red. Its tiny mouth, the size of a bean, was agape, incessantly calling out, "Oh." Lu Qianyu shook his head, chuckling wryly. "What on earth do you wish to convey? Could you please articulate a complete sentence?" The incessant oh was so grating that one might mistake it for a speechless goose. He never anticipated that after the Eight Desolation Devouring Cauldron absorbed the soul of the Blackbone ancestor, it would give birth to such an infinitesimal figure. In his imagination, one would expect the spirit of such a primordial treasure to take the form of an elderly sage. What irked him most was that this little figure couldn't string together a coherent sentence and was exceedingly bothersome with its incessant sounds. Yet, when it spoke, the little figure became even more animated, flitting around his head while continuously making oh sounds, amplifying its volume. Liu Qianyu's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend what the thumb-sized figure was trying to express. Giggling, the voice of the Bone Empress echoed in his mind. You are truly foolish. What the little one means is that it is hungry. It cannot speak if it is not fed. You must nourish it first, Liu Qianyu exclaimed. Oh, then furrowed his brow. So that's it. How much spiritual stone does it require to satiate its appetite? The Blackbone Ancestor storage ring contained a fair amount of spiritual stones, yet would be insufficient for the insatiable Devouring Cauldron. Its appetite was simply enormous. This is straightforward. Simply feed it the energy from the diamond divine bone, and that should suffice. While devouring it, you can also cultivate the Golden Dragon Fist and the Earth Dragon Fist to their perfected states, achieving two objectives at once. Upon hearing this, Liu Qianyu's eyes sparkled with delight. That is indeed a viable plan. Thank you. Ahem. I shall now attend to feeding the little cauldron. Farewell. He promptly manipulated the 8 Desolation Devouring Cauldron to absorb the diamond divine bone, commencing its refinement. My dear husband, you are too shy to call me your wife. Fret not. Even if you do not address me as such, I shall consider it an unspoken agreement. In the future, dear husband, be sure to strengthen your physique in preparation for our dual cultivation for 100,000 years. The Bone Empress teased Liu Qianyu. What is dual cultivation? The thumb-sized figure, having absorbed some energy, began to speak. Husband, shall we also engage in dual cultivation? At this, Liu Qianyu stumbled, nearly losing his balance. What nonsense! You little brat, what do you know? Go back and behave yourself. Or, I shall withhold your food. He never expected the thumb-sized figure could articulate so fluently. Initially, he thought it would be stuttering or merely capable of making oh sounds. Yet the little figure's words were utterly nonsensical, seemingly unaware that it was also male. All right, I shall listen to my brother. Whenever you wish to engage in dual cultivation, just call for me. The Bone Empress chuckled. This child can be taught. Ha! Liu Qianyu focused his mind, channeling the 8 Desolation Devouring Cauldron to absorb the black energy from the diamond divine bone into his middle dantian. Simultaneously, he exerted all his effort into the 5 Dragon Divine Fist heart technique. Beginning his cultivation of the Golden Dragon Fist and the Earth Dragon Fist, at the same time, news of the death of the Skeleton Sect's young master, Ming Qianxi, spread, and the 3 underworld sects prepared to annihilate the 8 Desolations. The realms of Xianqing, Zhuoyou, and Demuxing all began to withdraw their merchants and affiliated clans from the 8 Desolation Star. Everyone believed that the 8 Desolations were doomed, that in Ostar Domain was willing to assist the 8 Desolation Star. Some sects even approached the Underworld sect to discuss joint ventures in exploiting the 8 Desolations. As the saying goes, when a wall falls, everyone pushes. 3 days passed in a blink. With a deep, resonant dragon's roar, Liu Qianyu's Golden Dragon Fist and Earth Dragon Fist reached perfection. He rummaged through the Blackbone Ancestor's storage ring for materials to cultivate the Water Dragon Fist. A communication pearl began to hum. Liu Jiyuan's voice resonated. The elder of the Leaf family has been kneeling at the door for 3 days and nights. The other families are waiting outside, all bearing gifts for your return. I urged them to leave, but they insisted they would not depart until you returned. Liu Qianyu was momentarily taken aback. I shall return at once. An hour later, Liu Qianyu arrived back at the residence in the East Wilderness. Father, can't you just send them away? Liu Jiyuan sighed in resignation and shook his head. They insist on personally presenting the gifts to you. Especially Li Tiansheng, the patriarch of the Li family, who has been kneeling for 3 days and nights. I cannot drive them away. He patted Liu Qianyu on the shoulder. They are all here for the sake of the old ancestor of the 8 wildernesses. Believing that your good relations with him equate to good relations with the old ancestor. There are rumors outside that the Longbrow ancestor has advanced to the Dongshu stage. Otherwise, he would not dare to challenge the Yuming sect. Your reputation in the 8 wildernesses has reached its zenith. It is more fitting for you to take the lead. Go ahead and act according to your wishes. Liu Qianyu raised an eyebrow. What an imaginative notion. By the way, where is my mother? He discovered a phoenix hairpin, a congenital spiritual treasure, from the storage ring of the Blackbone ancestor, intending to gift it to Luo Yunshang. Alas, a look of melancholy and helplessness crossed Liu Jiyuan's face. 3 days ago, Your mother went to the Xianqing star domain seeking assistance. Luo Qianqiu has detained her, preventing her from returning. He then sighed deeply. It is safer for your mother over there. What? Lu Qianyu was taken aback, but quickly grasped the situation. His mother, Luo Yunshang, was the daughter of Luo Qianqiu, the head of the largest sect in the Xianqing star domain. When she married into the family, Luo Qianqiu disapproved. However, Luo Yunshang was resolute in marrying Lu Jiyuan, and as she was already with child, the news had spread. Reluctantly, Luo Qianqiu acquiesced. Since her marriage, Luo Yunshang had seldom interacted with the Xianqing sect, as the main family looked down upon the declining East Wilderness clan, deeming interactions with the Eight Wildernesses as beneath them. Now, as the Eight Wilderness faced imminent annihilation, Luo Yunshang had to swallow her pride and return to seek aid. Fearing for her safety, Luo Qianqiu had detained her. Lu Qianyu narrowed his eyes slightly. The crisis facing the Eight Wilderness is only temporary. Within a year, I shall undoubtedly find a solution. Father, you need not worry. Once I have arranged matters, I will go fetch Mother. He initially intended to seek out his great-grandfather in the Earth Spirit City. However, upon seeing the pallor on his father's face, he resolved to retrieve his mother instead. Upon hearing this, Lu Juan's expression changed drastically, and he grasped Lu Tianyu's hand tightly. You must heed my words this time. Do not venture into the Xianqing star domain. The skeleton sect has allied with the Earth Spirit sect and the Heavenly Spirit sect, sealing all exits from the Eight Wilderness star domain. The moment you step outside, you will be immediately discovered. I have contacted Du Mu Kunshin from the Du Mu star domain. He may be able to assist us. As he spoke, his gaze flickered uneasily. Du Mu Kunshin was known for his uncompromising nature and had made an exorbitant demand to relinquish the East Wilderness star domain and relocate to a desolate planet designated by him in exchange for protection. Furthermore, Du Mu Kunshin sought to leverage Lu Jiyuan's connection with the old ancestor of the Eight Wildernesses, proposing that the Eight Wildernesses cede at least half of their territory to the Du Mu sect. With the long-brow ancestor absent, the burden of the East Wilderness clan fell squarely on Lu Jiyuan's shoulders, and the pressure was immense. Yet, as the patriarch and father, he had to bear this weight. Prioritizing the survival of his clan above all else, Lu Jian resolved to acquiesce to Du Mu Kunshin's demands, surrendering the East Wilderness star domain. Lu Qianyu immediately shook his head. It would be a grave mistake to expect Du Mu star domain to lend a helping hand. They are unlikely to assist us. We cannot abandon the Eight Wilderness star domain. Father, you need not worry. We still have a year. We will surely find a way, having cultivated for 100,000 years in dual cultivation with the Bone Empress. He was no longer the Na'vi youth of the past, possessing a clear understanding of all matters. Lu Jian firmly rejected this notion. You must not go outside. Promise me. If we cannot find a solution within a year, I will risk my life to ensure your safe passage. He held Lu Qianyu's hand tightly, his expression resolutely determined. As his only son, he could not allow any harm to befall Lu Qianyu. Lu Qianyu understood his father's concerns all too well. Father, even if you sacrifice yourself to send me away, how can I survive? Rest assured, I will not act without certainty. He fabricated a pretext. The old ancestor of the Eight Wildernesses controls the Eight Wildernesses magic array, which can ensure my safe departure. The Chongqing Academy will hold its final selection in 3 months. If I can successfully enter, the siege around the Eight Wilderness star domain will be lifted. Faced with such a crisis, he was uncertain if the Chongqing Academy would still admit him under these circumstances. After all, he was merely among the top 10 in the outer territories of the Chongqing star domain, having only secured a slot without officially entering the academy, that he needed to reach Earth Spirit City as swiftly as possible. To persuade his father to allow him to go, he had to present this rationale. At the very least, he could take the risk of infiltrating the skeleton sect, triggering the underground demon cave to collapse and rendering the skeleton sect an enemy of the Chongqing star domain. Of course, he would not resort to such measures unless absolutely necessary. The Dark Star domain was adjacent to the Eight Wilderness star domain. Should the skeleton sect's actions come to light, the Eight Wilderness star domain would inevitably suffer repercussions. Upon hearing Lu Tianyu's words, Lu Jiyuan's eyes brightened. If you can become a formal disciple of the Academy, the three sects of Yuming will at least think twice before openly opposing us. In this critical moment, he had to rely on his son. As a father, he felt utterly powerless. In recent days, he had deeply felt that his son's judgment surpassed his own, almost as if he were leaning on Lu Tianyu for support. This filled him with immense pride. His son had groaned in the council hall. Lu Tianyu instructed the representatives of the various families to bring forth their gifts. Leave the gifts behind. You may return. It was imperative to accept the gifts from these individuals, for if he refused, they would surely speculate. He had no intention of disclosing that the long-brow ancestor had yet to advance, as it would serve to stabilize public sentiment. The crowd stood in stunned silence, bewildered. Is this it? They had expected Lu Tianyu to say a few words. They could also glean how the old ancestor of the Eight Wildernesses intended to deal with the three sects of Yuming, to plan their next steps. However, they were taken aback when Lu Tianyu simply ordered them to leave. After all, we contributed a significant portion of our clan's spiritual veins, did we not? Upon witnessing this, Lu Tianyu's expression turned serious. What? Do you have further matters to discuss? He harbored no fondness for these families. Had he not been prepared, he would have been captured and soul-searched to death in the Monghuang forest, leading to the disintegration of the East Wilderness Clan. As for demanding these families to offer spiritual stones, it was only right. Without the activation of the Eight Wilderness's magic array, they would all perish. He was not the type to be overly benevolent. Chapter 45, the Eight Wilderness Clan renamed, the Eight Sovereign Star Domain. We apologize. In Monghuang Forest, we should not have pressured the Holy Sun. We implore the Holy Sun to punish us. The representatives from the West Wilderness Clan, Luo Zhongshan and Luo Tianyu, knelt on one knee. We were blinded by our greed and should not have coveted the Holy Sun and the East Wilderness Clan. Here is all the remaining spiritual stones and veins from our clan, offered to the Holy Sun. From now on, we, the West Wilderness Clan, are willing to follow the East Wilderness Clan as our leader, and we shall obey their commands. After consulting with old ancestor Ouyang, the two decided to align themselves with the East Wilderness Clan. Given the current peculiar circumstances and the emergence of a Dongshu stage cultivator from the East Wilderness Clan, they feared retribution from Lu Tianyu. As soon as they finished speaking, the head of the Southwest Wilderness, Zhuo Tianxiao, and the Holy Sun, Zhuo Bufan, also knelt. We, the Southwest Wilderness, are also willing to follow the East Wilderness Clan as our leader. Awaiting your orders, we were wrong in the Monghuang Forest incident. We asked the Holy Sun to punish us. Members of the West Wilderness Clan, Ouyang Zong and Ouyang Batian, even the old ancestor, arrived to express their willingness to follow the East Wilderness Clan and heed their commands. The heads of the Northwest Wilderness, Northeast Wilderness, and Southeast Wilderness families merely came bearing gifts. Upon witnessing this scene, their expressions immediately soured. They had only intended to present their respects for the long-brow ancestor's advancement to the Dongshu stage, as they had already incurred significant losses in activating the Eight Wilderness's magic array. They had not participated in the Monghuang Forest incident. In truth, they had desired to partake, but with the West Wilderness, North Wilderness, and Southwest Wilderness taking the lead, they had hoped to follow suit and share in the spoils. Now that the West Wilderness, North Wilderness, and Southwest Wilderness had failed and were now seeking to pay respects to the East Wilderness Clan, they found themselves at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. However, the head of the Northeast Wilderness, Nashuan Bing, reacted the quickest, immediately kneeling. We, the Northeast Wilderness, are willing to follow the East Wilderness Clan as our leader, ready to obey the Holy Sun's commands. Should the need arise, we shall certainly follow. The heads of the Northwest Wilderness, Guoshoudao, and the Southwest Wilderness, Zhugeqing, twitched their facial muscles in unison, emulating Nashuan Bing. We are willing to follow the Northeast Wilderness as our leader, ready to heed the Holy Sun's commands. However, their voices were notably subdued, clearly reluctant. Just as Lu Tianyu was about to refuse, the voice of the Bone Empress echoed in his mind. My dear, do not be hasty in your rejection. The Eight Wildernesses are, after all, a collective. A unified voice is essential. Why not give it a try? Your strength is still limited. You cannot handle everything yourself and will need those willing to assist you. What do you think? If you're open to it, I can offer you some suggestions for restructuring. If not, that is perfectly fine. The Empress of Thousand Bones spoke to Lu Tianyu in a tone of negotiation. Lu Tianyu furrowed his brow in contemplation. The Empress made a compelling argument. He too found the disjointed state of the 8 desolates and 8 clans to be unsatisfactory. However, he currently lacked the energy to manage these individuals. As his primary focus was on cultivation, overseeing people was simply too cumbersome. The Empress of Thousand Bones seemed to perceive Lu Tianyu's concerns. This is simple why, dear husband, you only need to find a spokesperson. The names of the 8 desolates are rather unrefined. You could replace desolate with sovereign and reorganize the 8 desolate stars to reflect your strength. Although the 8 desolate stars are currently situated in the fringes of the star domain. With your influence as a seed, they will inevitably evolve into the center of the everlasting star domain, perhaps even the entire Milky Way galaxy. You cannot remain here forever, but your family is here, allowing you peace of mind when you venture out in the future. With me by your side, what is there to fear? Beside them, Lu Jin also conveyed his thoughts. Our 8 desolates must have a leader. Otherwise, internal strife will ensue under the oppression of the skeleton sect. You could temporarily agree to their demands, and we can revisit the matter once the skeleton sect issue is resolved, from the perspective of the family head. Lu Jian believed that Lu Tianyu ought to proceed in this manner. The 8 desolate star domain had long been a disorganized entity, and its lack of unity was a primary reason for the external pressures it faced. Unlike the dark star domain, where only one family held sway, the 8 desolate star domain was fragmented. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianyu's eyes suddenly brightened. Excellent, he surveyed the room. Since you all are so earnest, I shall reluctantly accept your sincerity. However, I must make it clear, should any of you betray us like the Nanhuang clan, I will treat you as I do the skeleton sect, without mercy. Take your time to consider. If you find this unacceptable, you may withdraw at any moment. But once you decide, you must adhere to my directives. This pronouncement. Ouyang Zong immediately stepped forward with unwavering determination. I have deliberated on this matter, and my Ouyang family has already made our decision. Similarly, Luo Zhongshan of the Luo family and Zhuo Tianxiao of the Zhuo family displayed resolute attitudes. The 3 families had always acted in unison, previously coordinating their actions in the barbaric forest and now doing so in the eastern desolate star. With formidable foes surrounding them, they recognized that failure to unite could result in being cast aside as cannon fodder by the 8 desolate ancestors, particularly since they had previously antagonized Lu Tianyu. As the 3 families stepped forward, the remaining 3 families had little choice but to follow suit. We too have made our decision. They were not foolish. They did not wish to become like the Leaf family, who had knelt for 3 days and nights without gaining the forgiveness of the Eastern Desolate Clan. Angering Lu Tianyu could lead to being expelled from the 8 Desolate Star Domain by the 8 Desolate Ancestors. Lu Tianyu nodded. Then it is settled. Since the 8 Desolates have unified, it is time for a name change. From now on, the word desolate shall be replaced with sovereign. Our 8 desolate star domain shall henceforth be known as the 8th sovereign star domain. The clan shall be designated as Eastern Sovereign, Southern Sovereign, Northern Sovereign, Western Sovereign, Northwestern Sovereign, Southwestern Sovereign, Northeastern Sovereign, and Southeastern Sovereign. What do you think? At this proclamation, the crowd gasped in astonishment, inhaling sharply. The sovereign star domain was home to royal families. But that was at the very center of the central star domain. The 8 desolate star domain and the surrounding 4 star domains belonged to the everlasting star domain, which itself was situated in the most remote corner of the Milky Way galaxy. Composed of thousands of star domains, the center of the Milky Way galaxy was the central star domain, and at its heart lay the sovereign star domain, the core of the entire galaxy. All the imperial figures congregated in the sovereign star domain, with more than 90% of the emperors located there. What was the 8 desolate star but the most obscure and weakest of places? Daring to adopt the title of sovereign? Did they not fear the sovereign star domain's wrath? Lu Tianyu was well aware of their apprehensions. Our 8 desolate star domain currently faces formidable enemies. Whether we can withstand this trial remains to be seen. Adopting the title of sovereign truly out of reach, without the confidence to become strong enough to rival the sovereign star domain. How could we ever triumph over the three underworld sects? His words resonated with conviction and authority, instantly lifting the spirits of those present, determination etched on their faces. Indeed, without the confidence to become strong enough to rival the sovereign star domain, how could they ever hope to grow stronger? Lacking the resolve to take risks, how could they possibly repel the three underworld sects? To believe that formidable foes were insurmountable would undoubtedly lead to their failure. The atmosphere grew tense as the head of the Northwestern Desolate Clan, Guoshu Dao, reluctantly began to applaud. Our 8 desolates have long remained dormant. It is time for us to awaken. Otherwise, even if the skeleton sect does not invade us, other clans will take advantage of us. Applause erupted as the head of the Northeastern Desolate Clan, Xian Bing, chimed in. Indeed, the skeleton sect has roused us from our slumber. Their provocations must be met with retaliation. They aim to annihilate our 8 desolates, demonstrating their utter disregard for us. The skeleton sect has coveted us for a long time. Even without this incident, they would have sought an excuse to act against us that we must unite, even if it costs us dearly, to show that we, the people of the 8 desolates, are not cowardly. The crowd erupted in applause, confidence radiating from their faces. Excellent, Lu Qianyu observed, elated. From this moment on, we, the 8 Desolate Clan, shall be renamed the 8 Sovereign Clan. Inform your kin immediately. In this moment, his heart brimmed with fighting spirit. Simultaneously, he found the Empress of Thousand Bones' idea commendable, which in turn fostered a deeper appreciation for her. Ouyang Zong stepped forward and cupped his fists. Holy Sun. Merchants and travelers from foreign star domains have gathered at our gates, inquiring when they may depart, but we are uncertain how to proceed. We beseech the Holy Sun for guidance. Lu Qianyu furrowed his brow and turned to Lu Jian. What is the background of these people? Are there many of them? He had never before concerned himself with merchants and travelers. The majority hail from the Dumu, Xianxing, and Zhuolio star domains, and we have yet to identify any individuals from the skeleton sect. Ouyang Zong replied, his expression grave. I recently took account, and there are approximately 700 to 800 individuals, not including those who have sought refuge in the barbaric forest and the gloomy woods. Lu Jian furrowed his brow. The underworld sects have sealed all exits. Allowing these people to leave may provide our enemies with an opportunity to infiltrate. If we do not let them go, we risk offending them. This predicament is indeed challenging to navigate. I propose we designate a restricted area and enforce limitations on their movements, preventing them from wandering freely. Offending them may be unavoidable. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuo Tinxiao's expression turned grim. I have just received news that our merchants and travelers from the Northwestern Desolate Clan have fled into the barbaric forest, and we could not stop them. Xian Bing spoke in a low tone. I have received similar news. They have all escaped. Our Western Desolate Clan has also fled. The Southwestern Desolate Clan has too. In an instant, the atmosphere grew heavy with tension. Among those who had fled, there may very well be individuals from the skeleton sect. These people could hide away, emerging at any moment to wreak havoc, causing significant trouble. The gloomy woods and barbaric forest were vast, making it difficult to locate them once they sought refuge. All eyes turned to Lu Qianyu, including Lu Jiyuan's, awaiting his decision. Lu Qianyu narrowed his eyes slightly. I can assure you that these individuals will indeed cause trouble. The skeleton sect will likely entice them to attack us, and they will likely acquiesce, eye in their eyes. The annihilation of our 8 sovereign clan is merely a matter of time. His gaze glinted coldly. We must act without delay. Let us immediately set forth to capture these individuals and confine them in one location. Those who refuse to comply shall be executed. Regardless of which star domain they belong to, any potential threat must be eradicated. At this declaration, the members of the 8 sovereign clan turned pale. Such actions would surely offend those from the Xianxing, Dumu, and Zhuolio star domains, potentially providing them with a pretext to join forces with the skeleton sect in their plans to seize the 8 desolate lands. In such a scenario, the 8 sovereign clan would find themselves besieged on all sides, with no means of escape. Their expressions reflected their disquiet. Even if the threat from the skeleton sect were resolved, they would be faced with an even graver crisis. That Lu Qianyu was acutely aware of their concerns. He scoffed coldly. Since you have chosen to follow the Eastern Sovereign Clan, you must heed my commands." He turned to Lu Jiuan. "Father, where are the 108 skeletal generals captured from the skeleton sect?" The 8th sovereign ancestor had reported to him. The 108 skeletal generals dispatched by the skeleton sect to besiege the Eastern Sovereign Clan had been captured by him and Lu Jiuan through a coordinated assault. Those controlling the skeletal generals have been slain. Lu Jiuan tossed a black storage bag to Lu Qianyu. "They are all contained within." These 108 skeletal generals each possessed the combat prowess equivalent to that of a Yuan Ying period cultivator. When united and working in concert with formations, they represented a combined offensive akin to that of 108 out-of-body period cultivators. Had it not been for the intervention of the 8th sovereign ancestor, the Eastern Sovereign Clan would likely have ceased to exist. Recalling the circumstances of that time, Lu Jiuan felt a lingering fear. The simultaneous assault of 108 skeletons shattered the Eastern Royal Clan's skeletal formation in less than a quarter of an hour. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the 8th Royal Ancestor, affording him the opportunity to reactivate the protective formation of their sect, the consequences would have been dire. Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively gasped in shock. That it was unimaginable that the skeleton sect possessed such terrifying skeletons and formations, let alone a joint attack. Even if these skeletons were to disperse and assault them individually, they would pose a significant threat. That Lu Qianyu gazed at the storage bag in his hand and coldly remarked, "The most formidable aspect of these skeletons is not their combined assault tactics, but their ability to self-destruct. The self-detonation of a Yuanying stage cultivator is sufficient to harm those in the Xinhuan stage. I intend to distribute them among you, coordinating the search of the Monghuang Forest and the Dark Abyss Forest." His expression turned grave. "From this moment on, our 8th Royal Clan will embark on our first hunt, clearing the Monghuang Forest and the Dark Abyss Forest of any threats posed by people or beasts. Of course, you may employ beast-taming techniques to control the beasts for your advantage. Should we encounter anyone from the 8th Royal Star Domain who refuses to comply, let the skeletons take them down, and ensure the process is recorded with a memory stone. Those unwilling to partake may withdraw now, but they shall no longer be considered part of the 8th Royal Clan." Lu Qianyu's voice rang out, each word like a blade. The eyes of the crowd instantly brightened. "Indeed, the perpetrators are from the skeleton sect. Even if they realize we are behind this, it would be of no consequence. We have evidence. This strategy from the Saint's Son is remarkable, truly ingenious. However, how do we control these skeletons? None of us know the skeleton sect's corpse manipulation secrets." Lu Qianyu's lips curled into a slight smile. 3 days ago, the 8th Royal Ancestor used the 8th Royal Demon controlling formation to subdue the Blackbone Ancestor, acquiring the skeleton sect's corpse manipulation secrets through soul searching. He then conveyed this information to the heads of the 6 clans, including Lu Jiuan. "There is no time to waste. We must act now. We must complete the clearing within 3 days." Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped once more. Yet soon, their faces were alight with joy. The 8th Royal Ancestor is formidable. The Saint's Son is formidable. The death of the Blackbone Ancestor has instilled hope in their fight against the skeleton sect. 3 days later, Lu Qianyu approached Lu Wenbin. "Brother Wenbin, accompany me to the Earth Spirit City." Chapter 47. One is not a sow and lacks that reproductive capability. Lu Wenbin immediately jumped up upon hearing this. "What? Earth Spirit City is the territory of the Earth Spirit sect, the second largest force of the underworld's 3 sects. Are you asking me to accompany you to certain death?" He shook his head vigorously. "If you wish to perish, go alone. I still wish to live another year." He waved his hands repeatedly, panic evident in his expression. "What a pity! What a pity!" Lu Qianyu feigned a look of regret. "You need not go. The pure and lovely girl I introduced to you last time is still in Earth Spirit City. And I plan to make my move this time. That I noticed your chemistry back then. It seems you and she are fated to be apart. I shall take my leave." With that, he turned to walk away, a wicked smile curling on his lips. As expected, Lu Wenbin dashed forward to block him. "Elder brother, you cannot do this. We agreed that Xiao Tsue is mine. You must not go back on your word. Elder brother knows that my lineage is dwindling, and the task of propagating descendants falls solely upon me. If I miss out on Suhua, It would be akin to missing out on 10 sons. 10 children? Lu Qianyu chuckled at Lu Wenbin's reasoning. She hasn't even agreed yet, and you expect her to bear you 10 children? She's not a sow with that kind of reproductive capacity. Lu Wenbin leaned in close to Lu Tianyu's ear. You just don't understand. I've observed that Xiao Cui's posterior is considerably larger than average, with a willow-like waist and ample front. Such a woman is quite capable of bearing offspring. She could easily have 10 or 8, and the likelihood of them being sons is high. Just think, if she were to bear me 8 sons, they would grow up to have offspring, and perhaps Xiao Cui and I could still. Lu Wenbin's eyes sparkled, gesticulating animatedly as if envisioning a scene filled with descendants. Stop! 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 Lu Qianyu raised a hand to halt him. Your procreation is your own affair. It has nothing to do with me, I ask you. Will you come or not? If you will, come with me right away. If not, I will go alone. Lu Wenbin chuckled. Of course I will go. This time I must win over Xiao Cui, even if I have to use a charm potion. He was brimming with confidence. But I need to inform my parents first. Lu Wenbin was a devoted son, always discussing matters with his family. He would never go against their wishes. Just as he finished speaking, a voice filled with authority echoed from outside. Go ahead. Lu Wenbin's father, Lu Haoran, entered with a grave expression. Tianyu has already spoken to me. Remember to heed Tianyu's words on the way. And do not act independently. He produced a storage bag and handed it to Lu Qianyu. Inside are 2 talismans, sealing the 2 spells of the Grand Elder. Take them to... Lu Qianyu was taken aback for a moment before shaking his head. He accepted the storage bag and promptly passed it to Lu Wenbin. It's more suitable for Wenbin to keep this. I have the life-saving talismans from the 8th royal ancestor, as well as the Xinyuan mirror for protection. He understood that Lu Haoran provided him with talismans primarily out of concern for his son's safety. After all, he had only one son, and the responsibility of continuing the family line rested upon him. Any mishap was unacceptable. Whoosh! Lu Wenbin snatched the storage bag directly from Lu Tianyu's hands. With so many of your secret techniques, this will naturally belong to me. If we face danger, I'll protect you. Lu Haoran smiled wryly and shook his head. Tianyu is a saint's son. You must show him more respect. Yet the next moment, his expression turned serious. Our 8th royal star is besieged by the underworld's 3 sects. Tianyu, Wenbin, you both must remember that those friends outside are no longer trustworthy. Remain low-key and do not be easily swayed by anyone's words. This is paramount. He feared that Lu Qianyu and Lu Wenbin, being young and naive, might be betrayed to the skeleton sect, leading to their demise. Lu Qianyu bowed respectfully to Lu Haoran. Thank you, Uncle, for your guidance. I will remember it well. Rest assured, Uncle, I have acquired the bone-locking technique and disguise technique from the Black Bone ancestor and will not reveal my true identity, thus minimizing the risk of detection. Utilizing the sky-swallowing cauldron, he had obtained the memories of the Black Bone ancestor, including the skeleton sect's techniques. Most of the skeleton sect's techniques were malevolent and bloody, with few applicable. The disguise technique and bone-locking technique were among the rare usable ones. The Black Bone ancestor had employed these 2 techniques to disguise himself and had killed countless individuals. Good. Lu Haoran's anxious demeanor visibly eased. With the bone-locking technique and disguise technique, I need not worry. However, do not let down your guard. Lu Wenbin replied seriously. Rest assured, Father, we will remain vigilant. A day and a night later, on the periphery of the 8 Desolations demon controlling formation, a flying vessel drifted leisurely through the air. On the deck, a stout middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache, dressed as a merchant, shouted to a young gentleman in fine attire behind him. Hurry up! I can hardly wait to meet Xiao Cui. The young gentleman, fanning himself with a folding fan, wore an air of nonchalance. You are mistaken. I am an outer disciple of the Xinyuan sect, here to oversee your conduct as the shopkeeper. Step back and maintain a respectful attitude. Remember to flatter me and serve tea and water as required. The merchant was none other than Lu Wenbin in disguise, posing as the shopkeeper, eagle head of the Xinyuan sect's establishment within the 8th royal star domain. The young gentleman was Lu Qianyu, masquerading as Ma Wudi, a disciple of the Xinyuan sect. During the hunt of the 8th royal clan, the real eagle head, Ma Wudi, was killed by Lu Qianyu for refusing to enter a designated area. Now, Lu Tianyu and Lu Wenbin were impersonating these two individuals, preparing to traverse the formation towards Earth Spirit City. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Wenbin shook his head. My acting skills are quite impressive. This is beyond doubt. Right now, my mind is solely occupied with Xiaozu, leaving no room for other thoughts. What to do? Toot. Lu Tianyu tapped Lu Wenbin's forehead. Do not worry. You will soon forget about Xiaozu. Open the formation. The flying vessel had reached the edge of the demon-controlling formation, and with a humming sound, a gap appeared in the greenish membrane. The vessel zipped through the Eight Desolations demon-controlling formation. Lu Wenbin, feeling indignant, remarked, Nothing can stop me from thinking about. The words were on the tip of his tongue, but remained unspoken. Lu Wenbin's body trembled slightly. Skeleton. In his line of sight appeared several skeleton soldiers wielding bone knives. Along with a black warship adorned with skull carvings, a chilling and terrifying aura enveloped them, causing Lu Wenbin to feel a chill run down his spine, his very soul quaking at that moment. Lu Tianyu's voice echoed in his ears. You are now the eagle head of the Xinyuan sect, a sect on par with the underworld's 3 sects. All you need to do is stand behind me and remain silent. Lu Tianyu took 2 steps forward, surpassing the still-dazed Lu Wenbin. Only then did Lu Wenbin regain his senses, hurriedly slowing the vessel down. However, despite his efforts, they still collided with a skeleton soldier. Chapter 48. A Thrilling Escape. Bang! The skeletal soldier was sent flying 3 zhang away, tumbling downwards. Only then did the flying vessel come to a halt, hovering in midair. Lu Wenbin was nearly startled into a cry, but he quickly regained his composure. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 skeletal soldiers immediately surrounded them, remaining motionless in the air. Such audacity to dare escape. Over a dozen black-robed cultivators flew forth from the warship, encircling Lu Tianyu's vessel. A chilling aura swept over them. Lu Tianyu snorted coldly. A mere skeleton sect dares to obstruct my path. I am Ma Wudi, a disciple of the Xianqing sect. Not even the ancestor of the 8 Desolations would dare stop me. You had better escort me out willingly. Do you have the courage to defy me? He tilted his head defiantly. Clear the way at once. I must return to my sect to fulfill my mission. Can you bear the consequences for delaying me? Lu Tianyu's demeanor was haughty, completely emulating Ma Wudi's earlier stance. I am a member of the Xianqing sect, and I am certain you do not dare to harm me. Consequently, Lu Tianyu directly commanded the skeletons to kill Ma Wudi. Even the eagle-headed man who knelt in surrender met the same fate, along with several attendants. Upon hearing this, the leader of the skeleton sect cultivators was genuinely taken aback. Their various checkpoints were interconnected, and for nearly 10 days, there had been no incidents of anyone emerging from within. The 8 Desolations Demon Suppression Array was under the control of the ancestor of the 8 Desolations. If someone could get out, it was undoubtedly due to the ancestor's influence that he was merely a small official of the skeleton sect. Could he provoke such a person? Lu Wenbin was also stunned. Lu Tianyu's audacity was astonishing. He truly believed himself to be one of the Xianqing sect. What was crucial was that even the members of the Xianqing sect were not as formidable as him. An ordinary disciple challenging so many that Lu Tianyu pointed at the leader. I give you 10 breaths of time. If you do not let me pass, I shall force my way through. If you dare obstruct me, I shall crush the sect's communication talisman and inform them that you, the skeleton sect, have willfully slain a disciple of the Xianqing sect, attempting to incite a war between our sects. The countdown begins. 10, 9. Finally, a skeleton sect cultivator spoke. Wait. I have no intention of inciting a war between the 2 sections during these extraordinary times. We must conduct inspections to prevent any remnants of the 8 Desolations clan from escaping. Please cooperate with our examination. He produced a skull-shaped artifact. It will only take 10 breaths of your time. I beg you not to make this difficult for me. He observed the flying vessel, confirming it bore the Xianqing sect's insignia, and had practically verified that Lu Tianyu was indeed one of them. However, in order to fulfill his duty, he needed to use the identification mirror to ascertain whether this person was disguised. Lu Tianyu, seemingly oblivious to the man's words, stated in a low voice, 3, 2, 1, time's up. Eagle head, activate maximum speed, and charge through. If they dare to stop me, humph. Lu Wenbin finally regained his senses and exclaimed, "All right. Our ship carries 10 thunder pearls. If they obstruct us, let them know the might of the thunder pearls." Following the rehearsed procedure, Lu Wenbin spread his hand to reveal 2 walnut-sized black pearls, simultaneously commanding the vessel to emit a tremendous humming sound. That moment, his heart raced as if it would leap from his throat. That thunder pearls are fakes. If they inspect them, won't it be revealed? It's over, utterly over. Huh. Thunder pearls? The skeleton sect cultivator was taken aback. Then you may leave. The thunder pearls were a large-scale weapon of mass destruction from the Xinqing sect. Disciples capable of carrying thunder pearls were generally regarded as important members of the sect. This person actually possessed 10. If they detonated, it would undoubtedly spell doom for them all. That he immediately backed down. Lu Qianyu snorted. That's more like it. Clear the way at once. Internally, he was smirking, realizing that they had been intimidated by him. The reputation of the Xinqing sect's thunder pearls was well-deserved. I must procure a few genuine ones to test their power later. The gesture from the skeleton sect cultivator signaled. Let them pass. Lu Wenbin sighed in relief and quickly stowed away the thunder pearls, fearing exposure. But suddenly, a formidable aura descended from the heavens, accompanied by a sharp shout. What is happening here? Who are they? Shadows flickered. A cold, sinister black-robed figure hovered in the air, casting a piercing gaze at Lu Qianyu and Lu Wenbin. Lu Wenbin's complexion turned pale, his legs trembling. He thought to himself, my goodness, this is an expert at the out-of-body stage. We're doomed. The truth will be revealed. It's all your fault, Lu Qianyu, for coming up with this terrible idea. Now I've been dragged into this, and I may never see my beloved Xiaozue again. Lu Qianyu remained unfazed, replying coldly, what an audacious skeleton sect, daring to make things difficult for us. It seems you are at odds with my Xinqing sect. Before stepping out, he had already prepared for the worst possible outcome. At worst, he would reveal his strength and forcefully break through. He could use his soul pressure to subdue these individuals and then call upon the ancestor of the 8 desolations to eliminate them. Currently, the situation was trending toward his most unfavorable scenario. The leading cultivator bowed to the black-robed figure. Commander, this person is a disciple of the Xinqing sect. He briefly summarized the situation. The black-robed figure narrowed his eyes at Lu Qianyu. You are a disciple of the Xinqing sect? As he spoke, his consciousness surged forth like a tide, enveloping Lu Qianyu for a meticulous examination. How bold of you to bully the weak. Yet Lu Qianyu showed no fear, producing a communication pearl. I will report this to my master. You skeleton sect. At this moment, he was fully prepared to act. Although he had concealed his aura with the 8 desolations devouring cauldron, it was still his first time using the shrinking bone disguise technique. And he could not guarantee absolute safety. However, the next second, the pressure from the out-of-body expert vanished in an instant. The black-robed figure chuckled. You truly are a disciple of the Xinqing sect. The energy of the Xinqing you cultivate is remarkably pure. With a wave of his sleeve, he said, Please, sir, depart. May I inquire your name? His attitude was exceedingly courteous. Lu Qianyu snorted. Ma Wudi of the Xinqing sect. Eagle head, let us depart. Upon hearing this, Lu Wenbin was instantly overjoyed and promptly propelled the flying vessel. Whoosh! The vessel shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, breaking free from the encirclement of the skeleton sect and heading straight for the direction of the Earth Spirit sect. Lu Wenbin pushed the vessel to its utmost speed, not daring to look back. But at that moment, Lu Qianyu's consciousness detected, miles ahead, a flying vessel emblazoned with the insignia of the Xinqing sect, racing towards them. His expression shifted. Stow the vessel. Switched to personal mode. Lu Wenbin, still reveling in his escape, was taken aback. Why should we switch? This Xinqing sect vessel is quite useful. It can intimidate others to this moment. Lu Qianyu observed that the Xinqing sect vessel was less than 10 li away. He swiftly produced his own vessel and activated it, tossing Lu Wenbin into the cabin. Simultaneously, he retracted the Xinqing sect vessel and reverted to his original appearance and physique. He simply had no time to change his clothes. As the Xinqing sect ship was now less than 5 li away, that a surge of consciousness from an out-of-body expert swept over, locking onto Lu Qianyu. Chapter 49. Encountering pursuit, Lu Tianyu feigned a slight panic, propelling his craft forward at high speed. Fortunately, the probing consciousness lingered on him for only 5 breaths before departing. Whoosh! The two vessels brushed past each other. Lu Tianyu breathed a sigh of relief that he was not afraid of the Xinqing sect's people, but was concerned that if the skeleton sect noticed them so close, it would lead to trouble. Lu Wenbin cautiously emerged from the cabin, clutching his chest as he gasped for air. "Big brother, what are you doing? You're shocking me. My heart can't take it." His consciousness was relatively weak, unable to detect the aura of the Xinqing sect vessel from a distance. As soon as they boarded their own ship, the Xinqing sect vessel had already passed, and he hadn't even seen it. Slap. Lu Tianyu smacked the back of Lu Wenbin's head. "Your performance just now was unsatisfactory. After rehearsing several times, you panicked as soon as we arrived. If you do that again, I won't let you see Xiao. Just now, if it hadn't been for his quick thinking, they would have been exposed." Rendering their efforts futile, that Lu Wenbin rubbed his head in confusion. "Huh, I was a bit scared. The skeleton sect members are too fierce. I couldn't assert myself," he chuckled. "After this experience, I won't be afraid next time." "Big brother, you can't forget to introduce Xiao Tsue. It's crucial to our family's reproductive planning." Lu Tianyu smiled wryly and shook his head. "Just now, a Xinqing sect vessel passed by. Do you think they're going to cause trouble in the Eight Desolation star domain? We need to change our appearance quickly." Saying this, he entered the vessel first to change clothes. Lu Wenbin was taken aback, finally realizing. "What did you just say?" "A Xinqing sect vessel passed by. There's no doubt they're going to confront the Eight Royal Clan." He shivered. "Think about it. Ma Wudi has been dead for 4 days. With his soul lamp extinguished, the Xinqing sect must have learned about it. Ma Wudi was just an ordinary outer disciple. The Xinqing sect wouldn't rush to confront the Eight Royal Clan, so their arrival now must be related to this matter, that we must quickly disguise ourselves, altering our appearances and changing our attire. Upon encountering individuals from the Xinqing sect and the skeleton sect, they will undoubtedly recognize us as imposters and pursue us relentlessly. Hurry, hurry, hurry." Lu Wenbin was exceedingly anxious. Indeed, the situation warranted such urgency. The moment Ma Wudi's soul lamp extinguished, the Xinqing sect did not initiate an immediate investigation. 2 days later, the sect leader, Luo Qinxiu, convened a meeting to deliberate on how to address the matter of Ma Wudi's murder in the 8th Sovereign Star Domain. After much discussion, it was ultimately decided that they would extort the 8th Sovereign Star Domain, demanding a price for the incident. After all, the 8th Sovereign Star Domain was on the brink of annihilation. Seizing some benefits from them was a prudent course of action. Typically, the disappearance of an ordinary disciple like Ma Wudi would not warrant their attention, nor would it be deemed significant. However, the circumstances had changed. The 8th Sovereign Clan was besieged by the 3 underworld sects, presenting an opportune moment for them to extract concessions. The Xinqing sect dispatched Ma Dachuan, an elder responsible for external affairs, and Wudi was a distant relative of Ma Dachuan, a fact they could leverage during negotiations with the 8th Sovereign Clan. Should the 8th Sovereign Clan refuse compensation, so much the better. The Xinqing sect could seize the opportunity to ally with the 3 underworld sects and claim a larger share from the 8th Sovereign Clan. Ma Dachuan's spiritual sense was not as formidable as Lu Tianyu's, which he realized only after Lu Tianyu had transformed his flying vessel. Otherwise, he would have directly intercepted Lu Tianyu's vessel to inquire further. At this moment, upon exiting the 8 Desolation Demon Array, the skeleton sect's out-of-body stage warrior, Ming Songjiu, furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. After releasing Lu Tianyu, he felt a nagging sense that he had overlooked something. Yet he could not pinpoint what it was. The squad leader expressed his confusion, remarking, "Commander, I too find this peculiar." Wudi appeared exceedingly composed, while his followers were visibly terrified. "His arrogance is rather striking. Shall we confirm with the Xinqing sect? We are merely suspecting, not certain." Ming Songjiu waved his hand dismissively. Better to avoid unnecessary trouble. "Let it be." Suddenly, he turned sharply, exclaiming, "The Xinqing sect is coming. What business do they have here?" In his line of sight, a flying vessel emblazoned with the Xinqing sect's insignia rapidly approached, slowing only as it drew near. A resounding voice emerged from the vessel. "Friends of the skeleton sect, I am Ma Dachuan. the elder in charge of external affairs for the Xianqing sect, that I come seeking an explanation for the murder of our disciple, Ma Wudi, in the Eight Desolation Star Domain. I kindly ask that you do not impede my progress. Ma Dachuan appeared on the deck, clasping his fists in greeting to Ming Tsang to preempt unnecessary complications. He stated his intentions directly. However, upon hearing this, Ming Tsangzhou's expression shifted dramatically. What did you say? Ma Wudi was killed in the Eight Desolation Star Domain. Then the one who just passed through. In that instant, he comprehended the truth. The Ma Wudi that had just escaped was most likely a ruse. A member of the Eight Desolation Clan, masquerading as Ma Wudi. Yet he could not fathom why that individual had exuded the unique aura of the Xianqing sect. Was there truly such mastery in disguise? Ma Dachuan, keenly observant, also sensed the anomaly. Commander, what did you say about someone passing through? Ming Tsangzhou gestured, conjuring an illusion of Ma Wudi. This person claimed to be Ma Wudi. He just passed by me, heading in that direction. At this moment, he could confirm that the individual who had passed was undoubtedly a member of the Eight Desolation Clan in disguise. The direction they had taken was towards the Dark Star Domain, not the Xianqing sect. Furthermore, Ma Wudi, an ordinary disciple, exhibiting such arrogance while an elder treated him with such deference was clearly abnormal. He regretted not having considered the details more thoroughly. Slap. Ma Dachuan struck the ship's railing. Ma Wudi's soul lamp has extinguished. The previous Ma Wudi must have been a fake. Quick, pursue. With that, he maneuvered the vessel, accelerating in the direction they had come from. Ming Tsangzhou's expression darkened. The Eight Desolation Clan has audacity indeed. Managing to escape right under my nose. Infuriating. You must safeguard this area. Under no circumstances are any members of the Eight Desolation Clan to be allowed to escape, nor any members of other sects. Should you let even one person slip away, I will take your life. Whoosh. He pursued the Xianqing sect's vessel. My friend, may I join you in the hunt for that scoundrel? Ma Dachuan readily opened the restrictions. Come aboard. Once Ming Tsangzhou was on the vessel, he spoke in a grave tone. The members of the Eight Desolation Clan are incredibly bold, daring to disguise themselves as disciples of the Xianqing sect to flee. Once we capture them, we shall ensure they are flayed and their souls refined. Ming Tsangzhou replied coldly. These two must surely be the seeds sent out by the Eight Desolation Clan. Aware of their impending doom, they intend to send out these seeds for future retribution against my skeleton sect. They are overestimating their capabilities. Chapter 50. The enraged Ming Tsangzhou trembled with rage. If this matter were to reach the ears of the sect leader, Ming Lingya, he could scarcely imagine the punishment that awaited him. The flaws in Lu Tianyu's disguise had been so glaring. Yet he had failed to notice them. What had he truly sealed off? Moreover, Ming Lingya had issued orders that no one was to be allowed to leave. He had been momentarily intimidated by Lu Tianyu's imposing presence, leading him to let the individual go. Ming Tsangzhou vowed inwardly to capture this person, to flay him and refine his soul until death. Meanwhile, Lu Tianyu directed the vessel to change course. Let us alter our direction and find a place to hide for the time being. Lu Wenbin immediately concurred. Yes, this way they will not be able to track us down, that I hope we are merely being overly cautious and that they will not realize something amiss. He then wore a look of anguish. Yet I dread the delay in seeing my beloved Chui. It is tormenting. Smack. Lu Tianyu kicked Lu Wenbin. At such a time, you still think of Chui? Let us focus on surviving first. He forced a bitter smile and shook his head. The Xianqing sect would not be heading towards the Eighth Sovereign Star Domain without cause. It was undoubtedly linked to Ma Wudi's death. As the most powerful sect in the Xianqing Star Domain, they could not simply ignore the murder of one of their disciples in the Eighth Sovereign Star Domain. They would undoubtedly come seeking an explanation. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Wenbin exclaimed, "Ah, you truly spoke too soon. The Xianqing sect's large vessel is in pursuit. What shall we do?" He looked utterly dejected. Am I truly destined never to see Chui again? Our vessel is far too slow to outrun their grand ship. As he spoke, his voice trembled with anxiety. Lu Tianyu also spotted the rapidly approaching flying vessel and hastily urged his vessel to its maximum speed. There's a desolate planet 100 miles ahead. Let us seek refuge there. Vroom, vroom, vroom. The vessel surged to its utmost speed, but the core control area could not withstand the strain, emitting ominous black smoke. The distance between them and the Xianxing sect's vessel had widened slightly. Yet the gap was still closing. There was no way around it. Their vessel was simply not in the same league, and being caught was merely a matter of time. Lu Wenbin exclaimed, pointing at the billowing smoke. At this rate, the vessel will be destroyed. It seems unable to withstand the pressure. No sooner had he spoken than there was a tremendous explosion. The vessel beneath them erupted, shattering into countless pieces. Liu Qianyu seized Lu Wenbin by the neck. Producing a pitch-black vessel adorned with skull carvings, and leapt aboard, he quickly activated the vessel, steering it towards the desolate planet. This vessel had been retrieved from the storage ring of the Blackbone ancestor and was of a higher grade than Ma Dachuan's, naturally offering greater speed. Yet, Liu Qianyu did not dare to be reckless. The skeleton sect would surely have learned of this incident, and the likelihood of them dispatching experts to intercept was high. Meanwhile, Ma Dachuan aboard the pursuing Xianxing sect vessel was taken aback. That vessel looks like it belongs to your skeleton sect. Is it not your elder's vessel? Their vessel exploded. Did your elder engage them and capture them? Ming Sangjiu's face turned ashen. Absolutely impossible. That vessel belongs to our Blackbone ancestor. That brat must have acquired it from the Eight Desolation ancestor. How could he fail to recognize the Blackbone ancestor's vessel? Simultaneously, he seethed with hatred towards Liu Qianyu. This rascal was cunning as a fox, brazenly flaunting the Blackbone ancestor's vessel to escape, a blatant affront to the skeleton sect. This only solidified his resolve to capture Liu Qianyu. My friend, I will take my leave first. Thank you. Swish, Ming Sangjiu's aura erupted, propelling him from the vessel like a cannonball. How could the Blackbone ancestor's vessel be in this person's possession? What is its connection to the Eight Desolation ancestor? Ma Dachuan's eyes gleamed with insight. Could it be that the Eight Desolation ancestor killed the Blackbone ancestor and acquired his vessel? It is highly likely, with the skeleton sect having previously engaged. And now, the three underworld sects also involved, it was evident that the skeleton sect had suffered significant losses. The Eight Desolation ancestor must have orchestrated the escape of these two individuals disguised as Ma Wudi. Fully aware that the Eight Desolation Clan was doomed this time. Contemplating this, excitement flickered in Ma Dachuan's eyes. If we can capture these two, we can exchange them for greater resources with the Eight Desolation ancestor. We must apprehend them and not let the skeleton sect succeed. He immediately commanded the pilot of the vessel. Engage maximum speed. The consumed spirit stones will be on my account. As for the possibility of encountering individuals from the skeleton sect, he did not ponder too much. One could simply capture them, utilize their value, and then discard them back to the skeleton sect. Meanwhile, Liu Qianyu and his companion had already spotted the blazing crimson planet. With their vessel rapidly approaching, this celestial body, known as Huangyan Star, was half engulfed in flames and the other half comprised of desiccated yellow rock. Liu Qianyu had once stopped here to rest after returning from the Longheng Academy selection process. Now, with members of the Xianxing sect relentlessly pursuing him, he resolved to lure them in and deliver a devastating lesson. The followers of the skeleton sect were closing in, led by the same commander from earlier. Liu Qianyu narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking, I'll deal with you first. Lu Wenbin, however, exclaimed, You mean the commander of the skeleton sect is after us? I recall he is a practitioner at the out-of-body stage. Oh no, my grandfather's talisman for protection, 1T hold up? What will I do if we reach the Earth Spirit City? Liu Qianyu shot him a glance. Relax. I will ensure you safely reach the Earth Spirit City to meet your beloved. Xiao Zue, you might as well keep your life-saving talismans. We won't need them for just one mere out-of-body practitioner. Once we arrive, find a place to hide, that if I don't return in half an hour. Make your escape. He wore an expression of unwavering resolve. Humph. Lu Wenbin snorted. Don't think you can shake me off. The moment we set out, I decided to share both life and death with you. When a formidable foe appears, we face it together, but you must lead the charge. If you can't hold on, then I will step in. With a swift motion, Liu Qianyu kicked Lu Wenbin out of the vessel, declaring, Then you may as well jump down first. He's coming. If I fall, you must flee quickly. Though he spoke these words, warmth filled his heart. Lu Wenbin, typically brash and carefree, displayed remarkable loyalty in this critical moment. As Lu Wenbin landed in a depression on Huangyan's star, Lu Qianyu steered the vessel in another direction. Behind him, the commanding voice of Ming Kangji echoed, "Thief, you cannot escape. How dare you impersonate a member of the Xinqing sect and attempt to flee?" As he spoke, he quickened his pace. Lu Qianyu leaped gracefully onto a massive slab of yellow rock, coldly fixing his gaze upon the approaching Ming Kangji. To the members of the skeleton sect, "I will slay one upon encountering them, including you." Chapter 51. Slay Ming Kangji, startled Ma Dachuan. Lu Qianyu's eyes glinted with a chilling light as he focused on the oncoming Ming Kangji. "What did you say?" Ming Kangji was momentarily taken aback. "You intend to kill me, a member of the skeleton sect? You are merely a foundational Qi practitioner. Do you think you are an emperor-level cultivator capable of manipulating the heavens at will? I see you are just an ignorant fool." He intended to say, "Beg for mercy on your knees," but the next moment, words failed him. A terrifying pressure, akin to that of an emperor-level practitioner, enveloped him, causing his form to falter mid-air. Whoosh! A figure darted forward like lightning, delivering a precise punch to his dantian. Boom! With a resounding crash, Ming Kangji heard the cracking sound emanating from his dantian. His complexion changed drastically as he let out a piercing scream. Ah! Puff! A jet of blood erupted from him, spraying over 10 feet as he crashed heavily onto the rocks, vomiting blood profusely. At that moment, the oppressive aura of the Emperor dissipated, yet his own energy plummeted visibly, akin to a deflating balloon. First came the sudden soul suppression, followed by Lu Tianyu's explosive punch to his dantian, which rendered him utterly incapable of further combat. But this was not the end. A golden glimmering fist hurtled towards his forehead. Ming Kangji's eyes widened in disbelief. Ah! The fist expanded rapidly within his vision, followed by a thunderous explosion as his consciousness faded into darkness. He could see the moment his dantian shattered. Ming Kangji understood his demise, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. To perish at the hands of a person with no cultivation in less than 10 breaths was utterly unacceptable. As his awareness slipped away, Lu Qianyu's words echoed in his mind. "To the members of the skeleton sect, I will slay one upon encountering them, including you," along with the icy gaze of Lu Qianyu. The skeleton sect was in grave trouble. With a punch that obliterated Ming Kangji's head, Lu Qianyu swiftly stored his remains into the Eight Desolations swallowing cauldron. Just then, a sharp voice rang out. "Kid, is it just you? Where is the one impersonating Ma Wudi?" Lu Qianyu immediately expanded his consciousness and saw the Xinqing sect's vessel hovering above Lu Wenbin. Dachuan's face darkened as he glared at Lu Wenbin. Whoosh! Realizing his position had been compromised, Lu Wenbin leapt from the pit, pointing at Ma Dachuan's nose and shouting, "Old man, do you really think someone as great as my brother could be found by a petty wretch like you? If you still consider yourself a man, come at me. I can handle you all by myself." As he spoke, he clenched 2 life-saving talismans, his voice quivering slightly. From behind, one would notice his calves trembling violently. Lu Wenbin had never faced an enemy at the out-of-body stage, though this one was merely a practitioner at the initial stage. He thought to himself, "Big brother, are you not facing a similar predicament right now? Are you also on the verge of being scared to death?" Ma Dachuan was momentarily stunned, then coldly replied, "A mere radiant stage practitioner thinks he can survive with just 2 life-saving talismans. You can refuse to speak, but I will search your soul." He raised one hand, gathering a torrent of Xinqing energy into a palm-sized imprint that slowly descended upon Lu Wenbin. Lu Wenbin cried out in despair. "Big brother, see you in the next life. Please find Xiaocui to carry on our lineage." He then closed his eyes, channeling his spirit energy to activate the talismans. He did not believe he could survive with just 2 talismans. At that moment, a powerful voice rang out. "Stop! Old man of the Xinqing sect, I have no desire to kill you." A tall, lean figure positioned itself beside Lu Wenbin. "Quickly return to the Xinqing sect and inform Luo Qinqiu that Lu Qianyu, will soon be paying a visit. If he dares to trouble my mother, I will make the entire Xinqing sect restless." Lu Qianyu held up the corpse of Ming Kangji, his voice as cold as steel. "Kid, Ma Dachwan intended to utter impudent, but before he could, his eyes widened in shock. He beheld the headless corpse-clad and skeleton sect attire that Lu Tianyu was holding from its aura and build. It was unmistakably the body of Ming Kangji, who had come along with him. The gruesome, severed neck, stained with blood, was a harrowing sight. Dachwan shivered, retreating several steps. You killed Ming Kangji. This is impossible. His heart raced with horror. The seemingly unremarkable young man had slain Ming Kangji, a practitioner whose strength and cultivation surpassed his own within the skeleton sect. Yet the truth remained. Even if Lu Tianyu had not dealt the fatal blow, Ming Kangji's death was undoubtedly linked to him. Lu Tianyu coldly remarked, "What's wrong? Can't kill. Did you hear what I said earlier? Had it not been for the fear causing trouble for his mother, Luo Yunshang, by killing Ma Dachwan, he would have acted long ago. You are Lu Tianyu." Ma Dachwan finally realized, stepping back several more paces. So it was not you who killed Ming Kangji, but Chang Mei who did. I will report this to the sect master of the Xinqing sect. He waved his hand, decisively ordering, "Retreat. Immediately return to the Xinqing sect." Lu Tianyu had activated his dantian, unleashing the manifestation of the five elements divine thunder, which naturally reached the Xinqing sect. The sect also learned that the ancestor Changmei had not been gravely injured, but had secretly exited the Eight Desolations after advancing to the Dongshu stage to seek a way out for the Eastern Desolation Clan. Ma Dachwan did not believe that Lu Tianyu could kill Ming Kangji and speculated that it must have been the ancestor Changmei who had intervened. The moment he laid eyes on Ming Kangji's corpse, he dared not extend his consciousness, fearing it might provoke the ancestor Changmei into acting against him. He watched the Xinqing sect's vessel flee in panic. Lu Wenbin finally came to his senses. But then he collapsed on the ground. "Big brother, you used the Xuanchu mirror to kill him, didn't you? You really are amazing. I was almost scared to death." The only method he could conceive for Lu Tianyu to have slain Ming Kangji was through the three ultimate techniques of the Xuanchu mirror. Moreover, it had to be that Ming Kangji had let his guard down. Otherwise, Lu Tianyu wouldn't have had the opportunity to ACT. Lu Tianyu tossed Ming Kangji's corpse aside. "Quickly recuperate. We must resume our journey." As he spoke, he sat cross-legged, eagerly opening Ming Kangji's storage ring to examine its contents. However, upon looking, disappointment washed over him. Aside from 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 10,000 ordinary spirit stones, and some common items, there was nothing of value. Lu Tianyu couldn't help but mutter, "The practitioners of the skeleton sect are truly impoverished." AKT that moment. The phoenix ring in his palm glowed red. "Darling, there's a piece of demonic bone in the tibia of his right leg. You can extract it for refining and absorption. By refining his body, you can obtain blood condensing pills." Chapter 52, Big Brother, Why is your face turning red? Refining and absorbing demonic bone. Transform him into a blood condensation pill. Lu Tianyu suddenly shivered. Does this mean I must cultivate demonic skills and ultimately become a demon? The thought of refining demonic bones and using a person to concoct the blood condensation pill fills me with dread. His initial instinct was to resist the notion of practicing evil arts. The Bone Empress responded, "That will not happen. Your 8 Desolations swallowing heaven cauldron can refine any energy, transforming it into something beneficial for you. Demonic energy and nether energy are all forms of energy. The swallowing heaven cauldron can devour flesh to produce blood condensation pills of superior quality, devoid of any impurities, far surpassing those made from medicinal herbs. Fortunately, you acted swiftly. Had he activated the demonic bones and partially transformed, you would have found yourself in a precarious situation." That moment, the Bone Empress resembled a concerned elder. "Just now, your actions were too reckless. You directly shattered his nascent soul and fractured his spirit. If you had measured your strength, merely incapacitating him would have allowed you to refine his nascent soul and spirit, granting you access to his memories and the opportunity to obtain a nascent stabilization pill. Be cautious next time. Every cultivator's body holds value and should not be wasted. The nascent stabilization pill is a crucial elixir for cultivators breaking through to the nascent soul stage, incredibly challenging to produce and consequently quite expensive. Most golden core cultivators do not use it when advancing to the nascent soul stage, not out of reluctance, but because it is simply too costly and difficult to acquire. That a glimmer of understanding sparked in Lu Tianyu's eyes. I see. I will be more careful next time. It was his first time killing a cultivator in the out-of-body stage. He had only thought of delivering a fatal blow, without considering the consequences that if he could indeed obtain blood condensation pills and nascent stabilization pills. Even if he did not need to sell them immediately, they would still yield a significant number of spirit stones. By the way, this planet is rich in fire spiritual energy. There must be fire attribute treasures here. You should search around and take the opportunity to cultivate the fire dragon fist as well, the Bone Empress advised. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianyu immediately perked up and stood. Thank you, my dear. You being foolish again. I am already your wife, yet you still speak as if we are strangers, the Bone Empress chided. If you say thank you again, I will punish you by merging our souls together. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianyu staggered. He approached Lu Wenbin. Wenbin, I am going to the fiery region to train my body. Will you come with me or find a place to rest? Lu Wenbin shook his head. I will not follow. I will find a place to hide and cultivate instead, that you become so formidable that you can kill out-of-body cultivators. I must work hard to catch up to you, but don't take too long. I cannot keep my little Chui waiting too long. He stood to leave, but suddenly exclaimed, Huh, why is your face so red? Could it be that hearing me mention little Chui has made you infatuated? Bang! Lu Tianyu kicked Lu Wenbin away. Go to hell. You're the one infatuated. With that, he leaped toward the fiery region. The sultry voice of the Bone Empress echoed in his mind. Is that not the case? You are already 16 and still a virgin. It is perfectly normal to feel infatuated. My dear, let us find a quiet place. Lu Tianyu's face darkened. Enough of that. I'm going to cultivate. Do not disturb me. He dashed away like a gust of wind. The temperature in the air surged dramatically, and flames could be seen soaring into the sky from afar. The air surrounding the fiery region shimmered and distorted. Lu Tianyu felt parched, his very soul scorched, his heart racing. He found a rock to sit cross-legged upon, retrieving the 8 Desolations, swallowing Heaven Cauldron to begin refining the body of Ming Sangjiu. Buzzing sounds filled the air as the 8 Desolations, swallowing Heaven Cauldron slowly spun, enveloping Ming Sangjiu's corpse in a grayish glow. The corpse of Ming Sangjiu began to disintegrate at a visible pace. Shrinking in size, after 20 breaths, only a piece of pitch-black bone, about the width of a thumb, remained. Wisps of black mist floated from the bone, devoured and refined by the swallowing Heaven Cauldron, transforming into streams of pure, milky energy. This is the demonic bone. Demonic beings possess inherently robust physiques, and, as they advance, their demonic bones strengthen continuously. Only cultivators of the human race can slightly surpass them. Lu Tianyu activated the 8 Desolations swallowing heaven technique. As the milky energy surged into his body, crack, 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 the sound of crisp bones grinding together echoed from within him. Upon internal observation, he discovered that his faint golden bones were greedily absorbing the milky energy. Lu Tianyu could distinctly sense the gradual hardening of his bones. However, to his dismay, the enhancement lasted only a fleeting moment before it concluded. Crack! The energy of the demonic bones was exhausted, reduced to mere fragments. Lu Tianyu opened his eyes, filled with anticipation. If only there were more demonic bones, I will gather more demonic bones when the opportunity arises and see to what extent my bones can purify the energy absorbed. He waved his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 blood-red pills floated before him, surrounded by a dense aura of blood. Lu Tianyu was taken aback. These are high-grade blood condensation pills. I never expected that a cultivator's vital essence could indeed be used to concoct blood condensation pills. Even if I am gravely injured and have lost a significant amount of vital essence, consuming just one will restore me completely. This is truly a treasure. His heart raced with excitement. With these 3 blood condensation pills, it is equivalent to having 3 extra lives in battle. For his current realm, being gravely injured and losing excessive blood, 1 pill could restore him to full health, allowing him to continue fighting. How formidable that would be! Lu Tianyu waved his hand to store the blood condensation pills in the Phoenix Ring and continued on his journey. After walking about a mile, a series of crackling explosion sounds reached his ears. In his line of sight, A magnificent fiery world unfolded before him. Streams of fiery airflow coalesced into small fire serpents, colliding and exploding. The sweat from his pores evaporated before it could even form, leaving his lips cracked and dry. The fire spiritual energy here is so dense. It is an excellent place to cultivate the fire dragon fist, but my great-grandfather, just as he thought this, a communication pearl buzzed to life. It was a message from Elder Changmei. I have contacted your father and learned of the crisis facing the Eastern Wilderness Clan. You have done well to seal the abyss of forbidden grounds. I am far from your equal, and I am truly gratified that I have confirmed that the ghost Saint Evil Doctor is in the Earth Spirit City, though I do not know his exact hiding place. However, I will find him. You just focus on your cultivation and await good news from me. Liu Qianyu understood that his great-grandfather spoke lightly, yet in reality, the search would be exceedingly difficult. The Three Ghosts sect was already aware of his presence near Earth Spirit City and was actively hunting for his whereabouts. Among them, there must be an ancestor at the void stage involved, as the Three Ghosts sect believed he had already advanced to that stage. Currently, his grandfather's situation was perilous. A single misstep could lead to utter ruin. Tears welled in Liu Tianyu's eyes. Chapter 53. Good for you, Liu Tianyu. His great-grandfather risked his life for his sake, while he had concealed the truth of the seal on his dantian. The only course of action now is to expedite his cultivation. Master the Five Dragons' divine fist, and then unseal his dantian to ease his great-grandfather's worries. Liu Qianyu took a deep breath and replied to Elder Changmei. Grandfather, do not search for the ghost Saint Evil Doctor just yet. I have observed signs of recovery in my dantian, and I have begun to sense my qi. The recovery of my dantian is merely a matter of time. He stored the communication pearl away. Liu Tianyu sat cross-legged, activating the Fire Dragon Fist technique within the Five Dragons' divine fist. Whirring, a fiery red funnel formed above his head, spinning rapidly. The dense fire spiritual energy was swiftly drawn in. Entering Liu Tianyu's central dantian, his entire body turned fiery red, his clothes instantly turned to ash, and even his hair transformed into a blazing red hue. Buzzing, the Eight Desolations Swallowing Heaven cauldron hovered above his head, emitting grayish light that enveloped Liu Qianyu, causing his form to vanish from sight. Time accelerated. In the grand hall of the Xinqing sect, the sect leader, Luo Qinxiu, donned in a dark blue robe, sat at the head of the table and inquired. Elder Ma, was the negotiation successful? He was referring to Ma Dachuan's discussions with the Eight Desolations Clan. Observing Ma Dachuan's grim expression, he surmised that the negotiations had likely failed. However, this was of little consequence. They could seek others to exert pressure on the Eight Desolations Clan, and eventually the clan would yield. Sect leader, it is my incompetence. Elder Ma knelt on one knee, his demeanor frantic. I did not meet with the Eight Desolations ancestor. Instead, I encountered a member of the Eight Desolations Clan disguised as Ma Wudi and pursued him. Along the way, I encountered the leader of the skeleton sect, Ming Tsangjiu. Ming Tsangjiu's target was the same as mine, claiming that Eight Desolations Clan members had secretly left disguised as Xinqing sect members, that he omitted the fact that he had not recognized Ming Tsangjiu initially. I pursued him to Huanyan Star, only to find Ming Tsangjiu already a headless corpse, slain by the Eight Desolations Clan. The image of Ming Tsangjiu's bloodied corpse resurfaced in Ma Dachuan's mind, sending a chill down his spine. What did you say? Luo Qinxiu was slightly taken aback. Ming Tsangjiu of the skeleton sect was killed. He is an out-of-body stage cultivator. By the way, were you not pursuing him together? Who killed him? From Ma Dachuan's hesitant words, Luo Qinxiu sensed an unusual implication, and Dachuan lowered his head. He arrived 30 breaths ahead of me, eager to capture the target before I did. By the time I arrived, the head of Ming Tsangjiu had already vanished. That member of the Ba Huang clan whom you recognize, he knows that this sect leader values his reputation. Once he mentions Liu Tianyu, will Luo Qinxiu not fly into a rage on the spot? The crux of the matter is that Liu Tianyu is still Luo Qinxiu's grandson, and has even dared to threaten him with such outrageous words. Before leaving, he confidently assured Luo Qinxiu that the negotiations would surely succeed. In the end, he returned in disgrace, fearing that Luo Qinxiu would impose severe punishment upon him. Bang! Luo Qinxiu slammed the table and stood up, stammering and unable to articulate a single coherent sentence. Your so-called success in negotiation is nothing but a farce. Speak quickly. Who is it? A wave of anxiety surged within him, eager to uncover the answer. Dantian gritted his teeth and said, He's your grandson, Lu Tianyu. He even brought along the corpse of Ming Songjio and uttered threats against you. Luo Qinxiu was taken aback. What? Lu Tianyu killed Ming Songjio? That is utterly impossible. Ma Dachuan, you are too foolish. You cannot even concoct a proper lie. He had heard of Lu Tianyu's feats after emerging from the abyss of forbidden grounds, dominating the younger generation. However, he found it unsurprising. Anyone who could survive the abyss of forbidden grounds must have encountered significant fortuity. But to claim that Lu Tianyu could slay a being at the out-of-body stage like Ming Song, that was entirely implausible. The disparity in realms cannot simply be bridged by talent. No, I suspect that the ancestor Chong Mei is nearby. He must be the one who killed Ming Songjio. Ma Dachuan proceeded to relay Lu Tianyu's message. He also said for me to hurry back to the Xianqing sect and inform the sect master that he will soon pay a visit. If the sect master makes things difficult for his mother, he will ensure that the entire Xianqing sect is thrown into chaos. Indeed, Luo Qinxiu was incensed upon hearing this, raising his hand to shatter the table. You, Lu Tianyu, dare to threaten your own sect master of Xianqing sect. What of it if I make things difficult for your mother? To prevent his daughter, Luo Yunshang, from slipping away secretly, he immediately ordered her confinement and dispatched experts to guard her day and night. Although Lu Tianyu was nominally his grandson, he had not visited the Bahuang clan since his daughter's marriage and had never acknowledged this grandson. Even when Luo Yunshang brought Lu Tianyu to visit, he pretended not to see them, turning a blind eye. Now, with the Bahuang clan facing the threat of annihilation, Lu Tianyu had the audacity to threaten him, the sect master of Xianqing sect, displaying unparalleled arrogance and ferocity. The disparity in status and identity was too vast. Did this lad not comprehend the concepts of hierarchy and decorum? At this moment, Luo Qinxiu profoundly regretted having indulged his daughter. He lamented that he should have forcibly separated them, even if it meant preventing his daughter from having a child. Luo Qinxiu took a deep breath. Have you seen Ancestor Chong Mei? Ma Dachuan replied truthfully. I did not see him, nor did I dare to probe, fearing that it might incite his murderous intent. Sect Master, should we dispatch experts to investigate Huangyan Star? Luo Qinxiu snorted coldly. Even if Ancestor Chong Mei is present, would he wait for us to arrive? He impatiently waved his hand. You may go 100 days of confinement and a year as suspension of salary. Thank you, Sect Master. Ma Dachuan bowed and retreated. He secretly sighed in relief. The punishment was not severe. Yet he harbored a deep-seated hatred for Lu Tianyu, vowing that he would seize the opportunity to eliminate him. Luo Qinxiu narrowed his eyes slightly. Lu Tianyu, what secrets do you possess? He slowly turned around and addressed the empty space. Where's the captain of the Xianyi Guard? Whoosh! A flash of azure light appeared. The middle-aged man clad in blue attire materialized. Sect Master, please give your orders. Luo Qinxiu spoke in a low voice. Take your men and search for Lu Tianyu's whereabouts. Reporting back to me. Begin the search from Huangyan Star. If you encounter Ancestor Chong Mei, reveal your identity and state that Luo Qinxiu has sent you to bring Lu Tianyu to Xianqing sect for protection. The Xianyi Guard are his personal troops, capable of concealing their presence to investigate enemy movements, as well as executing surprise attacks. Having emerged from the abyss of forbidden grounds, Lu Tianyu must possess significant secrets, and he is eager to uncover this mystery. After a stick of incense time, Luo Qinxiu found himself in a secluded pavilion. He addressed Luo Yunshang with a faint tone. I have good news and bad news to share. Which would you prefer to hear? I must caution you. Both pertain to your precious son. Chapter 54. The Ruthless Luo Qinxiu. Luo Yunshang's body trembled slightly. What do you mean? Is you are in danger? A look of despair flickered in her eyes. Father, since you refused to assist the Dong Huang clan, please allow me to leave. She had come to Xianqing sect seeking Luo Qinxiu's protection for Lu Tianyu, hoping to bring him to Xianqing sect for refuge. She understood that her father could not shelter the entire Dong Huang clan. The Bahuang Demon Suppression Array could only hold for a year, and she feared unforeseen accidents in between. She and Lu Jiuyuan had already prepared for a fight to the death, preserving Lu Tianyu as a spark of hope, feeling no regret even if they perished. However, unexpectedly, Luo Qinxiu not only refused to help, but also confined her under the pretense of ensuring her safety. These past few days, she had been anxiously restless, pleading with Luo Qinxiu in vain, and eventually he ceased appearing altogether. This moment, Luo Yunshang's hair was slightly disheveled, and her complexion appeared pale. It is impossible to let you leave. Luo Qinxiu fixed his gaze on Luo Yunshang. The good news is that your son has escaped while impersonating a disciple of Xianqing's sect, and even killed members of the skeleton sect. Luo Yunshang's heart tightened immediately. What about the bad news? Lu Tianyu is currently safe within the Bahuang Demon Suppression Array, but once he exits, it is uncertain. She feared that Lu Tianyu might have been captured by members of the skeleton sect. Having killed members of the skeleton sect, there was no doubt he would be targeted and pursued, placing him in a perilous situation. Luo Qinxiu snorted coldly. The bad news is that the three underworld sect have spent lavishly to seek the array-breaking master Lu Jinzi from the Changheng Star Domain to dismantle the array promptly. Your Donghuang clan is bound to face calamity. For your sake, I have dispatched the Xian Yi Guard to locate Lu Tianyu. If all goes well, they will certainly bring him back. Hearing this, Luo Qinxiu breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, father. She believed that Luo Qinxiu had compromised and agreed to her request. Little did she expect that his next words would douse her with a bucket of cold water. Once Lu Tianyu returns, persuade him to disclose the secrets of the abyss of forbidden grounds, and I can promise to protect him for a year. You know, the primary target of the skeleton sect's large-scale assault on the Bahuang Star Domain is Lu Tianyu. They will surely investigate his whereabouts here. For the sake of Xianqing's sect's interests, I cannot bring disaster upon us by protecting him. This simple condition you should be agreeable to, yes? Luo Qinxiu's confinement of Luo Yunshang was not without purpose. It was to seize Lu Tianyu when the Bahuang Demon Suppression Array could no longer hold. After all, Luo Yunshang was Lu Tianyu's mother. In the final moments, Lu Tianyu would seek a lifeline, and Xianqing's sect would naturally be the best choice. However, he did not anticipate that circumstances would change, and Lu Tianyu would manage to escape. Left with no choice, he had to instruct the Xian Yi Guard to capture Lu Tianyu. Luo Yunshang's face changed drastically upon hearing this. Even you covet what belongs to you? He is your grandson. Should you not protect him? She shook her head repeatedly. What Yuer possesses is his own. None of us have the right to pry into it. Over the years, no matter how indifferent Luo Qinxiu had been, she held no grudge against him. After all, she was at fault for not consulting her father before becoming pregnant with Lu Tianyu, and her father had borne considerable pressure on her behalf. Thud! Luo Yunshang knelt directly on the ground. Father, I beg you, just protect Yuer for a year. After a year, we will leave, or even half a year. Thereafter, we will never trouble you again. As soon as the words left her mouth, Luo Qinxiu snorted coldly. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware. With Lu Tianyu's aptitude, joining the Changheng Academy would pose no issue. After half a year, you will no longer need my protection. Indeed, in less than half a year, 3 months will suffice. If you do not persuade Lu Tianyu, I will be forced to take extreme measures. Father, Luo Yunshang's voice was choked with tears. You cannot do this. After all, he is your grandson. He has not offended you. At this moment, she regretted coming to seek Luo Qinxiu's help. She had assumed that he would shelter Lu Tianyu out of paternal affection. To her dismay, Luo Qinxiu was akin to the members of the skeleton sect, coveting the secrets that Lu Tianyu possessed, showing no regard for the bond between mother and daughter. He has not offended me. Luo Qinxiu's eyes gleamed with cold light. His very existence is an affront to me. When you married outside our clan, I nearly lost my position as clan leader each time you brought him to visit. How did those people speak of me behind my back? His voice was devoid of warmth. I have already extended considerable favor by agreeing to protect Lu Tianyu to extract the secrets of the abyss of forbidden grounds from him. Even if it pertains to techniques, would silence those critics. Otherwise, how would I explain it to the clan elders? You are the matriarch of the Bahuang clan. You should comprehend this matter. You. Luo Yunshang's eyes were filled with despair. Let me go. I will no longer seek your protection for you. We will find our own way. Father, I implore you. Humph. Luo Qianqiu's gaze turned even colder. You wish to come and go as you please. Since you cannot persuade Lu Tianyu, do not blame me for disregarding the bond between father and daughter. With a swift flick of his sleeve, he departed in a fit of indignation that he understood that entangling himself with Luo Yunshang was futile. Once Lu Tianyu was captured, Luo Yunshang would undoubtedly relent. Sob, sob, sob. Luo Yunshang collapsed to the ground, weeping. In that moment, it seemed as if she beheld an abyss of darkness, the Dongwang tribe mercilessly slaughtered by the skeleton sect. Yet, she was powerless to act, utterly helpless. On Huangyin's star, Lu Tianyu rose to his full height, bearing the Eight Desolations Devouring Heaven Cauldron as he ventured into the depths of the flames. Drawing from his experience with the Golden Dragon Fist and the Earth Dragon Fist, coupled with the rich fire attribute energy surrounding him, he mastered the Fire Dragon Fist in merely 3 hours. Just moments ago, the Cauldron Spirit had informed him that there were valuable treasures hidden deep within the flames, urging him to retrieve them. Sob, sob, sob. A powerful suction emanated from the Devouring Heaven Cauldron, drawing in the surrounding flames along with the fire crystal stones scattered on the ground. Lu Tianyu wore a dissatisfied expression. I said, Little Tun Tun, it's one thing to devour flames, but do leave me a few of those fire crystal stones. He had affectionately named the cauldron's spirit Little Tun Tun. Watching as chunks of fire crystal stones were crushed and absorbed, his heart bled. One mustn't be greedy. Big brother, the little sister deserves some consideration. Don't you think? Little Tun Tun chimed innocently. Ahem, ahem. Lu Tianyu was momentarily speechless, thinking of her insatiable appetite. She could devour the heavens. And such meager offerings were hardly sufficient for her. Little Tun Tun giggled. Fear not, my abilities are not yet sufficient to consume the heavens. Once I can, I shall certainly first devour the 8 Emperor star domain. Lu Tianyu, all right, I shall not tease you any longer. Little Tun Tun appeared quite pleased. Look at what I have. Chapter 55, The Annihilation of the Luo Clan's 5 Heroes Swish. A crystal stone shimmering with purple light soared from the depths of the cauldron. Hovering before Lu Tianyu, the resplendent purple glow enveloped the stone, and the dense fire attribute energy was almost suffocating. This is indeed a supreme fire crystal stone. Lu Tianyu hastily stored the fire crystal stone, proclaiming, This is mine. Thanks to you, Little Tun Tun, that I in that moment. He finally comprehended that Little Tun Tun's consumption of flames and fire crystal stones was for the purpose of refining this supreme fire crystal stone. With this supreme fire crystal stone, he could perfect his fire dragon fist. The supreme purple fire crystal stone was exceedingly rare, sought after by those who practice fire attribute techniques, often at the cost of their lives. The fact that the Devouring Heaven Cauldron had refined it in mere moments spoke volumes of its extraordinary capabilities. It was always yours. Little Tun Tun twirled joyfully around Lu Tianyu. In the center ahead. There's a cluster of purple crystal flames that I saved for you to refine pills. Swish! The Devouring Heaven Cauldron darted to the center, capturing a small purple flame the size of a mung bean. Lu Tianyu's eyes widened. This is actually purple crystal flame. I might have the opportunity to try refining pills myself. He had not anticipated the presence of purple crystal flames here. What a tremendous surprise. Flames are categorized into 9 grades, from low to high. Black fire, blue fire, red fire, orange fire, and yellow fire, which are the foundational flames. Above these are white fire, blue-white fire, purple fire, and green fire. Each type of flame is further divided into 4 classifications: low grade, mid-grade, high grade, and supreme grade. Although the purple crystal flame is a low-grade flame among purple fires, it is still a purple fire, second only to green fire. Having acquired such treasures, it was time for this fiery region to vanish. The cauldron had consumed enough to fill a few gaps between my teeth. As Little Tun Tun spoke, a colossal vortex formed above the Devouring Heaven Cauldron. Sob, sob, sob. Flames, fire crystal stones, and all energy-laden items were drawn into the vortex, all entering the Devouring Heaven Cauldron. From above, The fiery region of Huangyan star visibly shrank at an incredible rate until it disappeared entirely. Boom! Dark clouds gathered, lightning flashed, and a torrential rain fell. Lu Qianyu stared in astonishment. Goodness. The Devouring Heaven Cauldron truly lives up to its reputation. Little Tun Tun huffed in discontent. We've only just begun. In several 100,000 years, you'll see Little Tun Tun's true prowess. Trouble is approaching. Deal with it yourself. With that, she concealed herself. Just as Lu Tianyu stowed away the Devouring Heaven Cauldron, he spotted 4 or 5 figures dashing toward him, eye in the distance. Several more streaks of light flew this way. Clearly, these individuals were drawn by the recent anomalies. The leader, a burly man with a bushy beard, barked at Lu Tianyu. "Kid, where are the fire crystal stones? Did you take them? Speak the truth about what happened just now, or we won't be polite," a short, thin, eagle-eyed, lecherous middle-aged man coldly stated. "Everyone knows the Luo clan's 5 heroes are reasonable. We typically don't kill unless necessary. We just beat people and seize treasures." The other 3 exuded a menacing aura, glaring at Lu Tianyu with an air of intimidation, as though ready to strike should he refuse to comply. "Beat and seize treasures? Huh." Lu Tianyu slightly shook his head. "I have pressing matters to attend to and do not wish to make things difficult for you. However, should you disregard my warning and proceed with your plans, I would not hesitate to kill in order to claim treasures." With that, he advanced step by step. In these extraordinary times, he wished to avoid attracting further trouble from the 8 desolations. Yet upon hearing his words, the bearded man exploded with fury. "Kill and seize treasures? Who do you think you are?" The thin, lecherous middle-aged man swung a brass weight toward Lu Tianyu's face. "I'll smash your face in." Lu Tianyu chuckled coldly, throwing a punch. "It seems the Luo clan's 5 heroes are destined for extinction." Boom! The brass weight shattered into pieces that a blade-like flame surged from Lu Tianyu's fist, slicing cleanly through the lecherous man's throat. Gurgle, gurgle, a head fell to the ground. Before the others could react, Lu Tianyu lunged toward the bearded man, delivering a powerful punch to his face. The bearded man's expression shifted in horror. "Ah, you killed my 5th brother. I will kill you." He did not evade, instead throwing a punch of his own, wearing a sinister smile. Suddenly, black spikes appeared from his knuckles, aimed at Lu Tianyu's fist, but in the next instant, his expression changed drastically. Lu Tianyu's fist glowed with a red light, instantly bending the black spikes. Bang! Their fists collided, and it felt like touching a burning coal. Excruciatingly hot. In an instant, his hand melted, and with a sickening crack, his arm was shattered by the immense force that... The bearded man let out a heart-wrenching scream, but the next moment, he was silenced forever as Lu Tianyu's fist obliterated his skull. Lu Tianyu moved swiftly, darting toward another adversary. This foe attempted to turn and evade, but it was too late. He was met with a punch that shattered his chest. Only then did the remaining 2 react, turning to flee. How could Lu Tianyu allow them to escape? He pursued, obliterating both of their heads with a punch each. Those surrounding them inhaled sharply, abandoning any intent to fight with sheer brutality, without even the need for spiritual energy or weapons. He had killed several individuals using nothing but his fists. His strength was terrifying. At that moment, none dared to intervene. They could only watch as Lu Tianyu collected the storage bags of the Luo clan's 5 heroes and departed. However, these individuals did not leave. They began searching the entirety of Huangyan Star, hoping to uncover some opportunities. That moment, a swift boat arrived at Huangyan Star. Xinxing Sec Xinwei. What transpired here? The fiery region has vanished. The commander, Luo Yuanting, inquired of the searching cultivator, tossing a portrait in a bag of spiritual stones. The cultivator, upon receiving the portrait, paused momentarily. This person just left a quarter of an hour ago, having killed the Luo clan's 5 heroes with his bare hands, and proceeded in this direction. Another person accompanied him, but as for why the fiery region disappeared, I cannot say. Luo Yuanting narrowed his eyes. He is quite swift. This direction leads to the edge of the turbid flow star domain. What business does this lad have in the turbid flow star domain? With that, he immediately urged the swift boat to pursue. A day and a night later, having traveled halfway, They estimated it would take another day and night to arrive. He would soon meet his beloved, little Siyu. Lu Wenbin gazed eagerly at the gray-black turbid flow star ring ahead. Lu Tianyu's lips curled slightly. The environment within the turbid flow star ring is harsh, and bandits are numerous. It's an excellent place for killing and seizing treasures. Wenbin, would you like to engage in a little venture to acquire some jewelry and clothing for your little Chui? Lu Wenbin shook his head vigorously. Forget it. I, as a gentleman, do not engage in thievery. Then you can choose from my storage bag of women's jewelry and clothing to gift to little Chui. That would be quite suitable. Lu Tianyu shook his head lightly. It's not a matter of whether you want to or not. It's about how we will proceed. His gaze subtly drifted toward the rear. Chapter 56. Plotting against Luo Yuanting. Lu Wenbin suddenly shivered, glancing back. Are we being robbed? He was no fool, quickly realizing Lu Tianyu's implication. However, his spiritual sense was weak, and he could not detect any anomalies behind them. Lu Tianyu nodded slightly. They have been following us for 3 hours. I managed to shake them off, but it seems I can no longer evade them. The vessel he commanded was the flying craft of the Blackbone ancestor, renowned for its remarkable speed. Several times, he had managed to accelerate and shake off the pursuing tail, yet the chasing craft continued to follow with relentless tenacity. As they neared the murky star ring, he was compelled to slow down, and the distance between them and the pursuing vessel diminished alarmingly. Lu Tianyu surged forward toward the star ring, with the vessel behind him hastening to keep pace. Whoosh! The craft plunged into the gray, nebulous star ring, only to come to a sudden halt and pivot sharply, accelerating backward. Grasping Lu Wenbin's arm, Lu Tianyu swiftly exited the vessel. He then retrieved an ordinary craft and leapt aboard. Elder brother, what are you planning to do? Lu Wenbin exclaimed in shock, his eyes widening in disbelief. In that moment, a large cerulean ship hurtled toward them, crashing violently into the speeding Blackbone vessel. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as the protective barriers of both vessels shattered instantaneously, the bow exploding into fragments, followed swiftly by the hull. Amidst the cacophony of screams and cries of despair, flames erupted into the sky. A dozen ragged figures clad in tattered garments scattered chaotically. However, their training as skilled practitioners allowed them to regroup swiftly. What just happened? Luo Yuanting said in a somber tone. Need I say more? That brat must have discovered our presence. Quick, pursue him. He swiftly extracted a vessel and activated it, taking to the skies that moment. A faint voice echoed from above. So, it is the members of the Xianqing sect. Who sent you? With a rustle, everyone looked up in unison. They beheld a young man in a blue robe, looking down at them from a lofty position, his gaze sharp as a blade. Luo Yuanting replied coldly. It's you, Lu Tianyu. I am Luo Yuanting, commander of the Xianqing sect Xianyi Guard. Under the orders of the sect leader, I have come to escort you to the Xianqing sect for refuge. Yet you have deliberately destroyed my vessel. What do you have to say for yourself? Uncertain of whether the long eyebrow ancestor was aboard Lu Tianyu's vessel, he refrained from directly capturing him. He expanded his consciousness to scrutinize the vessel, yet found nothing amiss. Nevertheless, his wariness heightened. Based on years of experience, he knew that a lack of discovery often indicated the gravest danger, for the long eyebrow ancestor's realm far surpassed his own, rendering him incapable of detecting the ancestor's presence. Perhaps the long eyebrow ancestor was lurking in a corner, observing his every move, poised to strike at any moment. Lu Tianyu chuckled lightly. To escort me to the Xianqing sect for refuge? You have been tailing me without a word, sneaking around. This is your idea of hospitality. Do you take me for a fool? Or is it your own judgment that is lacking? He was puzzled as to why Luo Yuanting had not made a move earlier. Luo Yuanting was a practitioner at the early stage of split spirit, and among the 18 practitioners behind him, 8 were at the out-of-body stage, and 10 at the nascent soul stage. Certainly not opponents Lu Tianyu could contend with. Furthermore, these individuals exuded a calm and lethal aura, clearly not ordinary practitioners. Until he grasped the situation, he would not act recklessly. Luo Yuanting's face turned ashen upon hearing those words. It seems the long eyebrow ancestor is indeed on your vessel. He bowed deeply towards Lu Tianyu's vessel, long eyebrow ancestor, you must understand that the Eight Desolation star domain may collapse at any moment. The sect leader, moved by the desperate pleas of his daughter, Luo Yunshang, has decided to escort Lu Tianyu to the Xianqing sect for protection, preserving a flicker of hope for the Eight Desolation. I beseech you not to make things difficult for us. Luo Yuanting did not believe that Lu Tianyu could detect his pursuit. He assumed it was the long eyebrow ancestor who had acted covertly. However, one thing puzzled him. Why would the long eyebrow ancestor order a collision with his vessel? This was entirely inconsistent with the modus operandi of any ancestor at the stage. Long eyebrow ancestor? A wicked smile crept across Lu Tianyu's lips. You truly are something else, knowing that my great-grandfather is aboard the ship. This matter is beyond my authority. I must consult my grandfather. Please wait a moment. With that, he subtly moved his lips, feigning communication. Internally, he chuckled to himself, "So, you all fear my great-grandfather, believing he has come to protect me. That is utterly foolish. Since this is the case, I shall leverage my grandfather's reputation to toy with you. As for Luo Yuanting's claim that Luo Qinxiu would escort him to the Xianqing sect for protection, he did not believe a word of it. The Eight Desolation was in peril, and his mother's detention signified the Xianqing sect's stance of non-involvement in any affairs of the Eight Desolation star domain. His mother, Luo Yunshang, would certainly plead for Luo Qinxiu's protection, yet he would undoubtedly refuse. After all, he had slain the Skull Sect's holy son, Ming Qianqi, and the Skull Sect would spare no one in seeking vengeance against him. From the perspective of the Xianqing sect, they would never oppose the three ghostly sects for the sake of a mere holy son like Lu Tianyu. Furthermore, even if they wished to extricate Lu Tianyu, it would require a considerable cost, which simply was not worth it. Had it been the previous Lu Tianyu, he would have undoubtedly believed Luo Yuanting's words. However, after cultivating soul duality with the Bone Empress for 100,000 years, he had matured enough in psychological age to see through their schemes at a glance. Observing Lu Tianyu in contemplation, Luo Yuanting assumed he was awaiting the long eyebrow ancestor's response and did not press him. In his view, the long eyebrow ancestor would surely consent for Lu Tianyu's sake. After all, the long eyebrow ancestor was in dire straits, and sending Lu Tianyu to the Xianqing sect was the safest course of action. Indeed, Lu Tianyu finally turned to him, saying, "My grandfather has agreed to let you escort me to the Xianqing sect. However, we cannot depart just yet. I have a matter to attend to, and I will need your assistance." Luo Yuanting immediately inquired, "What matter?" A sense of unease crept over him. His task was to escort Lu Tianyu back to the Xianqing sect. If Lu Tianyu made any excessive demands, it could spell trouble. Lu Tianyu glanced at Lu Wenbin beside him, his expression grave. "This is Lu Wenbin, a descendant of my Eastern Desolation tribe that I need to ensure his safe passage to the Earth Spirit City. I would appreciate your escort for this leg of the journey. Once we reach Earth Spirit City, I shall return promptly to the Xianqing sect with you. How does that sound?" The murky star domain was inherently chaotic, and the star ring was rife with bandits. If Luo Yuanting could provide free passage through the star ring to Earth Spirit City, it would alleviate much trouble. After all, as a member of the Xianqing sect, bandits would not dare to offend him. They would likely steer clear. Luo Yuanting's frown relaxed. "That is certainly manageable. I hope you will honor your promise." He waved his hand, giving orders, "Clear the way ahead." He assumed the long eyebrow ancestor was hiding within the vessel, afraid to reveal himself lest the Skull sect discover his location, thus instructing them to lead the way. These were trivial matters. As long as he could bring Lu Tianyu back, everything would be fine. Chapter 57. Unexpectedly seizing control of Luo Yuanting, the Xianqing sect's vessel led the way, with Luo Yuanting piloting a smaller craft closely behind. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Lu Wenbin was nearly stifling a laugh. With the Xianqing sect's escort, their journey ahead would be quite smooth. The only concern was how Lu Tianyu would manage to escape during their transit through the murky star domain. He lowered his voice, asking, "Elder brother, you've really stirred up a hornet's nest. How do we escape being surrounded?" Lu Tianyu smiled slightly. "We won't escape. We'll simply follow them back to the Xianqing sect. But are you thinking about your little Chui? With so many female disciples in the Xianqing sect, you're charming and wealthy. You could easily find several more. Why cling to a single tree? He activated a protective barrier to prevent Luo Yuanting from overhearing their conversation. Lu Wenbin waved his hands vigorously. True, I'm charming and wealthy, but I am also devoted. I only have eyes for little Chui. Besides, do you think your grandfather is so benevolent? Just look at how those Xiani guards regard us. As though we are criminals that we will undoubtedly face dire consequences if we go there. Elder brother, you must have a way to extricate yourself. Just tell me how I can assist. Lu Qianyu chuckled mischievously. You know me well. Thus, upon hearing this, Lu Wenbin's eyes widened in astonishment. That would work? Luo Yuanting followed at a distance. Feeling an inexplicable sense of unease, he sensed something was off but could not pinpoint what it was. Just then, he noticed Lu Qianyu smiling and waving at him from the front of the vessel. Commander Luo, come over for a chat. Luo Yuanting was momentarily taken aback, but then steered his craft closer. It seems we have nothing to discuss, do we? He found Lu Qianyu's demeanor somewhat peculiar, yet his aura was unmistakably genuine. Commander Luo, at this pace, it will take another 6 hours to reach Earth's spirit star. Why not join me in my cabin for a chat? I prepared food and drink. Lu Qianyu wore a warm smile, his hands clasped behind his back. Luo Yuanting promptly declined. That won't do. He politely responded. As a commander, I cannot indulge in alcohol, but a sense of wariness clouded his expression. He suspected that Lu Qianyu's invitation to drink was a ruse, perhaps a ploy by the long eyebrow ancestor to ambush him. You are such a bore, Commander, Lu Qianyu sighed. You refuse to partake in the joys of life. I almost suspect you are still a virgin, never having touched a woman. Luo Yuanting's expression darkened instantly. You, Lu Gongzi, please conduct yourself appropriately. This is a matter of my personal life. I could see this moment. He felt that Lu Qianyu was deliberately humiliating him, that a surge of anger welled up within him, and he fixed a cold stare at Lu Qianyu. However, suddenly, Luo Yuanting sensed a chill by his side. Instinctively, he turned his head to see, to his horror, another identical Lu Qianyu standing beside him. In that instant, he realized that the Lu Qianyu he had just seen was undoubtedly problematic. Just as he raised his hand to retaliate, a thunderous explosion echoed in his mind, a pressure of spiritual power, rivaling that of an imperial realm, enveloped his soul, rendering him utterly immobile. He observed Lu Qianyu forming hand seals, casting a familiar imprint upon his soul, the soul control seal. Simultaneously, Lu Qianyu's icy voice pierced through the air. Luo Yuanting, obediently come aboard my ship, or face death. A sharp pain shot through Luo Yuanting's very essence. You despicable fiend. You are not Lu Qianyu at all. You are the Longmei ancestor. He understood that his fate was sealed. Once ensnared by the soul control technique, he could only comply. Disobedience would lead to the shattering of his soul with but a thought from Lu Qianyu. You are truly foolish, Lu Qianyu scoffed. Does my grandfather require your protection on the ship? You used my mother's name to deceive me into returning. Is that not despicable? Luo Yuanting was taken aback. What? The Longmei ancestor is not on the ship? You are not the Longmei ancestor? Then who are you? His mind was reeling. He had always believed that the Longmei ancestor remained on the ship, thus maintaining his vigilance. Now, however, with Lu Qianyu's revelation that the Longmei ancestor was absent, he realized this Lu Qianyu must possess an extraordinary spiritual pressure. Could it be that this lad emerged from the abyss of forbidden grounds, having been possessed by an ancient being? The possibility loomed large. Otherwise, Lu Qianyu could not have approached him so stealthily and executed the soul control technique. Lu Qianyu spoke coldly. Do not ask questions that you cannot comprehend. Follow me. With that, he leaped onto the flying vessel. Luo Yuanting gritted his teeth, bloodshot eyes brimming with resentment. Have his soul controlled left him in extreme discontent, and he was anxious about what awaited him next. Yet, with matters at this juncture, he had no choice but to follow Lu Qianyu onto the vessel. Lu Qianyu retrieved a small table from his storage ring, poured a cup of tea, and handed it to Luo Yuanting. Where is my mother imprisoned? What means did Luo Qinqiu employ against her? Luo Yuanting did not take the cup. Your Eight Desolation Clan cannot escape this calamity. Why do you still struggle? I am currently under your control. Sincerely, but before he could finish, he let out a blood-curdling scream, his face turning pale. It felt as if thousands of steel needles were piercing his head, an excruciating agony. Liu Qianyu's voice turned grave. Answer my question. Luo Qinxiu is not my maternal grandfather. Do not speak carelessly. He leisurely sipped his tea, appearing unhurried. Yet Luo Yuanting understood that Liu Qianyu's nonchalance was for the benefit of the subordinate leader observing them. This young man possessed a depth of cunning beyond measure. He inhaled deeply. Your mother is confined in a loft, and the sect master has not mistreated her. However, the sect master has commanded me to capture you. He seeks the secrets of the abyss of forbidden grounds from you and intends to use you as leverage to extract more resources from the Eight Desolation Star Domain. A Dachuan's journey to the Eight Desolation Star Domain was to exert pressure on the Eight Desolation ancestor following Ma Wudi's death. In order to acquire resources, he took a sip of tea. That is all I know. Liu Qianyu's eyes narrowed slightly. In essence, you are taking advantage of the situation, given Luo Qinxiu's modus operandi. It is impossible that he would not impose pressure on my mother. His gaze flickered with a fierce light. Luo Qinxiu, I have warned you not to trouble my mother. It seems you have disregarded my words. He turned to Luo Yuanting. Is this attire the standard uniform of the Xianyi Guard? Luo Yuanting was momentarily stunned. Indeed, the attire of ordinary disciples differs, gazing into Liu Qianyu's profound eyes. An overwhelming sense of unease surged within him. Liu Qianyu's eyes glinted coldly. I shall teach you the art of concealment and transformation. You will disguise yourself as Ma Dachuan. Have your men don the ordinary garb of the Xianqing sect and lead them to ambush the skeleton sect cultivators besieging the Eight Desolation. You must slay at least 100 of them and return to report to me. Chapter 58. The Lord of Earth Spirit City hosts a banquet for all, Liu Qianyu added. As for how to command your subordinates, I trust you require no instruction from me. The Eight Desolation Star Domain faced a life and death crisis. Luo Qinxiu's fear for his mother's safety was understandable. However, exerting pressure on her was utterly intolerable. Furthermore, Luo Qinxiu often took advantage of the situation, leveraging the crisis facing the Eight Desolation to coerce the Eight Desolation ancestor for resources. That was simply too much. Attempting to capture him, Liu Qianyu. To coerce his father into yielding more resources was even less permissible. Since you show no mercy, do not blame me for being ruthless. I shall repay you 100-fold, and see if you can endure it. Luo Yuanting screamed. Ah, this crash! The teacup shattered on the ground, and his lips moved as he struggled to find words. Setting aside the peril of ambushing the skeleton sect cultivators, if they donned Xianqing sect attire to kill members of the skeleton sect, it would be tantamount to declaring war between the Xianqing sect and the skeleton sect. Without a formal declaration, their actions would suffice to prove everything. His head throbbed, and he felt dizzy. Young Master Liu. This is not appropriate. No. That is not what I meant. My family is in the Xianqing sect. If they find out, Liu Qianyu snorted coldly. That is your business. It has nothing to do with me. Once you escort us to Earth Spirit City, you may leave to act freely. I shall grant you 5 days. Tell me the appearance and martial arts of Luo Qinxiu's son, Luo Chun. Ah! Luo Yuanting screamed again, immediately realizing that Liu Qianyu intended to disguise himself as Luo Chun to create chaos. If that were the case, the Xianqing sect would face even greater troubles. A moment's carelessness could provoke a conflict between the Xianqing sect and the three ghosts. This Liu Qianyu was exceedingly ruthless. How could Luo Qinxiu be so foolish? The Eight Desolation Star Domain was already resource-strapped. What could they possibly gain by pressuring them? And to send him out to capture Liu Qianyu, was it worth it to vent his frustrations over the marriage of Liu Jiyuan and his daughter? Now it would seem, should Liu Qianyu's plan succeed, it would bring catastrophic repercussions to the Xianqing sect. Liu Qianyu's murderous intent surged. What? Are you unwilling? He had Luo Yuanting bring him here. Also to leave traces of his disguise as Luo Chan in Earth Spirit City. No, I will tell you everything. Luo Yuanting's face was bittersweet. Luo Chan as dusk fell the following day. Liu Qianyu, under Luo Yuanting's escort, arrived at the western gate of Earth Spirit City. Although Earth Spirit City lay within the territory of the Turbid Flow Star Domain, it was the stronghold of the Earth Spirit sect. The Earth Spirit Star, where Earth Spirit City was located, was originally a planet belonging to the Liuli sect. The Liuli sect, weakened and beset by the might of the Earth Spirit sect, was compelled to cede Earth Spirit City to curry favor with the Earth Spirit sect. Eventually, the entire Earth Spirit Star came under the dominion of the Earth Spirit sect. Liu Qianyu paid with 2 spirit stones, and the two entered the city without incident. However, upon entering, they were unexpectedly intercepted by a black-robed cultivator. Whoosh! 2 Yuanying stage cultivators from the skeleton sect swiftly blocked their retreat. A chilling aura locked onto the two of them. Liu Qianyu narrowed his eyes slightly. What is the meaning of this? He had sensed it at the city gate. An out-of-body stage consciousness had swept over him and Lu Wenbin before ultimately fixing upon him. Yet he had paid it no mind to ensure safety. It was customary for Earth Spirit City to scrutinize passing cultivators. The black-robed elder clasped his fists towards Liu Qianyu. This young master possesses an imposing demeanor. You must be the son of a prominent family. He presented a storage bag with both hands. The Lord of Earth Spirit City's son is to be wed tomorrow. He is generously inviting guests from all directions. Inside are 100 mid-grade spirit stones. I implore both of you to accept and attend the festivities tomorrow to offer your congratulations. The black-robed elder smiled broadly, yet his words carried an unmistakable hint of coercion. The implication was clear. You must attend. Or else. How absurd! Lu Wenbin exclaimed angrily, We have come to Earth Spirit City for leisure. How dare you compel us to join your wedding banquet? Brother, let us depart. We shall not enter this Earth Spirit City. He feared that the Earth Spirit sect had discovered their true identities and sought to detain them. With the 3 ghosts and the 8 desolation star domain at war, security was exceptionally tight. As one of the 3 sects, the Earth Spirit sect was no exception. They had been scrutinized no less than 3 times since entering Earth Spirit Star. Though they were in disguise, he still felt uneasy. Liu Qianyu waved his hand. Wait, let us hear what this gentleman has to say, he questioned curiously. The Lord of the City's son is getting married and is scattering wealth to invite passers-by. Typically, wedding banquets send out invitations for guests to come. Why would the Lord of Earth Spirit City distribute wealth so freely? This is quite the sum of 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Neither too much nor too little. However, inviting many guests would amount to a considerable sum. The black-robed elder beamed. Young master may not be aware. The city lord's wife has fallen ill and has not been cured despite prolonged treatment. He wishes to seek the ghostly Saint Evil doctor for her. His voice was calm. The city lord has heard that the ghostly saint and evil physician has previously appeared near the Earth Spirit City, searching far and wide without success. Thus resorting to this method, it is said that the ghostly saint and evil physician has a penchant for handsome men. Therefore, we are scouring for extraordinarily handsome men to invite to the wedding banquet, hoping to attract the ghostly saint and evil physician. Fond of men, Liu Qianyu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Was the ghostly saint and evil physician male or female? He had always assumed the ghostly saint and evil physician was a man. But the words of the figure in the black robe made him question if it was a woman, that if it were a man, would that not be somewhat repulsive? After all, no one has ever seen the ghostly saint and evil physician, and the truth remains shrouded in mystery. The words of the Earth Spirit sect cannot be trusted. There is no need to think. The actions of the Earth Spirit sect must surely harbor ulterior motives. The old man in the black robe slightly shook his head. It is still uncertain. No one has seen his true visage. Young master need not worry. Our city lord will invite the elders of the Earth Spirit sect to oversee matters, ensuring that the ghostly saint and evil physician will not trouble the guests. Liu Qianyu accepted the storage bag. Then I shall not be rude. Yet, inwardly, he scoffed. Who would trust your words? Once present, one would be at the mercy of the ghostly saint and evil physician. Do you think you would dare offend him for the sake of your guests? However, your invitation to me to attend the wedding banquet will be the greatest misstep of your Earth Spirit sect. The old man in the black robe chuckled upon seeing his reaction. Young master is indeed wise. Please, allow me to escort you to the inn for rest. After the wedding banquet tomorrow, you will be free to come and go in Earth Spirit City. He gestured invitingly and led the way. Liu Qianyu smiled. I appreciate your trouble. He exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Wenbin and followed suit. Lu Wenbin wore a puzzled expression and transmitted sound to Lu Tianyu. Brother, are we not being placed under soft confinement? The cultivators of the Earth Spirit sect are treacherous and deceitful. Their words cannot be trusted, Lu Tianyu replied calmly. It matters not. Our primary purpose in coming to Earth Spirit City is to locate our great-grandfather, regardless of whether the ghostly saint and evil physician appears. Our great-grandfather is likely to show up. At this point, he suddenly felt a shiver down his spine. Chapter 59. May you see tomorrow's sun. Could the Earth Spirit sect be using this opportunity to draw out our great-grandfather? The people of the three underworld sects should be aware that our great-grandfather emerges not only to seek a path for the 8 desolations, but also to restore my dantian. Searching for the ghostly saint and evil physician, Lu Tianyu's brow furrowed. Had it not been for Lu Wenbin's reminder, he would not have considered this possibility. Lu Wenbin's expression changed dramatically. You cannot be serious. There is indeed that potential. If that is the case, our great-grandfather could be in danger. We must urgently find him and notify him. Yet we are imprisoned and cannot leave. Lu Tianyu's brow relaxed. I have my ways. The two of them communicated through sound transmission, unheard by the three. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Lu Tianyu and his companion were brought to the inn under the Earth Spirit sect's name, Ling Feng Inn. However, upon entering the main hall, they were greeted by a piercing wail. Lu Tianyu quickly spotted a man, bound and naked, with gruesome wounds adorning his body, wailing pitifully. I won't run anymore. I won't run. I can't run. Please stop hitting me. A burly figure in a black robe lashed out with a barbed whip, striking the man's thigh with ferocity. Not running. You've already fled, yet you claim not to? The black-robed man's face was twisted with malice. I warned you. If you escape, I'll break both your legs. You did not listen, and now you face the consequences. Crack. The black-robed man swung the whip relentlessly. Growing more exhilarated with each strike, flesh tore from the man's thigh, leaving a gruesome scene of blood and gore. At this rate, the man's legs would surely be lost. The man was covered in blood, one ear missing, and the tip of his nose severed. Yet, Lu Tianyu could still discern that the man's gaunt face bore a hint of gallantry. The old man in the black robe pointed at the man bound to the pillar. This man, like you, was invited to attend tomorrow's wedding banquet. He was repeatedly warned against fleeing, and this fate is his due. He regarded Lu Tianyu and his companion with amusement. I observe that you, young master, are exceptionally clever. You would not make such a foolish mistake. Crack! The executing black-robed man swung the whip through the air in front of Lu Tianyu. You must not run, or else my whip shall find no purpose. He regarded Lu Tianyu and his companion with a predatory gaze, his face twitching as he licked his lips. Lu Tianyu scoffed. You should pray to see tomorrow's sun. Let us depart. He took Lu Wenbin by the arm and moved deeper inside. The black-robed man licked his lips. I hope your bones are harder than your tongue. He glared menacingly at Lu Tianyu's retreating figure. The old man in the black robe was taken aback, not expecting Lu Tianyu to dare rebut. Even if nothing happened today, after tomorrow's wedding banquet, he likely would not escape Earth Spirit City. He hurried to catch up with Lu Tianyu and his companion. Please follow me. The old man led them to a room on the second floor, situated on the western side. It would be best if you two esteemed guests do not venture outside. It is perilous. Early tomorrow, I will escort you to the wedding banquet. He turned to leave, but suddenly pivoted at the door. By the way, this inn offers paid services of beautiful companions, should you require it. Simply press the button on the wall, and we will arrange it promptly. I advise you both to indulge while you can. The old man in black chuckled awkwardly before exiting. Lu Wenbin smirked. Brother, how about I order one for you? I have no need. Get lost. Lu Tianyu lightly tapped Lu Wenbin's forehead. Do you not comprehend the implication of his words? If I offend that fellow, I may never leave this Earth Spirit City. Lu Wenbin was utterly unfazed. You have subdued Commander Luo. How could a mere Yuan-ing stage cultivator be a match for you? Well then, let us get back to business. Lu Tianyu nodded. Indeed, but before that, I must ensure that fellow can never speak again. I shall return shortly. At that moment, in the inn's hall, crack, crack, the sharp sound of breaking bones echoed, accompanied by a chilling scream of agony. Truly, he could not withstand the beating. It had taken fewer than 100 lashes to break the legs of the man, and he was dead. How unsatisfying. The burly figure shook his head. What a pity, I cannot kill that brat today. One can only kill one person a day. Alas, I cannot sleep if I do not kill him. But then his eyes brightened. How could I be so foolish? I cannot kill that brat, but I can lash him dozens of times. Then he shook his head. No, he must be intact for tomorrow. Right, I can whip him 10 times, tearing away 10 pieces of flesh. Yes, that's the plan. He swayed his body and headed upstairs. However, he failed to notice a dark, ethereal little cauldron hovering above his head. Following closely behind, the burly man stepped out from shadowy corner, preparing to ascend the stairs. Ding! A clear sound rang above him. He suddenly looked up to see a pitch-black little cauldron floating and spinning. The cauldron's opening faced him, and suddenly a voice emerged. Are you here to meet your demise? Instantly recognizing Lu Tianyu's voice, he attempted to speak, but found himself unable to utter a word. An overwhelming pressure bound his soul, rendering his body immobile in an instant. Then, an irresistible force surged from the cauldron's opening, swiftly sucking him inside. The dark little cauldron gradually faded into nothingness, as if it had never existed. Whoosh! The burly man found himself in a gray, misty space, the restraint on his body vanishing immediately, and he exclaimed, Where is this? A profound sense of unease washed over him, as if he were being watched. Whoosh! He turned sharply to find a figure in green robes standing with arms behind his back, speaking sternly. You are that brat. What is this place? Lu Tianyu slowly turned around, calmly responding. This is, of course, your grave that I told you that you would not see tomorrow's sun. I always keep my word. The burly man erupted with fury. Who? A mere mortal without any cultivation. Dare to threaten me. I will whip you to death. He swung his whip down furiously. Yet alas, the very next moment, his body became immobile. It was as if he had been ensnared by a binding spell, leaving him only able to speak. Brat, let me go. I am an enforcer of the Earth Spirit sect. Unless you wish to perish, you must release me. Though he spoke bravely, terror gripped his heart. What kind of place is this? Even on the brink of death, he remained defiant. Lu Tianyu replied coolly, I have never killed anyone with a whip before, nor do I know how to do so, but I just witnessed that I will kill you in the same manner you used to kill that man. Chapter 60. Zhang Xiaocui's thoughts. Lu Tianyu stretched out his hand, and the whip flew into his grasp. Raised high as he struck down, crack, the whip landed, and the burly man let out a pained scream. His clothes tore, and a piece of flesh was stripped from his chest by the barbs. Blood gushed forth, a horrifying sight. Crack, crack. Lu Tianyu swung the whip, his expression devoid of emotion as he struck again and again. I was wrong. Please spare me, my lord. I am willing to be your dog. At your beck and call. The corpulent man shrieked hysterically. Yet, Lu Tianyu seemed oblivious, continuing to strike with his whip. If he lacked the power to deal with this man, then the fate that awaited him would mirror that of his adversary. Perhaps even more tragically. How could he possibly hold back? Half an hour later, Lu Tianyu appeared in the room. As we suspected, the wedding feast is nothing but a conspiracy. The Earth Spirit sect intends to use this pretext to lure grandfather, seizing the opportunity to eliminate him. Regrettably, I just attempted to contact grandfather, but I could not reach him. I left a message, hoping he would see it. His face was etched with concern that I Dongsheng misjudged and sent false information to the skeleton sect, claiming that the Longmei ancestor had broken through to the Dongshu stage. If the Longmei ancestor attends the wedding tomorrow, he may face 2 formidable powers at the Dongshu stage, if not more. Furthermore, the Earth Spirit sect has undoubtedly set up an intricate trap at the wedding venue, aiming to capture the Longmei ancestor in one fell swoop. Although Lu Tianyu possessed the divine consciousness of the Great Ascension stage, he still felt powerless against the Dongshu stage. What then? Lu Wenbin wore a similarly troubled expression, as they were on the territory of the Earth Spirit sect, utterly isolated. Brother, you must have a solution. Whatever you suggest, I shall follow. He naively believed that Lu Tianyu would surely devise a plan. Lu Tianyu furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering how to utilize the swallowing heaven cauldron that moment. A crisp voice echoed in his mind. Husband, Why didn't you call me when you encountered difficulties? It's quite simple. I can create a miniature teleportation array in this room, connecting it to your swallowing heaven cauldron. When you encounter your grandfather at the scene, you can directly bring him into the cauldron and teleport him here. This swallowing heaven cauldron is an ancient forbidden artifact. The restrictions of this world cannot hinder its ingress and egress. Upon hearing this, Lu Qianyu's eyes instantly brightened. Thank you. Then I shall trouble you to take action. The Thousand-Bone Empress still appeared somewhat displeased. Husband, you are always too polite to me. If you continue to speak this way, I shall have to force you into dual cultivation. Humph. Lu Qianyu's face turned awkward, shifting from politeness to urgency. Quickly, make it happen. He found himself utterly at a loss against the Thousand-Bone Empress. She giggled. Now that's more like it. A man should be this way. An hour later, in front of a tea house named Xiangxi in the west of Earth Spirit City, that Lu Wenbin questioned. Perplexed, brother, why have you brought me here? Xiao Chui is not here, is she? Lu Qianyu had just mentioned taking him to meet Xiao Chui. The last time he and Lu Qianyu saw Xiao Chui was at a pill shop in the east of the city, where they had been purchasing some elixirs. Xiao Chui was an outer disciple of the Liuli sect, assigned to manage the pill shop tea that time. Lu Qingyan had accompanied them, and Lu Qianyu had not yet broken up with her. Ding! Lu Qianyu smiled slightly. You guessed correctly. Xiao Chui is indeed here, and she is the manager. Lu Wenbin was momentarily taken aback. She is the manager now. Has she become wealthy with her own establishment? Does that mean I would need a great deal of spirit stones to marry her? He frowned in distress. However, Lu Qianyu shook his head slightly. If Xiao Chui still harbors feelings for you, as before, spirit stones will not be necessary. Besides, your elder brother is not without resources. The spirit stones needed to marry her will be on me. He had obtained the storage ring of the Blackbone ancestor, which contained a considerable amount of spirit veins and spirit stones. If Lu Wenbin truly could win Xiao Chui's hand, what harm would it do for him to contribute some spirit stones? Lu Wenbin instantly regained his confidence. You are the best, brother. I will repay you in the future. The two entered the tea house and found a private room to sit in that a gracefully featured tea attendant approached with a smile. Our establishment has recently acquired the underworld sex oolong tea, which can refresh the mind and enhance one's spirit. Lu Qianyu interrupted her. We did not come here for tea. We're looking for your manager, Zhang Xiao Chui. Please inform her that Lu Qianyu and Lu Wenbin are here to visit. The tea attendant was momentarily taken aback, but nodded. Please wait a moment. I will go report this. As she turned, she glanced at Lu Qianyu and Lu Wenbin, a strange expression flickering at the corners of her mouth. Many men visited here, claiming to seek the manager. IT was one thing when she was still single, but now the entire Earth Spirit City knew she was about to marry the son of the city lord. The timing of these two seeking the manager raised suspicions. Nonetheless, the manager had instructed her to report any visitors, so she felt obliged to comply in a room on the 4th floor of the tea house. Sounds of flirtation between men and women echoed. Xiao Chui, your body is so supple, as if made of water. A boisterous and lewd male voice rang out that a delicate female voice playfully retorted. Husband, you are too impatient. Tomorrow we shall officially wed, and everything about Xiao Chui will belong to you. Today, let us indulge in some wine, but no proper meal, beside a large bed in a spacious room. A beautiful woman dressed in emerald green nestled against the somewhat haggard-looking man. This woman was none other than the Xiao Chui Lu Wenbin had been yearning for, while the man was Shun Zhuofeng, the son of the city lord of Earth Spirit City. Zhang Xiao Chui grasped the man's hand, attempting to halt his advances. Husband, you know I am a virtuous woman, preserving my purity on the night of our wedding. I shall present my unblemished self to you and serve you wholeheartedly for a lifetime. Shun Zhuofeng chuckled lewdly. What difference is there between today and tomorrow? Let me break the barrier today, and tomorrow we can embark on our journey. You should have heard that the first time can be a bit painful, but the second time will allow you to truly enter the state. Today, I shall treat you gently, allowing you to experience the wonder of breaking through the barrier and preparing you for the wedding night, when we can indulge throughout the night. Wouldn't that be delightful? As he spoke, he wrenched his hand free from Xiao Chui's grasp and began to explore. Zhang Xiao Chui's face flushed crimson. Perhaps we should wait until tomorrow. I'm not quite prepared. Her gaze became somewhat dazed, but then she recalled something. Let us wait until tomorrow. I am afraid to be alone. Why, Sister Lu Qingyan will attend our wedding feast tomorrow, and you have long coveted her. I can introduce you to her. Chapter 61, Shen Zhuofeng. Zhang Xiaochui was well aware of Shen Zhuofeng's notorious reputation as a libertine. Marrying her was merely a ruse, and once he had his fill, he would discard her like refuse. She also knew that Shen Zhuofeng's true obsession was Lu Qingyan, so using Lu Qingyan as bait to delay matters for as long as possible was her strategy. Upon hearing this, Shen Zhuofeng's interest peaked, his eyes gleaming with desire. Why didn't you tell me sooner? However, he soon adopted a different expression. But she is only coming tomorrow. I cannot remain idle today. My dear, you cannot deny me. Look at how flushed your face is. Zhang Xiaochui sighed inwardly. Closing her eyes, she found herself powerless to resist. Just then, a knock sounded at the door, followed by a clear voice. Sister Xiaochui. There are 2 guests with the surname Lu downstairs, specifically requesting to see you. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Xiaochui extricated herself from Shen Zhuofeng's embrace. Husband, I shall return shortly. She opened the door and pulled the tea attendant aside, whispering, What do the 2 guests with the surname Lu look like? At this moment, her expression was grave. The only individual she could think of visiting with that surname were Lu Tianyu and Lu Wenbin. Recently, Lu Tianyu had contacted her, stating he would bring Lu Wenbin to see her, and she had kept this matter in mind. After their previous meeting, they had indeed developed feelings for each other, and she had been waiting for Lu Wenbin to propose. The fact that Lu Tianyu reached out to her had made her quite happy. However, the situation had changed. The entire 8 desolate star domain was besieged by the 3 underworld sects, and the fact that Lu Tianyu and Lu Wenbin had sneaked out to seek her help indicated dire circumstances. Lu Tianyu had broken up with Lu Qingyan, and she was to marry Shen Zhuofeng. The tea attendant nodded. They introduced themselves as Lu Tianyu and Lu Wenbin, and they looked like this. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaochui's expression shifted dramatically. It truly is them. Please have them wait inside. I will be there shortly. She returned to the room, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Husband, I apologize, but 2 distinguished guests have arrived. I must attend to them for a moment. Please wait. Distinguished guests? Shen Zhuofeng clearly appeared displeased. What guest could be more distinguished than our night together? Just send them away. His expression soured. His original plan had been to break through with Zhang Xiaochui before seeking other pleasures elsewhere. Now, with her insisting on attending to guests, his plans were in jeopardy. Zhang Xiaochui grasped Shen Zhuofeng's hand. Husband, I truly apologize. These 2 guests are from my hometown, and they have nowhere else to turn. I am already yours. Today or tomorrow, it is all the same. I promise to satisfy you tomorrow. Just tell me what you wish, and I shall comply. Her tone was soft, and she exuded charm. Oh, this is what you mean, that you will do as I say? Shen Zhuofeng chuckled. Then go ahead. I shall be leaving soon. Be sure to entertain the guests well. However, once Zhang Xiaochui departed, his expression immediately darkened. You want to meet a man, or perhaps 2 men. Don't think for a moment that I am oblivious. You are reluctant to marry me, and your union with me is merely to benefit the Liuli sect. Just wait until tomorrow night. I shall make you regret it. With that, he flung open the window, preparing to leap out. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wait, 2 individuals with the surname Lu. The only family of that name in the star domain is the Lu family of the Eastern Wilderness. Could it be them? Shen Zhuofeng squinted slightly. Zhang Xiaochui has a high regard for Lu Tianyu. She once had a flirtation with someone of the Lu surname, and Lu Qingyan is Lu Tianyu's former fiancé. I must discover who these 2 with the surname Lu truly are. Before uniting with Zhang Xiaochui, he had naturally conducted a thorough investigation into her, the young lord of the Earth Spirit City. He easily gathered all pertinent information about Zhang Xiaochui, including her interactions with Lu Qingyan, Lu Tianyu, and Lu Wenbin in Earth Spirit City. He understood that Zhang Xiaochui had hesitated several times, indicating that she still harbored feelings for Lu Wenbin. However, he chose not to confront her about it, given their impending marriage in the private room. Lu Wenbin was utterly disinterested in drinking tea, anxiously glancing toward the door. During their last encounter in Earth Spirit City, they had enjoyed a harmonious interaction, and he could sense the underlying meanings in Zhang Xiaocui's words. However, the circumstances had changed. The Eight Wilderness Clan faced a grave crisis. Zhang Xiaocui must have heard of the situation, and her choices could vary greatly, and no need to be anxious. Lu Tianyu could easily discern Lu Wenbin's troubled thoughts. Everything is predestined. What is yours will inevitably be yours. Once the Eight Wilderness Clan overcomes this crisis, your status will rise, and many will seek you out, including Xiaocui. Before bringing Lu Wenbin here, he had already contemplated the worst outcome, that Zhang Xiaocui would most likely reject Lu Wenbin. After all, she was a member of the Liuli sect, destined to become a tool for the exchange of interests. With the Eight Wilderness Clan besieged, Zhang Xiaocui was merely an ordinary outer disciple of the Liuli sect. Even if she had feelings for Lu Wenbin, it would change nothing, as the Liuli sect would undoubtedly disapprove. He had brought Lu Wenbin here to help him understand that Zhang Xiaocui was not the woman he imagined. If she dared to forsake everything to be with Lu Wenbin, he would do everything in his power to support their union. Lu Wenbin was his close friend, one he would trust with his life. Lu Wenbin straightened his posture. Yes, just then, light footsteps approached. Lu Wenbin suddenly felt tense again. The door swung open, revealing Zhang Xiaocui, clad in emerald green, adorned with a golden phoenix hairpin, who gracefully entered. She gently closed the door behind her and performed a deep bow to Lu Tianyu and Lu Wenbin. My esteemed guests, I apologize for the wait. Allow me to brew some tea for you. With that, she retrieved a packet of tea leaves from her storage ring and began preparing the tea for the two. Throughout this, she did not lift her head, yet from the corner of her eye, she noticed Lu Wenbin's intense gaze fixated upon her, his expression taut with unease. She couldn't help but let out a silent sigh. Lu Tianyu rose from his seat. There is no need for tea. We have matters to discuss. He got straight to the point. You must have heard about the events in the Eight Wilderness Star Domain. Lu Wenbin and I have come to see you at great risk to ascertain your intentions. Wenbin harbors feelings for you, which you are surely aware of. He is here to propose marriage, being a member of the Liuli sect. You can stipulate conditions that satisfy both you and the sect, without hesitation, as long as they remain within my capacity. I shall grant them, Lu Tianyu added. I assure you, the siege upon the Eight Wilderness Star Domain will be lifted, and the three sects of the Netherworld will pay a heavy price for it. He sensed Zhang Xiaocui's emotional distance in her actions. She would typically not bow to them. Nevertheless, he felt it necessary to voice his thoughts to avoid future regrets. Chapter 62. The bride is actually Zhang Xiaocui. At this declaration, Zhang Xiaocui's hand trembled slightly as she held the teapot. Lu Tianyu, we are individuals of integrity. We do not make light of our words. This is Earth Spirit City, and both of you have braved peril to come here, which speaks volumes of your sincerity. Yet, sometimes sincerity only resonates with oneself and fails to sway others. She believed Lu Tianyu was merely boasting. The power of the three sects of the Netherworld far surpassed that of the Eight Wilderness Star Domain. Even if Elder Chame broke through to the Void Realm, it would change nothing. The Eight Wilderness Star Domain was destined for annihilation, and she and Lu Wenbin were fated to become a thing of the past. Lu Tianyu smiled slightly. So, you intend to refuse? Should I take this to mean that your feelings for Lu Wenbin were all a facade? He said this to make Lu Wenbin understand Zhang Xiaocui's intentions, to help him let go of his hopes. Lu Wenbin abruptly stood up, his voice trembling. Xiaocui, did you truly have no feelings for me at all? If not, I will leave at once. His breaths came in quick gasps. In the past, Xiaocui had clearly shown interest in him. They had spent 2 days alone together, and her words had hinted at deeper feelings. Yet now, Zhang Xiaocui's rejection was unmistakable. Her words were cold, devoid of any warmth. Still, he could not accept it. He wanted to hear her deny her feelings for him directly. Zhang Xiaocui sighed deeply. Wenbin, I did indeed have those feelings for you, and was waiting for you to propose to me at the Liuli sect. However, the situation has changed. You are in peril. How can you concern yourself with me? Nevertheless, for the sake of our past, I can offer you shelter here for a month. After that, you must leave, as you know the reason. She believed she had done all she could. Lu Wenbin exhaled in relief. So, you do have feelings for me, but you have given them up due to the troubles of the Eight Wilderness. Since you are willing to wait for me for a month, Let us revisit this matter then. If by that time the siege has been lifted, I will come to the Liuli sect to propose that if the siege remains, I will relinquish my pursuit. That he gazed at Zhang Xiaocui with hope. As long as she had feelings for him, he would not give up. Yet unexpectedly, Zhang Xiaocui shook her head. There is something I have not told you. Tomorrow, I am to wed the son of the Lord of Earth Spirit City. Shun Zhuofeng. Our chances are gone. You should remain here for a month. Now, if you'll excuse me, I shall take my leave. I have just brewed tea for you both, so please enjoy it at your leisure. I will keep this private room reserved for you. With that, she turned to exit. Her words, Lu Wenbin exclaimed. What? The bride tomorrow is you? How could you marry that scoundrel? His nickname is one wedding a day, changing brides every day. Do you not know this? He rushed to Zhang Xiaocui, grasping her arm. You are not that kind of person. The Liuli sect must be forcing you into this, right? You cannot possibly want to marry such a man. He pleaded desperately. Zhang Xiaocui forcefully shook off Lu Wenbin's grasp, her expression icy. No. Given the situation, how could we possibly have a future? Lu Wenbin, you are naive. In the world of cultivation, there is no place for emotions. Only interest. If you do not understand this, you have wasted your life. Take care of yourself. With a dismissive flick of her sleeve, she exited. Lu Wenbin stood frozen in place, his lips trembling, staring blankly at Zhang Xiaocui's retreating figure. The beautiful image he had envisioned of their reunion had crumbled to dust. Lu Qianyu placed a hand on his shoulder. Let us go. But just then, bang! The door was kicked open from the outside. A chilling voice rang out. You shall not leave. Shun Zhuofeng strode in, hands clasped behind his back, flanked by two elderly men in black robes. Lu Tianyu, you're the number one wanted criminal of the three sects of the Netherworld. Lu Wenbin, how dare you covet my woman? You deserve death. Zhang Xiaocui gasped. Ah, Zhuofeng, what are you doing here? She grasped Shun Zhuofeng's hand. The Eight Wilderness Star Domain is besieged. They're the last two seeds of hope. Let them go, I implore you. She pleaded, shaking Shun Zhuofeng's arm. Despite her pleas, Shun Zhuofeng snorted coldly. They have disrupted our plans for tonight, and you still protect them. However, for Xiaocui's sake, I will spare you. All you need to do is kneel and bow to me, self-castrate, and crawl out on your knees. Then I shall let you go. That he pointed to the ground. 100 bows will suffice. You may know how to self-harm, but I can teach you how to self-castrate. I possess a unique technique. Huh. In Shun Zhuofeng's eyes, Lu Qianyu and his companion were but insects in his palm. Unable to escape, to insult Lu Wenbin and Lu Tianyu in front of Zhang Xiaocui was to indirectly slap her face. How dare this promiscuous woman deceive him, flaunting her defiance, while now protecting these two wanted criminals. Zhang Xiaocui's complexion turned pale. Shun Zhuofeng, I beg you. She nearly fell to her knees. I should not have concealed my meeting with them. I will serve you faithfully from now on and will never have a second thought. With a resounding slap, she was forcefully struck to the ground by Shun Zhuofeng. I have already shown you mercy by not killing them. Do you really believe I regard you as a person? Shun Zhuofeng snorted disdainfully. Zhang Xiaocui, in my eyes, you are merely a tool for my carnal desires. Do you not comprehend that? Dare to utter a single word, and I shall render you utterly incapacitated. He glared menacingly at Lu Tianyu and declared, You little brat, you snatched away my place at Chongqing Academy last time. Fortunately, you fled swiftly and escaped with your life. Today, let us see where you can run. Lu Tianyu shook his head slightly. Why would I run? The one who should be fleeing is you. I initially intended to take your life at tomorrow's wedding banquet, but since you've come to me, there is no need for you to live. With a swift motion, he lunged forward and delivered a powerful punch. You dare to resist. Shun Zhuofeng was taken aback by Lu Tianyu's audacity to strike first. He transformed his fingers into a palm and shouted, Bone-crushing palm, shatter for me. Yet the next moment, a chilling scream escaped his lips. With a sharp crack, his palm was obliterated, and his entire forearm was reduced to a mangled ruin. In the blink of an eye, Lu Tianyu had seized him by the throat. Shun Zhuofeng's eyes widened in terror. Why you let go of me? This is Diling City. My father is the city lord. In his eyes, Lu Tianyu appeared devoid of any cultivation. unaware that Ming Tianqi had already fallen to Lu Tianyu's hand. Chapter 63. He will not survive until tomorrow. The expressions of the two elderly men changed dramatically. Brat, release the young city lord. They had never anticipated Lu Tianyu would suddenly take action, and the speed of his assault was far too swift for them to intervene at that moment. They dared not act recklessly. If the young city lord would perish, their troubles would multiply exponentially. Zhang Xiaochui was utterly stunned. She had not expected Lu Tianyu to suddenly seize control of Shenzhuatian. She let out a long sigh. Even if he could control Shenzhuatian, what difference would it make? They would still be unable to escape from Diling City. The moment he took action, death was inevitable, and she would share the same fate. Lu Tianyu scoffed. Release him. So he can kill me. Bang! Bang! He delivered 2 kicks, shattering Shenzhuatian's knees. You will answer my questions, should you dare to lie. I shall instantly crush your neck. As he spoke, he exerted more pressure. Shenzhuatian let out a piercing scream and collapsed to the ground, his face turning crimson that he felt as though he were suffocating. Unable to voice his pleas. Well, let me go. I will speak. Cough, cough. His eyes were filled with terror, fully convinced that Lu Tianyu would kill him without a second thought. Tomorrow is your wedding. Is it aimed at the long-brow ancestor? Why, yes, we are recruiting handsome men to lure out the ghost saint evil doctor. How many Dong Su period experts are you planning to mobilize? 3. All are ancestors of my Yuming sect. Will the ghost saint evil doctor come? I don't know. I truly have no idea. Slap. Lu Tianyu knocked Shenzhuatian unconscious and then released him. Simultaneously, the 2 elderly men rushed forward, their palms aimed at Lu Tianyu's head. Brat die. They thought Lu Tianyu had acted foolishly. Having captured a hostage, why release him instead of using him to escape? It was sheer folly. Zhang Xiaochui screamed, Be careful. She shared the same thoughts as the 2 elderly men. If they had captured hostage, why let him go? Was that not courting death? But the next moment, her eyes widened in shock. The 2 elderly men's hands struck only an afterimage. Oh no! The 2 elderly men cried out, attempting to evade, but it was already too late. But tremendous pressure descended upon them like a mountain, rendering them immobile. Simultaneously, a chilling wind surged towards their temples. They simultaneously conceived a singular thought. It was over. Bang! Bang! Their heads were crushed by fists glowing with golden light, splattering like watermelons. They had no time to scream before meeting their demise. Ah! Zhang Xiaochui shrieked. You killed them! She stared incredulously at Lu Tianyu, her expression one of utter disbelief. These 2 elderly men were experts at the out-of-body stage. How could they not resist and merely watch as their heads were obliterated? When did Lu Tianyu become so powerful? All of this surpassed her wildest imagination. Lu Tianyu did not even glance at Zhang Xiaochui, his hands weaving a seal as he inscribed a mark upon Shen Zhuofeng's forehead. Lu Wenbin, we shall depart. Lu Wenbin questioned in confusion. Why not kill him? If he's dead, won't tomorrow's wedding banquet be cancelled, and our grandfather won't attend? Lu Tianyu shook his head slightly. The purpose of the Diling sect is our grandfather. Even if he dies, the Diling sect will ensure the wedding banquet proceeds as planned. That a wicked smile graced his lips. Besides, he will not survive until tomorrow. He had just placed a restriction on Shen Zhuofeng, and in 6 hours, Shen Zhuofeng would naturally perish. Lu Wenbin's eyes widened in realization. I understand now. Their target is grandfather. Even if the young city lord or Xiao Chui encounters misfortune, they will find others to replace them. But when he awakens, Diling City will descend into chaos. Lu Tianyu chuckled coldly. The more chaotic, the better. Only then will we have our opportunity. Let us go. As he spoke, he turned and walked outside. That Lu Wenbin cast a deep glance at Zhang Xiaochui before following Lu Tianyu out. His emotions were exceedingly complex. Zhang Xiaochui's indifference disappointed him. Yet she had just protected him and Lu Tianyu. Pleading with Shen Zhuofeng for her own safety, he continuously reassured himself that it was for the best to leave. He would soon forget. Wait! Zhang Xiaochui stood in front of Lu Tianyu. What will happen to me if you leave? Lu Tianyu frowned slightly, and Zhang Xiaochui spoke despondently. If they die in my presence, the people of Diling City will think I killed them. When Shun Zhuofeng awakens, he will undoubtedly torment me. Can you take me with you? She looked at Lu and Bin with imploring eyes. I had no choice in marrying Shun Zhuofeng. The women of our Liuli sect are merely tools for the exchange of benefits. As you know, Wen Bin, you know I have feelings for you. She stepped forward, grasping Lu and Bin's arm, tears glistening in her eyes. Take me away. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Even in death, I wish to be with you. After such an event, returning to the Liuli sect was no longer an option. She had resolved to follow Lu when Lu and Bin. Feeling her grip, softened immediately, he had never been able to abandon Zhang Xiaochui and could not resist her heartfelt pleas. He looked to Lu Tianyu. Lu Tianyu sighed lightly. When Bin and I are treading a perilous path, and danger could strike at any moment. You must think this through. He had not intended to bring Zhang Xiaochui along. But she had shown no inclination to betray them, even obstructing Shun Zhuofeng from killing them and providing them shelter. This indicated that Zhang Xiaochui possessed a moral compass. For Lu and Bin, he wavered. Zhang Xiaochui nodded resolutely. I have made up my mind that do not worry. I will not be a burden to you. Just wait a moment while I gather my belongings. Lu Tianyu's eyes sparkled with intensity. Leave a note for Shun Zhuofeng, stating that you will definitely be present tomorrow. 1 hour later, Lu Tianyu returned with the three of them to the Lingfeng Inn's room. Just as they entered, a rapid knocking echoed at the door. Open up! Both Zhang Xiaochui and Lu, when Bin's expressions shifted drastically, and they simultaneously turned to Lu Tianyu. The one knocking at this moment could only be a member of the Lingfeng Inn, which meant a practitioner from the Di-Ling sect. Furthermore, it was surely not for a pleasant matter. Lu Tianyu waved his hand, pulling Zhang Xiaochui inside, and slowly opened the door. What is it? He was met by the black-robed elder who had led him to the inn, accompanied by 2 attendants. However, the black-robed elder's face was grim, his eyes glinting with malice and ferocity. Bang! The black-robed elder kicked the door open and charged into the room, searching frantically. Subsequently, he conjured an image of a man with a grotesque visage. Have you seen this person? Did you kill him? His voice was cold and laced with murderous intent. Not long ago, the man with the grotesque visage had suddenly vanished. Initially, they had not taken it seriously, but just moments ago, news arrived from the Di-Ling sect that the soul lamp of this individual had extinguished. The black-robed elder immediately thought of Lu Tianyu. For in the hall, the man had threatened him. Moreover, Lu Tianyu had made a bold remark, hoping he would see the light of day tomorrow. Chapter 64. Ghost Saint Evil Doctor? Lu Tianyu feigned surprise. What did you say? This person was killed. He shook his head slightly. We have been here the entire time. You know that very well. Please do not jest with us. Senior that Lu Tianyu had exited through the wall, using the 8 desolations swallowing Heaven Cauldron to kill the grotesque man. It was impossible to be discovered. Every room was guarded by members of the Di-Ling sect, and the doors had never been opened. The black-robed elder could not possibly be unaware of this. If it was not you, then who else could it be? The black-robed elder unleashed a formidable soul pressure, fixating his intense gaze upon Lu Tianyu. Speak, it was you who killed him. Lu Tianyu's eyes momentarily glazed over before he spoke. I did not kill anyone. I did not go out. His expression was entirely feigned. The old man in the black robe had employed the secret soul technique of the Earth Spirit sect, which would typically ensnare an average martial artist. However, Lu Tianyu's soul was remarkably powerful and would be impervious to any such influence. Now was not the time to sever ties, as Lu Wenbin and Zhang Xiaochui were still present. The old man in black, puzzled, retracted his technique and admonished you, behave yourself. With a wave of his hand, he ushered the 2 out of the room. He had found no cause for suspicion in Lu Tianyu. He simply could not comprehend how the portly man had vanished into thin air within the inn. He intended to inspect each individual present to uncover any other possibilities. Zhang Wenbin chuckled. Brother, your acting is truly remarkable. That man must have been killed by you, right? He alone understood that Lu Tianyu would never issue threats without cause. If he spared someone, it was certain that the individual would meet their demise. With a swift motion, Lu Tianyu tossed Zhang Wenbin a storage bag. This is a storage bag. The spirit stones within should suffice for your needs for a while. He released Zhang Xiaochui, a wicked smile gracing his lips. Consider this your bridal chamber for the time being. I shall return in the morning. He intended to grant the couple some time and space for themselves. Instantly, Zhang Xiaocui's face flushed crimson, and she shyly lowered her gaze. Ahem, ahem. Zhang Wenbin's cheeks also reddened. Brother, you mustn't leave. What if they come and check the room again? If they find you missing, it will surely spell disaster. Even though the moment he had longed for had finally arrived, he maintained a semblance of rationality. This room was not safe. Liu Qianyu smiled gently. That is quite simple. If you are uneasy, you can press the button on the wall to summon a woman. Do not worry. I will be waiting at the door. You may proceed without concern. As he spoke, he concealed himself within the Eight Desolations Devouring Heaven Cauldron, vanishing from the room. Zhang Xiaote stamped her foot in frustration. Brother, how could you be so wicked? She shyly lowered her head. Your brother is inscrutable. His abilities are so profound. Her heart raced furiously. Zhang Wenbin grasped Zhang Xiaocui's hand, pulling her into his embrace. Xiaocui, I know you harbor feelings for me, but this is a fateful entanglement. You can no longer return to the Liuli sect, and at any moment, before he could finish, Zhang Xiaocui covered his mouth that he will not speak recklessly. Given the current situation, we can only take it one step at a time. We still have brother with us. He has stated that the encirclement of the Eight Desolations will soon be lifted, and we must trust him. We must cherish our time together now. She gazed deeply into Zhang Wenbin's eyes. Zhang Wenbin softly said, Yes, we must cherish the present, and everything will be managed by my brother. He held Zhang Xiaote tightly. I have a plan. I wish to leave more descendants for the Liu family. Are you willing? I am willing, Zhang Xiaocui whispered, but you must possess the ability to do so. Liu Qianyu placed a restriction at the door and, hiding within the Devouring Heaven Cauldron, arrived at the entrance of the adjacent room. Just then, the old man in black emerged from the room, cursing under his breath. What a foul stench! How could someone so handsome smell so terrible? Clearly, he was repulsed. Liu Qianyu's curiosity was instantly piqued. He deftly maneuvered the cauldron through the wall and expanded his consciousness to survey the area. To his astonishment, he spotted a strikingly handsome young man sitting cross-legged on the bed. Eyes closed as he practiced his breathing. It seemed the foul odor the old man spoke of emanated from this beautiful inn. Liu Qianyu was intrigued. How could such an attractive individual exude such a stench? He cautiously guided the cauldron closer, suddenly feeling a shiver run down his spine. From the beautiful man, he sensed a sinister and inexplicable aura. This essence did not seem human. It was imbued with a sense of decay and withering. Furthermore, the handsome man concealed his cultivation, appearing to be a peak-level expert in the void realm. Liu Qianyu felt a jolt of fear. What was the reason for this person hiding his power? Could it be in preparation for tomorrow's wedding? Observing the beautiful man closely, he suddenly recalled something, panic rising within him. This aura resembled that which emanated from a corpse. How could a living person possess it? No wonder the old man had commented on the stench. It would be strange if a dead person did not emit such an odor. What on earth was happening? At this moment, trepidation gripped Liu Qianyu. He carefully maneuvered the Devouring Heaven Cauldron, preparing to retreat. But just then, the beautiful man spoke. I, the ghostly Saint Evil Doctor, heal others but cannot cure my own affliction. To survive, I must absorb the yang energy of men to sustain my life. Should I simply let go? Slowly, he opened his eyes, a look of resignation etched upon his face. For 200 years, where could he possibly be? Then his expression hardened with resolve. I cannot give up. I must find him. However, upon speaking, Liu Qianyu, concealed within the Devouring Heaven Cauldron, was taken aback. This person was indeed the ghostly Saint Evil Doctor? How could that be? His astonishment stemmed not only from the man's declaration, but also from the fact that his voice was melodious, resembling that of a woman. This revelation shattered Liu Qianyu's understanding, leaving him in utter shock. The man had proclaimed himself as the ghostly Saint Evil Doctor, and it was unlikely he was lying. Yet, why was the aura surrounding him so bizarre? Could he be a living corpse? Liu Qianyu's mind was in chaos, struggling to comprehend. The ghostly Saint Evil Doctor he had envisioned was either an old man or perhaps an elderly woman. A figure like this was beyond his imagination. Never mind. Even if he were the ghostly Saint Evil Doctor, it had nothing to do with me. This individual possesses profound abilities. It is unwise for me to linger here any longer. I should depart swiftly. As Lu Qianyu maneuvered the small cauldron towards the wall, preparing to pass through, a sharp female voice rang out. "Who is it? How dare you spy on me? Come out." The ghostly Saint Evil Doctor abruptly raised her hand, her slender fingers reaching for Lu Qianyu's location. In an instant, Lu Qianyu felt the cauldron become ensnared, immobilized, and he was filled with dread. The cauldron revealed its form. Completely exposed to the gaze of the ghostly Saint Evil Doctor, he inwardly lamented his misfortune. Indeed, a practitioner of the Void Realm was formidable, far beyond what he could withstand. The ghostly Saint Evil Doctor seized the cauldron, inspecting it with keen interest. Observing the mysterious runes upon it, her eyes narrowed. This cauldron is of high grade. Even I cannot see through it. It must be a remarkable treasure. It was here in my room all along, and I failed to notice its powerful concealment ability. Then, in a grave tone, she declared, "Come out. I'm aware you are inside. If you do not emerge, I shall shatter this cauldron." Lu Qianyu could not possibly reveal himself. What a bold claim. "If you can shatter this cauldron, I shall concede to you." As he spoke, a surge of consciousness, equal to that of an ascendant realm expert, surged towards the ghostly Saint Evil Doctor. The ghostly Saint Evil Doctor gasped, swiftly slapping the Devouring Heaven cauldron away. Are you perhaps an Imperial Realm cultivator?" She leapt from the bed, her expression grave as she focused intently on the cauldron before her. "No, if you were an Imperial Realm cultivator, you need not hide within the cauldron, sneaking about. Who exactly are you? If you do not come out, I shall summon the Tianqing flame to roast you alive." The ghostly Saint Evil Doctor brushed her fingers over her storage ring. A diminutive tricolored flame appeared in her palm. The red, white, and yellow flames flickered, causing the temperature in the room to soar dramatically. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The tricolored flames encircled the 8 Desolations Devouring Heaven cauldron, gradually swirling around it. "Tianqing flame?" Lu Qianyu scoffed. "That flame of yours seems rather unimpressive. I inadvertently trespassed into your room. Let me go, and we shall coexist peacefully." The ghostly Saint Evil Doctor snorted coldly. "Then I shall burn you out." She formed hand seals, urging the Tianqing flame to action. However, in the next moment, she gasped in shock. "Purple crystal flame. How can this be? Stop." A small, bean-sized purple flame shot forth from the cauldron's mouth. The Tianqing flame, as if summoned, flew into the purple flame like moths to a flame, vanishing without a trace. Puff! Having her innate flame devoured, the ghostly Saint Evil Doctor spat out a mouthful of blood, her complexion turning flushed. Yet her reflexes were swift. She rapidly cast a series of incantations to stabilize the purple flame. "Since you have devoured my Tianqing flame, this purple crystal flame belongs to me." Swish! Lu Qianyu leapt out of the Devouring Heaven cauldron. "Senior, please calm your anger. I did not intend to offend you. I ask for your understanding. I have no use for this purple crystal flame at present." It can be Tim with a resonant and melodious cry. A miniature phoenix of fiery red hue fluttered its wings in the palm of Lu Qianyu. Simultaneously, a phantom-like miniature phoenix flickered at the neck of the wicked divine physician, echoing the cry of its counterpart. Seemingly in response to the phoenix ring, the malevolent physician's hand froze against Lu Qianyu's forehead, astonished. "This is the phoenix ring. How did you come by the master's ring? Where did you acquire it?" She gazed incredulously at the miniature phoenix in Lu Qianyu's palm, her body trembling slightly. Lu Qianyu offered a faint smile. "That is not for you to inquire. Just know that I am the master of the Falling Phoenix sect, capable of curing the profound, cold poison afflicting you. However, I have a condition he had just manifested due to the reminder from the Empress of the Thousand Bones, who had indicated a dark red phoenix mark at the physician's neck. The Falling Phoenix sect, established while the Empress of the Thousand Bones was still in the spirit realm, had very few members and operated covertly. Nevertheless, every member possessed unique skills, such as the peerless medical expertise of the wicked divine physician. The Master S ring of the Falling Phoenix sect is the Phoenix ring, and each disciple bears a phoenix insignia in different locations. Once a disciple receives a summons from the Phoenix ring, their own ring will respond. Lu Qianyu had not anticipated that the wicked divine physician was connected to the Empress of the Thousand Bones. Furthermore, the Empress had departed from the spirit realm long ago, yet the lineage of the falling phoenix sect persisted. Even someone as formidable as the wicked divine physician strictly adhered to the sect traditions. With a sigh of relief, the wicked divine physician said, "As the master of the falling phoenix sect, I naturally must comply." She knelt on one knee. "I, Qing, the medical envoy of the falling phoenix sect, pay my respects to the master. I apologize for my earlier impertinence. Please punish me." "Master." Lu Tianyu reached out to assist Qing Yuan in standing. "You need not take the blame. It was unintentional. Please have a seat." He walked over to a chair against the wall and gestured to the one beside it. Qing Yuan hesitated. Lu Tianyu's tone intensified. "Sit." Once Qing Yuan was seated, Lu Tianyu immediately inquired, "What is the cause of your profound, cold poison? I detect the stench of decay emanating from you. What is the reason for this?" Qing Yuan furrowed her brow. "I am of the profound physique. The foul odor is a manifestation of the profound poison's effects when it flares up. Difficult to suppress." A hint of sorrow surfaced in her eyes. "When my master was alive, he would use the nine-yang divine art to suppress my cold poison. He has been gone for many years, and I cannot manage it myself, resulting in this unpleasant odor. I beg for your understanding, master." She rose to salute Lu Qianyu, her face pale. The foul scent was repugnant even to her. "How much worse for others?" Lu Qianyu responded. "A profound physique? I see. There are rumors that you favor men. It appears you seek to absorb their yang energy to temporarily suppress the cold poison. Thus, the phoenix mark on you is also passed down from your master?" The phoenix mark of the falling phoenix sect is imprinted from the phoenix ring, but can be inherited by descendants. Yet it need not be. This speaks volumes of Qing Yuan's master's loyalty and reminiscence towards the Empress of the Thousand Bones. Qing Yuan nodded. "Indeed, that my master told me before his passing that the falling phoenix sect would eventually regain its former glory, led by an extraordinary individual. It seems that person must be you." "Master." She scrutinized Lu Tianyu with curiosity. "I observe you possess no cultivation. It appears your dantian is damaged, yet it is shrouded in mist, making it difficult to discern. Quite peculiar. This." Qing Yuan bowed. "Should you require my assistance, please do not hesitate to inform me." "Master." Lu Tianyu chuckled, revealing no secrets. "I appreciate your kindness. My dantian is sealed by my own doing and can be unsealed I will now use my technique to extract the cold poison from you and transmit the true scripture of profound Yin. Chapter 66. The Origin of the Eight Desolate Heaven-Swallowing Cauldron. Qing Yuan gasped in shock. "The true scripture of profound Yin? Master, you truly possess it?" Realizing her lapse in composure, she quickly added, "Forgive my rudeness. My master mentioned that the true scripture of profound Yin is not of this realm as cultivation and can only be obtained upon ascending to the celestial realm. However, being afflicted by the profound Yin poison, I find it impossible to advance through the tribulation phase, rendering ascension to the celestial realm hopeless." At this moment, her heart was filled with dread. She secretly pondered whether the master before her was a great being descended from the celestial realm, whose powers had diminished and now sought to cultivate anew. Otherwise, how could he possibly emit a soul force more potent than her own? It must be so. It appeared that the sect's ancestors still resided in the celestial realm. If she could truly cultivate the true scripture of profound Yin, not only could her cultivation level be restored, but she also had significant hope of advancing through the tribulation phase in the future. Moreover, she would no longer need to seek out men with abundant yang energy to absorb their essence periodically. This amounted to a rebirth for her. Qing Yuan. Indeed, Lu Qianyu commanded the heaven-swallowing cauldron to rise into the air. "If you trust me, please sit cross-legged on the ground and do not resist. I will first extract the cold poison from your body and then impart the true scripture of profound Yin to you." Qing Yuan immediately prostrated herself on the ground. "Thank you, master." Lu Qianyu formed hand seals, activating the heaven-swallowing cauldron. "Absorb." A grayish light emanated from the cauldron, enveloping Qing Yuan's body. She trembled slightly as silvery gray gas rose from her hair. Drawn into the cauldron, visibly, the pallor of Qing Yuan's face, akin to that of a corpse, gradually faded, After a quarter of an hour, the ashen hue on Qingyuan's face completely vanished, revealing a fair and tender complexion, now tinged with a hint of rosy glow. Liu Tianyu utilized his divine sense to transmit the true scripture of profound Yin to Qingyuan. I have thoroughly eliminated the profound Yin poison from your body. How do you feel? Qingyuan knelt before him, knocking her head 3 times. The grace of the master is something I, Qing, can never repay. This life of mine belongs to the master, should there be any task. I would not hesitate to risk my life. Her body trembled with excitement. With the removal of the profound Yin cold poison and the acquisition of the true scripture of profound Yin, her rise to prominence was merely a matter of time. Such a master was worth serving with all her might. Liu Tianyu waved his hand dismissively. You overstate the matter. I would never place you in harm's way. To be frank, I am Liu Tianyu, the holy son of the Eastern Desolate Clan in the 8 Desolate Star Domain. The 8 Desolate Star Domain is besieged by the 3 Yin demonic sects, facing imminent destruction, and I require your assistance. However, rest assured, I will not send you to confront the 3 Void Stage ancestors of the Yin demonic sect directly. We must proceed step by step. The renaming of the 8 Desolate Star Domain to the 8 Sovereign Star Domain is a decision made internally and has yet to be disclosed publicly. Externally, Liu Tianyu will continue to identify himself as a resident of the 8 Desolate Star Domain. Once the crisis is resolved, he will officially announce it. Previously, Liu Tianyu had no concrete plan for alleviating the siege. Now, with Qingyuan's appearance, he had formulated a preliminary strategy. Qingyuan was once again taken aback. What? You are the holy son of the Eastern Desolate Clan. Her face flushed. I apologize. I heard you emerge from the forbidden area of the 8 Desolate Star Domain and practice body refinement techniques. Unmatched in vigor, I had intended to absorb your yang energy to suppress the cold poison. In her quest to suppress the cold poison, Qingyuan had sought out men with abundant yang energy, offering them certain rewards or medical assistance in exchange for their essence. When the deputy lord of the Earth Spirit City, Shan Zhuofeng, held a wedding, she intentionally spread the word to entice her presence, hoping to encounter a man with abundant yang energy. Yet she had also learned of a significant piece of news. A body refiner had appeared in the 8 Desolate Star Domain, rich in yang energy, preparing to make exchanges. However, Qingyuan never anticipated that this individual would be the master of their Falling Phoenix sect. If that were the case, Liu Tianyu's identity became a mystery. Was he a reincarnated great being, or did he acquire extraordinary opportunities in the depths of the forbidden area? Suddenly, she noticed the heaven-swallowing cauldron in Liu Tianyu's hand, her eyes widening in astonishment. Liu Tianyu, upon hearing her words, raised an eyebrow, then burst into laughter. To suppress the cold poison, those men truly bore great hardship. Do you recognize this little cauldron? He observed Qingyuan's rapt gaze fixed on the heaven-swallowing cauldron. Her expression filled with shock. Qingyuan nodded, then shook her head. I know the reasons behind the formation of the 8 Desolate Star Domain, but I am unaware of the specific origins of this little cauldron. The first ancestor of the 8 Desolate certainly understood why the 8 Desolate Star Domain is so spiritually barren, but from the second generation onward, they did not if the master wishes to know. I shall disclose it to you. Liu Tianyu's expression shifted slightly. I would like to hear the details. He genuinely did not know how the 8 Desolate Star Domain came to be. The elders in his clan had long resided in the 8 Desolate Star Domain, believing it had always been this barren and devoid of spiritual energy. The term Wasteland 8 Desolate clearly indicated this. Taking a deep breath, Qingyuan was now certain that Liu Tianyu was absolutely not a great being reincarnated from the upper realm. Rather, he had obtained great fortune from the depths of the forbidden area. Great beings from the upper realm awaken their memories, and having obtained this little cauldron, he should also possess memories regarding the 8 Desolate Star Domain. Yet Liu Tianyu seemed to have none. The Liu Tianyu before her was undoubtedly the one destined to lead the Falling Phoenix sect to its pinnacle. Qingyuan casually set up a barrier. The Milky Way galaxy originally did not exist. It formed later. The 8 Desolate Star Domain was the center of the original galaxy, rich in spiritual energy. One day, suddenly, a colossal cauldron descended from the heavens. utterly annihilating the Eight Desolation star domain, extinguishing all life and draining the spiritual essence. The site where the cauldron fell transformed into a forbidden abyss, leading to an unknown realm. Countless powerful beings from the celestial realm and the divine realm arrived in this world, seeking the cauldron, only to return empty-handed. Thereafter, the Eight Desolation star domain became a barren wasteland, its spiritual essence depleted, with a significant portion of this desolation linked to the cauldron. The original galaxy shattered due to this cauldron, giving rise to a new galaxy, now known as the Heavenly River Galaxy. Consequently, the surrounding star domains of the Eight Desolation star domain are also lacking in spiritual essence, with the murky currents of the Murky Flow star domain and the harsh conditions of the Dark star domain being associated with this cauldron. Beyond the Dark star domain and the Murky Flow star domain lies the Sea of Extinction, 1,000,000 miles wide, likely caused by this cauldron as well. Qing Yuan gazed gravely at the small cauldron in Lu Tianyu's hand, her breath quickening. Could it be? No, that great cauldron cannot be this small one. Master, you must not let outsiders know, nor should you display this item, lest it attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Suddenly, Qing Yuan stood up, her expression resolute. Qing, swear by the Tao of Heaven that I have never seen this cauldron. I will never speak of this matter to outsiders, and should I leak any information, my soul shall perish. Yet her voice trembled uncontrollably, betraying her astonishment. What immense power must a cauldron possess to shatter an entire galaxy? Even cultivators at the pinnacle of the spirit realm, during their tribulation, would be mere ants beneath this cauldron, reduced to ashes before they could even resist. Lu Tianyu, as the holder of this cauldron, what vast potential for growth lies ahead of him. Chapter 67. Deep bonds of grandfather and grandson, it is beyond imagination. Lu Tianyu was taken aback. This cauldron has such a remarkable origin. Indeed, I understand now. Thank you, divine healer, for enlightening me. His mind echoed with the revelation. At that moment, he comprehended the immense fortune he had stumbled upon from the Thousand Bones Empress. He realized that the words of the Thousand Bones Empress, spoken in a daze, were not mere fabrications. If he were to grow in the future, he could undoubtedly wield the Eight Desolation Devouring Heaven cauldron to engulf heaven and earth, consuming all. He also understood why the Thousand Bones Empress refrained from divulging this information to him. She feared that knowing too much would affect his state of mind. Steady cultivation is the undeniable truth. By the way, from now on, you may refer to me as young master in the presence of outsiders. Do not call me master. The evil Saint Divine Healer understood. Very well, master. From now on, you may call me Divine Healer. Lu Tianyu nodded. Tomorrow, I have been invited to attend the wedding banquet of a young city lord. You need only do this. At this moment, it was already deep into the night. However, the grand formation of the Earth Spirit City was activated, permitting entry but forbidding exit. The city lord ordered a surprise inspection of all locations within the city, including residences. Every individual wandering the streets of Earth Spirit City was scrutinized, leaving no one untouched. Notices were plastered throughout the streets, prominently featuring Lu Tianyu's visage, that a reward of 10,000 low-grade spirit stones was offered for any clues, a reward of 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones for those who led to his capture, and a staggering reward of 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones for anyone who discovered and apprehended him. In an instant, the entire Earth Spirit City was engulfed in panic and chaos. At this moment, within the Zhaofeng Inn, named after the young city lord, Shun Zhaofeng ordered the doors shut to patrons. He first consumed a medicinal pill, fully recovering from his injuries. Then he summoned 5 beautiful, voluptuous women, indulging in their company, flaunting the young city lord's manly prowess. Yet, every woman he favored met a tragic end. In the inn's training room, a tremendous explosion echoed. Having absorbed the essence of these women, I, the young lord, have finally broken through to the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, just one step away from the nascent soul. Shun Zhaofeng, disheveled and with hair flowing wildly, his dark eyes gleaming with malevolent light, declared, Zhang Xiaocui, even if I let you flee, you wouldn't dare to. Once I seize your and Lu Qingyin's primordial yin tomorrow, I shall undoubtedly break through to the nascent soul stage and cultivate divine powers. Lu Tianyu, do not think that your ability to slay my subordinates is due to the assistance of the long eyebrow ancestor. Tomorrow, when the ancestor arrives, I will surely capture you, and I shall personally execute you. He spat venomously. The hour of the rabbit. Lu Tianyu returned to the Xiangsha tea house with Zhang Xiaocui, offering a few instructions before stepping outside. He activated the communication pearl and was pleasantly surprised to find a message from the long eyebrow ancestor. What brings you to Earth Spirit City? You are now wanted throughout the city. You must hide well and do not venture out. Your grandfather is about to find the evil Saint Divine Healer. And your Dantian's recovery is just around the corner. Lu Qianyu's hands trembled slightly, and his eyes turned red. He had sent a message to the long eyebrow ancestor, informing him that the wedding banquet was a trap aimed at him. Yet the ancestor resolutely decided to proceed. This was a complete disregard for his own life, all to meet the evil Saint Divine Healer and seek her aid. Lu Qianyu immediately left a voice message in reply. Grandfather, I have already located the evil Saint Divine Healer. She has promised to help me restore my dantian. Why dantian will be restored soon, so please do not worry. Grandfather, you must not attend the wedding banquet. The 3 great cave void ancestors of the underworld sect are coming to capture you. Hide well and do not move. Having left this message, Lu Qianyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Grandfather should see this message and refrain from going. Unbeknownst to Lu Qianyu, just as his message was sent, it was already seen by the long eyebrow ancestor. The ancestor shook his head vigorously. My dear grandson, do you think I do not know you? You are reluctant for me to take risks. Hence you claim to have found the evil Saint Divine Healer. If the evil Saint Divine Healer were so easily found, she would not be called the evil healer. Many would have sought her out already long as the evil Saint Divine Healer is present. I will have a way to persuade her to treat and protect you. If she could take you as her disciple, that would be even better. There's only so much I can do for you. He sighed deeply and replied to Lu Tianyu. Grandfather understands. Let us meet outside after tomorrow. Tea this moment. Within the Xiangsha tea house, Zhang Xiaocui stepped outside to greet Lu Qingyan. Sister Qingyan, you arrived just in time. Soon, the city lord's palace will send a bridal sedan to fetch me. Come with me as my bridesmaid. The young city lord specifically requested that you accompany me. Lu Qingyan immediately agreed. Very well, I shall accompany my sister to Sister, your maiden's blood is missing. Have you, perhaps, already served the young city lord? She giggled, a look of realization dawning on her. No wonder your complexion is so rosy. You must have enjoyed a night of delight last night. Sister, I am truly envious. I just broke up? Lu Qingyan's expression dimmed slightly at this point. Do not speak carelessly. Zhang Xiaocui pinched Lu Qingyan, her cheeks flushing deeper. Indeed, she had served a man last night, but was not Xin Zhaofeng. It was Lu Wenbin. Observing Lu Qingyan's waning expression, she encouraged, Sister, truly, Lu Qianyu is an exceptional individual. He is very compatible with you that if it were not for the underworld 3 sects targeting the 8 Desolation Star domain, you and he would not have parted ways. Is there a possibility that should the 8 Desolation Star domain be freed, you and Lu Qianyu might reconcile? She cautiously inquired. She had spent a passionate night with Lu Wenbin, during which he expressed his faith in Lu Qianyu, assuring her that the siege on the 8 Desolation would undoubtedly be lifted within the year. Zhang Xiaocui also found herself believing Lu Wenbin's words, knowing that Lu Tianyu had been selected by the Longhung Academy during the preliminary round. Last night, Lu Tianyu's combat prowess astonished her, and she felt confident that he would pass the final selection as well. Once Lu Qianyu officially became a student at Longhung Academy, the Underworld 3 sects would surely lift their siege on the 8 Desolation Star domain. After all, Longhung Academy was not a force the Underworld sect could afford to offend. Alas, Lu Qingyan shook her head slightly. The likelihood is nearly non-existent that he places great importance on feelings and is quite prideful. Once he decides to leave, he is more ruthless than anyone else. Just as her words fell, a sarcastic voice interrupted. Ruthless? He is on the verge of death. Who would he be ruthless to? Clad in a crimson robe, Shun Zhaofeng approached, flanked by guards, his sinister gaze fixated on Lu Qingyan, unabashedly surveying her. It is K. Your beauty and figure are a perfect match for me. He reached out to grasp Lu Qingyin's chin. Since you have come seeking me, how could I possibly let you go? Seize them both and bring them to my chamber. Ha! You. Lu Qingyin's face paled in shock as she turned to flee. Yet, an elder in gray robes intercepted her, pointing a finger at her neck. It is your fortune that the young city lord has taken an interest in you. Zhang Xiaocui shouted angrily. Shun Zhaofeng, you have gone too far. Shun Zhaofeng laughed heartily. You are absolutely right. I have indeed gone too far. However, what awaits is even more excessive. I will capture Lu Tianyu and make a spectacle of you before him. Haha! Chapter 68. Exceptional talent. Able to sing and dance. Shun Zhaofeng seized Zhang Xiaocui and Lu Qinyin, stuffing them into the bridal sedan, striding forward with an air of confidence. The guards of the Shun family surrounded them as they made their way to the city lord's palace. At this moment, the banquet square of the city lord's palace was packed to the brim, bustling with activity and extraordinarily lively. Lu Qianyu, Lu Wenbin, and 14 other handsome young lords had already been brought to the most prominent positions at the banquet. They were seated at 2 separate tables, each accommodating 7 individuals. The people from the Liuli sect have arrived. That Lu Qianyu beheld Lu Qingyin's master, Gui Wang, who was also Zhang Xiaocui's mentor, along with 2 other elders. A slight smirk graced his lips. It seems we are in for quite a spectacle today. That a spectacle, scoffed a handsome young man with a fair complexion. At this juncture, how can you still find humor? We might be taken away by that sinister, saintly ghost physician and be ravaged, left as nothing more than desiccated corpses. Opposite Lu Qianyu sat a man with a darker complexion, whose rugged handsomeness was marred by a frown. Being turned into a dry corpse would at least be a swift end. I've heard that the ghostly saint physician delights in vivisection, laying us upon the butcher's block, slicing us piece by piece, extracting livers and hearts, and barbecuing kidneys. As he spoke, he buried his face in his hands, sobbing uncontrollably. The expressions of the other 3 grew pale, trembling in fear. Nearby, a table of 7 also quivered at the ominous words. Lu Qianyu regarded Qingyuan with a peculiar expression, blinking in disbelief. Qingyuan's lips twitched, her countenance darkening. Though she could absorb the life force of these individuals, she had never taken a life, and she offered generous rewards. To be depicted as a man-eating demon was utterly abhorrent. The leader of the skeleton sect, Ming Lingye, arrived presenting 2 Ning-Ing pills. The master of the Tianling sect, Zhong Yu, appeared, offering a Tianling pill. Elder Gui Weiing of the Liuli sect arrived, presenting a complete set of Emerald Liuli Qilin. The lord of Diling City, Shan Guanghan, stood and descended the stage to greet them. He approached Gui Weiing directly, grasping her hand with eager anticipation. In-laws have arrived, and Shun is truly honored. By the way, there's a matter that arose unexpectedly, and I did not consult you beforehand. Lu Qinyin has agreed to marry Zhuofeng. Today brings double joy. I intend to bestow the Zhuofeng upon you as a betrothal gift. Surely you would not refuse? With a swift motion, Gui Weiing withdrew her hand, fury igniting within her. What did you just say? Lu Qinyin is to be a dowry bride. Absolutely not. You did not inform me in advance. This requires further discussion. Shun Guanghan, you have gone too far. Do you think the Liuli sect is made of clay? Unperturbed, Shun Guanghan chuckled. What about including the Lingfeng in? Noticing Gui Weiing's silence, he pressed on. The ownership of the Liuli sect's pharmacy you rent belongs to the Liuli sect? And 2 high-grade spiritual veins, 5 mid-grade spiritual veins. His small eyes darted towards Gui Weiing's ample bosom. Gui Weiing's expression finally softened as she raised 2 fingers. Add the Ling Yue Qinglu. With Xiaocui marrying over, I must have less. Deal. In the midst of their negotiation, Shun Guanghan seized Gui Weiing's hand, taking the chance to wrap his arm around her waist. Shall we also consummate our union tonight? He had long coveted Gui Weiing's ample figure. Seizing this opportunity, he sought to fulfill his desires. Gui Weiing angrily shook off Shun Guanghan's hand and proceeded ahead. Dream on. Shun Guanghan followed, thinking to himself, you can't escape today. Since you're here, you're mine. He ushered Gui Weiing and the other 2 members of the Liuli sect to their seats beside the main stage, addressing the audience. Esteemed guests, the auspicious hour has arrived. please welcome the two brides to the stage. The sound of drums and music fill the air. Guarantee there's supposed to be just one person. Why are there two? Someone questioned in confusion. I know the answer. I just heard that the Lioli sect's most beautiful maiden, Lu Qingyan, has also come as a dowry bride. Haha. Now I understand. Lu Qingyan has broken off her engagement with Lu Tianyu of the Dongwang clan and is now aligning herself with the young lord. This is quite understandable. The impoverished Eight Desolations lack dowries, and with the impending doom of the Eight Desolations, it is even less feasible. As Lu Tianyu listened to the chatter around him, he gazed at Lu Qingyan, who was being assisted alongside Zhang Xiaopei, narrowing his eyes slightly that moment. Lu Qingyan's gaze met his, and she paused, a flicker of recognition sparking within her. She thought to herself, this gaze seems so familiar. A chill ran through her heart. He is Lu Tianyu, disguised. When Lu Tianyu focused intently on her, it was indeed this very gaze. Suddenly, Lu Qingyan was struck by a thought. Could it be that Lu Tianyu has come to rescue me? For reasons unknown, she yearned for Lu Tianyu's intervention. Yet it was clear this was an impossibility, for Lu Tianyu's gaze had shifted away. This moment, Lu Qingyan had ascended the high platform, like a puppet being led by Shen Zhuofeng. In that instant, she realized that Lu Tianyu had never held her hand. Ha ha ha. Shen Guanghan laughed heartily. I extend my deepest gratitude to all for your presence. Today marks my son's wedding day. And I have one more request to ask of you all. He pointed to a frail, pallid woman seated nearby. Many of you may know that this is my beloved wife of many years. She has suffered from tuberculosis for years, and despite my exhaustive search for renowned doctors, I have been unable to cure her ailment, which has plagued me for far too long. Seizing this opportunity, I'm offering a generous reward to any healer who can treat my wife. With a wave of his hand, Shen Guanghan commanded, bring her up. Once Lu Tianyu and the 14 individuals at his table were brought onto the high platform, Shen Guanghan smiled. These are my carefully selected courtiers. Not only do they appear handsome and dashing, but they also possess extraordinary roots and boundless potential. They're skilled in song and dance. Their greatest asset is their abundant life force, which can be absorbed. If anyone can cure my wife, not only will they become esteemed guests of the Dilling sect, but they will also gain their favor. With that, he clasped his hands behind his back, surveying the audience, waiting patiently. As these words fell, the crowd erupted in uproar. What do courtiers have to do with healing? Only wealthy women have such tastes. As men, we find such things repugnant. Keep it down. Their true intent is not for you to heal, for you lack the ability. It's to lure out the ghostly saint physician. Now I understand. The Lord's wife has suffered from tuberculosis for years with no cure. Only the ghostly saint physician can heal her. I've heard that the ghostly saint physician has been seen around Dilling City. With the bait cast, Shen Guanghan was in no hurry, calmly awaiting the outcome. However, he failed to notice a handsome courtier stepping slowly before the ailing woman, sneering. Tuberculosis? What appears to be tuberculosis is merely a manifestation of decay caused by the cultivation of a sinister technique. If I am correct, the technique you practice is the demon beast gathering bone dissolution method, which absorbs life souls. During your advancement, you were struck by the backlash of the heavenly path, resulting in your current state, Chapter 69, to satisfy as much as possible, but your current realm is mid-stage of the cave void period. The demon beast gathering bone dissolution method has already reached the 3rd layer. You sit here pretending, deceiving everyone. What is your intent? Are you hoping to gather the life souls of these people to further your own cultivation? The one speaking was none other than Qingyuan, the ghostly saint physician, whom Lu Tianyu had instructed to expose the true nature of the elderly woman. As soon as she took the stage, Qingyuan recognized her and, following Lu Tianyu's command, unveiled the woman's deception. Upon hearing these words, the seated woman trembled violently, a terrifying glint flashing in her eyes. Yet the ghostly saint physician showed no fear, meeting her gaze unflinchingly. The crowd below gasped in astonishment. The demon beast gathering bone dissolution method? That is a technique practiced by the Dilling sect's highest elders. Could she be an ancient ancestor of the Dilling sect? This was utterly implausible. The Lord's wife? I recognized her years ago. And she looked just like this, that I believe this courtier is unwilling to be exchanged as a slave and is desperately trying to alter his fate with wild claims. The crowd murmured their disbelief. Had you remained silent, you might have lived a while longer. Now you've sealed your fate. Shan Guanghan's expression darkened as he barked. You, a mere courtier, speak such nonsense. As he spoke, he raised his hand to strike Qingyuan down. With a cold snort, Qingyuan swiftly countered, her palm striking Shan Guanghan's chest with greater speed. Bang! Shan Guanghan let out a wretched cry, his body soaring through the air like a kite with its string cut. Crashing into the crowd. Instantly, the air was filled with cries of despair. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Shan Guanghan trembled as he rose. You are not a mere courtier. Who exactly are you? As a peak practitioner of the spirit division, he felt the immense spiritual power behind that strike, far beyond his capacity to withstand. His preliminary judgment led him to believe this person was at least a practitioner of the combined body stage. Qingyuan coldly replied, You are not worthy to know who I am. Just then, a booming voice echoed from the sky. Audacious demon, how dare you masquerade as a courtier and cause trouble? Prepare to pay with your life. A gray-robed elder descended, aiming a palm toward Qingyuan's forehead. His hand was surrounded by a swirling black-gray aura, thick with malevolence. Yet, Qingyuan remained unfazed, calmly raising her palm to deflect. Unleashing a beam of green light. Bang! The gray aura surrounding the elder's hand vanished, his fingers shattered with a crack, and he was sent soaring into the sky like a cannonball to— You are a practitioner of the cave void period. The gray-robed elder gasped in shock. Who on earth are you? He is one of the two combined phase cultivators of the Earth Spirit sect, Shen Longkai, witnessing Shen Guanghan struggling against a mere consort. He did not hesitate to intervene. However, to his astonishment, the consort effortlessly countered his attack, shattering the bones of his fingers in the process. Qingyuan chuckled softly. You have meticulously plotted to use consorts as bait. Haven to you. The truth is, I find your consorts quite tempting. She pointed at the elderly woman seated in a chair. This person is indeed ill, but her affliction stems from practicing malevolent arts, and thus she is not worthy of my assistance. Therefore, I shall take your consorts, but I cannot offer healing for the illness. If you are unwilling to comply, feel free to take action and see if you can detain me. Upon hearing these words, the elderly woman could no longer remain seated. She sprang up, exclaiming, You are the ghost Saint Evil Doctor. She clasped her fists and bowed. I'm the Grand Elder of the Earth Spirit Sect. I pay my respects to you, esteemed Elder, and implore you to lend your assistance. Her voice trembled. It said that the ghost Saint Evil Doctor is a cultivator of the Great Ascension phase. Far beyond her current level of the Void phase, she suspected that the ghost Saint Evil Doctor was deliberately concealing her true power. Little did she know, Qingyuan had indeed once been a Great Ascension cultivator. However, due to the corrosive effects of a Xianin body, her cultivation had fallen to the Void phase. Although Lu Qianyu had drawn out the cold poison from her, it would take time for her to recover to the Great Ascension phase. Thud! Thud! Shan Guanghan and Shen Longkai knelt on the ground. We have offended the esteemed elder. Please punish us. Whatever you require, please do not hesitate to ask, and we shall do our utmost to fulfill your wishes. We beseech you to heal our ancestors' injuries. The elderly woman was the pillar of their Earth Spirit sect, having suffered backlash from cultivating the evil beast bone dissolution technique, resulting in a regression of her cultivation. They had searched high and low for the ghost Saint Evil Doctor without success, hence resorting to this method. The spectators below gasped in astonishment at this unfolding drama. Their eyes widened, unblinking, as they focused intently on Qingyuan. They never expected that the ghost Saint Evil Doctor would emerge disguised among the consorts, chastising the Grand Elder of the Earth Spirit sect. The usually aloof Grand Elder of the Earth Spirit sect now resembled a mouse caught in the gaze of a cat, displaying absolute deference. Qingyuan let out a cold snort. You were the ones who said you would do your utmost to satisfy me. Hand over all the gifts you received today, and also provide me with 3 supreme spiritual veins and 10 high-quality spiritual veins. And I shall agree to assist you. Otherwise, there shall be no further discussion. She spoke according to Lu Tianyu's instructions. In her former demeanor, she would have simply taken the consorts and departed without making any demands. The elderly woman turned pale upon hearing this. 3 supreme spiritual veins, 10 high-quality spiritual veins. Our Earth Spirit sect has only 3 supreme spiritual veins and 5 high-quality spiritual veins. Giving them all to you would not suffice. Shen Lonkai swayed, nearly collapsing. Esteemed elder, could you perhaps show some leniency and accept less? Even if we sold our entire Earth Spirit sect, we could not gather such resources. He regretted his words, realizing he had foolishly opened his mouth. Now, he had provided them with leverage against him. Shun Guanghan repeatedly bowed his head. Indeed, indeed, without spiritual veins, our Earth Spirit sect would be finished. We shall forever remember the great kindness of the Divine Doctor. Qingyuan did not respond immediately, instead transmitting a thought to Lu Tianyu. Sect Master, what do you think? Lu Tianyu responded promptly. 2 supreme spiritual veins and 4 high-quality spiritual veins. Nothing less. He was unaware of the Earth Spirit sect's true circumstances, not realizing that it was not as wealthy as he had initially imagined. Furthermore, he understood that if he pressed the Earth Spirit sect too hard, they might refuse, leaving him with nothing. Qingyan regarded the elderly woman with disdain. It seems you have shown some honesty. 2 supreme spiritual veins and 4 high-quality spiritual veins. If you agree, I shall reveal the method for healing that. If not, then this matter is concluded. The elderly woman trembled at these words. These spiritual veins equate to a significant portion of the Earth Spirit sect's resources. Losing them would greatly diminish our strength, and it would be uncertain how long it would take to recover. However, if her injuries remain untreated, falling to the combined phase, the 3 underworld sects may as well become 2. Chapter 70. A trap with no compensation, the elderly woman found herself caught in a dilemma. Just then, Shun Zhuofeng spoke up. Resources may be lost, but we can acquire them again. Resources are merely external possessions. The health of our ancestor is of utmost importance. Shun Guanghan nodded in agreement. Ancestor, Zhuofeng speaks wisely. The chance of encountering the ghost Saint Evil Doctor is minimal. We must seize this opportunity. We will soon conquer the 8 Desolate Star region, and our resources will be replenished. Shen Lonkai also expressed his support. Our Earth Spirit sect has risen from nothing. As long as we are alive, we will find a way to rebuild. The elderly woman sighed heavily. Very well. Let us proceed as you wish. She bowed to Qingyan. I kindly ask the ghost Saint Evil Doctor to lend her assistance. Qingyuan retrieved a piece of paper from her storage ring, swiftly inscribing some words before stowing it away. Now, present the spiritual veins. It is a matter of exchanging goods for payment. As she looked at the elderly woman, a flicker of reluctance crossed her eyes. The contents she had written on the paper were somewhat deceptive. Normally, she would provide treatment in exchange for benefits, but at this moment, she was acting according to Lu Tianyu's wishes. The elderly woman, Shun Guanghan, and Shen Lonkai were momentarily taken aback. They assumed the ghost Saint Evil Doctor would immediately begin the healing process. But instead, she merely provided a piece of paper. Exchanging glances, they nodded resignedly and began to gather the spiritual veins and treasures. Moments later, Shun Guanghan presented 3 storage rings before Qingyuan. Here are 2 supreme spiritual veins, 4 high-quality spiritual veins, and all the gifts received today. Divine Doctor, please take a look. Qingyuan accepted the storage rings, handing the rolled-up paperback to Shun Guanghan. You may only open this after an hour. Otherwise, the restrictions will trigger automatically, and you will not be able to see it. Additionally, I have a small request. I wish to take this woman with me. She pointed at Zhang Xiaocui. Shun Zhuofeng was instantly dumbfounded. Divine Doctor. You mean Xiaocui? He thought he must have misheard. Xiaocui was his legally wedded wife, the one he intended to torment tonight. How could the ghost Saint Evil Doctor have set her sights on her? Shun Guanghan's expression darkened. Esteemed Divine Doctor, this seems rather inappropriate. If there aren't enough consorts, I can find more for you. There are plenty of women in the Earth Spirit City, and the younger generation could select some for you. He simply could not fathom why the ghost Saint Evil Doctor would make such a request. Did she truly have an inclination for both men and women? Taking Zhang Xiaocui, his son's wife, in front of so many people would bring immense shame to the Earth Spirit sect, if word got out. Moreover, he found the terms in the paper provided by the divine doctor rather peculiar. Why must they wait an hour to open it? The elderly woman waved her hand dismissively. If the ghost Saint Evil doctor desires her, take her. I believe we have already suffered enough losses. I no longer care about my face. Shun Zhuofeng hesitated. Ancestor, the elderly woman shot him a sharp look. Weren't you just speaking with great wisdom? Why the change now? Shun Zhuofeng could only swallow his words. Pulling Xiaotsue forward to the ghost Saint Evil doctor. Esteemed elder, please accept her. He inwardly thought that losing one was better than losing another. At least he still had Lu Qingyan, who was exceptional enough. He could always find a few voluptuous women at a brothel later. But at that moment, Lu Qingyan suddenly cried out, Esteemed divine doctor, could I also go with you? I came to Earth Spirit City to accompany Zhang Xiaozi, but I was abducted by this scoundrel Shen Zhuofeng to become a woman. Though I am of humble talent, I once served the esteemed master as a maid. She was well aware that Shun Zhuofeng was a nefarious character who practiced the art of yin and yang. She dared not engage in dual cultivation with such a person. Since the ghost Saint Evil doctor had taken Zhang Xiaotsui, perhaps she might take her as well. Qingyuan paused momentarily, then transmitted a thought to Lu Tianyu. What of this woman? She had always acted independently and made her own decisions, but now, everything required Lu Tianyu's approval. Moreover, she could not quite decipher Lu Tianyu's approach. She needed to consult him on every matter. Lu Tianyu was about to refuse when he suddenly saw Zhang Xiaotsui kneel on the ground. I implore you, divine doctor, to take my sister Qingyan with you. If she cannot be saved today, she may die. Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at Lu Tianyu, hoping he would intercede. When Lu Tianyu had escorted her from the Lingfeng Inn to the Shangshiti house, he had been disguised in this very appearance. She wanted Lu Tianyu to plead for her. Lu Wenbin also turned to Lu Tianyu. Elder brother, please save Qingyan. If she marries that scoundrel, she is likely to lose her life. He had been closely following Lu Tianyu, and a strong intuition told him that Lu Tianyu was likely connected to the ghost Saint Evil doctor. He had noticed details that others had overlooked. The ghost Saint Evil doctor had hesitated twice before making decisions, seemingly glancing at Lu Tianyu by chance. Such behavior from the ghost Saint Evil doctor could not be mere coincidence. Wenbin, we can save Qingyan. But not now. Lu Tianyu then transmitted to the ghost Saint Evil doctor. Refuse. Qingyuan coldly scoffed at Lu Qingyan. I have no interest in. This matter is settled. We shall take our leave. With a swift motion of her robe sleeves, she ensnared 14 male concubines and appeared poised to depart. Lu Qingyan collapsed onto the ground, her expression one of deep sorrow. Zhang Xiaotsui's countenance also darkened, as she was on the verge of pleading once more. Suddenly, an aged voice resonated through the crowd. Esteemed divine doctor, please halt. I am willing to exchange this heavenly Tianshan, snow lotus, for your assistance in restoring my grandson's foundation. Whoosh, a long-browed elder donned in a green robe, stepped forward from the throng, cradling an ancient wooden box intricately carved with runes. His gaze was sharp and resolute. The Tianshan, snow lotus? The crowd gasped in astonishment, their eyes fixated on the box in the elder's hands. Such a miraculous treasure existed. The Tianshan snow lotus was not only a coveted gem for practitioners of ice attributes, but also possessed the extraordinary ability to resurrect and rejuvenate one's foundation. Its value immeasurable. Moreover, this wondrous flower would inevitably yield lotus seeds upon blooming, which, when combined with other rare medicinal herbs, could be refined into a superior elixir, aiding practitioners in overcoming tribulations and vanquishing inner demons. Upon blooming, the Tianshan snow lotus would awaken intelligence and exhibit a talent for concealment. Thus, the one who procured it must possess extraordinary fortune. The long-browed elder seemed familiar to Qingyuan's watchful eyes. She too was captivated by the ancient box. The allure of such a treasure was undeniable, yet she could not linger here any longer. Everything hinged on Lu Tianyu's decision. She promptly sent him a message. If the contents are indeed the snow lotus, it could restore your foundation and yield surplus elixirs. What do you think, my lord? Lu Tianyu was taken aback. Oh no, why has my great-grandfather arrived? Had I known, I should have introduced Qingyuan to him sooner. Earlier, he had communicated with the long-browed ancestor via a messaging pearl. indicating that he had located the ghostly Saint Evil Doctor and that there was no need for further search. They had agreed to meet outside the Spirit City in a few days. Now that the long-browed ancestor appeared here, he must surely believe Lu Tianyu was deceiving him to deter him from venturing into the Lord's residence. Yet, he had come regardless to save Lu Tianyu. This disrupted all his plans, necessitating a complete reevaluation. Chapter 71. The Tianshan Snow Lotus. Lu Tianyu's thoughts raced as he contemplated a strategy. It was too late to reveal his identity and urge the long-browed ancestor to leave. The three clans of the Netherworld would never allow him to depart unscathed. Qingyuan's connection to him must remain concealed. Should it be exposed, the three venerable ancestors of the Netherworld would undoubtedly act recklessly. With Qingyuan's cultivation and injuries yet to recover, she would lack the confidence to confront the three great ancestors, and the formidable array set by the Netherworld sect posed an additional threat. A comprehensive plan was essential. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced the air. Long-browed ancestor, you have indeed arrived. Your cultivation has not progressed to the Void Realm, and even if it had, you would still meet your demise today. Shen Guanghan sneered at the long-browed elder. He then turned to Qingyuan, clasping his fists. Esteemed Divine Doctor, this man is an enemy of our spirit sect, inciting his kin to slay our people. He is treacherous and untrustworthy. Whether the contents truly contain the Tianshan Snow Lotus remains uncertain, but I suggest you open the box to investigate. If it is indeed the Snow Lotus, you may take it. If not, we shall deal with this charlatan. He feared that Qing, upon seeing the Snow Lotus, might be swayed to assist the long-browed elder, thus thwarting the Netherworld's plans. An elderly matron stood trembling, asserting, Esteemed Divine Doctor, this man hails from the 8 Desolate Star region, that he orchestrated the deaths of a saint and a combined phase ancestor from our skeleton sect, and was trapped by the 3 clans of the Netherworld. His approach to you is insidious. He seeks to manipulate you for his own gain. Please do not trust this old rogue's words. She was apprehensive that if Qingyuan accepted the long-browed elder's offering, it would aid the 8 Desolate Star region in evading their predicament. That if that were to occur, it would spell significant trouble. After all, the Tianshan Snow Lotus was a supreme treasure of ice attributes, and coupled with lotus seeds, it would tempt anyone. Though the ghostly Saint Evil Doctor was avaricious, he was not one to incur further burdens of karma, and thus she sought to dissuade him. The long-browed elder, however, retorted with a cold snort. Esteemed Divine Doctor, your greatest caution should be directed towards the people of the Netherworld. Our 8 Desolate Star region occupies a remote corner and never initiates conflict with other star regions. The claims of this old crone are pure fabrications. He pointed accusingly at the matron. Old hag, do not presume that the esteemed Divine Doctor is unaware of your schemes. You have brought these concubines here expressly to ensnare her. You have laid an ambush around the entire Lord's residence, arranging for the 3 Void Phase ancestors of the Netherworld to target the esteemed Divine Doctor. Had it not been for the Divine Doctor's demonstration of absolute strength earlier, they might have already attacked. The long-browed elder's expression was grave. Esteemed Divine Doctor, not only do I possess the Tianshan Snow Lotus, but I also have 3 lotus seeds, should you agree to treat my grandson. I am willing to part with all 6 lotus seeds. With that, he unsealed the box, presenting it. Esteemed Divine Doctor, please take a look. Buzz. A dazzling white light emanated from the box, accompanied by a great cloud of white mist that surged outward. Wherever the mist spread, moisture in the air froze, producing crackling sounds. Amidst the swirling clouds, a 6-petaled pink-white lotus flower blossomed resplendently, pure and sacred. The fleshy petals glowed with a milky hue, and the 3 central lotus seeds were mesmerizing. The crowd was taken aback, their greedy gazes fixated on the snow lotus. Had it not been for the intimidation posed by Qingyin and the spirit sect, they would have rushed forward to seize it. It was indeed a 6-petaled snow lotus, and there were 3 lotus seeds. The Tianshan Snow Lotus could bear a maximum of 12 petals and 9 seeds, but a 5-petaled lotus was exceedingly rare, while a 6-petaled one was a treasure of extraordinary caliber. Indeed, there had once been a 7-petaled snow lotus that appeared at a grand auction, which was acquired by a sect at the cost of their entire lineage. Subsequently, that sect was annihilated overnight. Now, with the emergence of this six-petaled snow lotus, one could only speculate the turmoil it would incite. The long-browed elder was fully aware that he could not safeguard the Tianshan snow lotus. Hence he offered it to Qing Yuan in exchange for the restoration of Lu Tianyu's foundation. He also knew that Qing Yuan, being a divine doctor who placed great importance on karma, would dare to make such a proposal. Clack! The long-browed elder sealed the box once more, awaiting Qing Yuan's response. The matron, Shun Longkai, and Shun Guanghan wore grave expressions, their lips moving as they conferred. Ultimately, they shook their heads. They had contemplated whether to activate the array while the three great ancestors of the netherworld were present, to keep the six-petaled snow lotus for themselves. However, neither the skeleton sect nor the spirit sect could discern Qing Yuan's true strength, leading them to abandon the idea. The matron stepped forward, esteemed divine doctor. We have inquired and discovered that this snow lotus was deceitfully obtained by the long-browed elder from a female disciple of the Tianshan sect. You may seize it without fear. The Tianshan sect will not hold you accountable, as all responsibility lies with the long-browed elder. She scanned the entire assembly, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. I shall ensure that everyone here remains silent, and then I will eliminate the long-browed elder. Even if the Tianshan sect comes knocking, they will find us. The three clans of the netherworld. Qing Yuan's heart was equally shaken. She urgently required the Tianshan snow lotus to restore her fallen realm. Her quest for the snow lotus had led her to treat others, but upon visiting the Tianshan sect, she had been informed that none were available. She understood that even if the Tianshan sect possessed it, they would not part with such a precious item. She had thought she would never find it again. Yet unexpectedly, she encountered the Tianshan snow lotus here, and a six-petaled one at that. How could she not be moved? Yet, she still needed to consult Lu Tianyu's wishes. Just then, his voice echoed in her ears. Divine Doctor, for the time being, let's keep the snow lotus. The long-browed elder is my great-grandfather, but if you accept this karma, you will be bound to my 8 desolate star region that I wonder if you would be willing. Although he was the sect master of the Falling Phoenix Gate, he did not wish to coerce Qing Yuan into any action. Qing Yuan was naturally agreeable. I will follow your lordship's wishes. However, she could only remain in the 8 desolate star region for a maximum of 20 years, as she had other matters to attend to thereafter. A look of joy spread across Lu Tianyu's face. 20 years is ample time. You may accept the six-petaled snow lotus, but do not disclose our relationship to outsiders. We must hasten to leave this place with my great-grandfather to avoid unforeseen circumstances. With 20 years and Qing Yuan's covert assistance, he felt confident in reviving the 8 desolate star region. But by the time the netherworld clans reacted, it would be too late. In a swift motion, Qing Yuan stored the long-browed elder's wooden box. Take me to your grandson. The long-browed elder, overjoyed, exclaimed, Follow me. He turned to leave. The matron, however, could not allow the long-browed elder to escape and immediately blocked his path. Divine Doctor, you have been deceived by this old rogue. I implore you to reconsider. She had heard that Lu Tianyu had acquired tremendous fortune from the abyss of Forbidden Land, having slain Ming Tianqi solely through his body refinement techniques. If Lu Tianyu's dantian were to recover, would he not become a dual cultivation prodigy? Such a monstrous talent, once matured, would be unstoppable, destined to become a nightmare for the 3 clans of the netherworld. Chapter 72. The ancestor of the Earth Spirit sect. Infuriated to the point of spitting blood, the tone of the old woman appeared soft, yet harbored an undercurrent of firmness. She faintly sensed that something was amiss. Without delay, she transmitted a message to the ancestors of the skeleton sect and the heavenly spirit sect, inquiring whether they should impose some intimidation. Qing Yuan let out a cold snort, a murderous aura radiating from her. What? Is it unacceptable for me to spare this person? Do you dare question my judgment? This is a threat against me. If I leave, you would forcibly detain me. Am I correct? She unmistakably perceived the menace in the old woman's words that in the past, she would have already taken action. However, for the safety of Lu Tianyu and the elder of the long eyebrows, she refrained from engaging in combat. The old woman's expression turned frantic. No, no, no. I merely believe that letting this villain go would make it exceedingly difficult to capture him again. Overwhelmed by Qing Yuan's pressure, she stumbled back several paces. Humph. Given that you provided me with a spiritual vein, I shall overlook this matter this time. With a swift motion of her robe, Qingyuan soared into the air with Lu Qianyu and the others. Hastening towards the city's outskirts, their speed surged to its maximum in an instant. Just as her figure vanished, two shadows, one black and one white, descended from the sky, landing beside the old woman. A bald elder in white garb, with a grim visage and enveloped in white mist, remarked, "You all sensed it. The aura of the evil saint ghost doctor is closing in on the peak of the void realm. If we were to act recklessly, we would have only a 50% chance of subduing her. We cannot take that risk." The emaciated elder in black replied, with black mist swirling around him. "I believe we could initiate the grand formation and confront her. The evil saint ghost doctor mingles among the concubines, and her behavior is indeed quite suspicious. It is possible she is not even a cultivator of the great ascension stage." The old woman sighed heavily. "Though I'm gravely injured, I still feel we must refrain from engaging." The sinister aura emanating from her was malevolent, hidden yet potent. Should she unleash her power, the consequences would be dire. She held the paper Qingyuan had given her in her palm. The restrictions inscribed upon it are formidable. Half an hour has passed. We must wait another half hour before we can unlock it. No sooner had she finished speaking than the bald elder pointed and exclaimed, "I believe we have been deceived. This so-called restriction is clearly of the void realm. Your injuries have made you overly sensitive to its power." With a sound, the restriction on the white paper shattered, revealing a scroll. The scroll unfurled, and two lines of text met their gaze. "Your practice of malevolent arts has led to a decline in your realm. Self-dismantling your cultivation to rebuild your foundation will allow for self-healing. Choose wisely." And then it ended, "That self-dismantling one's cultivation to rebuild the foundation." The old woman was so enraged that she spat a mouthful of fresh blood, her aura waning. "Ah, you vile evil saint ghost doctor, breaking your promises and deceiving me. You shall pay for this. 2 top-grade spiritual veins, 4 high-grade spiritual veins, and all those gifts exchanged for a worthless piece of paper. She is not the evil saint ghost doctor. She must be an impostor." The old woman trembled violently, swaying unsteadily. She could hardly believe that the reputed evil saint ghost doctor would deceive her. If I had only forced myself to look at it back then, I would not have been duped. How foolish I am. For a fleeting moment, she had indeed considered opening it, but fearing the evil saint ghost doctor's might, she refrained, worried that if it was indeed a prescription, she would offend the old woman. Chase, with a whoosh, the 2 elders in black and white vanished from sight. The old woman shattered the white paper in her hand and angrily admonished Shen Guanghan, "Activate the grand formation immediately." Shen Guanghan shuddered and hastily retrieved the formation disk to initiate the grand formation. With a hum, the grand formation activated, locking down the entire city lord's estate. Just as those attempting to exit the estate reached the door, they suddenly collided with an invisible wall, crying out in alarm, "Shen Guanghan, what is the meaning of this?" Panic ensued among the crowd, voices rising in chaos. "Shen Guanghan, quickly deactivate the formation and let us leave. The gifts have been presented. We need not attend the wedding banquet. Please allow us to depart." The guests were all representatives of various shops in the Earth Spirit City, forcibly compelled by the Earth Spirit sect to attend the wedding banquet. Though it was termed a banquet, they all understood that it was merely a pretext for the city lord to extort benefits. Yet, they dared not defy, with only a few influential sects and shops that the Earth Spirit sect would not dare offend. Upon witnessing the old woman spitting blood and fury due to the evil saint ghost doctor, they realized the situation had turned dire and hurriedly attempted to leave. However, the grand formation was already in place, and they could not escape. Fear gripped them as they cried out. Those with weaker constitutions collapsed to the ground, wailing in anguish. They all knew the unscrupulous nature of the Earth Spirit sect. For the sake of profit, they would resort to any means. The Earth Spirit City was a mixed bag of individuals, with most being downtrodden souls. Some had been forsaken by their sects, while others were fugitives seeking refuge in this remote place, hiding their identities. While they were easily manipulated by the city lord, they were also under his protection. Should the city lord become enraged, they would, like feeble lambs, be slaughtered without hesitation. With a whoosh, the old woman soared into the air. I thank you all for attending our wedding banquet. My gratitude knows no bounds. You are all loyal merchants of the Earth Spirit sect, intertwined with our fate. Now that the Earth Spirit sect is in peril, you must render your utmost assistance." Her tone was gentle, yet it carried a chilling, murderous intent. "You are each required to provide 2 mid-grade spiritual veins within 6 hours. Those who offer high-grade spiritual veins will become esteemed guests of my city lord's estate. Failing to comply will result in me extracting your souls, employing the sinister art of the Een demon to transform you into bone ash. You may contact your friends and relatives for assistance." "The countdown begins," the old woman added. "I trust in your abilities." As soon as these words were spoken, many in the audience collapsed in despair, wailing in agony. Jiu Yuing, an elder of the Lioli sect, turned pale. She never expected to encounter such a fate. While she could manage to produce 2 mid-grade spiritual veins, she felt that Shun Guanghan harbored ulterior motives towards her. Indeed, Shun Guanghan approached with a lecherous grin. "Yueying, if you serve me well tonight, I shall allow you to leave." With a flick, Gu Yueying tossed Shun Guanghan a high-grade spiritual vein. "Let me and Qingyan go." Shun Guanghan paused momentarily, then slapped the formation disc. Several gray chains materialized from thin air, binding Gu Yuing's body. "Even if you offer an exceptional spiritual vein, you must serve me tonight." "Haha, your disciple serves my son. You serving me would be a delightful arrangement." "Wouldn't it? No." Gu Yuing's eyes were ablaze with fury. Yet, bound by the grand formation, she could not move, her gaze filled with despair. The old woman turned to Shun Longkai. "Seal the entire Earth Spirit City. No one is permitted to enter or exit except for those of my 3 ghostly sects that I in the high skies outside Earth Spirit City." Qingyuan looked at Lu Tianyu. "They have already unlocked my restrictions. They are likely in pursuit." Chapter 73. "You underestimate your grandson too much." Lu Tianyu's eyes narrowed slightly. "How about returning to Earth Spirit City? You lead us, and I will conceal our presence." Qingyuan immediately turned back, landing 2 miles from Earth Spirit City. "I shall follow your orders, young master. Old man Gu of Tianshan sect owes me a favor. We can go to his shop." "Relax, and do not resist." Elder Changmei, Zhang Xiaozui, and the others were puzzled as to why the exalted Qingyuan would heed the words of this concubine. Nonetheless, they complied with her instructions. Liu Tianyu gathered them into the swallowing heaven cauldron, concealing both his and Qingyuan's auras as they approached the city wall. With a whoosh, 2 figures flashed through the skies, darting away into the distance. Qingyuan praised, "Young master, you are astute. I cannot run fast while carrying them. Earth Spirit City is our safest refuge. However, Old Man Gu is from the Tianshan sect. He must already be aware that I have obtained the 6-petal snow lotus." At this point, she paused. Liu Tianyu smiled faintly. "There is no rush. We will discuss it after consulting my grandfather." He was unaware of how Elder Changmei had acquired the swallowing heaven cauldron, but was likely through unsavory means. Thus, Lu Tianyu decided to also gather Qingyuan into the swallowing heaven cauldron. Effortlessly passing through the restrictions of Earth Spirit City, he sensed powerful auras everywhere, overwhelming divine senses probing around. He simply directed the swallowing heaven cauldron to penetrate the city walls, heading towards the location indicated by Qingyuan. At that moment, where Lu Tianyu breached the wall, Shun Longkai frowned slightly. "Strange, a node in the grand formation has been broken open, indicating someone has exited, yet I cannot detect any aura." His divine sense, amplified by the grand formation of Earth Spirit City, was comparable to that of the early Void Realm. Nevertheless, despite meticulously investigating the area around the node, he found nothing. Shun Longkai's eyes gleamed with intelligence. Could it be that they have entered the city? That seemed quite possible. He immediately soared into Earth Spirit City, issuing commands to all cultivators of the Earth Spirit sect. "Search every corner of Earth Spirit City at once. Report any suspicious individuals immediately." He himself was searching along the city wall, oblivious to the fact that Lu Tianyu was traversing just beneath his very nose, moving effortlessly within the confines of the wall. Upon hearing Shun Longkai's voice, Lu Tianyu could not help but smirk internally. "The old man is indeed formidable, yet you still cannot detect my presence. Just you wait, if I do not turn the Earth Spirit City upside down. I shall not bear the surname Lu. An hour later, Lu Tianyu entered the Tianshan sect shop and stowed away the swallowing heaven cauldron. As the woman who had just closed the door turned around, she was taken aback to find a handsome young man had suddenly appeared in the shop. "Who are you?" she demanded, placing her hand on the storage pouch at her waist, ready to strike at any moment. Lu Tianyu was straightforward. "I seek your master, Old Gua. Take me to him immediately." The woman remained vigilant. "Allow me to report this first. May I ask for your name, young master?" She produced a communication pearl. Preparing to send a message. "I am the envoy of the ghostly Saint Evil Physician," Lu Tianyu replied, nonchalantly, and no sooner had his words left his mouth than an elderly voice echoed, "Bring him to the back courtyard." Upon hearing this, the woman paused momentarily before stating, "Young master, please follow me." She was well aware of the ghostly Saint Evil Physician, yet had never heard of any envoys accompanying her in the back courtyard of the Tianshan sect. An elderly man with hair as white as snow, hunched over, was watering plants with a trembling watering can while his other hand was tucked behind his back. Without turning his head upon hearing footsteps, he said, "You may leave now. The shop will be closed for 3 days. Inform the others not to stray too far. Those wishing to leave should not return." The woman bowed in compliance. "Yes." Yet even after she departed, Old Gua did not turn around. "Your disguise technique is derived from the Blackbone ancestor of the skeleton sect. It appears you are associated with the 8 desolate ancestor. If my deductions are accurate, you are indeed Lu Tianyu, and the ghostly Saint Evil Physician, and your ancestor, what was he called?" "Long Mei." "Ah," Lu Tianyu was taken aback, bowing slightly. "Elder, your insight is remarkable. I am Lu Tianyu." "At your service." With a flourish of his hand, he released Long Mei ancestor and Xing Yuan from his side, returning to his original appearance. Lu Tianyu was immensely shocked. This Old Gua had discerned his identity through his disguise technique in an instant. Such prowess was astounding. Moreover, he seemed to know that Xing Yin and Long Mei ancestor had accompanied him. The depth of Old Gua's abilities was unfathomable. Lu Tianyu could not see through him at all. The moment Long Mei ancestor was freed, he immediately locked eyes with Lu Tianyu and exclaimed, "Kid, I knew it was you. Your little gaze cannot deceive me. You, who disregarded my advice, sacrificed your appearance just to have the ghostly Saint Evil Physician attend to you. You have brought shame upon the Lu family." He had noticed the gaze of a male concubine that felt eerily familiar. Suspecting it to be Lu Tianyu in disguise, it was only when Xing Yun walked past Lu Tianyu that he concluded Lu Tianyu must have sacrificed his appearance. At that moment, his heart was filled with anguish, yet he dared not express it in that circumstance. Now, seeing Lu Tianyu, he was filled with ire. Sacrificing appearance? Lu Tianyu was utterly bewildered. "Long Mei ancestor, you underestimate your grandson." Old Gua bent down to place the watering can down and slowly turn around. "Your grandson is the master. The ghostly Saint Evil Physician is merely his attendant." His face was gaunt and lined with wrinkles, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. "Your grandson, single-handedly, has manipulated the entire Underworld 3 sects, far surpassing your own abilities. Unlike you, who deceived my granddaughter for a mere 6-petal snow lotus. I must say, your skin is thicker than the walls of Earth Spirit City." He regarded Long Mei ancestor with a hint of disdain. Long Mei ancestor's face flushed with anger. "Who says I deceived your granddaughter? Ask her yourself. It is sheer nonsense to claim that you, is the master." Long Mei ancestor knew he had acted somewhat excessively to obtain the snow lotus, but it was for the sake of his beloved grandson. He also sensed the peculiar relationship between Xing Yuan and Lu Tianyu. Yet he could not believe that Lu Tianyu was the master of the ghostly Saint Evil Physician. He presumed that Lu Tianyu had charmed her with his masculine allure, instilling fear in that androgynous figure. Regardless, the outcome was still favorable. His grandson's dantian would surely recover. Ha ha ha. Old Gua shook his head slightly. "It seems you understand your grandson even less than I do. Let us make a wager. If what I say is true, you shall return the 6-petal snow lotus to me. How does that sound?" A sly smile adorned his face, reminiscent of a cunning fox. Long Mei ancestor was elated at the proposition. "Very well, I accept your wager. If you lose, you shall transfer this pharmacy to me." Old Gua chuckled. "It's settled then." However, before he could finish, Lu Tianyu interrupted. Grandfather, we cannot gamble. You are being deceived. Chapter 74. Long may ancestors' heartfelt concern. Lu Tianyu had not anticipated Old Gua's cunning nature. He hastily shifted the topic. Old Gua, we're being hunted by the underworld 3 sects and cannot leave for the time being. I implore you to provide us shelter. Simultaneously, he conveyed a message to Long May Ancestor, promising further explanation later. Long May Ancestor's eyes widened in shock, that he thought to himself, indeed, my grandson has achieved greatness, having thoroughly captivated the ghostly Saint Evil Physician. Old Gua chuckled and raised a finger to Lu Tianyu. Of course, I can provide protection, 1 high-grade spirit vein per day and 1 top-grade spirit vein for a total of 100 days. He extended his hand. Now, present it to me. Lu Tianyu was momentarily taken aback. It seems you are well-informed, Elder. You truly are a remarkable individual. However, could we perhaps negotiate different terms? You are aware that my 8 desolate star domain is besieged by the skeleton 3 sects and is in dire need of resources. At that moment, he was certain that Old Gua had grasped everything that had transpired earlier and was attempting to extort him. Yet, he could not blame Old Gua. Seeking refuge came at a price. A fair exchange. Very well. I shall not make this difficult for you. Old Gua pointed at Qing. Let this girl assist me in refining elixirs. I shall borrow her for a month. That should suffice. Yes? You need not worry. Should any crisis arise in the 8 desolate, I will intervene. He fixed his gaze upon Lu Tianyu, as if he understood him well. Moreover, you may well continue to stir up trouble. As long as you do not go too far, I can assist you. Also, I require those 12 male concubines. Lu Tianyu's face turned awkward. It seems you are aware of my thoughts, Elder, but I must consult the divine physician on this matter. He looked towards the ghostly Saint Evil Physician, feeling an overwhelming shock. This Old Gua had not only seen through their actions at the city lord's residence, but also anticipated Lu Tianyu's next moves. Such a person was truly terrifying, far beyond what he could contend with at present. He was currently troubled about how to deal with the 12 male concubines. If Old Gua took them away, it would simplify matters. Qingyan immediately nodded in agreement. I shall follow the young master's arrangement. Old Gua was equally agreeable. Excellent. It's settled then. The rooms on the 4th floor are all vacant. You may choose freely. He turned to Long May Ancestor. Long May, do keep an eye on the vegetables in the garden for me. Having said this, he departed with the 12 unconscious male concubines and Qingyan, leaving behind Lu Tianyu and Long May Ancestor. Long May Ancestor took out a small tea table and 2 stools from his storage ring, brewing 2 cups of tea. He pushed 1 cup towards Lu Tianyu and sighed. Your life has been difficult. Tea not even 17. You have become that old hag's male concubine. Why heart aches for you. I am but an inept grandfather who could not protect you, leaving you to sacrifice your appearance. A sorrowful expression crossed Long May Ancestor's face. Even now, he believed that Lu Tianyu had won the favor of the ghostly Saint Evil Physician through physical sacrifice. Puffed. Lu Tianyu, having taken a sip of tea, immediately spewed it out. Grandfather, do you think I am the sort to sacrifice my appearance? This is my fault. I did not inform you of the opportunities one obtained in the abyss of the Forbidden Land. He opened his palm to reveal the Phoenix Ring. I acquired the ring of the sectmaster of the Falling Phoenix sect in the abyss of the Forbidden Land, and it just so happens that the ghostly Saint Evil Physician is a disciple of the Falling Phoenix sect. I informed you that the ghostly Saint Evil Physician could heal my dantian, yet you dismissed it as mere consolation that he could disclose the matters regarding the Falling Phoenix sect to his grandfather to prevent him from risking himself for the Eastern Desolate Clan. However, he still intended to keep silent about the Empress of 1,000 Bones and the Swallowing Heaven Cauldron. Long May Ancestor's eyes widened in astonishment. There was such a thing. I knew you must have acquired something extraordinary from the abyss of the Forbidden Land. Otherwise, you could not have cultivated such a formidable body refinement technique that attracted the attention of heaven and earth. The wrinkles on Long May Ancestor's face finally relaxed. Ha ha! Our 8 desolate clan is saved at last. Come, let us drink to this with tea instead of wine. Here, to you. After they finished a cup of tea, Long May Ancestor's expression turned serious once more. Grandson, although the ghostly Saint Evil Physician is a woman, she is an old hag. Do not let your heart waver towards her. Your grandfather has found you a good match. The girl not only possesses beauty, but also a kind heart and a good background. I have convinced her to allow me to bring you to meet her. Once this matter is settled, I shall take you to meet that young lady." Hey, Lu Tianyu's face immediately turned awkward. "Grandfather, have you arranged a marriage for me? Thank you for your concern, but I am not ready to contemplate such matters just the mention of marriage. The image of the bone empress floated into his mind. After 100,000 years of dual cultivation, she had left an indelible mark on him. Thud. The ancestor with long brows placed his teacup on the table, visibly displeased. "You were rejected by that troublesome girl from the Lioli sect. And I can tell you are not happy about it. I know you well. That girl merely possesses a semblance of beauty. Beyond that, she lacks any other virtue. The one I have found for you eclipses her in beauty by hundreds of times. And her background is far beyond that of the insignificant Lioli sect." At this point, he lowered his voice. "That girl is none other than the granddaughter of Old Gua, the saintess of the Tianshan sect. I showed her your handsome visage, and she was instantly smitten. I did not mention your damaged dantian. Instead, I spoke of your limitless prospects in dual cultivation, and that captured her heart immediately. With the ghostly saint and evil doctor and the Tianshan snow lotus. Rebuilding your foundation will be a trivial matter. You are bound to succeed in dual cultivation." The ancestor's eyes sparkled with divine light. His spirit soaring, Lu Tianyu was momentarily stunned. "Grandfather, no wonder Old Gua accused you of deceiving his daughter. It seems there is some truth to that this moment. He found himself at a loss for words. The ancestor with long brows, concerned that he might be disheartened by the rejection from Lu Qingyan, had sought out another suitable woman for him, filled with affection. However, he truly had no inclination for matchmaking. His primary focus was on cultivation. Just then, the delicate voice of the bone empress chimed in. "My dear, are you being overly conservative? Is it not quite normal for cultivators to have multiple partners? With the 8 desolations swallowing Heaven Cauldron in your possession, your future achievements will undoubtedly surpass those of the ancients. Thus, it is only fitting to take multiple wives and leave behind numerous descendants. You need not worry about my jealousy. Simply remember that I am the principal consort." Lu Tianyu was left speechless. The ancestor with long brows noticed Lu Tianyu's distraction and furrowed his brow. Do you already have someone in your heart?" Upon seeing Lu Tianyu shake his head, he let out a sigh of relief. "Then it is settled. Old Gua has not declined, and this affair is likely to succeed. You are indeed fortunate." Lu Tianyu forced a smile. "Grandfather, let us enjoy our tea." He took a sip and retrieved the Xuanchu mirror from his storage ring. "I have no use for this mirror. Perhaps you should keep it, grandfather." The ancestor waved his hand. "This mirror was intended for you in the first place. Decide, if I cannot break through to the void stage, keeping this mirror will be of no use. If you find it unnecessary, you can gift it to that girl when I introduce you to her. Young ladies appreciate treasures like mirrors." Reluctantly, Lu Tianyu stored the mirror away. "Grandfather, you will surely break through to the void stage. Once the divine doctor completes her month of tasks and consults with you on the necessary elixirs or other matters, she will undoubtedly assist you." He was unaware of why his great-grandfather had not attempted to break through to the void stage. Nevertheless, he believed that Qingyuan would be of great help to him. Sigh. The ancestor with long brows sighed deeply. "We shall discuss this later. You must grow quickly. I need someone to lead the 8 desolations into a new era. And I have high hopes for you. Now, I will go check on the vegetable garden. You may rest here for a while." As he watched the ancestor's somewhat forlorn figure slowly elongate in the moonlight, Lu Tianyu's heart suddenly jolted. That moment, he felt that perhaps his great-grandfather harbored some unspeakable concerns hidden deep within his heart. Otherwise, why would he always appear somewhat disheartened at the mention of breaking through to the void stage? Lu Tianyu chose not to disturb the ancestor. He ascended to the 4th floor, finding a spacious room in a corner, and released Lu Wenbin and Zhang Xiaocui. "This is the Tianshan sect's territory. You may rest easy here, but remember not to venture outside." With that, he turned to leave the room. "Wait." Zhang Xiaocui hurried a few steps forward, pleading, "Brother, won't you reconsider rescuing Qingyan? You may not know, but her background is quite tragic, and many circumstances are beyond her control that if you do not save her this time, she may be tormented to death by Shun Zhuofeng. She was aware of Lu Qianyu's close relationship with the ghostly saint and evil doctor. She believed that if she could persuade him, they would surely save Lu Qingyan. Lu Wenbin grasped Zhang Xiaocui's arm. Xiaocui, if brother goes to rescue her now, it will be akin to walking into a tiger's den. The city lord's mansion is guarded by 3 formidable void stage cultivators. He averted his gaze from Lu Qianyu. Brother, Xiaocui is deeply attached to Qingyan. You need not take it to heart. As he spoke, he gestured vigorously at Zhang Xiaocui to silence her. However, Lu Qianyu smiled slightly. Of course, we must save her. I shall go now. Lu Wenbin immediately panicked. No, absolutely not. Brother Xiaocui is being reckless. Do not act impulsively. He knew Lu Qianyu's character. He might very well venture off alone to rescue her. Lu Qianyu chuckled. It is the wedding night. How can I not take a look? Do not worry. I will be fine. You all can enjoy your wedding night in peace. Wenbin, you must focus on ensuring the continuation of the Lu family line. With that, he exited the room and closed the door behind him. Lu Tianyu made his way to the adjacent room and changed into a set of azure garments from the Xinqing sect. Gazing into the mirror, he saw his features and physique morph at an observable rate. Moments later, a young man with a slightly elongated face and fair skin appeared in the mirror. A wicked smile crept across his lips. Young Master Luo Chun, tonight you shall cause a ruckus at the city lord's mansion of the Deling sect. I doubt you even anticipated this. Lu Qianyu's figure melded into the swallowing heaven cauldron, disappearing into the wall. The next instant, a hunched old man materialized where Lu Qianyu had vanished. This wall-passing technique is remarkably powerful. Even my senses cannot detect his presence. This lad has altered his appearance. It seems he is off to stir trouble again. The future trouble for the 3 ghostly sects are likely to be monumental. How reckless of the 3 ghostly sects to act without fully investigating the 8 desolations. They have drawn the attention of the hidden dragons, yet they remain oblivious to his whereabouts. How tragic. The most pitiful part is that my granddaughter is already infatuated with this lad before even meeting him. Alas. He shook his head with a bitter smile, his form slowly fading away in the city lord's mansion of Deling City. The wedding night of Shun Zhuofeng. Shun Zhuofeng's face twisted with malice as she gazed at the battered Lu Qingyan on the floor, who had become nothing more than meat on her chopping board. Still refusing to submit, insisting on tasting the sting of my whip. You still have thoughts of that Lu Qianyu, don't you? She gritted her teeth. I will soon capture that Lu Qianyu. I will ravage you before his eyes, and I am certain you will relish the sight. Lu Qingyan's face was one of despair. She could barely speak, her dantian sealed, rendering her incapable of even taking her own life. Yet at that moment, one gaze from one of her suitors lingered in her mind. She was certain that this person was Lu Tianyu. At this moment, her greatest agony stemmed from the fact that Lu Tianyu had rescued Xiaocui while refusing to save her, even when Xiaocui had begged him. Could it be that Lu Tianyu truly was so heartless? He had never been this way before. Swish! Shun Zhuofeng kicked a wine jar, shattering it with a single palm strike. The scattered wine and shards rained down upon Lu Qingyan. She trembled violently, the piercing pain finally allowing her to speak. Shun Zhuofeng, he will definitely come to save me. He will. Killing Ming Tianqi was as easy as slaying a dog. Killing you will be even simpler. Having barely uttered a word, she was rendered speechless once more. Shun Zhuofeng paused, then seethed with rage. So what if he killed Ming Tianqi? Without the Tianqi eye. Ming Tianqi is nothing but a weakling in my eyes. Fear not. I will capture that lad, and you will witness how I torture him to death. Shun Zhuofeng raised her hand and struck Lu Qingyan's face mercilessly, delivering dozens of slaps. Then, with a swift motion, she tore away her long dress. Filthy wretch, you are uncomfortable if I do not favor you, are you? Now that I do favor you, I guarantee you will soar to the heavens. Ha! Shun Zhuofeng's laughter echoed in Lu Qingyan's ears like the voice of a malevolent spirit, sending chills down her spine. Yet completely powerless to resist, she slowly closed her eyes. She knew her end was near. But she was unwilling to endure this torment. Even suicide was impossible. But just then, a faint male voice rang out. On the night of the wedding, it is indeed lively here. However, The newlyweds seem a bit deranged, engaging in such bloody and gruesome acts. Quite unprecedented. A figure flickered, and a handsome young man clad in azure robes appeared in the room. Grinning at the two, Shun Zhuofeng was taken aback. "Who are you? How did you get in here?" In order to facilitate actions, the restrictions surrounding the room have all been lifted that if someone were to enter, they would undoubtedly be aware of it. However, the sudden appearance of this individual within the chamber, without any sign of disturbance from the restrictions, clearly indicates that he is a master. Yet upon discerning the visitor's attire and appearance, his eyes widened in shock. You are Luo Chun of the Xinqing sect." Chapter 76. The Slaying of Shun Zhuofeng and Shun Guanghan. Luo Chun of the Xinqing sect had encountered Shun Zhuofeng before, having engaged in several sparring matches with him, their strengths being evenly matched. Yet he could not fathom why this person had so abruptly appeared in his bridal chamber. Lu Qingyan was equally perplexed. She had heard of Luo Chun, but had never laid eyes on him. What could this man possibly want? His demeanor was distinctly lewd. Did he have a penchant for intruding upon others' bridal chambers to abduct brides? Lu Tianyu smiled faintly. "Indeed, you did not call me when you entered the bridal chamber. That is rather inconsiderate." With a smile, he approached Shun Zhuofeng. "A woman who has not yet been deflowered must first be deflowered by me before you may touch her." Shun Zhuofeng was instantly incensed. "Get out. Immediately leave. If you take another step forward, I shall not be courteous." With a surge of spiritual energy coursing through him, he prepared to strike at any moment. What did he mean by not being called to the bridal chamber? Why should he be invited? He was clearly here to cause trouble. However, given that it was the wedding night, and he had yet to engage in a single round of combat, it would be best to scare the intruder away without resorting to violence. After all, one must conserve strength for the pleasures of the night. Lu Tianyu chuckled softly and launched a punch directly at Shun Zhuofeng's face. His fist glimmered with golden light, a torrent of energy surging forth that, "Oh, you dare to lay a hand on me." Shun Zhuofeng, agitated, condensed 80% of his spiritual power into his fist and retaliated with a forceful blow. Shatter. The grayish fist collided with the golden one, resulting in a resounding thud accompanied by the sound of cracking bone. Shun Zhuofeng's knuckles shattered, leaving him bloodied and mangled. Shun Zhuofeng let out a piercing scream. "Why is your fist so hard?" Yet before he could finish his words, Lu Tianyu delivered a kick to his abdomen. With his dantian shattered, Shun Zhuofeng's aura plummeted like a deflated balloon. "Ah!" Shun Zhuofeng cried out in agony. He had not anticipated that Luo Chun would be so violent as to cripple his dantian. Did he not fear provoking a conflict between the Diling sect and the Xinqing sect? But the onslaught did not cease. Lu Tianyu advanced, ruthlessly shattering Shun Zhuofeng's limbs, and seized the stunned Lu Qingyan. Making his escape, he activated the Swallowing Heaven cauldron, traversing the restrictions to exit the room. Lu Qingyan's eyes sparkled with realization, her voice trembling. "You are not Luo Chen at all. You are Lu Tianyu, aren't you?" She vividly recalled the peak of the Menghuang forest, where Lu Tianyu had decisively defeated the 8 desolate 3 heroes. His arrival at this moment to rescue her indicated that he still held her in regard, albeit unspoken. Lu Tianyu said nothing, mildly astonished. It must be said that this woman was indeed quite perceptive, immediately recognizing his identity. However, his purpose for being here was not to save anyone, but to achieve a specific objective. "Tianyu, I implore you, save my master. She has been captured by that old wretch in the neighboring room." Lu Qingyan pleaded, shaking his arm with desperation. "She is headstrong, and I fear for her." Before she could finish, a thunderous explosion reverberated, accompanied by a man's anguish. Inner line of sight. The adjacent room housing Shun Zhuofeng erupted in a violent explosion. Blood splattering everywhere, a blood-soaked figure burst through the window like a cannonball, unleashing an enraged roar. "Damn bitch, I've had my way with you several times, and you still choose to self-destruct. What a stroke of bad luck," Lu Qingyan screamed. "Ah, my master," she. Recognizing the bloodied figure as Shun Guanghan, the lord of Diling City, she realized that the one who had just self-destructed must be her master. Gu Yuing. Just moments ago, she had urged Lu Tianyu to save her, and now, her master was gone. Unable to bear the weight of this reality, Lu Qingyan collapsed to the ground. Shen Guanghan was startled by Lu Qingyan's scream, panicking. You! Who are you? How dare you trespass in the Lord's residence? Upon seeing Lu Qingyan's face, he did not recognize Lu Tianyu disguised as Luo Chun. It was evident that this man intended to take Lu Qingyan away. Lu Tianyu remained silent, swiftly launching a punch at Shen Guanghan, having been severely injured by Gu Yuying's self-detonation. It was the perfect opportunity to strike. Shen Guanghan, momentarily stunned, scoffed. A mere mortal without cultivation dares to raise a hand against me. Before he could finish his words, he let out a scream as his palm was shattered, and his wrist snapped with a sickening crack that he believed that even without using his powers, as a figure in the spirit-nurturing stage, he could easily crush this man's fist. Yet, to his surprise, the reverse occurred. Before he could react, pain surged through his abdomen as his dantian cracked ominously. Another kick landed, completely obliterating Shen Guanghan's dantian, prompting a wretched scream. You! How dare you bang! Lu Tianyu's fist obliterated Shen Guanghan's head, and with a wave of his hand, he drew Lu Qingyan into the swallowing heaven cauldron. Swoosh! The sound of rushing air filled the atmosphere as figures rapidly approached. Simultaneously, a powerful presence drew near from the skies. A wicked smile graced Lu Tianyu's lips as he slowly concealed himself. Boom! A figure clad in gray robes descended from the heavens, landing before the beheaded corpse of Shen Guanghan. Ah! Guanghan! Who is it? The voice was filled with hysteria, a colossal aura whipping up a tempest around them. This individual was Shen Longkai, a cultivator of the combined stage from the Shen family. He had just returned from a meeting with the elder of the Diling sect, and, upon sensing commotion, rushed over only to discover the corpse of Shen Guang at that moment. Shen Guanghan stood rigidly, his body taut, unable to fall. Shen Longkai understood that Shen Guanghan had been caught off guard and had his head blasted apart, dying a most unjust death. Swish! A captain of the Lord's guards approached, cradling the bloodied and mangled Shen Zhuofeng. Elder, the Holy Son has had his dantian shattered, limbs broken, and is unconscious. The bride is missing, and the elder of the Liuli sect is also unaccounted for. She must have self-destructed. What? Shen Longkai exclaimed in horror. Who possesses such audacity to invade my Diling sect's Lord's residence? He forced a pill into Shen Zhuofeng's mouth, while simultaneously channeling spiritual energy into him. Soon after, Shen Zhuofeng's eyes fluttered open, feebly murmuring, It was Luo Chun of the Xianqing sect, the holy son of the Luo family. He crippled me. My dantian abducted Lu Qingyan. Quickly, capture him. Luo, before he could finish, his eyes bulged in terror, fixated on Shen Longkai. Suddenly, his head exploded with a deafening pop, blood and brain matter splattering onto Shen Longkai's face. Shen Longkai screamed. Someone has placed a soul-binding curse, his brow furrowed tightly. The young master of the Xianqing sect, this is impossible. His mind buzzed. The three ghostly sects and the Xianqing sect resided on opposite sides of the 8 desolate star region, having little to no interaction, historically keeping to themselves. How could someone from the Xianqing sect have infiltrated Diling City? Chapter 77. The astonishment of Old Man Gu. Moreover, this time, they had killed the current sect master and holy son of the Diling sect. If the Xianqing sect truly acted in such a manner, would they not be declaring war on the Diling sect? This was utterly abnormal. Yet, with the evidence before him, he had no choice but to believe. Xianqing sect's Luo Chun, you must provide the Diling sect with an explanation. Shen Longkai bellowed, sealing off Diling City. Let us see where you can escape to, before he could utter the word escape. He was met with a deafening explosion. The ground and surrounding structures trembled violently. What in the world was that sound? As he spoke, Shen Longkai had already soared into the air, hastening toward the source of the noise. Before long, he arrived at the east city gate, standing in stunned silence. Amidst the billowing smoke, the gate had been obliterated, a gaping hole blown through the city wall. The ground was strewn with shattered stones, mingled with severed limbs and 2 mangled corpses. Shen Longkai's eyes widened in rage. This is the thunder pearl of the Xianqing sect. That rascal had fled here, saw the city gate sealed, and detonated several thunder pearls to blast through the gate and restrictions, seizing the opportunity to escape. Xianxing's sect, he shot into the sky, pursuing the culprit. Yet, unbeknownst to him, on the other side of the city wall, Lu Tianyu, comfortably hidden within the Swallowing Heaven cauldron, observed all with great intrigue. That should provide enough fodder for the Xianxing sect. No worries, the best is yet to come. With that, he directed the Swallowing Heaven cauldron towards the Tianshan sect shop. Upon entering the room, he suddenly felt a jolt. Beneath the dim light of an oil lamp, a long shadow was cast upon the wall. Lu Tianyu turned abruptly, only to find Old Man Gu smiling at him, prompting a sigh of relief. "You startled me. Elder, you have come at this late hour. Is there something you seek from me?" This old man was enigmatic. It would be impossible for Lu Tianyu to feel entirely at ease. He had entered the room without noticing anyone inside, indicating that Old Man Gu must have entered after him. This old man was indeed formidable. Old Man Gu grinned at Lu Tianyu. "Are your thunder pearls insufficient? I shall concoct something far more formidable than the thunder pearl. Would you care for me to impart this knowledge to you?" Lu Tianyu was taken aback, followed by a rueful smile. Truly, the senior possesses a sense of humor. If the elder is willing to teach the junior would naturally be eager to learn. However, alas, the junior lacks spiritual energy and fears that such teachings may be beyond reach. He subtly found an excuse to decline. He dared not learn from this old man. Uncertain of his ulterior motives, Lu Tianyu was immensely shocked. It seemed the old man had witnessed all his recent actions. Otherwise, how could he possibly have made a remark regarding the inadequacy of the Thunder Pearl? At that moment, Lu Tianyu indeed felt that the Thunder Pearl was insufficient. Would it not be more splendid to obliterate all 4 city gates? Elder Gua appeared to perceive Lu Tianyu's thoughts. "You need not be so guarded around me. The long-browed elder and I share a bond that transcends generations. The ghostly sage and evil physician have stated that they will assist in reconstructing your foundation and restoring your dantian." The long-browed elder mentioned that to cultivate the body refinement technique, one requires numerous rare materials. Should you find any lacking, feel free to inform me, and I shall see if I possess them. However, this would not be without cost. You must purchase them with spiritual stones. Lu Tianyu was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated the old man would suddenly shift the topic, presumably to provide him with a means to save face and avoid awkwardness. "Since the elder has spoken, I shall not be remiss that I require Wudong wood, red poplar wood, and would attribute spiritual stones. Additionally, I seek the finest spiritual stones of the 5 elemental attributes." Lu Tianyu had already cultivated the metal, fire, and earth attributes of the 5 dragon divine fist to perfection, and he possessed the materials for the water attribute as well. Yet he lacked those for the wood attribute. According to the thoughts of the 1,000-bone empress, mastering the 5 elemental attributes would allow him to unlock his dantian and begin cultivating qi. However, Lu Tianyu did not wish to proceed in such a manner. He aspired to cultivate all 5 attributes of the 5 dragon divine fist to their utmost completion before unlocking his dantian, ensuring an unshakably solid foundation. The materials he mentioned to Elder Gua were all necessary for his perfecting cultivation. Elder Gua was instantly astounded. "Young man, your body refinement technique is truly extraordinary. Requiring such exquisite materials, I possess some of what you seek, though there are others I do not." He gazed at Lu Tianyu as if he were an anomaly. "What manner of technique are you practicing?" As an elder of the Tianshan sect, Elder Gua had a certain understanding of body refinement. The Tiana galaxy is vast, yet the number of body refinement practitioners within the entire galaxy is minimal, and he had encountered even fewer. Those he had met were singularly focused on one attribute, perpetually seeking higher-grade materials to advance their cultivation. Unlike Lu Tianyu, who cultivated all 5 attributes simultaneously and directly employed top-tier materials along with exquisite spiritual stones for training. What sort of extraordinary technique necessitates such resources? Lu Tianyu found himself somewhat speechless. "Elder, techniques are personal secrets and not to be indiscriminately inquired about. Whatever materials you have, the junior is willing to purchase." Ahem. Elder Gua realized he had overstepped. His eyes darted about, and a cunning smile crept onto his face. "Young man, these materials are precious, And given the predicament your 8 wastelands are facing, spiritual stones must be scarce. How about this? You join my Tianshan sect as my disciple, and I will waive the material fees. Furthermore, we can resolve the siege of the 8 wastelands. What say you? Eldigwa's gaze was intensely fixed upon Lu Tianyu. He had witnessed Lu Tianyu's earlier prowess. That formidable and domineering fist technique was clearly not an ordinary body refinement art. Who would have imagined that this seemingly unremarkable youth could obliterate the head of a spirit-severing stage cultivator with a single punch? Regardless of the enhancement to his physique, Shun Guanghan, already severely injured and weakened, was shielded by spiritual energy that even the average body refinement practitioner could not breach. Yet, Lu Tianyu had done so effortlessly. Even slaying Shun Guanghan, this was not something an ordinary individual could achieve. Eldigwa was immediately filled with a sense of admiration for talent. If Lu Tianyu could flourish, he would undoubtedly become a brilliant star within the Tianhe galaxy. Join the Tianshan sect? Lu Tianyu slightly bowed, politely declining. The junior currently harbors no intention of joining another sect. I'm grateful for your esteem that I shall compensate the elder according to the market price for the spiritual stones. Having procured a considerable amount from the Earth Spirit sect, he was certain he would not exhaust them. Elder Gua sighed deeply. No matter, take your time to consider. By the way, some of my materials are at the Tianshan sect. I shall have my granddaughter deliver them to you. Moreover, it would be wise for you to refrain from venturing out in the coming days. The Earth Spirit sect may be in a frenzy. With that, he turned and exited the room. Once the door was closed, Lu Tianyu placed the Swallowing Heaven cauldron in his palm and summoned Lu Qingyan. He handed her 2 vials. This one is for oral consumption, and this one should be applied to your body. Once you have recovered, I shall escort you out of Earth Spirit City. Chapter 78. Emperor Chang'an, the 5 Elements Supreme Treasure. Lu Tianyu rose to exit. Wait! Lu Qingyan exclaimed hurriedly. Lu Tianyu, I know that you still harbor feelings for me, though you do not express them. Shall we start anew? She choked on her words. She felt that Lu Tianyu cared for her even more at this moment than before their separation. Otherwise, he would not have risked his life to save her. With her master deceased and her greatest support gone, she believed Lu Tianyu was the person she could rely upon. Lu Tianyu did not turn around. You are mistaken. My reasons for saving you were twofold. First, for the sake of Zhang Xiaotsue, and second, I sought to use you as a pretext to eliminate Shun Zhuofeng from the moment you decided to break off our engagement. Any feelings we had ceased to exist. I urge you to act accordingly. With that, he stepped out of the room. Tianyu, you fear burdening me, yet you still care for me, do you not? Lu Qingyan trembled, feeling as though the sky was collapsing around her. Lu Tianyu's voice and silhouette were both frigid, devoid of pretense. Reflecting on Lu Tianyu's past kindnesses, she collapsed to the ground, sobbing that Lu Tianyu, how could you be so heartless? This is not the person you once were. Lu Tianyu returned to his room, activated the room's prohibitions, and began to cultivate the water dragon fist from the 5-dragon divine fist. The Swallowing Heaven cauldron floated above his head, enveloping him and accelerating the flow of time. Meanwhile, Elder Gua had just returned to his chamber when a beam of golden light pierced through the roof and landed in his palm. Opening his hand, he found a communication talisman resting within, causing his expression to grow grave. Swish! He formed a series of hand seals to establish a barrier and activated the communication talisman. Guobuoxiong. The Vice President, there is a confidential task that requires your completion. According to the analysis from the headquarters of the Star Chamber of Commerce, the location where the 5 elements divine thunder fell a month ago is within your Chang'an star domain. You must investigate the truth as soon as possible. Should it be a cultivator, spare no effort to recruit them into our Star Chamber of Commerce. If it is a divine artifact, seize it at all costs, and do not allow others to gain the advantage. Should you require assistance, feel free to request support from the headquarters. Guobuoxiong was slightly taken aback. The 5 elements divine thunder fell within the Chang'an star domain. How was I unaware? His Tianshan sect was situated in the Chang'an star domain. As a major ascension stage cultivator, he should have noticed the descent of the 5 elements divine thunder, yet he had not perceived it in the slightest. Guobuoxiong furrowed his brow. There must be a treasure obscuring the celestial phenomenon, which suggests the likelihood of a treasure being immense that a month has elapsed. I must investigate without delay. Repeating 5 elements divine thunder to himself, he suddenly felt a jolt. That young man, Lu Qianyu, sought top-tier materials of the 5-element attributes for cultivating body refinement techniques. Could it be him? This thought emerged uncontrollably. Such coincidences are improbable, and once they appear, they are inevitable. With this realization, Guo Buxiong promptly extended his consciousness to probe Lu Qianyu's chamber. Unfortunately, his spiritual sense was obstructed. Guo Buxiong's expression turned serious. If it is indeed him, should I recruit him into the Star Chamber of Commerce? No, the Tianshan sect is my foundation. If it is truly him, I must bring him into the Tianshan sect. However, he soon shook his head. It is not certain yet. I shall wait until I investigate further. Meanwhile, deep beneath Chongqing Academy, within an exceedingly concealed, dim chamber, an elderly man with a weathered face bowed before a silver statue, rising to light 3 incense sticks. Great Emperor, this old servant knows you still live. Your soul lamp has long been replaced by me. To outsiders, you appear to have perished, yet only I am aware of your continued existence, that I acted to protect you. I hope you can forgive me. Great Emperor, as he spoke, the old man's expression grew mournful, his body trembling lightly. Your brilliance incites jealousy and suppression from all quarters. How tragic. All I can do in my lifetime is to ensure the continuation of Chongqing Academy until your return. I firmly believe you will come back. After bowing, he prepared to leave. Suddenly a hum. The silver statue radiated an intense silver light, startling the old man. This clang, 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 the silver spear in the statue's hand trembled. And a familiar voice echoed. Lao Mo, during the next enrollment at Chongqing Academy, conduct a 5 elements attribute assessment. Those with complete 5 elemental roots shall be admitted. Remember, pay special attention to these students, nurturing those with extraordinary results at all costs. Having spoken, the imagery immediately dimmed. Your Majesty, old Mo wept profusely. I knew it. The heavens are watching. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall handle this matter with utmost diligence. Although he could not comprehend why the Eternal Emperor would take on disciples with the 5 elements defective spiritual roots, he understood that such disciples were few and far between. Yet, regardless of whether the Emperor's command was misguided, he would endeavor to fulfill it. Simultaneously, the foremost powers within the Imperial Star Domain deduced that a treasure of the 5 elements had emerged in the Eternal Star Domain and secretly dispatched individuals to investigate. The situation was akin to that of the Stellar Commerce Association. While the descent of the 5 elements divine thunder was known across the Milky Way, a shroud of treasure obscured the celestial secrets, leaving the precise location uncertain. Only today was it surmised that the landing zone lay within the Eternal Star Domain, though the exact position remained elusive. 3 days swiftly passed. On this day, in the Grand Hall of the Xinjing sect, a furious Shengluan Kai, the old ancestor of the Earth Spirit sect, pointed accusatorily at Luo Qinxiu. Did you send your son to infiltrate the Earth Spirit City, disrupt the bridal chamber, and slay my son and grandson? Are you declaring war against the 3 ghostly sects? If you do not surrender your son and provide me with suitable compensation, I shall raze this grand hall to the ground. Luo Qinxiu, bewildered, retorted, Impossible. My son has been in seclusion for the past few days, preparing for the final qualifications of the Eternal Academy, and has not stepped out even once. You speak slanderously. The aggressive demeanor of the Earth Spirit sect left him in utter confusion. How could his son, Luo Chun, possibly breach the Earth Spirit sect to commit murder? This was clearly a deliberate defamation aimed at extorting benefits. With a swift motion, Shengluan Kai produced a recording stone. Here is the evidence. Do you dare deny it? Shinjua Feng was accustomed to recording his escapades with women using such stones, and the bridal night was no exception. After examining the stone, Luo Qianxiu's countenance darkened severely. This. He then exclaimed in rage. The individual in the recording bears Luo Chen's appearance and physique, but this person is certainly not my son. Someone has impersonated him, attempting to incite discord between our sects. It must be so. My son could never engage in such folly. Shengluan Kai bellowed. You still refuse to acknowledge the truth. even if the intruder in the bridal chamber was an imposter. What the fact that you dispatched the commander of the Shwani guards to lead an ambush against over 100 disciples of the three ghostly sects? Is that also fabricated? He hurled another recording orb at Luo Chinchio. As Luo Chinchio scrutinized the orb, he muttered repeatedly, "How could this be? Luo Yuaning is my personal guard. He would never act without my command. This is absolutely inconceivable. Allow me to contact him for confirmation." Yet at that moment, a panicked individual rushed in, whispering urgently in Luo Chinchio's ear, "Sect Master, it's Dyer, the commander of the Shwani guards. Luo Yuanting has taken his family and absconded. The other Shwani guards have also taken their families." What? Luo Chinchio's head spun at in that instant. He realized that Luo Yuaning had undoubtedly betrayed the Xianjing sect, surreptitiously taking his family away before launching an attack on the disciples of the three ghostly sects. Yet he could not fathom why Luo Yuaning would do such a thing, he questioned himself. He had treated Luo Yuanting well, and as a member of the Luo family's main lineage, why would he act so irrationally? Luo Yuaning had gone to capture Lu Tianyu. Luo Chinchio suddenly had a revelation. Could this be related to Lu Tianyu? There was indeed a possibility. The recent events had been rather peculiar. Someone had impersonated Ma Wudi to break out of the Eight Desolation star domain, then disguised as Luo Chun, and subsequently manipulated the Shwani guards to attack the disciples of the three ghostly sects. Each of these incidents, even if not orchestrated by Lu Tianyu, was certainly connected to him. Wait, he sent Ma Dachuan to threaten me. It must be his doing. You cunning Lu Tianyu. Observing Luo Chinchio's silence, Shengluan Kai scoffed. At this juncture, what more can you say? Do not attempt to claim that this is not your directive. With a deep breath, Luo Chinchio clasped his fists towards Shengluan Kai. I genuinely had no knowledge of this matter. Rest assured, Senior Shengluan, I will investigate promptly and provide you with a response. However, to Shengluan Kai's ears, this sounded like a mere pretext. Angered, Shengluan Kai retorted, "You, Luo Chinchio, even now, you offer me nothing but platitudes. It appears you are intent on opposing the three ghostly sects. If you do not surrender your son today and provide me with a satisfactory explanation, you shall bear the consequences." At this moment, his fury reached a boiling point, ready to erupt at the slightest provocation. The Earth Spirit sect had been extorted of a significant portion of their wealth by the ghostly Saint Evil physician. And with his grandson and son slain, he was filled with pent-up rage. Come forth seeking resolution only to be met with such dismissiveness was intolerable. It was as if he were being treated with disdain. Luo Chinchio, equally incensed, replied, "Do you think my Xianjing sect fears you? I have already stated that I will provide you with an explanation promptly, yet you continue to press me." After all, he was the sect master of the Xianjing sect, and his tone towards Shengluan Kai had been sufficiently moderate. Little did he expect that Shengluan Kai would take advantage of his leniency, becoming increasingly aggressive. Luo Chinchio could no longer endure it. This was the territory of the Xianjing sect, and he doubted Shengluan Kai would dare to act here. No sooner had he spoken than Shengluan Kai erupted in rage. "To hell with you. Do you think I fear to act?" His aura surged forth violently, gathering power as he struck towards Luo Chinchio. "Return my son to me." Luo Chinchio's complexion shifted dramatically as he hastily dodged. "You dare." He evaded, but his informant beside him was not so fortunate. Struck down by Shengluan Kai's blow, their body exploding in a shower of gore. The scream caught in their throat. The dark blood mingled with flesh splattered across Luo Chinchio. The ghostly dark poison palm. Luo Chinchio's face paled in horror. Was he truly attempting to frighten him to death? "Though I may lack your prowess, you cannot bully me in such a manner. Kill!" Drawing forth the 7-foot Xianzhong sword from his waist, he unleashed a torrent of sword energy towards Shengluan Kai. As a peak spirit division cultivator wielding the sect's treasured sword, he could barely contend against Shengluan Kai for a few exchanges. Moreover, the commotion was bound to attract the attention of the ancestors. One man alone could not hope to prevail against Shengluan Kai. Shengluan Kai sneered. "You dare to oppose me? Today, I shall surely slay you and avenge my son and grandson." Boom, boom, boom. The clash of sword shadows and palm strikes resonated, each explosion echoing through the air. The grand hall of the Xianzhang sect shattered into fragments. At this moment, the combined forces of the Xianzhang sect as ancestral elders arrived, teaming up with Luo Qinqiu to confront Shengluan Kai. Shengluan Kai, consumed with fury, declared, "Very well, it seems your Xianjing sect has chosen to go to war with the three ghostly sects. Once we have dealt with the 8 Desolation Star Domain, we shall settle the score with you. Luo Qinqiu, beware during your slumber. Should your head roll, it shall be your just desserts." With a sweeping motion of his robe, he departed with the members of the Skeleton Sect and the Heavenly Spirit Sect. Shengluan Kai was acutely aware that they were on the territory of the Xianjing sect. A prolonged battle could very well attract the attention of the Xianzhang sect's Void Realm ancestors. It was prudent to retreat for the time being and seek revenge later. The ancestral elder of the Xianjing sect, Luo Zishu, was about to pursue, but was halted by Luo Qinqiu. "Ancestor, do not chase them." Gritting his teeth, he declared, "All of this has been instigated by Lu Tianyu of the 8 Desolation Star Domain. He disguised himself as a member of our Xianjing sect and attacked the 3 ghostly sects. Attempting to incite conflict between our sections, the immediate course of action is to locate this individual swiftly, clarify the truth, and demand an apology from the Earth Spirit sect." He then recounted the recent occurrences, asserting, "It must be Lu Qianyu and that old fool Chongmei behind this." Luo Zishu's brow furrowed. A month ago, the 5 elements divine thunder fell upon the 8 Desolation Star Domain, and old Chongmei advanced to the Void Realm. With both he and Lu Qianyu causing chaos externally, we are utterly defenseless. He turned to Luo Qinqiu. "Qinqiu, after all, Lu Tianyu is my Luo family's grandson. Why would he take such actions? The 8 Desolation Star Domain is besieged. If he drags us into this, the first to suffer misfortune shall undoubtedly be the 8 Desolation Star Domain. Surely we, the Xianjing sect, would not neglect to deal with the 8 Desolation Star Domain." Luo Qinqiu retorted coldly, "I have brought Yunshang back. That wretch believes I have mistreated her and has gone mad in retaliation against us." Every mention of Lu Tianyu filled him with loathing. Luo Zishu, momentarily startled, nodded. "That boy is indeed a wolf cub that cannot be tamed, were it not for our Xianzhang sect's reputation. The 3 ghostly sects would have already taken action against the 8 Desolation Star Domain. Instead of gratitude, that cub stabs us in the back. How infuriating! You shall personally arrange matters, should we require your assistance. Communicate with us at any time. It is imperative that we capture that wolf cub. We must act swiftly before the 3 ghostly sects breach the 8 Desolation Demon Suppression Formation." Luo Qinqiu responded, "Understood. I have heard that Lu Jinzi will not arrive at the ghostly sect for another 3 days. 3 days is ample time. He personally supervised for 3 days without success. In that case, there is no need for him to continue as the sect master. Once Lu Jinzi breaks the 8 Desolation's Demon Suppression Array, the 8 Desolation Star region will soon be ravaged at that time. The 3 sects of the Netherworld will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike. It is imperative to capture Lu Tianyu before the array is breached and uncover the truth." Lu Tianyu remains blissfully unaware of these developments. At this moment, azure and black halos swirl around him, with 2 water dragons, one blue and one black, coiling around his arms. The water dragon fist cultivation is complete. It is time to bring my mother out. As Lu Tianyu stepped out of his room, he was momentarily stunned. In Chapter 80, Guojin the Ice Block, he saw the long-browed ancestor and old man Gua standing at the entrance, one on each side. Like 2 divine guardians, that Lu Tianyu exclaimed in surprise. What are you doing?" Old man Gua chuckled. "We are here for a serious matter. We've been waiting for you for a day and a night. You are quite busy, aren't you?" The long-browed ancestor smiled and took Lu Tianyu's hand, leading him outside. "Come with me." Lu Tianyu was utterly perplexed. "Grandfather, what is this about?" The expressions and behaviors of these 2 were somewhat strange, causing him to feel uneasy. The long-browed ancestor got straight to the point. "I recently went to the Tianshan sect to find you a partner, and she has come to see you now. She has been waiting a day and a night." Old man Gua added, "My granddaughter is naturally proud and rarely looks at ordinary individuals. You must make a good impression. By the way, my granddaughter has a bit of a temper. As a man, you should know to be humble and tolerant. I believe you can understand." He wore a smile reminiscent of a cunning fox. What? Lu Tianyu halted in his tracks. You mean you're introducing me to someone? But I'm not ready yet. I just got my engagement annulled, and the situation in the Eight Desolation Star region is dire. It's not the right time for introductions. Perhaps we could discuss this later. His focus was entirely on cultivation, leaving him no inclination to pursue romantic interests. Old Man Guo wore a warm smile. Finding a partner after an annulment is better than not finding one at all. My granddaughter has been too busy with her training, and this is a rare opportunity. He felt a sense of helplessness regarding his granddaughter, Guo. This girl is so absorbed in her cultivation that she has turned down many suitors from prestigious sects without even a glance. He and his son were not in a rush. For cultivators, reaching the pinnacle of martial arts is the ultimate goal, and a partner is not of paramount importance. However, the long-browed ancestor had somehow managed to persuade his granddaughter to agree to meet with Lu Qianyu, and she even took the initiative to suggest that he found this matter rather strange. But each time he asked his granddaughter, she remained tight-lipped. The long-browed ancestor also kept his mouth shut. The long-browed ancestor stated solemnly, Tianyu, Old Man Guo's granddaughter, is far superior to that so-called Qin Yan. She is beautiful and kind-hearted. Generally, she does not take notice of others, yet she showed some interest in you after seeing your appearance. I exerted considerable effort, employing my eloquence to persuade her. You are no longer a child. It is time for you to find a match. There was something he had yet to mention. The Eight Desolation Star region is currently at its most critical juncture. The master of array-breaking, Lu Jinzi, is reportedly on his way to the Netherworld sect. The Eight Desolations Demon Suppression Array could be broken at any moment, and if that happens, the Eight Desolation Star region will truly be finished. Introducing Lu Qianyu to a partner is also a means to provide him with a final escape route. The long-browed ancestor had no doubts about the capabilities of the ghostly saint and evil doctor. However, one must always be prepared for the worst. Only his eyes for me. Lu Qianyu was bewildered. Is it that I am handsome, or am I simply handsome? He found it perplexing that someone could feel moved merely by an illusion of appearance. This was evidently unusual. Cultivators possess keen intellect and unwavering will. They are not swayed by mere looks. There must be something more to this, and his curiosity was piqued. The long-browed ancestor patted Lu Tianyu on the shoulder. Tianyu, there are many handsome men. Yet the most crucial factor between men and women is mutual attraction. Of course, my Tianyu is the most handsome in the Tiana galaxy, with a charm that is truly unique. He smiled, but a hint of melancholy lingered in his deep-set eyes. As they spoke, the three arrived at the vegetable garden in the backyard. Lu Qianyu spotted a woman dressed in white, watering a pot of flowers with a watering can. The woman had her back to him. From the rear, Lu Qianyu could discern her tall and graceful figure, her movements gentle and elegant. As he approached, he felt a faint chill in the air. Sensing someone's arrival, the woman slowly turned to face him, revealing an exquisite and fair visage. She had an oval face and willow-like brows, her spring-like eyes devoid of emotion. Their gazes locked. Lu Tianyu felt a jolt of realization. This woman is far too cold. Indeed, she was cold. The icy expression on her face and the penetrating chill in her eyes exuded an aura that made one feel she was not to be approached lightly. Moreover, Lu Tianyu sensed a faint, icy aura emanating from her. Taken together, the only word that came to mind was cold. To put it bluntly, she resembled an ice block. Tianyu, this is my granddaughter, Guo. Old Man Guo introduced her, then pointed to Lu Qianyu. This young man is Lu Qianyu, the holy son of the Eastern Desolate Clan in the Eight Desolation Star region. The woman nodded slightly, her red lips parting to utter two words. All right. Her voice was crisp, like jade beads falling onto a porcelain plate. She then glanced at the long-browed ancestor before looking at Old Man Guo. Old Man Guo hurriedly spoke. Ying will be staying in the Earth Spirit City for a month. Tianyu is the host. You should take her around and plan the itinerary. He spoke with an underlying implication. The long-browed ancestor added, Tianyu, feel free to take Ying wherever you wish in Earth Spirit City. Old Man Guo has already informed the sect leader of Earth Spirit Sect. No one would dare to impede her. The implication was clear. Jing was from the Tianshan sect, and with her accompanying him, no one would dare to harm him, allowing him to act freely. Ahem. Lu Tianyu clasped his fist towards Old Man Guo and the long-browed ancestor. I currently have urgent matters to attend to, requiring a few days of my time. Would it be acceptable to discuss this later? He was reluctant to be burdened with an ice block accompanying him everywhere. Furthermore, aside from his cultivation, he had numerous other matters to attend to, leaving him no time to accompany a woman on leisurely outings. Old Man Guo chuckled. Young man, are you planning to rescue your mother from the Xinqing sect? Bringing Yingying along will surely make things much easier. Even if the Xinqing sect had 10 times the courage, they would not dare to offend the holy maiden of the Tianshan sect. Noticing Lu Tianyu's astonished expression, he elaborated, everyone is aware of your situation. You disguise yourself as a member of the Xinqing sect to attack the 3 sects of the netherworld, committing murder and arson. The Xinqing sect has placed a hefty bounty on you, and Luo Qinxiu has been searching for you for 2 days. Old Man Guo gave Lu Tianyu a thumbs up. I must say, your abilities have exceeded my expectations. You managed to sow discord among the leaders of the Xianyi Guards. That is quite an impressive feat. The leader of Xianyi Guards is a genuine divine sense stage cultivator. A formidable force among his peers. He had no idea what methods Lu Tianyu employed, but they were undoubtedly quite extraordinary. He felt that his granddaughter would not be disgraced by being involved with such a person. In Chapter 81, A Very Hard Fist. Upon hearing this, Guojing's eyes finally revealed a glimmer of interest. She thought to herself that this young man possesses some ability. He is also a filial son, daring to infiltrate the Xinqing sect alone to rescue someone. Such a person should be adequate company for her to practice swordsmanship and unwind. Lu Tianyu smiled awkwardly. So you all know, this venture is quite dangerous, and I might encounter conflict with the Xinqing sect. Moreover, I cannot involve your Tianshan sect. Rescuing my mother is a personal endeavor. He felt a surge of joy within. The Xinqing sect was finally facing consequences for their treatment of his mother. However, he was also increasingly anxious about rescuing his mother, fearing that Luo Qinxiu might exert more pressure on her. His implication was clear. Guizhuing should refrain from accompanying him, as it would be perilous. Furthermore, he intended to use the Swallowing Heaven Cauldron to stealthily infiltrate and rescue his mother, wishing to keep his secrets hidden from everyone. Unexpectedly, Guizhuing spoke up. I will accompany you, whoosh. She tossed over a storage ring. These are the top quality materials you will need. They are all here. Rest assured, I will not hold you back or bring you shame, as long as you take me out of play. These items are yours free of charge. As she spoke, her eyes glimmered with excitement, and a hint of warmth finally emerged in her icy gaze. That it was as if she were saying, I've never done this before. I'm quite intrigued. Lu Tianyu was rendered speechless. This woman was not only cold, but also seemed to have a penchant for violence. She appeared to revel in excitement. One could easily describe her as a playful yet aggressive ice block. As he glanced through the storage ring, he was astonished. Aside from the materials for his 5 Dragon Divine Fist cultivation, there were also several high-quality pills. Gifting this to me, such expensive items were being offered as a fee for companionship. It appears that the storage rings have all been bestowed upon me. Indeed, the disciples of the Grand Sect are quite generous. Lu Qianyu's mind raced as he contemplated the possibility of leaving his presence outside the Xinqing sect while he ventured in alone. Might this not be a form of companionship? At that moment, Guo Buxiong's voice resounded once more. Since there are no objections, it is settled. Tianyu, Yingying has never visited the Diling city. You should take her on a tour. With that, he winked at Yi Lingyun. Yi Lingyun shook her head slightly. Perhaps we should reconsider Diling city. However, I have a condition. I will accompany you, but you must follow my lead, and if you disagree, I cannot take you with me. He did not wish to parade under the banner of the Tianshan sect, which would not only paint him as a freeloader, but also tarnish his reputation, that he intended to launch a covert attack, inflicting a painful price upon the 3 realms of the underworld. Guozhuing nodded immediately. Very well. She was not one to waste words that as the saintess of the Tianshan sect. She had no fear of Lu Tianyu resorting to trickery. Moreover, she was eager to discover what extraordinary skills he possessed that might enable him to rescue her mother from the Xinqing sect. A quarter of an hour later, a flying vessel adorned with the Tianshan sect's emblem soared from Diling City. Heading towards the Xinqing star domain. On the deck, Lu Tianyu, clad as a dashing young gentleman, turned to Guo and said, "I will retreat to the cabin to cultivate. Please navigate the vessel." At the standard speed of the flying boat, it would take 4 days to reach the Xianqing sect. This duration was ample for Lu Tianyu to perfect the Wood Dragon Fist. After an additional fortnight of training, he would undoubtedly refine the 5-Dragon Divine Fist to perfection, enabling him to unseal his lower dantian and enter the Qi refinement stage. The vessel bore the mark of the Tianshan sect, and aside from those with questionable intellect, most cultivators would not dare to provoke it. After all, the Tianshan sect was one of the top 10 sects in the Chang'eng Star domain, its reputation well-deserved. Guo maintained an impassive expression. That is acceptable. However, her eyes suddenly glinted with cold intensity. "Prepare yourself, clang." The sword leaped from its sheath, thrusting directly towards Lu Tianyu. The swordplay was fierce and domineering. Moving with astonishing speed, the tip aimed straight at Lu Tianyu's heart. His complexion changed instantly. Instinctively, he clenched his fist and raised his hand, delivering a powerful blow towards the blade. Clang. The sword was deflected. Narrowly grazing his body, Lu Tianyu exclaimed in shock. What is the meaning of this? This woman had launched an attack without a word. Although devoid of murderous intent, it was rather abrupt. Guo remarked. Such a formidable punch. She executed a flawless 360-degree spin in mid-air, swiftly changing her attack. Receive my stormy pear blossom sword. Clang, 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 waves of silvery sword energy cascaded towards Lu Tianyu like a torrential downpour. Left with no choice, Lu Tianyu summoned the qi from his dantian, forming a yellowish protective shield. Simultaneously, he struck towards the oncoming sword energy with his fists. Clang, clang, clang. The sword energies shattered into nothingness against his fists. Any sword energy that managed to reach him was thwarted by the Eartha Tribute Shield. In a matter of mere 5 breaths, the stormy pear blossom sword was completely dismantled. Lu Tianyu lunged forward, aiming a strike at the woman's chest. After enduring 2 inexplicable attacks without retaliation was not in his nature. Regardless of her identity, none could treat him in such a manner. Guo chuckled lightly. Good timing. She raised her sword and struck Lu Tianyu's fist with the blade. However, the next moment, her expression shifted dramatically. With a resounding clash, an immense force emanated from the longsword, causing it to slip from her grasp, and her body was sent flying backward. She flipped twice in the air before landing, exclaiming, "What overwhelming strength! Such a robust physique is perfect for sword practice." Guo stood with her sword in hand, her expression icy. "You shall practice swordplay with me for 1 hour every 12 hours. Should you refuse, do not expect to cultivate. Furthermore," she added, "do not covet my body or appearance. We are merely ordinary friends." She expressed her initial thoughts. When the elder with long eyebrows approached her, he understood her urgent need for a training partner and suggested that Lu Tianyu would adequately meet her requirements. As the paragon of the Tianshan sect, Guo found only 2 peers capable of satisfying her needs. The rest of the disciples lacked the qualifications to spar with her. They were simply too weak. Unfortunately, her 2 cousins were either in seclusion or otherwise preoccupied. As swordsmanship advanced, the number of suitable partners dwindled. She was reluctant to spar with members of other sects, as such encounters often led to endless conflicts. The elder with long eyebrows had indicated that his grandson would suffice, hinting at a desire for them to develop feelings over time, a notion she was certainly aware of. However, it mattered little to her. Lu Tianyu posed no threat to her. Yet, she had not anticipated that Lu Tianyu's physical training was beyond her expectations, and his fists were remarkably powerful. Lu Tianyu was momentarily taken aback, realizing why this icy figure sought him. It was indeed for sword practice. He could not have wished for a better opportunity. With a sense of satisfaction, Lu Tianyu turned and entered the cabin to begin his training in the Wood Dragon Fist. As he stepped inside, the voice of the 1,000-bone Empress rang out. "Husband, you have successfully captured her attention. Continue your efforts, and this icy figure will soon melt." Chapter 82. The sword shatters the chessboard. Lu Tianyu swayed slightly. "Please, do not jest. I am not interested in courting such an icy figure that I know, dear husband, that you have a special fondness for me." The 1,000-bone Empress chuckled my own body is gravely injured and will require a significant amount of time to heal. During this period, you must not be idle. This woman may seem cold, but she is the easiest to pursue. She is devoted to her sword. Simply accompany her in practice daily and engage in some playful physical contact during training. She will surely find it irresistible. When her frosty demeanor gives way to a smile, you will know you have succeeded and the next step can be taken. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Qianyu was rendered speechless, hastily diverting the conversation. By the way, what do you need for your recovery? I will do everything within my power to gather it for you. Unable to win an argument against the experienced thousand-bone empress, he could only change the subject. He felt a deep sense of guilt, having received so much help from her while being unable to repay her in kind. The thousand-bone empress replied coolly, "If you come across anything I need, I will inform you." She shifted gears. If you wish to elevate the five-dragon divine fist to its pinnacle, solidifying your foundation is an excellent approach. However, you must also exercise caution. The five-dragon divine fist is of a high caliber, and mastering each elemental aspect to perfection could result in a cosmic upheaval, potentially leading to changes in your dantian as well. You must seek an environment that is extremely harsh, one that is not easily accessible to others. To cultivate the final elemental technique, be warned, the thousand-bone empress added. The last time you trained in the five-dragon divine fist, you activated your middle dantian, causing a cosmic disturbance. I used the Devouring Cauldron to conceal most of the heavenly secrets. However, some powerful beings may still surmise your general location, so remain vigilant. Lu Qianyu's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this. It could cause a cosmic upheaval again. His mind buzzed at the tea that moment. He had not anticipated that he would unprecedentedly open his middle dantian, triggering a cosmic shift. He was completely unaware that the thousand-bone empress had used the Devouring Cauldron to obscure the heavenly secrets. Now that he had begun practicing the five-dragon divine fist, reaching its pinnacle was imperative. There was no way he could switch to other techniques. Lu Qianyu's thoughts raced. He needed to expedite the completion of the five-dragon divine fist and quickly unseal his lower dantian. He had already thought of a suitable location, the dark turbid region between the Zhuangli star domain and the dark star domain. The corrosive nature of the dark turbid region was extraordinarily potent. Even cultivators at the Great Ascension stage would not dare venture there lightly. The elder of the Eight Desolations, a peak stage void refinement cultivator, had been corroded in that very place, barely escaping with a fragment of his soul. Lu Qianyu resolved that after rescuing his mother, he would immediately head to the dark turbid region to refine the power of the five elements to perfection and unseal his lower dantian. At that moment, the voice of the thousand-bone empress echoed once more, "Be cautious of that woman. Her approach may bear ulterior motives. However, if you can secure her trust, she will undoubtedly comply with your wishes. And you will also uncover her true intentions." Lu Qianyu coughed. "I must focus on my cultivation." He settled into a cross-legged position on the ground, activating his barriers and commencing his training. Outside, Guozhuying observed the direction of the cabin, her icy gaze unblinking. "This is intriguing. My grandfather instructed me to pay attention to whether his fist techniques encompass all five elements. I wonder what he meant." Now, having seen him employ both metal and earth attributes, if he masters all five elemental fist techniques, he would indeed be defying the heavens. In her understanding, the cultivation system of this world has always been one of specialization, focusing on mastering a single attribute's technique and elevating it to its pinnacle. This holds true for both chi refiners and body refiners alike. Achieving perfection in a singular attribute's technique is already an extraordinary feat, and the journey is fraught with challenges. To cultivate all five elemental attributes to such an extent indicates that the individual must be a prodigy, one deserving of sincere friendship from her. At the same time, a luxurious golden flying vessel glided into the starry ring region of the turbid flow star field that a middle-aged man clad in rough yellow fabric with short hair played a game of chess against another middle-aged man dressed in purple robes, who bore a long sword at his waist. The chessboard was a battleground of white and black pieces, locked in fierce combat, with neither side able to gain the upper hand for the moment. On either side stood two extraordinary young men and women, their gazes fixated on the board. The handsome young man in a green shirt murmured. Such fierce contention might yield no result even after a year. Yet your advances and retreats, alongside your ingenious tactics, are truly splendid. The beautiful young woman, however, held a differing view. While the game seems evenly matched, both seniors are actually seeking each other's weaknesses. Have you not noticed how their pace is gradually quickening? The probability of exposing vulnerabilities is increasing, and the outcome hinges on a single thought. The woman donned a purple dress, her features exquisite, with bright eyes and a radiant smile, exuding an extraordinary aura. Let us place a wager, the young man in the green shirt suggested, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. If the game remains unresolved within 2 hours, you shall comply with one condition of my choosing. Conversely, should a winner emerge within that time frame, you may present me with a condition of your own. The young woman in purple huffed, agreed. I hope you do not go back on your word. She was well versed in the intricacies of the game and had confidence in her judgment. If victorious, she could seize the opportunity to request a precious item from her opponent, making this endeavor all the more perfect. The young man in the green shirt was elated, his gaze lingering on the woman's graceful form. Very well. It is settled. No turning back now. He had long coveted her and was certain of his victory. He had witnessed similar matches numerous times. Given the prowess of both players, it was unlikely a winner would emerge swiftly. At that moment, he could make excessive demands, and though the woman would surely refuse, he had other means to win her over. Just then, from behind the golden vessel, a white flying ship sped forth. At that moment, with a resounding clang of a flying sword shot out from the white vessel, piercing through the defenses of the golden ship, fortuitously heading straight for the chessboard. The two players, engrossed in their game, were caught off guard by the audacity of the attack. By the time they reacted, it was far too late. The young man in green and the young woman in purple had also fixated their attention on the chessboard, rendering any attempts to intervene futile. Boom! The chessboard was pierced by the silver flying sword, which shattered explosively. Both players instinctively retaliated, controlling the explosion's aftermath, their expressions darkening as they stood to face the approaching white vessel. Their enthusiasm for the match had been violently disrupted, and they were deeply displeased. However, they refrained from retaliating, as the opponents aboard the vessel were mere juniors. It was an opportunity for the younger generation to hone their skills. Swish! The young man in green and the young woman in purple soared into the air, swords drawn, their sword intent surging. The disruption of their wager left them irate, as the anticipated rewards slipped away. The protective barrier of the white vessel lowered, revealing a striking pair, a handsome young man and a beautiful young woman. The woman in white approached the vessel's edge and slightly bowed. My apologies for the mishap during our sparring. The flying sword lost control. I sincerely request the return of the sword and am willing to compensate for any damages incurred. Chapter 83. You are too weak. The woman in white was none other than Guo. Moments ago, she had been engaged in a sword practice with Lu Tianyu, battling for 300 rounds without a victor. In a moment of urgency, as she attempted to change her strategy, Lu Tianyu seized the opportunity to send her sword flying. Lu Tianyu stepped forward, standing alongside Guo, and bowed. I apologize for the accidental release of my sword. Please forgive me. He had anticipated that Guo would be content with the practice after 300 rounds. Not realizing she had no intention of stopping, forced to disarm her sword, he sought to end their sparring. However, he had not foreseen that Guo's swordsmanship was so swift that it careened out of control, causing chaos. Assessing the opulence of the golden vessel and the profound cultivation of the two individuals within, Lu Tianyu felt an involuntary surge of vigilance. Guo, is it truly you? The young woman in purple, Murong Shui, glared disdainfully at Lu Tianyu. So this is your wild man? I never imagined you would indulge in such romantic escapades aboard a vessel. Considering our acquaintance, I shall let this matter slide, provided you compensate me with a top-tier spiritual vein and a complete chessboard. Then we shall consider this issue resolved. She was the holy maiden of the 10,000 Sword sect, accompanying her master, Jianwaya, to the 8 desolate star field for training. By chance, she encountered Lu Jinzi, a master of array breaking from the Tianji sect, along with his disciple Yun Fenghua, and they traveled together. Unexpectedly, they came across Guo Zhuing, who was renowned as her equal. The two were often compared as the finest female sword cultivators of the Chongqing Star region. Murong Shui had previously challenged Guo Zhuing multiple times, only to be met with indifference. Outsiders speculated that Guo Zhuing regarded her challenges with disdain. This only fueled her ire. Now that Guo Zhuing had made a misstep, how could she let the opportunity to humiliate her pass? Ideally, she would provoke Guo Zhuing into a duel to determine superiority. Yun Fenghua gazed intently at Guo Zhuing, his expression revealing surprise. So is indeed Sister Zhuing. You have publicly declared your refusal to seek a partner, maintaining an air of aloofness. Yet here you are, with a man at your side. Pray, introduce us. What prestigious sect does your man hail from? His smile radiated warmth, yet his heart was filled with derision. Yun Fenghua was among Guo Zhuing's admirers, having visited her multiple times with lavish gifts to express his affection, only to be coldly rebuffed in a final act of defiance. Guo Zhuing had even referred to him as a mangy dog. Shamelessly. Now, seeing her with an unknown man, he could not let this opportunity for mockery slip away. Should the chance arise, he would eliminate this man, striking a blow to Guo Zhuing's pride. Yet infuriatingly, Guo Zhuing maintained her haughty demeanor, seemingly oblivious to him, and directed her ire at Murong Shui. A top-tier spiritual vein. Why not simply steal it from me? I acknowledge my fault in damaging your chessboard and am willing to offer tenfold compensation. Along with my apologies that if you demand more, you may find yourself with nothing. Her prideful nature allowed her to express an apology only because Lu Tianyu had advised against provoking trouble. Typically, she would have tossed a bag filled with sufficient spiritual stones at them, regardless of their acceptance, and departed without a second glance. If they pursued her, she would engage in battle without hesitation. Tenfold compensation. Murong Shui scoffed. Our chessboard is crafted from millennial-old ebony wood. Its value far exceeds that of a single top-tier spiritual vein. Were it not for our prior acquaintance, I would demand 10 top-tier spiritual veins. Should you contest this, let us settle it through combat. If you lose, you shall comply with my terms. If you win, I shall adhere to yours. The chessboard was, in fact, a common board made of ordinary materials, merely brought along for her master and Lu Jinzi's amusement. Her insistence on its supposed worth was a deliberate attempt to corner Guo Zhuing. Guo Zhuing, quick to grasp Murong Shui's intentions, had already assessed the chessboard's material, determining it to be worth at most a mid-tier spiritual stone. This is extortion. If it is a battle you seek, then let it be so. She reached for her sword, summoning it back to her. However, she soon recalled something and glanced at Lu Tianyu at that moment. She realized she must heed his counsel for the journey ahead. After all, she had already paid a high price to have Lu Tianyu accompany her. Lu Tianyu stepped forward. Your chessboard is composed of common pine wood. Its total value, including the pieces, amounts to at best a mid-tier spiritual stone. Nevertheless, we acknowledge our fault. I will compensate you with a new chessboard and 10 top-tier spiritual stones. He produced a chessboard crafted from century-old ebony wood, 2 boxes of pieces, and 10 mid-tier spiritual stones from his storage ring. Presenting them before Murong Shui and Yun Fenghua, Lu Tianyu had discerned the underlying provocation in Murong Shui and Yun Fenghua's words. However, he wished to avoid conflict, as any delay could jeopardize his quest to save his mother. To his surprise, Murong Shui unleashed a wave of sword energy, obliterating the storage bag, reducing the chessboard and spiritual stones to mere dust. I was speaking with Guo Zhuing. You have no right to interject. Stand aside. I intend to duel Guo Zhuing today to determine who is superior. She was well aware of the top disciple from the 10 major sects and could ascertain that this man was a nameless individual. His handsome appearance was merely a temporary distraction for Guo Zhuing, who sought to fill the void of her emotional solitude. Such a person was ripe for ridicule. Lu Tianyu's expression darkened. You are being unreasonable. Everything must be approached with reason. We have made the utmost concessions that if you refuse to act reasonably, then let us settle this through combat. His tone turned. I see why Lu Tianyu was acutely aware that mere forbearance would prove futile. Since conflict was inevitable, he might as well embrace it. Nevertheless, Lu Tianyu's consciousness was primarily focused on the middle-aged men lurking behind the 2 youths. The 2 middle-aged figures bore expressions of indifference. evidently tacitly endorsing the actions of the young man. Should the latter falter, it was highly probable that the former would intervene. Such a scenario would spell considerable trouble for him. Both middle-aged individuals were at the pinnacle of the void realm, far beyond his capacity to withstand. Yet, given the circumstances, there was no recourse but to confront the challenge head-on. "Kid, it appears you are tired of living," Yun Fenghua bellowed in wrath at a mere wild brat, relying solely on the woman behind you. With a surge of sword intent emanating from him, the tip of his sword pointed menacingly at Lu Qianyu, that, "If you do not step aside, believe me, I shall cleave your head from your shoulders with a single strike." He hesitated momentarily, for he had just witnessed Guojing heed Lu Qianyu's words, and a vague sense told him that Lu Qianyu was not as simple as he appeared. Lu Qianyu shook his head slightly. "You are far too weak. Why not both of you attack together? It would save us time. However, should you lose, you must depart immediately and refrain from any further unreasonable entanglements." Upon hearing this, Yin Fenghua was instantly enraged. "It seems you are determined to part with your head. Very well, I shall sever it." As he spoke, he lunged forward, merging with the sword to thrust towards Lu Qianyu's heart. Lu Qianyu snorted coldly. "You overestimate your abilities." Chapter 84. Lu Jinzi, Jian Wui. Lu Qianyu stood his ground, raising his fist to directly strike Yun Fenghua's incoming sword. This audacious move only deepened Yun Fenghua's disdain. "Fool, you dare to smash your own sword with your fist? What difference does that make to courting death?" Meanwhile, Lu Jinzi and Jian Wui's pupils constricted sharply. They discerned a faint golden radiance enveloping Lu Qianyu's fist, causing a shiver to run down their spines. Almost simultaneously, they shared the thought that this individual was a formidable body cultivator, and Yun Fenghua had underestimated him. Indeed, with a resounding clang, Yun Fenghua, along with his sword, was sent staggering to the side. Following this, two crisp slaps echoed through the air. Yun Fenghua let out a wretched cry, spitting out a mouthful of blood. 3 of his teeth were knocked out, and his head buzzed. In his ears, he heard Lu Qianyu's icy voice. "Those 2 slaps are the price for your foul language. Should you dare utter another profane word, I shall knock out every tooth in your mouth." "You!" Yun Fenghua, infuriated, spat another mouthful of blood. "I will kill you." His initial reaction was to acknowledge his own underestimation. Lu Qianyu had seized the opportunity to launch a full-scale assault, resulting in his loss of teeth. With a surge of energy, Yun Fenghua unleashed the aura of the nascent soul stage, Ling Tian Yi Jian. A sword shadow measuring 10 feet in length materialized and rapidly expanded, 2, 3, 4 feet. Guojing shouted coldly, "Shameless!" She soared into the air, executing the rainstorm pear blossom sword technique to launch a fierce attack against Yun Fenghua. A torrent of fragmented sword energy directly shattered Yun Fenghua's sword shadow, bearing down on him. Yun Fenghua's expression changed to one of alarm. "Have you lost your mind? Is a wild man worth this?" Meanwhile, Murong Shui was left in a state of shock. She and Yun Fenghua were of equal strength, and had she been the one to strike, she would have met a similar fate, suffering a brutal slap. However, like Yun Fenghua, she believed that Lu Qianyu had only succeeded due to Yun Fenghua's carelessness. Realizing this, her demeanor shifted dramatically. "Wild man, behold my sword." She unleashed her ultimate technique, the Xian Nu 19 swords, preparing to sever Lu Qianyu's head. Her intention was to eliminate Lu Qianyu first, causing Guojing to lose her composure in the aftermath, and then turn her attention to Guojing. Clang, clang, clang. 3 ferocious sword energies struck in rapid succession. Murong Shui merged with her sword, following the 3 sword energies as they surged toward Lu Qianyu. Lu Qianyu's fist, imbued with golden elemental energy, struck out 3 times, effortlessly shattering the 3 energies. His fist radiated brilliant gold as it collided with the tip of Murong Shui's sword. A violent burst of golden energy tore through the air, creating a deafening explosion. Murong Shui's expression shifted dramatically. "This is golden elemental fist energy. Such overwhelming power." Fear gripped her heart, yet it was too late to retract her attack. With a resounding clang, the tip of her sword was obliterated, and, simultaneously, a golden palm came crashing towards her. Smack! Morong Shui was sent spiraling backward. She flipped several times in midair before crashing onto the golden flying vessel, spewing a mouthful of blood. The sword energy generated by her renowned Xian new 13 swords have been obliterated by Lu Tianyu's fist. Furthermore, her sword was shattered halfway. How formidable must this man's fists be? Should this news spread, few would believe it. Morong Shui had previously battled a body cultivator who wielded earth elemental energy and had dispatched him in mere moments. She had thus assumed that body cultivators' energies were merely for show. Yet, she was astounded to discover Lu Tianyu's energy was so potent it could obliterate anything in its path. Meanwhile, Yin Fenghua, locked in combat with Guozhuing high above, was thrown into disarray upon witnessing this turn of events, narrowly avoiding having his arm severed by Guozhuing's sword. After a series of frantic assaults, he retreated swiftly back to the flying vessel. I could see this moment, his long hair disheveled and his clothing tattered by sword energy. He appeared exceedingly disheveled, staring wide-eyed at Lu Tianyu, who stood like a spear. An overwhelming sense of invincibility washed over him. Not only he, but Guozhuing behind Lu Tianyu was also left in a stupor. The sight of this man radiated an aura of unassailable strength. It felt as though standing behind Lu Tianyu rendered her invulnerable to all fears. Lu Jinzi and Jian Wui shared the same incredulity as they gazed at Lu Tianyu. This individual simultaneously cultivated two attributes of body cultivation, displaying an attack power that far exceeded that of an ordinary body cultivator. Such a formidable body cultivator could not possibly lack a powerful background. Hence, they hesitated to act rashly. Lu Jinzi slowly approached, speaking with a measured tone. Your body cultivation technique is truly formidable. Young sir, may I inquire your name and the identity of your master? Jian Wui placed a pill into Morong Shui's mouth. Speaking solemnly, though my disciple has erred, your response seems excessively harsh. Reveal your sect, and I shall pay a visit in due time. Observing Morong Shui's swollen visage, he felt immense compassion. His disciple had indeed acted unreasonably. Yet she had erred first. Lu Tianyu mused inwardly. Here it comes. If my background were lacking, you would have seized me without hesitation. He snorted coldly. Your disciple harbored murderous intent towards me. I've already shown you considerable leniency by not slaying her. My master is the ghostly Saint Evil Physician. May I ask the names of both esteemed seniors? I shall report to my master and request a visit from her. He quickly devised a strategy to use ghostly Saint Evil Physician as a shield. In the Long Hung Star Domain, this name resonated with every individual, a figure known far and wide. Most cultivators, unless they were exceptionally unique, would grant the ghostly Saint Evil Physician a modicum of respect. You are a disciple of the ghostly Saint Evil Physician. Lu Jinzi and Jian Wui exchanged astonished glances, disbelief evident in their eyes. The ghostly Saint Evil Physician was known for his eccentric temperament and unpredictable whereabouts, making him nearly impossible to contact, and one knew whether he accepted disciples. The sudden emergence of someone claiming to be his disciple raised suspicions. Yin Fenghua barked coldly. The esteemed ghostly Saint Evil Physician never takes disciples. You speak nonsense. Master, seize this brat. He aims to delay us and escape. Silence. Lu Jinzi commanded sternly. Retreating. Yin Fenghua shot a fierce glare at Lu Tianyu before stepping back behind Lu Jinzi. Lu Jinzi clasped his fist toward Lu Tianyu. My disciple was disrespectful, and I apologize on his behalf. If your master truly is the esteemed ghostly Saint Evil Physician, it would naturally be inappropriate for us to impose, if convenient. Might you facilitate an introduction? I have pressing matters to discuss. His tone was grave, and his demeanor exceedingly polite. Lu Jinzi's wife had been ill for many years, and his countless attempts to seek treatment had proven fruitless. He had long sought the ghostly Saint Evil Physician, but had been unable to locate him. Based on his experience, he believed that the young man before him was not lying, and there was a strong possibility he was indeed a disciple of the ghostly Saint Evil Physician. Only the ghostly Saint Evil Physician could cultivate such a formidable body cultivator. Are you the master of array? Lu Jinzi? Lu Tianyu furrowed his brow slightly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Lu Jinzi, the master of arrays, was precisely the individual who had been invited by the three ghostly sects to break the eight desolate demon array, should the eight desolate demon array be breached. The cultivators of the eight desolate star domain would face the slaughter of the three ghostly sects. This man was none other than Lu Tianyu's mortal enemy. Chapter 85. Your existence is a waste of resources. Lu Jinzi smiled upon hearing this. You know my name? Young sir. I implore you to facilitate an introduction to your master. There will certainly be generous rewards afterward. He was a renowned master of arrays in the long-hung star domain, earning his living through his reputation, as most cultivators would require his services. Setting up arrays or dismantling them was something every cultivator would find useful, much like the ghostly Saint Evil Physician, who was often sought after for remedies during cultivation mishaps. However, Lu Tianyu did not hold back, scoffing disdainfully. An introduction is out of the question. The three ghostly sects practice wicked arts. Your assistance to the ghostly sect in dismantling the array against the eight desolate star domain disregards countless lives. How are you any different from the evil ones of the ghostly sect? My master is a person of virtue. You are unworthy to meet him. Lu Jinzi is well aware of his own reputation. Yet what does it matter if he possesses credibility when he is fundamentally a despicable individual who aids the wicked? Upon hearing this, Lu Jinzi's expression immediately shifted. Young master, there seems to be a misunderstanding. The leader of the Tianling sect once bestowed kindness upon me in my youth. My visit this time is merely to repay that debt of gratitude. As cultivators, we adhere to the principles of cause and effect. When we benefit from others, we must reciprocate, lest we incur karmic retribution that could hinder our ascension. Despite his words, an ominous feeling stirred within him. The young man's demeanor radiated a subtle hostility, yet he could not fathom the reason behind it. Jianwaya stepped forward, his voice icy. As cultivators, we prioritize our own interests. Master Lu Jinzi's array-breaking services are not offered without cost. He too must sustain himself. The survival of cultivators demands substantial resources, especially for an array master whose needs are beyond imagination. Does your esteemed master provide medical care free of charge? I hold you in contempt. Lu Tianyu, in the realm of cultivation, the weak are culled. The inhabitants of the eight desolate star region, being weak and provoking the Yuming sect, have brought their demise upon themselves. Moreover, what concern is it of yours? You hardly resemble a disciple of the ghostly holy evil physician. Genuine disciples of that esteemed figure are certainly not as foolish as you. His implication was clear. The weak have no right to exist. And you and Lu Jinzi are essentially cut from the same cloth. You intend to assist Lu Jinzi, aligning yourself with the nefarious entities of the Yuming three sects. Lu Tianyu offered no respect to Jianwaya during your early sword training. You sustained internal injuries that remain unresolved. Advancing to the great ascension stage is utterly impossible for you. According to your logic, such weakness renders you unworthy of life. Each day you persist is merely a waste of resources. I suggest you take your own life now to avoid further squandering. Yi Lingyun, having undergone a soul cultivation of 100,000 years with the Thousand Bone Empress, possessed considerable medical knowledge. The Thousand Bone Empress, founder of the Luofeng sect and the progenitor of the ghostly holy evil physician, was undoubtedly a master in the healing arts. Observing Jianwaya's condition, which Hua Zongyu's expression grew grave, recent events concerning the ghost saint and the evil doctor have taken a strange turn. And there seems to be some necessary intrigue within it. Would be wise for us to exercise caution. By the way, the master mentioned that the disciple of the ghost saint and evil doctor is a body cultivator. Could you describe his appearance? Is there any footage of him in action? For some inexplicable reason, an ominous feeling gnawed at his heart. The ghost saint and evil doctor departed alongside the Longbrow ancestor. Intending to use the six-petal snow lotus to help Lu Tianyu reconstruct his dantian, Lu Tianyu, a body cultivator himself, had previously slain the renowned genius Ming Tianchi of the skeleton sect. Could it be that Lu Tianyu has been taken as a disciple by the ghost saint and evil doctor? If that were the case, it would spell considerable trouble. However, such a coincidence seems improbable. Lu Jinzi conjured an illusion of Lu Tianyu using his spells. We do not possess footage of the battle at that time. But this is the individual. Take a look. Zongyu shook his head after observing. Is not this person? He breathed a sigh of relief. Master, please accompany me to the Tianling sect for a few days of rest, so we may conduct a thorough investigation. I cannot shake the feeling that this matter is rather peculiar. I shall send someone to inquire with old man Gua to determine whether their saint is from the Tianshan sect has left with the disciple of the ghost saint and evil doctor. A cold glint flickered in Zhong Yu's eyes. Almost simultaneously, Lu Qianyu retrieved a communication pearl to relay two messages, one addressed to the ghost saint and evil doctor. Divine Doctor, Lu Jinzi has already arrived at the Yuming sect. Please hasten to the Bahuang star domain to assist in preventing Lu Jinzi from breaking the formation. Thank you. The other message was directed to the old ancestor of Bahuang. Old ancestor of Bahuang. Lu Jinzi has reached the Yuming sect. The ghost saint and evil doctor will arrive at the Bahuang star domain to provide support. Should Lu Jinzi come to break the formation, leave it to the ghost saint and evil doctor to handle. You need only focus on controlling the Bahuang demon subduing formation. Once the messages were dispatched, both parties responded almost instantaneously. Ghost saint and evil doctor. I shall depart immediately. Rest assured, sect master. Old ancestor of Bahuang. Excellent. I shall follow the master's orders with utmost diligence. Lu Qianyu finally exhaled in relief, stowing the communication pearl away before returning to the cabin to continue his practice of the wood dragon fist. The Bahuang demon subduing formation is a grand array left behind by the ancestors of the Bahuang star domain. Even if Lu Jinzi could dismantle it, it would not be achievable in a short span of time. There is ample time for the ghost saint and evil doctor to intervene. On the Yuming sect side, Zhong Yu received news from the Diling sect confirming that Guizhuiying had indeed left Diling City with a man. However, old man Gua expressed complete ignorance as to whether the man was the disciple of the ghost saint and evil doctor. Helpless, Zhong Yu could only send someone to search in the direction Lu Qianyu had taken. Unfortunately, they found nothing and had to return to the Tianling sect to await the moment Lu Jinzi regains his composure. 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. On this day, Lu Qianyu had perfected the wood dragon fist and stepped outside. Guizhuiying immediately approached. We will reach the Xianqing star domain in 2 hours. How should we prepare? After 3 days of sword practice with Lu Qianyu, she was utterly captivated by his fist technique. Even when she exerted her full strength, Lu Qianyu managed to respond effortlessly, employing only the earth and metal attributes in his punches. During this time, she inquired whether Lu Qianyu mastered any other attribute fist techniques, to which he naturally replied in the negative. Lu Qianyu's own words were that it was impossible for one person to cultivate 5 different attribute fist techniques simultaneously. With a slight smile, Lu Qianyu said, "Please wait a moment." He entered the cabin and returned after the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Upon seeing him emerge, Guizhuiying exclaimed, "Grandpa, what brings you here?" The figure before her, clad in a white robe, was frail and hunched. It could be none other than her grandfather, Guo Buoxiong. Chapter 87. The Alarm of Luo Qinqiu Ha. Lu Qianyu laughed heartily. So, my disguise technique has succeeded splendidly, to the point that even you, my dear granddaughter, fail to recognize me. From this moment forth, I shall be your grandfather, old Mangua. You must mind your words and actions to avoid being discovered. On the journey here, he had already devised a plan to masquerade as Guo Buoxiong, seeking an opportunity to rescue his mother. With Guizhuiying's company, it would be far better to rescue his mother openly than to sneak in covertly. At this moment, the Xianqing sect was undoubtedly searching for him, and they would certainly surmise that he would attempt to rescue his mother from the Xianqing sect. Even with the Bahuang swallowing heaven cauldron, the difficulty of the rescue would be considerable. What? You? Guizhuiying's fair face flushed with embarrassment. No way. You can impersonate anyone, but absolutely not my grandfather. Without spiritual energy, they will see through your disguise. This is unacceptable. To directly become one's own grandfather is utterly awkward. Moreover, the aura of grandfather cannot be easily feigned. The chances of being exposed are 100%, and she herself would be implicated. Yet, in the next moment, her expression changed dramatically. A wave of irresistible soul pressure rendered her breathless. Lu Qianyu smiled. In this form, they should not be able to discern the truth, right? The Xianqing sect does not possess any great ascension period cultivators. We merely need to, but do not disclose this to your grandfather. Guojing was utterly bewildered. The grandfather before her not only bore a striking resemblance in appearance and demeanor, but also exhibited a voice and mannerisms eerily similar. Even though she was Guo Boxiong's granddaughter, she would mistakenly believe this to be her grandfather. Lu Tianyu's audacity was truly astounding, but it was rather entertaining, and the plan appeared feasible. Her greatest curiosity lay in how Lu Tianyu could exude such potent pressure. Could it be that he was indeed as rumored, having undergone a soul transference? What? You find it unconvincing? Lu Tianyu observed Guojing's dazed expression, assuming she thought it lacked resemblance, and sought her input for improvements. Guojing vigorously shook her head. No, it looks just like him. Phew. She exhaled a long breath. I will keep your secret, but the Xianqing sect will surely discover the ruse afterward. Why then? My grandfather will certainly find out that if he decides to punish you, I cannot be held responsible. Lu Tianyu chuckled. Your grandfather is the one who is trying to matchmake us. He would not mind at all. You need not worry about that. However, his expression turned serious. Regarding the matter of my soul pressure, please keep it confidential. I consider you a friend. Guojing pouted. I would never speak carelessly. But do not get the wrong idea. We are merely friends, and I will not date you. Her tone was frosty. Yet for some reason, when she uttered those words, her heart quivered slightly. Very well. A benevolent smile graced Lu Tianyu's face. From this moment forth, I shall be your grandfather. Guojing huffed, guiding the flying boat into the Xianqing star domain. Meanwhile, within the Xianqing sect, Luo Qinxiu was in a state of agitation. 3 days had passed without a trace of Lu Tianyu, who seemed to have vanished into thin air. His son, Luo Chun, had emerged from his seclusion and, upon hearing the news, was immediately furious, personally setting out to search, yet to no avail. Moreover, Luo Qinxiu was certain that Lu Tianyu could not have returned to the Bahuang star domain. Lu Jinzi had already arrived at the Yuming sect. Lu Tianyu, no matter how foolish, would not return to the Bahuang star domain to await his demise. But where could he have gone at this moment? He found himself wishing that Lu Tianyu would disguise himself as one of the Xianqing sect's members, daring to act brazenly once more, as that would allow him to pinpoint Lu Tianyu's location. Unfortunately, Lu Tianyu seemed exceptionally cautious, having refrained from taking any action over the past few days. That, if this continued, once Lu Jinzi breached the Bahuang demon subduing formation and the Yuming 3 sects annihilated the Bahuang star domain, their primary focus would undoubtedly turn to exacting revenge on the Xianqing sect. Why then, the Xianqing sect would find itself in dire straits. The influence of the Xianqing sect was on par with that of the Yuming 3 sects. However, should the Yuming 3 sect strike with insidious and ruthless intent, disregarding the consequences, the Xianqing sect would surely be engulfed in chaos, causing them immense trouble. Just then, a subordinate reported. Report, Clan Master. Old Man Guo from the Tianshan sect has come to call, accompanied by his granddaughter, Guojing, requesting to see the Clan Master. Luo Qinxiu was momentarily taken aback. What? Did you say the Old Man Guo from the Tianshan sect has arrived? With his granddaughter in tow. His mind buzzed with disbelief. One of the top 10 sects in the Chang'ing star domain, the Tianshan sect was not unknown to him. Old Man Guo was a great Ascension period ancestor, and his granddaughter, Guojing, was the saintess of the Tianshan sect. However, he had never had any dealings with the Tianshan sect. What could Old Man Guo want by visiting? Luo Qinxiu felt a twinge of anxiety. The Tianshan sect, being a first-rate grand sect in the Chang'ing star domain, was not something his humble Xianqing sect could afford to offend. Should the Tianshan sect find even the slightest pretext, the Xianqing sect would be in serious trouble. Did Old Man Guo mention the purpose of his visit? No mention was made. Luo Qinxiu waved his hand. Understood. You may leave. He promptly relayed the news to the elders of the Luo family and then hastened toward the reception hall. Old Man Guo's visit from afar would surely bring prestige to the Xianqing sect. Luo Qinxiu bowed deeply to Lu Tianyu, his attitude exceedingly respectful. I apologize for not greeting you at the door. Esteemed guests, please take your seats. Luo Qinxiu poured tea for the two. He could discern no trace of cultivation from Lu Tianyu. He mused privately that the great Ascension period ancestor had indeed returned to simplicity, appearing no different from an ordinary person. However, This elder bore a countenance filled with anger, causing Luo Qianqiu's heart to sink immediately. The worst outcome had occurred. The Tianshan sect had come to seek retribution, and the Xianqing sect was in grave trouble. Liu Tianyu waved his sleeve dismissively. There is no need for such formalities. I have heard that you have detained a woman named Luo Yunshang. Is this true? At this moment, a cold smile flickered in Liu Qianyu's heart. How did you treat my mother when she visited repeatedly in the past? Upon encountering those who are not to be trifled with, one behaves like a humble lapdog, wagging its tail in submission. Your ability to curry favor is indeed unparalleled. However, Guizhiying secretly chuckles to herself. This Liu Qianyu is exceptionally adept at mimicking my grandfather's proud demeanor, showcasing it to perfection. This young man is rather amusing. Life alongside him promises to be far more entertaining than at the Tianshan sect. Luo Qianqiu's expression betrays a hint of anxiety. Senior, Luo Yunshang is my unfilial daughter. I am unaware of how she has wronged you. If there has been any offense, I sincerely apologize on her behalf. She is within the sect. If you wish to see her, I shall summon her immediately. As he bends nearly to a right angle, his thoughts in disarray. Luo Yunshang, when did you offend someone from the Tianshan sect? You truly know how to cause me trouble. You bore a son who impersonates a member of my Xianqing sect and stirs up chaos. And yet you yourself are not blameless, having offended the Tianshan sect. If that is the case, do not blame me for disowning you as your father. The novel is available for download via the open-source Star-String downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtain the novel file through a proxy download and the merchant has not provided the software source code or open source address, please request an immediate refund and report the merchant. Author's email, xingyvoutlook.com, author's QQ, 201-759-3710, official QQ group, 149050832, official TG group, https, t.me FQTool Chapter 88, a simple acquisition. Liu Qianyu observes everything with a cold smile within. What a remarkable father you are! Aside from exploiting my mother and subjecting her to indignities, your first instinct in a crisis is to throw her under the bus. Such a person will forever be beneath my contempt. I shall never acknowledge you as my grandfather. He snorts disdainfully, his voice turning icy. Are you certain that Luo Yunshang is your daughter? Though his words ostensibly confirm Luo Yunshang's identity, they serve as a mockery of Luo Qianqiu. Dou, a man of your character, truly deserved to be the father of my mother. Absolutely. Luo Qianqiu's forehead beads with cold sweat. If there is but one Luo Yunshang in the Chongheng Star domain, it must be her. At this moment, he is more convinced than ever that Luo Yunshang has indeed provoked the Tianshan sect. Otherwise, how could Guolao be so furious? A grandmaster from a major sect would not easily come to a small sect like Xianqing to demand justice. If he has come in person, it surely indicates that his daughter has done something to incite the Tianshan sect's wrath. At this juncture, Guizhiying coldly interjects. If you're certain, then bring her here at once. My grandfather's time is precious. How can you be so lacking in perception? Uttering this sentence brings her immense satisfaction. She also holds Luo Qianqiu's attitude towards Luo Yunshang in disdain, as a father. Should you not inquire about your daughter's wrongdoings, regardless of the pressure from others? Even under duress, one ought to protect their own child. Such a father is truly pitiful. Yes, yes. Luo Qianqiu wipes the cold sweat from his brow and retrieves a communication pearl. Commanding within, bring Luo Yunshang to the reception hall immediately, as swiftly as possible. He turns with a facade of smile. Guolao, my daughter will be here shortly. If my daughter has erred, I, as her father, share the blame. I have prepared a modest gift to atone for her misdeeds. As he speaks, he presents a storage ring with both hands, offering it respectfully to Liu Qianyu, not daring to lift his gaze. Liu Qianyu snorts, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, remaining silent. However, Guizhiying swiftly snatches the storage ring and stows it away. Yet Liu Qianyu's heart sinks that he thinks this woman has accepted the gift. This could easily expose a flaw. If the Tianshan sect were to seek retribution, would they concern themselves with the trifling offerings from a mere Xianqing sect? Fortunately, Luo Qianqiu seems flustered and is not overthinking. Once my mother arrives, I shall leave the Xinqing sect immediately to avoid drawing attention. Seeing Guo Zhuing accept the gift, Luo Qinqiu breathes a sigh of relief. As long as the gift is accepted, regardless of who receives it. The Tianshan sect should not make things difficult for the Xinqing sect. He merely hopes that Guo Lao will swiftly take his daughter away, fearing that Guo Lao might cause trouble for him and the sect. Guo Lao stands here. The pressure upon him is immense. Meanwhile, Lu Tianyu expands his spiritual awareness, keenly observing his mother's approach. Soon, he detects his mother, disheveled and pale, accompanied by guards, making her way toward him. His heart tightens. He silently laments, "I am sorry, mother, for allowing you to endure such indignity here. Luo Qinqiu is truly despicable. Luo Qinqiu, my vengeance against the Xinqing sect has only just begun. I hope you can withstand it." Luo Yunshang is soon brought to the hall, yet she remains entirely oblivious to the unfolding events. "Luo Yunshang, do you know your crimes?" Luo Qinqiu barks. "You have offended a senior from the Tianshan sect. Do not hasten to kneel and apologize." He is entirely unaware of how Luo Yunshang has wronged Guo Lao, but compelling her to kneel and apologize seems appropriate. He channels his pent-up frustration and patience into an overwhelming pressure directed at Luo Yunshang. Yet unexpectedly, Guo Lao scoffs. "Enough of this pretense. I am taking her." With a flick of his sleeve, a terrifying imperial-level pressure bears down on Luo Qinqiu. Instantly, his complexion shifts dramatically, nearly causing him to collapse. His soul quakes. Utterly devoid of any thought of resistance, engulfed by overwhelming dread. "Oh no, Luo Yunshang, you have indeed stirred up considerable trouble, implicating your father as well." However, this pressure is fleeting by the time Luo Qinqiu raises his head again. Guo Lao and Guo Jing have vanished from the hall. Unable to maintain his composure, he collapses to the ground. The pressure from an imperial-level being is too terrifying. I never wish to endure such an experience again. In that moment, he nearly lost control of his bodily functions from fear. Fortunately, Guo Lao evidently spared him some dignity. Whoosh! A figure in a green robe appears abruptly, his expression shifting dramatically. "Qinqiu, what on earth happened?" "Did Guo Lao from the Tianshan sect lay hands on you?" This person is Luo Zishu, the merging stage elder of the Luo family. Upon receiving Luo Qinqiu's message, he rushed over to ascertain the reason for Guo Lao's visit. To his surprise, the man has already departed, leaving Luo Qinqiu in such a state of fright. Luo Qinqiu trembles as he rises, gritting his teeth. It is all Luo Yunshang's fault. I do not know how she has offended Guo Lao of the Tianshan sect. He recounts the entire sequence of events, placing all blame squarely on Luo Yunshang. That it is all the misfortune brought by this unfilial daughter. Yet thankfully, he managed to think on his feet and offered gifts to mitigate the disaster facing the Xinqing sect. Luo Zishu furrows his brow tightly. This matter seems somewhat amiss. If Luo Yunshang truly offended Guo Lao, he should have sent a disciple to notify our Xinqing sect, allowing us to bring Luo Yunshang to him to apologize, rather than coming in person. Guo Lao is a grandmaster. His reputation is significant, and he would not easily come to a small sect to demand justice. This situation is rather suspicious. Luo Qinqiu shakes his head. It must be that Luo Yunshang's transgressions were too egregious. Inciting Guo Lao's wrath and compelling him to come personally, he believes Luo Zishu should not entertain such thoughts. However, Luo Zishu's frown deepens. Even if this situation is plausible, Guo Lao, with his status as a grandmaster, would not accept anything from our Xinqing sect, nor would he permit his granddaughter to do so. To be by the way, I have heard that Guo Lao has been in the Dilling city. You should hasten to have your subordinates investigate his whereabouts. He feels an inexplicable sense of unease regarding Guo Lao's visit. Luo Qinqiu promptly informs the Xinqing sect's merchants in Dilling city to investigate. Meanwhile, Guo Jing, following Lu Tianyu's instructions, pilots the flying vessel directly toward the Eight Desolation star domain. Inside the cabin, Lu Tianyu resumes his appearance, kneeling before his mother, Luo Yunshang. "Unfilial son Lu Tianyu, I have caused you to suffer." In this moment, Luo Yunshang remains utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend when she may have offended someone from the Tianshan sect. Therefore, she feels no fear. The innocent shall remain untainted while the guilty bear their own burdens. Surely, the Tianshan sect must have made an error. However, upon witnessing Lao swiftly alter his appearance to resemble Lu Tianyu and kneel before her, she is instantly bewildered. You are you? This? How is this possible? Chapter 89. Another deception. Luo Yunshang's mind is in turmoil, akin to a short circuit. Just moments ago, she was brought out directly, believing her son Lu Tianyu had been captured. Her father, Luo Qinxiu, intended to confront her and extract the secrets Lu Tianyu obtained from the abyss of the Forbidden Lands. She feels immense guilt, thinking that upon her release, she must plead with Luo Qinxiu, even at the cost of her own life, to ensure Lu Tianyu's safety. Yet, she never anticipated that Luo Qinxiu would accuse her of offending someone from the Tianshan sect. She is utterly confounded. I have not even interacted with anyone from the Tianshan sect. How could I have possibly offended them? The moment Lu Tianyu unleashed his pressure, she felt an overwhelming force, deepening her trepidation. She suspects that perhaps during her previous outings, she inadvertently uttered something amiss, inciting the ire of the Tianshan sect without her knowledge. They must be aware of her presence in the Xinqing sect and have come to demand justice. Yet, she never expected that this powerful figure from the Tianshan sect would turn out to be her son. Lu Tianyu, what on earth is happening? Liansheng gazed intently, and there before her stood Lu Tianyu, unmistakable in both visage and aura. She embraced him tightly, her heart heavy with remorse. I am sorry. It is all my fault. I have wronged you, putting you in such peril. Guilt consumed her as she reflected on her son's audacity. He had risked his life to masquerade as a master of the Tianshan sect, a reckless act comparable to venturing into a den of lions. How astute Lu Qinxiu was. If he were to unmask them, the consequences would be dire. Suddenly, a thought struck Lu Qinxiu, and her expression shifted dramatically. You err. Your impersonation of a Tianshan master will surely arouse Lu Qinxiu's suspicions, and he will send men after us. We must flee. As Lu Qinxiu's daughter, she was keenly aware of his perceptive nature. He would soon catch on, perhaps even as we speak. Lu Tianyu smiled faintly, reassuring her, do not worry, mother, he will not catch up to us just yet. By the time he realizes we have returned to the 8 Desolation Star region, it will be too late. He had meticulously crafted a plan prior to their departure, ensuring they did not head straight towards the 8 Desolation Star region after leaving the Xinqing sect. Instead, they took a circuitous route, maximizing the speed of the flying vessel to circumvent any pursuit. Only then did Lu Qiluoyan feel a measure of relief, though she cautioned, we must remain vigilant. Be wide the way. What the young lady who accompanied you? Could she also be an impostor? She scrutinized Lu Tianyu, recalling how a mere glance at Guizhuing had led her to believe in her ethereal demeanor. Mistaking her for a true disciple of the Tianshan sect, Lu Tianyu understood his mother's apprehensions well. She is indeed the genuine holy maiden of the Tianshan sect, here to lend her assistance. He proceeded to recount the events concerning the rescue of Changmei Laozu from the hands of the ghostly Saint Evil Doctor in Dilling City, cleverly omitting any mention of the 8 Desolation Swallowing Heaven Cauldron, placing the blame for unresolved matters squarely on the shoulders of the ghostly Saint Evil Doctor. He spoke of acquiring the Phoenix Ring from the abyss of the Forbidden Land, fortuitously encountering the ghostly Saint Evil Doctor. Naturally, he omitted the arrangement made by Guo Laozu for him to court Guizhuing. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiluoyan's eyes sparkled with hope. With the aid of the ghostly Saint Evil Doctor, the crisis in the 8 Desolation can indeed be resolved. Who would have thought that it would be you, my son, to provide the solution? My wearer has truly grown. Her face radiated joy and pride, since Lu Tianyu's emergence from the abyss of the Forbidden Land. She had sensed a profound transformation in him. He had matured, become wise, and each of his actions surpassed her expectations. She was elated by her son's fortuitous encounters at the tea that moment. Guizhuing's voice echoed in his mind. Lu Tianyu. We have arrived at the 8 Desolation Star region. The people of the 3 ghostly sects are blocking our way, insisting we present the orders of their sect master. Among them are cultivators of the integration stage. Lu Tianyu replied with a subtle smile. Mother, I shall return shortly. With that, he assumed the guise of Guo Boxiong once more, hands clasped behind his back as he strode confidently onto the deck. Before the vessel stood a dozen figures clad in black robes, led by a man with a cold expression and haughty demeanor. However, upon seeing the elder emerge with hands clasped behind him, they were momentarily taken aback. The old man seemed shrouded in mist, devoid of any aura of spiritual energy, resembling an ordinary mortal. Yet, through experience, the leader knew that such a figure could not possibly be an ordinary person, but rather one whose cultivation level surpassed his own comprehension, that he swiftly concealed his arrogance and prepared to inquire further. But suddenly, the elder waved his sleeve, unleashing a formidable pressure of imperial spirit and soul that crashed down upon them like a tidal wave. Taken by surprise, the leader nearly stumbled. The lower-ranked cultivators beside him were overwhelmed by the terrifying force and collapsed to the ground. Liu Qianyu's voice rang out coldly. How dare a mere integration stage cultivator obstruct the path of the Tianshan sect? Who gave you the audacity? He commanded. Zhu Ying, fly over their heads. Let us see who dares to impede our progress. No sooner had he finished speaking than the flying vessel of the Tianshan sect surged forward, heading directly towards the 8 Desolation demonic array. The leader could only watch helplessly as the vessel soared above him. Not daring to pursue, he felt he had narrowly escaped a grave fate. The elder was clearly a cultivator at the Great Ascension stage. To have clashed with a Great Ascension stage cultivator would have spelled disaster for him, even as an integration stage cultivator. Yet, a significant question loomed in his mind. Why would a Great Ascension stage elder from the Tianshan sect be present in the 8 Desolation Star region? Did the 8 Desolation Star region have ties to the Tianshan sect? This matter warranted immediate reporting to higher authorities. Meanwhile, in the Grand Hall of the Xianxing sect, a loud crash echoed as Liu Qianxiu smashed a pillar in fury. "Oh, it is you, Liu Qianyu." Once again causing trouble, his frustration boiled over as he received news from Diling City stating that Guo Laozu had not departed from there, having been seen purchasing medicinal materials in other shops. The Guo Laozu from earlier must have been an imposter, and it was highly likely that it was Liu Qianyu in disguise.